Presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing.
I think the physicality part of it, the angriness and edge that we want to play with, it has to be part of our identity.
Get the insight, analysis, and the breaking news from Betsy himself.
I think it's what could set us apart from other teams.
With Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado's hockey team.
The Nuggets, the Avalanche, the Rockies, the Broncos. Get it here. Get it all. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. From the Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion is justice. KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Home of the Denver Nuggets, the Colorado Avalanche. And we love football. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Are you ready?
It's a Bud Light Football Friday.
I want violent block release. Go have a day. Ball, ball, ball.
Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
Well, Broncos on 3, 1, 2, 3. Broncos.
Remember to enjoy responsibly.
Now, what a time to be alive.
This is 6 in the morning with Brett Kane on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Schmaltz, near side at the deep slot. Sergachev one-timer. Fought off by Wedgewood with a blocker. He's out of his mind, Wedgewood. Got in front, off a skate, and it is able to hit a Utah forward and go wide. Now Schmaltz again at the deep slot. Sergachev, another one-timer wide of Wedgewood. Does it go out of the zone? It does!
That'll do it.
All the way down ice. Utah does the Avalanche a favor. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Sound the horn! There's no place like home. Colorado beats their Rocky Mountain rivals in their home opener by a final score of 2-1.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday and a whole bunch of football to get to in a little bit. I want to start with the Avs, where I don't think it was a great game last night. A lot of turnovers near the blue line that had opportunities for Utah to capitalize on, but having Scott Wedgewood is the ultimate luxury. A backup goalie that is capable of making stops like that is really rare. And it's the fortunate spot that the Avs find themselves in. When you have the opportunity in a game like that to try and put them away, I would like to see you take advantage a little bit more. Again, it's another game in which the Avs get 4 power play opportunities. They finish with 1. It's like, okay. You know, it just feels like it's still a little bit behind a tick. McKinnon burying his was big time. Got you the win. All I'm saying is when you have the talent that the Avs do, and again, you're just a couple games into the season, not everything's going to be perfect. Power play is going to be the ultimate focus because power play is your opportunity to throw McKinnon and McCarr and Brock Nelson and a whole bunch of these really, really good, unbelievably good players on the ice at the same time. I just want to see it better because of how last season finished. And it feels like that was a big part of it. So the first couple, not great. Looks like they're still trying to work their way through it right now. But at the end of the day, you get enough, which was 2. And this is why the ultimate luxury on the team is having a backup goalie like Scott Wedgewood, who's taken over. Not like the impact of Mackenzie Blackwood not being there is just... It's not as killing as you thought it would be. And it's the same feeling you had back in 2022, isn't it? When the Frankie being back up, the Darcy situation was going on, and no matter who was in the game, you felt like you had a pretty good opportunity to win it. That's how I kind of get this the same sort of vibe between Mackenzie Blackwood and Scott Wedgewood. I mean, the amount of really big saves, the breakaway opportunity where it was just him out on an island, he makes the save, gets the save off the rebound after that. If you watch that game, you can't tell me he doesn't look like a starting caliber goalie. I mean, he makes 32 saves last night. And all of those are under immense pressure because the Avs weren't exactly throwing in, 5 or 6 goals. I just think having a guy like Wedgewood is such an unbelievably fortunate thing. Where, think about this. Last year, you were just trying to find somebody that you trusted between the pipes first, like as a starter. And it's been like that for a couple of years now. A huge narrative. Every single year as we head into the season or into the postseason, like how often did we talk about goaltending and is Georgiev good enough and should Juice be playing more or like do they need to make a move? Consistently. And now you have a situation where you can find yourself throwing Scott Wedgewood in the game, who's your number 2, and you're like, yeah, cool. Seems good to me. Texture says, goalie saved us as power play must get better. I think we all agree on that. Another texture says they need to push Nelson to the second power play unit and Val to the first. I was wondering something like that. It felt like Val would be better up there. Now, I don't know if they want to pull the trigger on making a move like that through 2 games. We do pretty good at the panicking part. You want to see changes happen immediately. They have the luxury, and being 2-0 not a bad byproduct. They can be patient with this and see if it's going to get better. But yeah, I would be right there with everybody else. If you ask me, like, are you concerned about anything? I don't know if concerned is the right word. I certainly hope that the power play gets better. Because there's just too many moments where you can't even get really set up and get really, really good opportunities. When you were in the second period, it took until, God, when was it? I thought I wrote this down. Hang on. Was it 5:30 left in the period when you got your first shot on goal? Because they said something, I remember at the midway point of the second, they said something like they haven't had a shot on goal since 3:30 left in the first.
Gross.
Yeah, exactly. There were a few moments, like I think Brock on one of the power plays just missed a post. Same thing with Ross Colton, who, oh, by the way, the first goal that was scored, Olofsson getting saucy over to Drury, who throws it right back to Ross Colton, one-timer, bangs it top shelf. That, I mean, if there's anything that is a super, super, super positive from yesterday, if that line is capable of doing that, then the depth is so immense on this team that you're going to overwhelm a couple more.
Top shelf, far side.
The way that Olofsson sauced it over, and could Drury just try and throw a shot on? Yes, but instead feels the defenseman sucking towards his direction, tosses it back to Colton, who at that point, goalie's gone post to post, got to push back. It's too late, can't do it. Perfect shot.
By the way, did you have a chance to tune into our altitude broadcast with Connor and Condor on the call?
I did not. I got multiple texts from people saying that EJ was awesome at that, though.
So, big brain Steve over here. I had Thursday Night Football on the TV, and then I had Amazon Alexa pumping the Avs broadcast so I could hear Connor and EJ. But no, he was amazing. And what made me think of it is when you were talking about sauce in the past, EJ has all that hockey lingo down. He sounds like the hockey bros from Letterkenny, if you've ever watched that show. So someone does something and he'd go, "Oh yeah, Connor, he sauces the pass up the neutral zone, little saucer, and then cheeses it top shelf far side." Like,
right.
I love hearing him actually use the lingo. Oh, it's great. He was fantastic on the call.
I got multiple texts from people saying he was really, really good. And EJ's the kind of guy where, of course he is. You knew he was going to be. If you guys have heard EJ talk to anybody, you're like, oh, yeah, you could do this for a while, couldn't you? Like, you have a total TV, media, whatever, future, whenever his career is done. And fortunate enough for him, he had an amazingly long and successful career that also gets a championship out of it, and now he gets to do this part where you stay in the game without your body breaking down. Pretty cool.
And then also, I like the fact that sometimes when you get former players who are on the broadcast, they played for that team maybe 10 or 15 or 20 years ago.
Yep.
He played for them last week.
Yeah, I know.
So there was one moment, I think it was late in the game when Utah was making their final push, a couple minutes left on the clock, and they took their timeout. And so both teams are there in the huddle, and Betsy has his whiteboard, and he was drawing something up. And Eric Johnson said, "Oh, he's going over the 6-on-5 play scenarios right now because Utah's going to pull their goalie."
Yeah.
So he's telling you exactly what they're going to. And he actually knew what Bednar was saying in that huddle because he's been in that huddle hundreds of times.
Exactly.
The insight was amazing.
Yeah. So it's not every game that he's going to be doing with Connor, but he'll do a few this year, and we'll let you know each one of those as they come along. It is a Bud Light Football Friday. Well, I mean, we can start it now and continue this after the break. Does the Eagles' loss last night take a little sting, little juice out of your win last week? That Jackson Dart and the Giants didn't just win. They kicked the snot out of them. And I think you'd be kidding yourself if you said no. I mean, the win still matters. And it was still a big, quote, signature moment on you go out, beat a good team in their house with a whole bunch of things stacked against you. I think all of that is it's still important. But it does make you question some things. And I'll tell you this. The Broncos, I think, can take a little bit of credit for what happened last night. I think they can. You know, there's an old saying, if you play really physical football, and there's been a few teams that have been able to claim this over the last few years. If you play a physical brand of football and you beat teams up, the following week they can have what's called a hangover. And there's been a few teams that have been able to accomplish this. A couple of years ago, there was this crazy stat with Detroit that after you played Detroit, teams their following week, their opponent that they had played the following week, they were like 3-13 over the course of the year, something like that. Like they would constantly lose. And I think the Broncos have a little bit of that quality to them. But I think you also caught them at right place, right time. Because here's what I'm talking about. The insane nature of who the Eagles are, and part of the reason why I've never trusted them, despite them being a Super Bowl champion last year, I don't trust them because every second of their existence feels like they're one argument away from that thing blowing up. The last time they had a little bit of adversity like this was when they started the year 11-1 a couple years ago. They lost 6 straight and their season was over. And they thought they were going to fire Sirianni. And it happened that fast. It's like one thing went wrong and that team just imploded on itself.
Brett, we're doing Maso Menos at 8:20, right?
Yeah.
Can I throw you a celeb shot? Maso Menos? Okay. Maso Menos, 2.5 years that Scatabumo lasts in the league because he only tackles with his head and his neck.
Yeah, he's crazy.
That dude's going to be out of the NFL like that because his brain's going to be mashed potatoes. Enjoy it while he's there, man. My goodness.
I don't know how good Scatabumo is. Certainly New York loves him, and I understand why. But he has a game like that, and then he'll have another game in which he really doesn't get anything really going. I love watching him play, though. He's fearless. He'll do whatever you need him to do. There was a moment last night which Dart gets hit. Looks like, I don't know what the injury was. I guess they were talking about a concussion. They're evaluating him for a concussion, and then Russell Wilson steps in the game. I'm like, Russell, if you blow this, don't you dare.
It's spicy.
And I think he got 2 snaps or 3 snaps or something. Then he went back off the field, and Jackson Dart came back in. I was like, thank God. Jackson Dart also fun to watch.
Dude, Russ threw 2 passes, and Daboll was going over to the medical staff, and he was going, you give me my quarterback.
I know.
I don't care if he can't remember his zip code. You do what you got to do. You stick him with that horse needle. Daboll was livid.
When he said he was going to go back in the game, the smile on Daboll's face and patting him on the head. He patted him on the head. He's like, oh, thank God. All right, get back in there, buddy.
He was going to send him out there even if he was like Scott Sterling. If Jackson Dart had to make passes with his face lying on the ground, he was not going to roll with Russ.
So there's more I want to get to with this in just a second. 303-504-0925. This is a Bud Light Football Friday. Back after this.
The Broncos should cruise to an easy win Sunday in London, right?
This game has no threat to offer you unless the Broncos get stupid.
And see, now I feel like you've added the threat.
Can Coach Prime and the Buffs find a way to upset number 20?
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. So, last night, the Eagles lose to the Giants. The Eagles have a problem. And I think this team is fascinating. They won, what was it? The number of what I say it was 20 of their last 21 games before the Denver game last week. 20 of 21.
And I think they were undefeated at home in that stretch.
Yes.
The Eagles had won, something like 18 consecutive home games or something stupid, too?
Something like that. Their last home loss before the Broncos was Atlanta the second week of the season last year. So whatever that is, you want to add in playoff games, too. So that is, they played 2 home games already. 2, 4, 6, 7. Okay, so that's 7 in a row, 8, 9, 10 before the end of last year, and then 11, 12. Whatever the number is, they just haven't lost in a long time. And
No,
they decided,
don't start counting.
They decided they were going to do a really, really interesting thing, which was change their entire offense. Why? Because A.J. Brown wanted to. They lose because they don't run Saquon Barkley. Last night, Jalen Hurts throws the ball 33 times. They run it with Saquon Barkley 12. I don't know what they're doing. Now, I'm here to laugh at it, but here's what I'm getting at. The way that team has to feel right now, it's such a bizarre thing for a team that's good. For a team that's good to all of a sudden turn into this sort of basket case. Imagine this, Nelly. Imagine winning 20 of your last 21 games. You lose once, and you and 2 other teammates need to have a 2-hour meeting to hash out your differences.
I know what the I'm doing.
Do you think when the Chiefs win a Super Bowl and the next year they lose a football game, Mahomes and Kelsey and Chris Jones need to sit down and have a chat with one another for 2 hours? That's what's weird about this team. What's always been weird about them is that they feel like they're on the brink of collapsing at any moment the entire time. And they just, who was homeboy who did the Man on a Wire documentary? What was that guy's name? They just tight-roped in between 2 skyscrapers for an entire season last year and won a championship.
Philippe Petit?
Yes.
Petit? Philippe Petit? Crazy Man, I believe, is his actual name.
Yes, exactly right. There's another documentary with, what's the guy's name? Who did the movie Free Solo? Alex Honnold, I think his name is.
Oh, dude, when that documentary comes on, I can't even watch it.
Well, he's doing another one.
It's terrifying.
He's climbing some skyscraper. He's doing another free solo is what they call it, right? So there's no safety harness for what he's scaling. So in that movie, Free Solo, he did El Cap. I watched that movie in theaters. They did an overhead drone camera of him climbing up that thing. My legs got weak sitting in a theater chair. But he's got something else that he's going to do that is risking his life. Oh, here you go. Netflix has announced Skyscraper Live, a 2-hour event debuting early 2026. In the live special, Alex Honnold will attempt a free solo the aptly named Taipei 101, a 101-story skyscraper in Taiwan. It is 1,667 feet tall. He's going to do that, no harness. Might fall to his death on Netflix Live. Who knows?
No.
All right, Power Rank Netflix live shots. That guy falling to his death. Mike Tyson's complete ass.
Yeah. Well, Mike Tyson's butt for sure. Yeah, nothing's going to top that. All I'm saying is that's what the Eagles are. They're this guy. They're like, hey, watch me scale this skyscraper without a harness for 2 hours straight. And you're like, dude, that it feels like something bad could go wrong. I'm like, oh, yeah, it could. But then at the end, they reached the top of the skyscraper last year, and they decided this year, let's do that again. And right now, Nelly, they're at the point to where, like, a foot slipped, and they're hanging on by one hand, and you're like, are you still going to be able to keep a tight grip there and get yourself reestablished?
Right, it's like in an action movie when someone's hanging on the edge of a cliff, and then the rock under their hand breaks out, and then they fall down 2 feet and then catch a pinky on a slice of rock. No, it's ridiculous.
That's how the Eagles feel always, though. They always have this feeling. And so I asked that in the Broncos context of this. Sorry, took me a while to get there. First of all, I wonder if that changes anything that you feel about the Broncos win last week.
That was a long-ass question.
Which, to me, like, kind of, but not really. Because I just don't think Philadelphia's very good. Which is weird to say for a team that wins all the time. I know. But I did the same thing with the Chiefs last year. But secondly, there is like one concern that I do have heading into the game against the Jets. Like, if there's anything to be concerned about when you're playing an 0-5 team that looks like they have no traction, there's one area that I think it could be interesting in this game. But it kind of stems from what Philly didn't do. Because now for 2 straight weeks, they haven't ran the football. And they've said, Jalen Hurts, go throw the ball around and win us a football game. And it's like, well, that's not what you do well. To the opposite tune, the Broncos have. They figured out what they do well. And for the last 2 weeks, they've stuck to it. I hope they continue to. But the point's this. Because it feels Philadelphia has tried to force Jalen Hurts and their offense into being more of a passing offense. You didn't get the true test last week of, can you stop the running game consistently against a good back, one? And number two, can you stop the scrambling QB? You know, the Broncos have had a couple of tests this year, but I think linebackers have been sort of your weak point, at least on defense throughout the course of the season. And you weren't tested against the Titans. You were tested against the Colts with Jonathan Taylor, and Jonathan Taylor went crazy. He had 165 yards on the ground. You know, to that same tune, they finished the game at 6.6 yards per carry. The Chargers had Najee Harris blow his Achilles in the middle of that game. And Omarion Hampton was in his third game as a pro, still able to rack up 70 yards. You play the Bengals, who don't have a running game. And then I was like, all right, let's get a test here with Saquon. Let's see how real the Jonathan Taylor concerns that I had will be. And then they just didn't try. The Jets can run the football, guys. For as much as this is the weird thing, and I know the 0-5 record is what stands out most, and what should happen here is your offense should take over and dominate. Jets defense is bad. Haven't turned the ball or haven't gotten a takeaway once this year. But when it comes to the Jets offense, they run the ball third best in the league. They average 144.5 yards per game on the ground. The only teams better is Washington and Buffalo. Why? Because they have a pretty good stable of backs. Breece Hall's good. But also Justin Fields in open space is an issue. I'm being dead serious about this, by the way. Lamar Jackson is the best running quarterback that we have in this league. He's the best. I think Justin Fields is right behind him. Truly.
Vance Joseph even said that yesterday in London when he was in the media scrum. He said that he thinks Justin Fields is a better runner than Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about it. Watch Justin Fields in open space and watch how he makes guys miss. I think only Lamar does that. Maybe Jaden Daniels. but his ability to shake somebody. Like he had a touchdown, I think it was it last week or 2 weeks ago? Maybe it was 2 weeks ago. Where he just found a little bit of space, and then he's able to turn on the Jets. Pardon the pun. Turn on the speed and just outrun everybody. So if I do have a concern in this game, it is your ability to stop the run, because I don't know how good you are at that yet. Not to mention, here's the other part that might blow your mind. You ready for this? So the Broncos right now, their offense was not good to start. They've looked better as of late. You know where the Jets rank in points per game? One spot behind you. I'm trying to tell you, Justin Fields has had a decent year for a team that's gone 0-5 so far. Just saying. He has. If there's anywhere to be concerned, it's not so much your defense just allowing them to go crazy. But I don't think they're going to score like 3 points. And maybe I'm totally wrong. I think they can put up a few. It's a matter of, can your offense dominate their defense like most other teams have? And that's a separation. So again, what is really fooling me about the Philly game is that what Philly does really well, where I thought they could take advantage of the Broncos, they abandoned that in a respect for, well, A.J. Brown's pissed. And it feels like they did it for a second week in a row. Nelly, if I'm Nick Sirianni and I'm playing against a bad Giants team with a rookie QB, my formula is simple. I'm going to run Saquon 50 times in that game because it should be all you need.
Thinking equals talent take over.
But instead, Philly does what Philly has done for the last couple of weeks now. They get out of the gates hot. Think about this for a second. The first 4 drives for Philly were scoring drives. I'm sorry. 3 of the first 4. Field goal, punt, touchdown, touchdown. And then the second half started. 3 plays, 4 yards. 4 plays, 8 yards. 3 plays, 8 yards. 4 plays, 51 yards, interception. And then when the game was over, the Giants are playing soft. 7 plays, 69 yards, and they still fumble the ball away. They seem to have a decent script to start the game, and then they abandon it. And then it turns into the Jalen Hurts show for whatever reason.
Wasn't that great watching the Eagles run 17 consecutive tush pushes there towards the end of the half? That was that was must-see TV, brother.
Let me tell you something. At least they do that well and they stuck to it. I'm surprised they didn't say, guys, the tush push can get us a score, but you know who really needs to score is A.J. Brown, is Devontae Smith. We need to throw it. So I'm not sure how good the Broncos are at stopping the run yet.
And by the way,
against elite competition, I should say. Go ahead.
In answer to your previous question that you asked at the start of this segment, does this Eagles loss diminish the Broncos' win over the Eagles at all? Troy Rank of the Denver Post, I think, said it best. He put this on the Twitter X machine earlier. He said, I woke up to a score of the Giants clobbering the Eagles 34-17, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Impressive stuff. Does it diminish the Broncos' win? No, because that came on the road. But it makes the Giants game in Denver next Sunday a lot more intriguing.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I feel.
And not to mention that Giants game is you're coming back from London, dealing with jet lag and time zone changes and all that different stuff against a team that's not as bad as you thought. That's it. So again, Bud Light Football Friday, high school football on Altitude Sports Radio continues tonight as Connor Cape and Justin Adams call the action between Dakota Ridge and Heritage on 92.5 with a 7 p.m. kickoff. High school football is powered by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHSAA. So we're doing that, a whole bunch of football over the weekend thing here on 92.5. Because Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Thank you. What's his name again?
David Lee.
Thank you, David. So tonight, 7 o'clock, we got that high school football game that's going to be on 92.5.
Tonight.
We have Avs tomorrow, 7 o'clock. That's going to be on 92.5. We also have Ohio State in Illinois that's going to be on at 10 o'clock in the morning on 92.5. And then it's that we got that NFL football thing all day on Sunday. So it starts 11 o'clock in the morning. Seahawks Jags is going to be on 92.5. A good test for the Jags to see if they're worthy or not. Bengals, Packers are going to be on after that at 2:30. And then that Sunday night game between the Lions and the Chiefs. Chiefs, by the way, want to talk about this. Interesting little detail that I found for their Sunday night game that I don't know if it makes you nervous or if it's the last sort of gasp that we get to in just a second. Stick around.
It's Thursday night football.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday, and you can head to number 38 in Rhino at 3 o'clock today for a special Bud Light Football Friday broadcast with Nate and Andy. They'll be live until 6, and you have a chance to win tickets to the Broncos Giants in the Bud Light VIP tailgate, courtesy of Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. See you at number 38 starting at 3. So, interesting little detail in this. You know, You're climbing your way back up the ranks. You should be able to get a win over the Jets. That would put you at 4-2. I don't think leading the division after this week, because even with all of the stuff that is coursing through the injury reports of the Chargers, I still would imagine they can take care of Miami. Now, it is in Miami, early game, 11 o'clock. There's some funny details in it. And the Chargers are decimated with injuries. But I still think they can take care of them. So I think they're still going to be leading the AFC West after this week. But your job is just to take care of what's in front of you. And in that case, you should be able to beat the 0-5 Jets. The question I have is, how concerned should we still be about the Chiefs? And I think should be a little bit concerned. Should be. There's always sort of that, unless the Chiefs are dead thing, you think they'll eventually just kind of figure out ways to win. And they're coming off another loss, and now they play Sunday night against Detroit. I think most people would say that Detroit's a better team than Kansas City right now. Kansas City's 2.5-point favorites. Now, maybe it's a lot of desperation of, if they lose, they're going to be 2-4, and it's going to be a huge hill to climb for them to get back in this race. Perhaps that plays a big part in it. Maybe it's because it's at Arrowhead. Like, you could think of a million different things as to why this might be the case. I still think if most people had to put money down, they would put it on Detroit to win. But I always like cock an eyebrow when I see something like that, where I'd say most people, I think, would choose Detroit to win, and Kansas City's not just favored, they're favored by 2.5 heading into that game. It always sets up a sort of, like, as we do on this show, the smell test. Does it pass? And the answer is not really. So there's something screwy going on there. Detroit has a few injuries, especially their secondary. They're out like their top 3 corners. So maybe they think that Mahomes can take advantage of that. Perhaps. But this does feel like if the Chiefs don't get this and they start the year 1-2 at home, no, I kind of told you, the schedule doesn't get much easier for about the next month. They get maybe one little reprieve game against the Raiders, in which they'll probably get a win against them. But then it turns into Commanders, at Buffalo, at Denver, and then they play against the Colts and then the Cowboys. Kind of feels like they need one on Sunday. But if they lose, it should be a race the rest of the year between you and the Chargers, in which if you take care of your business, you should be A-OK. And an AFC West title that hasn't happened in a decade might actually be up for grabs for you this year. Now, I've seen so many more things because I went to bed pretty much right after the Avs game ended last night. And again, we'll get back to the Avs in a few minutes. Not a great performance, but did enough to come away with another dub. And if nothing else, having Scott Wedgewood is a godsend. Because without him, you aren't winning that game last night. He was fantastic. But I keep seeing stuff come out from this Giants game. And there was a sequence. If you want to know how Brian Daboll feels about Russell Wilson, Jackson Dart takes a hit because that kid, for some reason, refuses to slide, and he's going to knock that off. But he takes a hit. He's getting evaluated for a concussion, so he's in that blue tent on the sideline. Russell Wilson steps in. It is a 10-point game towards the end of the third quarter. And the sequence is just hilarious. So Russell steps in. He almost takes a delay game on 3rd and 9, gets the snap off, and then he throws the ball, expecting one route to happen when the receiver ran the other route. The camera goes over to Daboll, and the first thing that you see is Brian Daboll chewing out the doctor. And then he goes into the blue medical tent to interrupt the concussion screening test going on, basically saying, can he play or not? This was him in the postgame about it.
If you've ever been on an NFL sideline, there's a lot of emotions. I know I was asked about gloves the other day. There's a lot of emotions. And I certainly am an emotional guy. I apologized directly to our team physician. I just wanted his ass out there if he was okay, but I wanted the process like we were getting ready to go for it on potential 4th down. I would have burned a timeout if he could have came out there. So I was asking how long is it going to take? So, again, you want your guy out there, not at risk of anything else, but, he came out and I think he's going to be good. I'm like, is he going to be good or not? I'm going to call a timeout on 4th down and go for this. You know what I mean? So I love our doctors. Pat, I'm sure you're going to ask me about that, so I'll just give you the answer. I apologized. I was in the wrong. But he's all right. He gave me a hug.
Let me ask you something. When you have a quarterback that is a rookie, and Jackson Dart has been he's been exciting. He's got a good personality. He hasn't been amazing. But you were that fired up at the prospect of, if you don't get back in there, I have to play Russell Wilson for another play? No way.
Well, did you see at one point Russ did what he did, which was make some limited passes, very incomplete, and then the sidelines cut to Daboll, and I'm not much of a lip reader, but I know how to read a crystal clear New York City F-bomb, and he was just going, ah!
Well, here's my question, though. They have Jameis Winston on that roster. If you think Russell's that bad, then make Jameis the backup. What are you doing? But the Giants are they're weird. I swear to God, Jackson Dart and Cam Scatabumo are they're cavemen. When they did the post-game show, Scatabumo gets to the desk with the Amazon Prime folks. First thing he does is he rips off his shoulder pads and throws them to the ground. And then he takes his undershirt and Hulk Hogan's it, rips it down the middle, and then the first thing he says is a scream. Nelly, I just DM'd this to you. You can just play it immediately. Because Scatabumo is kind of, you know what? Actually, we'll save it. But he's a pit bull. That's all he is. So we'll get back to this in a little bit. But as is tradition on Fridays, we always make Nelly sing. Nelly? Everybody in your car, sing with them. Come on. Bretty in his beds. Lay it down. No. Come on, everybody. Bretty and his beds.
Don't get backdoored.
Every week I do no research. I just give you a lock and an underdog. The first thing that hits my eye. And I'll give you my lock. My lock of the week might be unconventional, might not make much sense. The Indianapolis Colts are really good at blowing teams out. If they have a chance to crush you, they do it. They've played 2 tough teams this year. They've played the Broncos and they played the Rams. Those were both one-score games. When they played the Dolphins, the Titans, and the Raiders, they've won 33-8, 41-20, and 40-6. I think the Cardinals are a mess right now. They're 7.5-point favorites at home. I'm taking that 7 with the kicker. That's the lock. For the underdog of the week, hear me out. Just hear me out. Chargers decimated with injuries. Chargers still trying to find their way to navigate the injuries. The Miami Dolphins are bad, but they play teams close. Even the Bills, it was a 10-point loss, but that game was close. They lost to the Panthers last week because they blew it. I think they can keep it within 3.5, especially early game East Coast. So there you go. Brady and his bets every Friday. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Schmaltz near side at the deep slot. Sergachev one-timer. Fought off by Wedgewood with a blocker. He's out of his mind, Wedgewood. Got in front, off a skate, and it is able to hit a Utah forward and go wide. Now Schmaltz again at the deep slot. Sergachev, another one-timer wide of Wedgewood. Does it go out of the zone? It does!
That'll do it.
All the way down ice. Utah does the Avalanche a favor. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Sound the horn! There's no place like home. Colorado beats their Rocky Mountain rivals in their home opener by a final score of 2-1.
Good win. Wasn't pretty. Wasn't pretty.
Good call last night, Moj.
Yeah, good to hear the Moj back.
It is. It's comforting. It
is comforting.
It's truly, what are those things that kids put in their mouths?
Cigarettes.
A binky?
Yeah. A joint.
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
It's one of those. Moj, you were a nice pack of Newports for me last night.
I've been called worse.
Stuff, man. It's 100% pure stuff.
So I appreciate that. A good old Swisher Sweet coming back in. Wasn't pretty though, Moj. A lot of turnovers near the blue line, and you know that scene in Billy Madison where Steve Buscemi saves his life, and Adam Sandler goes, "I'm glad I called that guy." That's how I feel about Wedgewood, because Wedgewood bailed you out a lot last night.
Would you agree with me on this take, Mark Moser? You know, the sign of a good team is when it trots out its C game, and I would consider that the Avalanche C game last night, and still finds a way to win that game. That's the sign of a good team.
Yeah, you're going to have those games throughout the course of the year. Ideally, you don't want it in your home opener.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's your home opener.
They
Crowd's
look flat.
going insane. Everybody is there ready to just go nuts for you. And
Flat.
Yeah, they were flat. And I'm going to give the Utah Mammoth, it's still so hard for me to say. You know what's so funny? I said air twice last night.
Oh, Arizona.
Arizona Coyote.
Yeah,
I said
yeah,
air.
Yeah.
Air. And I'm like, because it's Logan Cooley. It's Lawson Krause. It's Clayton Keller. It's Schmaltz. It's all these guys that were Arizona Coyotes forever and ever. And I think we only did one game against Utah last year. I think that 2 of them were national TV. So
yeah.
I've got to get that out of my system. And then saying Mammoth all night was flipping weird. Nonetheless, I thought they played a very effective, good road game. They came out in the second period and I thought really played good hockey. Frustrating hockey. Stand you up in the neutral zone.
Yep.
Don't let you skate through kind of hockey, which is how they have to play to try and beat the Avalanche.
It's a brutal game if you're an Avs fan to watch, though, because you're just like, let us do the fast thing. Stop making this so mucky.
Jared Bednar is going to look at that film today, and he's going to see a bunch of stuff he doesn't like.
Yeah.
I mean, grade A, sizzling on the plate. Don't touch the plate. It's so hot. Scoring chances for the Mammoth that he's going to go, guys, this can't happen. You can't let these guys get behind you like this. You know, how do you give up these odd man rushes or this breakaway or this, and this?
Well, there's a
and
couple
he's right
motions,
about that. And he's right about that.
They just threw like middle of the blue line with nobody in front, takeaway by Utah, right down Broadway, and Wedgewood has to make a great save, and he did. And that's, again, as much as that's going to be frustrating to look at for him, I'm sure, it just makes me even more appreciative of the goaltending room that you have. That you have
no doubt about
the
it.
ability of a backup backup goalie who's playing.
I heard you talking about Russ, so that's probably where
it was.
That's probably
the
where
Russell
your mind
Wilson
is.
thing.
Yeah.
Like, if you guys were just watching the Avs last night and you missed what happened in this Giants game, I got to get to it later because it's hysterical.
So funny. It was funny.
But you got a backup goalie. Playing. That's the reaction of a head coach in the NFL when he's just forced
gorgeous.
to play Russell Wilson.
I love the realness of the real, though. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, we'll get that in a second. But when you have a backup goalie who's forced to play for an injured starter and he can make saves like that, Moj, I mean, you didn't know if your starting goalie for the last 3 years could make saves like that consistently.
He was terrific, and he came up on the set post-game.
Oh, my gosh. That was electric. That was more electric than the game.
It was super cool.
Wait, I went to bed right after the game got done. What happened?
So we do the post-game, obviously, up at Colorado Social.
Yeah.
And we were all up
first
there.
one of the year, yeah.
We were all up there because this nice gal, God, I think her name's Ann. I want to say, very nice gal. By the way, she says her and her husband watch the show and listen to the show every morning. So
hi,
if you're
guys.
out there, thank you. But she made Legos for the
neat.
She made these little Lego people for the dudes last year, and then she made more for myself and Riker and Connor and Rachel this year. And she had built a little set and everything. Anyway, so we were all up there, and she showed it off. It was really, really cool. But Wedgewood came up right before that, and it was really loud. So everybody's gathered in Colorado Social to watch the post-game show, and he got a lot of love, a lot of Wedgie love. And
he should have. He was awesome
he
last
deserved
night.
it. He played great. The only one he gave up was one I think they just crossed him up quickly on the face-off on the power play. I mean, they're 3 seconds into the power play. Utah wins the draw. It's right over to Gunther and bam,
ping.
in a one-timer.
Let me take a moment.
And it went 7-hole.
Let me take a moment to shout out those Avalanche fans on that post-game show. Honestly, I mean, I felt so proud because that's what that post-game show is designed to do. Keep people around the arena for what? An hour after the game? And it was jam-packed with people in there, fans, hanging out, watching one of their favorite players, the starting goalie that night. And it was just cool to see, man. It really was. I mean, he was the reason they won. And Moshe, he didn't do anything like electric. I mean, it wasn't like crazy saves out there, but he was just solid.
That breakaway save was.
Yeah, but I mean, he didn't like throw his. You know what I'm saying? He didn't.
It's
throw
not
his
off the
hands
knob
out.
of his stick or.
Yeah. It wasn't one of those kind of games. It was just like right place. Nope. He was calm.
Yeah,
that's the best way to describe it. Calm.
I think he made a couple of saves look easier than they were.
Yeah,
but Vic, I think you're. I mean, it wasn't like he had to dive back across his crease because he was out of position. He was seemingly in the right place at the right time all the time. So great job. And when I say like beforehand, before the season or anytime, I say, look, Blackwood's out, but they have full confidence in this guy.
Yes,
to be able to get the job done.
The team does too,
and play in front of him. It was on perfect display last night.
So a couple things I want to mention. Shout out to you guys, Moj, and everybody on Altitude. You know what I really appreciate after watching that first game with the Avs was audio that is synced with the video perfectly, as opposed to, I don't know what ESPN has. Their audio is always half tick ahead of what the video is. And, like, I'll hear them call a goal score before the puck goes in the net, and it, like, trips me up. So shout out to you guys for having a good broadcast. Second of all,
all right.
I didn't mention that the other day, and it drives me nuts. I swear to God, textures, do you know what I'm talking about here? Where the audio is almost, it's ahead of the action by like a tick on these ESPN broadcasts. Secondly, there was a lot of like, hey, that's not great last night. But Olofsson getting saucy over to Drury, throwing it back in the middle to Colton to finish top shelf was bleeping beautiful.
My first goal call of the year.
What a play.
My first goal call of the year, I almost lost it. Because Olofsson comes down, Vic in his off wing, essentially. I mean, you know, he's lefty. He's got to throw it across like that. And he sauces it, and it gets to maybe knee high, maybe 2 feet. Mm-hmm. And then the presence of mind for Drury to not try to dust it off or settle it down, he just immediately taps it back to Colton for the one-timer.
To handle it first.
I mean, tic-tac-toe was rad. It was really, really good. And if that line can do that this year, holy cow.
That's the depth you're talking about, right? That you have guys that far down the depth chart that are capable of making plays like that is awesome.
Yeah, they've got ability there, and that was really cool. And again, they're going to give these guys every opportunity in the world to come together, to play together, and to be able to be effective together. But you're coming down. You're coming down on your off wing, and you're able to sort of pivot and sauce it over a sliding Nate Schmidt.
Kind of in between two guys. Yeah.
Super cool, man.
By the way, when is Blackwood going to be available?
Vic, I don't know. I saw him yesterday after morning skate. He did take morning skate. I think he's on the very right path. I don't think it should be too much longer, but not yet. That's all I can really tell you. That's an unscientific, unmedical diagnosis for me. Not too long, but not quite yet.
You know what? I had an inkling, and I don't know what it is. I had an inkling after winning the way the Avs did in L.A., a tough place to win. We know about L.A.'s home record. I had a feeling that there would be, not a letdown, but they wouldn't be as sharp tonight, even so it's the home opener, or last night, I should say. And they weren't. They looked plodding in that second period last night. They were plodding.
Was their first shot on goal in the second period with 5:30 left?
Yeah. It was Parker Kelly. Got a shot off.
Right.
It got to the point where they hadn't had a shot on goal like in 17 minutes. And I said, since late in period number one, I said, well, it's to the point now where maybe we should just take bets on who the first shot on goal is going to be in the second period. I mean, who's going to get it? No, I'm sorry. It wasn't Parker Kelly. It was Kiviranta.
That's right.
Kelly had an attempt, but it was deflected up into the screen. It was Kiviranta who actually put it on net.
Yeah, he was right in front too. Now, just before that, the Avs were on a power play, and not a great night for the power play. Again, I know Nate got one eventually, but the first couple were a little rough to watch.
Yeah, they're now 2 for 10 in the season. That's 20%. You want to be about 20. Last year, they think they finished at 24.8. So you go 2 for 3 against Dallas or whatever, you're going to be fine.
But Nelson barely missed a one-timer on that power play before the Kiviranta shot. I had this question, and I don't know what you think about this, Moj. I always thought Val was pretty good with those guys in that top power play line, and they've got Brock up there now. Do you think that they think about making a shift? Or are they going to let this thing ride for a couple of weeks, 3-4 weeks before they think about making changes?
I don't know. But what I saw on the power play was essentially what Coach Bednar described what happened in game one. Is that the top unit will get it in, but they're not very effective once they get it in. The second unit has trouble getting it in, but once they do get it in, they're very effective.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that changes. Again, it got to be that last power play, and I go to Reichs, I go, what do you want to see here? He goes, I want to see 1-pass, 2-pass shot. 1-pass, 2-pass shot. And they started to fire that puck more in that third. So, and then, again, you take advantage. And this is, Vic, what good teams do. I will say this about Joe Sakic. One of the greatest players in the history of the game, okay? And Peter Forsberg was the same way and so on. You don't have it every night for whatever reason. You don't.
Right.
Okay? But the best players, they always make a play or two in the game that's incredibly high-end that allows you to win the game. And last night they took advantage of Sergachev where he was all the way deep in the Av zone in the forecheck, then he had to hightail it all the way back out. But because he was with kind of the Avs going back into his own zone and he was gassed, it allowed for an easier entry. Then Kale gives it to Nate just to Kale to Nate who's coming through the circle, bam, done. So they gave you that slight little window.
Sure.
They opened it just that much, and McKinnon slammed it, bam, and it was flipping awesome. I mean, it was great. So that's what the best players on the planet will do to you when you give them that much room.
Head to number 38 in Rhino at 3 o'clock today for a special Bud Light Football Friday broadcast with Nate and Andy. They'll be live until 6 o'clock, and you have a chance to win tickets to the Broncos Giants and the Bud Light VIP tailgate, courtesy of Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. See you at number 38 at 3.
And one last thing on hockey before we get to the Broncos, and a lot still to come. The Broncos are saying this is not a trap game. Hey, man, our heads are on straight. I knew that they would say that. Did you guys see any result in that Sharks and Golden Knights game last night?
I did not.
San Jose's got a 3-2 lead with under 2 minutes to go. and the Golden Knights pull their goalie. Dude's skating it down. The Golden Knights are back checking, and dude misses an empty netter. Here comes Vegas back up the ice. Guy bombs it from the blue line. It goes in.
Jeez.
To tie the game at 3. You don't even want to see how that game ended. It was an absolute...
Did it go to overtime?
Yeah.
That's the second game that Vegas took to overtime then already this season.
That is correct. And Nedeljkovic was out of his net, and they...
Oh, my God.
If you want one picture that encapsulates Sharks hockey from 2020 on, it's that picture.
What's happening here?
He came way out of his net to try to make a play, and he got by him. And
you know what, though? I think at that point, the proper thing is to wait. Let him reestablish himself
I agree.
in the crease.
Be a gentleman.
Exactly. Be a gentleman here. Just calm down. Wait. Let him set up, and now go.
Okay, so here we are 3 days into the season. And already some funny crap is going on, man.
Yeah.
Already some stuff is going down. Man, that dreaded missed empty netter that they come back and they score on you.
Speaking of funny, I audibly laughed when I saw this sequence yesterday from Brian Daboll. Well, I've never seen a coach go into a concussion tent before, but it happened last night.
I can see where he's coming from.
Well, I can too, so we'll get to that in just a second, along with the Eagles didn't just lose guys. They got wrecked up pretty good by the Giants. Does that take some shine? Does it diminish what the Broncos did last week? We'll get to it next.
Guys, I've talked to you for a long time about erectile dysfunction in the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because they can help you. And keep this in mind that ED is nothing more than a medical condition. That's all it is. Studies show that around 50% of men over the age of 50 have some form of the condition. Young guys, well, you can be affected by ED as well, but there's a variety of causes of it. And often those can be treated well. And that's where the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic comes in because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. And they've served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. If ED is affecting your life, your intimacy, your everything, then make it stop. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get taken care of. Schedule a consult today, only $99. You got the consult with a licensed medical provider here in Colorado, TPSA test, and medically advised to test those there in the office if it doesn't work. Your visit's free, but it's going to work, and you're going to be happy. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call today. Don't wait. It's just a medical condition. Get fixed. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
So Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. So Thursday Night Football last night featured a couple of different things. One of them was just straight up funny, but the second one is the Giants really beat up the Eagles last night. Now, Eagles had chances. Jalen Hurts missed a wide-open Devontae Smith for an 89-yard touchdown. He threw a pick six at the 5-yard line or not a pick six, an almost pick six, that changed the course of that game. But let's get to the funny first.
But if you don't know the pedigree of each team, like you're watching that game in a vacuum and you don't know one's a Super Bowl team, you would look at that game last night and say, Giants are better.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why, Mark Moser, you were doing an Avalanche game.
Yes, I was.
And as I'm watching this Giants game, all I'm thinking about is this. See, Mark Moser, this is why you got to watch your mouth.
This is why.
Watch your mouth. And, Brett, tell me you agree with me. Watch your mouth. You never speak ill of any team until you play that team.
Well, the Jets suck.
The Giants aren't terrible, man. They really aren't.
Yeah, well, the Jets are.
We'll get to the Jets thing.
Yeah, I know we will. I'm just saying, don't try to equate one New Jersey team to the other.
You're the one who called it a W no matter what. You called the Giants game a W no matter what. You've said that for 2 weeks.
It will be a W because you're not playing it in East Newark or where the heck.
I hope it is.
Big time win.
That team is going to be a challenge. They've got some talent.
Then we'll try.
You know what that team is?
What?
I'm going to tell you what that team is.
Please, you tell me what that team is.
Because you didn't watch the game. You were doing your own game. I'm going to tell you what that team is.
How the hell could I watch the game? I only watched the
highlights. I'm not blaming you. I'm just telling you. That team, based on its youth, right? The energy provided by Jackson Dart and Cam Scatabumo, that youthful exuberance, they're fun. Those two make it fun to watch the Giants again.
You're so right. It's all I thought about. I don't
They're
know.
fun.
I don't know how good Jackson Dart is. I don't know how good Scatabumo is.
I don't care.
But they are. There is a definite energy that was infused in that team the second they made that change.
If you're going to say Scatabumo, put some respect on him.
What do you mean?
Former Sac State Hornet Cam Scatabumo.
Mm-hmm. Dude,
Arizona
he's
State.
out seeking
He was at Sac State before he went to Arizona State. We made him who he is.
Contact.
That's why the Sun Devils picked him up, and that's why he got drafted.
Dude, when he runs, he's like, who wants to hit me? Come on. Who wants it? Who wants this? Who wants this right here?
You guys got to hear a couple
I did see.
of
By the way,
things.
I did see him take him. I did. I'm so tired. I hardly slept last night. I'm
You're fine.
pumped. I did see him take his clothes off in the postgame.
Well, that I want to get to in a second as well. There's a moment in the game. The Giants are up 10. It's at the end of the third quarter. It's 3rd and 9. But on second down, Jackson Dart takes off and running because I think he's got at least 50 yards rushing in each start so far this year for him. The problem with him, slide, dude. Why are you taking all these hits all the time? Every time he takes off and runs, even if he knows he can get no more yardage, he still takes a hit as opposed to sliding. Slide. But he takes a hit. It didn't look that bad, but most had to take him to the little blue tent on the sideline. Concussion. Got to check him out. In the meantime, in comes Russell Wilson. And I'm going to tell you exactly what happened in this sequence. Russell Wilson almost takes a delay game, first of all. Barely gets a snap off. Second of all, his throw was to nowhere. He thought the receiver was going one way, and it looked like he thought the receiver was going to run an in pattern, and the receiver is basically running a go or a skinny post. So now it's 4th down and 9. The camera immediately pans to Brian Daboll, who is cursing on the sideline at the team doctor, who then walks into the medical tent, which I don't think is allowed to do during concussion protocol. And here's what he said after the game on why he did that.
All right, check this out.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the sequence.
He's down. Now he's up. Now he's going to jog off the field. Helmet off. They have to take him into the tent.
Crowd goes wild.
He's taken up residency in the blue tent. We saw him in the preseason go in there. We saw him in the Charger game. He went in there. Now he's in there. They're checking him out. Now check out Daboll. Brian Daboll. He wants a first-hand look.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him one bit.
Meanwhile, for the moment, while he's in there, it's 2nd and 11, so Russell Wilson comes into the game and hands the ball off to Tyrone Tracy. They can't wait for Dart to get back in the game.
Yeah, he wants to know what's going on and how quickly he can get his quarterback back.
Well, I don't think he's getting good news here. I might be wrong. Maybe he was saying, why didn't he come back early? Well, you can't. He had to be out at least one play. Meanwhile, now you got Gillen to punt.
So all of that takes place. And the one thing I noticed from that, if you hate Russell that much that you can't trust him for a snap, then why the hell isn't Jameis Winston the backup quarterback?
I have no idea.
But that aside, here's what he said after the game.
If you've ever been on an NFL sideline, there's a lot of emotions. I know I was asked about gloves the other day. There's a lot of emotions. And I certainly am an emotional guy. I apologized directly to our team physician. I just wanted his ass out there if he was okay, but I wanted the process. Like, we were getting ready to go for it on potential 4th down. I would have burned a timeout if he could have came out there. So I was asking, how long is it going to take? So, again, you want your guy out there, not at risk of anything else, but, he came out, and I think he's going to be good. I'm like, is he going to be good or not? I'm going to call a timeout on 4th down and go for this. You know what I mean? So I love our doctors. Pat, I'm sure you're going to ask me about that, so I'll just give you the answer. I apologized. I was in the wrong. But he's all right. He gave me a hug.
I have never seen somebody that hates his backup quarterback more than Brian Daboll. Never seen it in my life. And to Vic's credit, like you said it, Jackson Dart is fun, and he's a playmaker. I don't know how good he is. Like, I think that Cam Scatabumo is a guy who's going to average like 3.2 yards a carry his entire career. But he's going to be willing to break his face for every single 3.2 that he gets. Like, they are kind of fun. But to watch them, and once again, guys, I don't know what it is about Philly, and we'll turn this into the Broncos in a second. Philly once again refused to run the football. They gave 13 carries to the running backs in that game. 13.
Saw that.
They threw the ball 33 times.
And the one carry that Dillon had, what did he do? He fumbled it.
Was that the fumble? I thought that was off a catch. I thought that was off a catch.
I'm sorry, you're right. It was off a catch, but it was definitely Dillon.
But does it not feel like for a team that won going into last week, 20 of the last 21 games, they lose one, and now they have a 2-hour meeting between their top 3 players about what's going. Doesn't it feel like this is just, for how good that team is, the smallest thing is going to blow that team up?
It's remarkable, the linchpin, right? It's like pulling that grenade. Confidence goes both ways. Confidence goes both ways, and you either have it or you don't. There's no in between. I think the Broncos have it now. Now, let's see how long it lasts. Something happened with the Eagles, and it may have happened before they played and lost to the Broncos. But last night, Moshe, I'm telling you, watching that game, at no point did I think, after the first quarter, I didn't think the Eagles were going to win that game. I wasn't like, no, Giants just keep plodding up the field. They couldn't stop them.
Does that change your mind then about what the Broncos did when they were there?
Yeah. And I can't help it. Now, am I still impressed that the Broncos won on the road against the defending Super Bowl champs? Yeah, of course I am. But I'd be lying to you if I didn't think it took a little bit off of it. Yeah. Yeah, it did.
I would say that.
Yes.
I'd say yes and no. It changes it a little bit, but at the same time, to go on the road in Philly and get a win is really impressive and something the Broncos haven't shown the capability of doing.
But you're not speaking the truth if you cannot admit Philly is not as good as we all thought.
If the score was reversed, if Philly had won 34-17 in New York, you'd be going, man, that Broncos wouldn't even look. It looks even better.
Well, of course.
But now you're going like, man, or my first thought last night when I was checking out the score during my game is that the Broncos broke them. The Broncos put that seed of doubt in them in the fourth quarter last week, and they haven't recovered from it. That was my first reaction.
They are who we thought they were.
Kind of. That's what the Broncos did to the Eagles. That's what I was thinking.
The Eagles also ran 4 consecutive tush pushes last night.
And enough of that.
And they had a false start on every single one. I'm done with that. I'm done with that play. Done with it. Get that over with. Out of my life. Never again. But to the Broncos part, like, I think it changes a little bit, Moj, of your perspective on the win. At the same time, the Broncos, this is what's so tough about the Eagles. You know what the Eagles did again last night? So they come out of the gates, they have 3 scoring drives in their first 4. And then they did exactly what they did against Denver. They had like 5 straight drives to start the second half that were like 6 yards. You know what I mean? Which, for all the talent on that team, how is that possible?
Can't kickstart that Vespa. Just won't go. I could see it. Man, they're trying. They're hammering away. They just can't get it to go. Jalen Hurts suddenly is under enormous pressure because a reputation of a quarterback, he went from, God, he's the most underrated guy in the league to, if you watch him now, what does he do exactly?
No, hang on a second. This whole Jalen Hurts thing, I swear to God, he is, I know the quarterback is a representative of your team, but he is the ultra representative of the Eagles for this reason. The Eagles were winning games last year, and his own fan base hated him. Like, half of Eagles fan base were like, Jalen Hurts isn't good enough, we need somebody better, and they were winning.
Maybe they saw through it.
But then he won the Super Bowl, and they're like, oh, dude, if you don't think Jalen Hurts is a top 5 quarterback, you're insane. I mean, all this guy does is win. Yeah. And then you see games like this, you're like, that doesn't look that impressive.
Let me tell you the difference between the two teams I watched last night, Moshe. As you're calling that wonderful Avalanche game, that victory at Ball Arena. Let me tell you the difference as a football fan. I'm watching one team screaming, Jackson Dart high-fiving the referee on a whim, Cam Scatabumo scoring touchdowns, doing backflips and handstands, just craziness, just sheer craziness and fun. One team's doing that. The other team's running the tush push 4 straight times.
Yeah.
And twice in those 4 times, false start, which was not called.
Yeah.
False start again, which was not called.
Mm-hmm.
It ruins the game. It slows the game. It defies all logic. I don't understand why people want it in the game. It's not Again, I'm watching 2 games last night. I'm watching Scatabumo just smash mouth, just playing normal football. And then that BS, get into that stupid alignment, and it's just so stupid.
It's not even a sneak.
Just stupid.
He's surfing on top of bodies.
It's stupid.
He's surfing.
And then if you complain about it, well, stop it then. Well, clearly nobody can. These guys are false starting.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
Okay, Boomer.
I'm so with Vic, though. So with him.
One team is having fun. One team's playing football. One team is high-fiving referee. One team is fun. The other team is just, what is that trash?
I do have a concern about Scatabumo.
How many? I know the Lord, Vic. I know that the Lord.
Cushenberry?
Not that Lord.
Oh, okay.
Talking about God, the Lord. Gave Moses the 10 Commandments.
Mm-hmm.
And you have your own 10 Commandments as a Denver sports fan. Should we come up with a couple of other commandments just in the general sports world, like Tush, from hereth oneth?
There's
tushes pushes.
Listen, there's a certain honor in sports. There's an honor. And there's nothing honorable about that play. That's probably the best way I could put it. There's nothing honorable about it.
Yeah.
It's trash.
Yeah. I agree.
You're just like me. Trash.
I got a question about Scatabumo real quick. This is all cutesy and funsy right now. Is this little Gronk routine he has, is that going to wear on people? Is this only cute in the moment, and once we get about 10 weeks down the line from now, we're going to
What do you mean, taking his clothes off?
Yeah, Nelly, I sent you the DM for him in the post game.
Yeah, it works after a win. If you lose and you do that, people are like, are you nuts?
This is what he did when he got to the Amazon Prime desk last night to have his interview. Him and Jackson Dart went together. First of all, they headbutted each other because I guess that's what they do every game. Secondly, Scatabumo first rips off. He's still got his shoulder pads on, so he rips those off and he throws them on the turf. And then he does this. Got some audio here, Nelly?
Okay.
Hulk Hogan.
Now give the woo. Yeah.
Well, he did it because Fitzpatrick does it. You know,
I suppose.
Yeah, that's why that goes down like that.
Look at his neck and his jawline. They're both like the same width and size. You could see why he can use his helmet as a weapon and why it's hard. Look at that. It's just like one big muscle right here. Like,
Legit. What is that noise?
You know what I'm saying?
Why did you just become Professor Snape?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
But there's no transition here. It's just big shoulders to.
He's got the traps the traps connect to the earlobe, which connects to the shoulder. Yeah.
The trap lobe connects to the earlobe. The earlobe connects to the shoulder lobe.
It's so fun though watching him. He'll turn a corner like they gave him a quick pitch, a 28, give it to him on the outside, and he just says, "Who wants it?" You could tell he's like, "Who? Come on, who wants it?"
He sort of broke my heart again.
Yeah.
You saw him up in Fort Collins.
Yeah.
Yeah, you saw him play football in Fort Collins. You did. You didn't know it then, but you did.
Why is he not memorable as a member of the Sac State Hornets then?
Well, they put 41 on the Rams, for God's sake.
But at no point after that game did we talk about Cam Scatabumo on this show.
Well, to myself I did. You guys don't want to hear about my Sac State Hornets. And then Arizona State says this. Hey, what's up? Hey, we got this new transfer thing where you can just come on in here and we'll give you a little bread and you can come play. He says, all right, Hornets, deuces.
Yeah, he should.
Then he goes to Tempe and kicks major butt.
Makes the playoff.
And now he's ripping his clothes off on national television.
By the way, Brett, you want me to leave this sweaty, yelling man up behind you for the rest of the show?
No, that's okay. You can
sweaty,
take it off.
shirtless man. You like that?
Wait, you know what's really funny is that on Moser's screen right now, there's is that a security guard taking a picture very creepily?
Yeah, it looks like a security guard or a cop.
Yeah. Let me read a text from 8468. All right, Vic, you boomer. The tush push is an honorable play. What is an honorable? Being up. What isn't honorable is being up 40 and your defensive coordinators call a stupid prevent defense. Here's the difference between your comparison and mine. A prevent defense isn't illegal. Sometimes when you watch the tush push, and I'd say half the time, there is a false start, which is illegal. That's what's not honorable about it, is you can't police it. It happens so fast and in such a close setting, you can't police it. It's not an honorable play. It's stupid. It's stupid. Prevent defense is stupid too, but it's not illegal. There's nothing illegal about prevent defense.
Guys, here's the dirty little secret. We already know this thing's getting banned next year anyway, so even if you
Adam
like the tush push,
Adam
getting
Schefter
banned.
essentially told us
Why do
that
you
they
think
need
it's getting banned?
they need 2 more votes and it's going to get banned.
Why? What's the number one reason you think it's getting banned?
I think it's too hard to police.
Yeah, I think it's only because one team can do it, nobody else can do it.
It's boring as hell to watch.
That's exactly right. It's because the NFL finally sees what we all see. What is this? What is this? I'm watching on my TV. It's stupid.
Yeah.
Let's play football.
If that was the case, he would have banned it a long time ago because it's always been boring.
Most when I coached my kid in football, like Little League football, I just got to bring this up. 5th grade. Remember, we played this team from Arvada, and they ran the most stupid offense, and it didn't benefit the kids. They weren't learning football. They did the same thing. They set up like the tush push and moved their way down the field because they had bigger players. They had a big quarterback, and they did that the entire game. And I remember talking to the coach afterwards saying, dude, I mean, why don't you teach your kids football? That's not football. You're not teaching them the rules of football. They're not having fun. You're asking them that's stupid. Well, they're going to win the game. Yeah, winning is fun. What you're doing is not fun. What you're doing is dumb. It's dumb.
Dumb.
Well, you told him.
We'll beat his ass later in the season, though.
Again, at halftime of tonight's Dakota Ridge and Heritage game on 92.5, you can tune in as we honor the Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Moj, I know you have no concerns about the Broncos Jets this weekend. I have one thing. One thing, maybe. Get to it next. Oh, football is back. Playoff baseball is on. Hockey is back. And you can find it all on the Circa Sports book, including the game this weekend between the Broncos and the Jets. This line's dropped down to 7, an even 7. You think the Broncos are going to dominate in London? Well, go ahead and take a look at that and throw some bucks down. The Circa Sports book is the best in the business. Tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Download the app right now. Or go to circasports.com, and always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Bud Light Football Friday. There is, look, I think it's fine to be a little bit skeptical of anybody who tells you that this is going to be a blowout, nothing to worry about this week. And I think there's some weird circumstances surrounding the game. Do I think Do I think the Broncos win? Yes. Do I think they win comfortably? Yes. But can I throw one thing out to you? If there's any mild, maybe concern to have, before Moser gives me that look and starts yelling at me. The New York Jets are top 3 in the NFL in one category.
Running the football.
They can run the ball.
145 yards a game.
Where the Broncos in defensively against running the football.
That's also because their quarterback gets a lot of those yards.
Yeah.
Yes. Just are it, man. You know, it's really hard to stop a running quarterback because they're very, very difficult in open space. And I would put Justin Fields behind maybe only Lamar Jackson as far as best running quarterbacks in the league. Jaden Daniels might have a little bit of an argument, but you guys, I don't know if you saw a couple weeks ago, the touchdown run that Fields had for about 50 yards.
Yeah.
He finds open space, but then he's faster than most people on the field. Like, he can make you pay with huge plays in the run game. By the way, did you know that the New York Jets are only one spot back of the Broncos in points scored per game? Their offense hasn't been terrible this year. Their defense has. And here's my question. The Broncos have had 5 games, 3 against teams that can't run the football, 2 against teams that can.
And they lost both those games. Yeah.
Yes. Well,
Chargers
I guess
and Colts.
Okay, you know what? I'll throw the Chargers in with that. Chargers ran the football with Amari and Hampton, who is, remember, third game of his career. Najee Harris blows out the Achilles middle of the game. He goes for 70 yards. The other game was the Colts. Jonathan Taylor ran for 165 on you. And then the other team is the Eagles. And that's hard to judge because they didn't try. I still have a concern whether you can stop the run or not.
I don't disagree with you. And if everything holds true to what you just said, if let's say the Jets do have success running the ball, fine. Okay. You can't ask your defense to do it every week. Do it. This might have to be one of those games where the offense has to have some ball control. Sustained drives. Again, ball control. Don't give it back to them right away and get your defense beat up. I think it's as much on the offense as it is the defense.
I think it totally is. And Moj, on that subject, let's not pretend the offense was stellar last week.
It wasn't until
they
the
finished
fourth quarter.
well. They finished well. They were not very good to start.
Well, Brett, let's go ahead and rephrase that. The Broncos' offense for 3 quarters of that game was awful.
Yeah.
1 quarter and a half. I'll say 1.5 quarters was it electric. But beyond that, it was awful.
So you have your opponent who runs the ball pretty well. I don't know if your defense is really good at stopping the run yet. We'll see. And you got an offense that is very stop and start. There's a little reason for concern, Moj. A little bit.
Okay, I think there probably is a little bit. Look, I know that the Jets run the football well. I think they're what? They've got to be around 5th in the league, something like that. They're right around there somewhere. They're 140 yards per game.
The Jets are 3rd.
Third. The Broncos are the 5th best run-stopping team in the league. They give up 88 yards per game.
And as I told you, when they face really good running backs like Jonathan Taylor or very good rushing attacks like the Colts and the Chargers, didn't look that way. They looked that way against Tennessee.
Yeah, they certainly did.
They looked that way against Cincinnati.
The Jets' run defense, though, it gives up 140 per.
Yeah, that's where you got to make them pay.
You gotta have some Dobbins action going on because actually, when you look at the total ranks, the pass defense of the New York Jets is better than the run defense. They actually defend the pass a little bit better. But the Jets have a problem, Brett, and this is why I feel so good about this game, in that they can't get to the quarterback. Again, you've got Nick Bonito with as many sacks this season as the entire Jets team, okay? So there shouldn't be a whole lot of Bo Nix running around this weekend. If you want to have a get-right game where he, again, stands in the pocket, makes things happen, you'll always have your rollouts and your sprint right 80s that you call, right? But if you want to have a guy have a relatively clean pocket, and hopefully it's going to be that way when your offensive line is jumbled up the way it is, then this is the game to do it, in my opinion, because the Jets just don't get to the quarterback. Now, their backers in their secondary is actually pretty good coverage-wise. Their run defense is not good. So I guess we'll see with the offensive line the way it is, how it pans out. The only way, in my opinion, the Jets have a puncher's chance at this is if their defense is stout early and gives their offense the opportunity to hang around a little bit. But that Broncos defense is so damn good, I just don't feel worried about it.
I would take it a step further, Motion. I would say the only way that the Jets have a chance in this game is if the Broncos completely mess up themselves. Like if they just completely play an awful game.
Right.
But the one thing about it is the offense, much like last year, has had fits in spurts of good with a lot of bad mixed in between. It's still, I think we can all agree, guys, right? Vic, would you agree with this? That the offense still gives you a lot of last year's vibes of they'll have like 2 or 3 good drives in a row and then 4 or 5 really bad ones.
Yeah, nothing consistent. It's not consistent yet. Now, they broke through at the end of the game, but let me see that early in the game, right? Let me see that early in the game. Let's go. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Yeah, I don't know if you guys paid attention to this, but Vance Joseph spoke yesterday. And he said exactly what I was thinking while watching that Eagles game. On 3rd and 17, I saw the Broncos defensive alignment, and I said to myself, and we talked about it, what the hell is Riley Moss doing? Why is he taking 3 steps toward Devontae Smith?
A little press coverage, right.
I mean, what is going on? And everybody blamed Vance Joseph's defense. Everybody said, well, that's – and I go, no. It's not the defense, because if you looked at the other side of the field, PS2 was about 10 yards off, and yet Riley Moss is creeping up. What is he doing? I thought it was him. So yesterday, Vance Joseph was asked about Riley Moss, and he said a couple things that were very, very glaring. Loves the player, but it says, quote, Riley is so competitive, sometimes he doesn't play to the plan early. That's my problem with Riley. He competes against everyone we put him on, but sometimes mentally he competes too much. He doesn't back down. He wants the one-on-ones, but it's not always the smart way to play.
Yeah.
What he's telling you is, on 3rd and 17, what the hell are you doing, Riley Moss? Back up.
Yeah.
So there's a firm line there that you cannot cross. You can't. Okay, I get it. All right. You want to cover everybody. I get it. But it's 3rd and 17.
Yeah, but you don't need to play tough there. You need to play smart.
Yes.
By the way, some news coming across from Sean Payton across the pond. Malcolm Roach, who has been on IR for the first 5 weeks of the season, has been practicing now they've opened up his window. He was a full participant yesterday in practice, as was everybody except for Jonah Ellis and obviously Ben Powers. So Jonah Ellis was another DNP. He said Malcolm Roach is going to be questionable this weekend. Might give him that go. So that's just one thing to keep in mind. Fortify, we were talking about stopping the run, Moj. Well, Malcolm Roach's entire job is to be 340 pounds and to take up space in the middle.
He's good at that, though. I mean,
you need guys like that. Like, I mean this in the most complimentary way.
I think he's only 3 bills.
Well, he looks like he's 400 pounds.
But here's the cool part. As far as being effective, being a big guy, he's good at that. The 97 on the back of his jersey,
it's wide. It's wide numbers.
It looks like you could show a movie on it. You know what I mean? I mean, he's a big old dude, and I like that.
I mean this in the most complimentary way. You need a fat guy who just eats up space.
100%.
Who doesn't show up on the box score, but he's just in the way of people.
He's a space eater.
By the way, all injury reports are powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos.
I just feel good.
You should. I mean, you're a heavy favorite in this game. You should feel good. The Jets are bad. You should win. But I do think there's just a couple of things to keep in mind. That's all.
I don't mind keeping things in mind, but there's no need to, I don't know.
Fearmonger?
Yeah, there's no need to fearmonger. You have an 0-5 team in front of you. Yeah, I know they're going to be desperate or they're going to be whatever it is they're going to be. But the reason they're 0-5 is just because they're not that good. And you are.
You guys ever have, I think about this like being sick. I don't appreciate not being sick until I'm sick. Does that make sense? I don't think about that. Like the ability to breathe through both nostrils.
You take your health for granted.
Yeah, like you're breathing through both nostrils, and then you get sick and one side is all stuffed up and you have to breathe through your mouth. You're like, what I would do to breathe through my nose again. Yep. There's something like that in sports that I experienced last night. We'll get to it next.
The middle, what a pass. Gunther on the breakaway. Save made by Wedgewood again! He's a maniac! Great Scott! Has really kept the Avalanche in the lead, especially here in the second period. Wedgewood stops Gunther on a pure breakaway. And he's given the Utah Mammoth a wedgie.
Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. We'll get back to the football in just a little bit. But again, everybody do me a favor. Lean up to the mic and take a deep breath and inhale in your nose, please.
Although I have...
Yeah, something in there?
Yeah, well, this whole, really since the weather started to change a little bit, it's probably been about 6 days.
Yeah.
Since before I went to Reno, right then. It was like 7 days.
Yeah, little scruffies in there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Hey, but
thank God, you guys remember You guys remember the old Vic when I had the nasal polyps?
Yeah, that was terrible.
It's been a year because I'm on that medication now. I give myself a shot every 2 weeks. Dude, listen to my nose since then.
Wow, that's clean, bro. That's clean.
A year ago, what was it like? It was like...
Yeah.
The gift of breathing. There's no better gift than the gift of breathing.
See, but this is what I wanted to get to. Because the weather's about to change, and then we're all going to get... Then we're all going to get some colds, and then your nose is going to get a little stuffy, and then all that stuff's going to happen. And you're like, God, what I would do to breathe through my nose again. You know what that's like, to me anyway, in sports?
What's that?
It's like you don't think about it, and then when you see it, you're like, oh, I'm so glad.
Having a reliable goalie?
Reliable backup is just wonderful. It's like you don't think about your backup goalies, and then it's when the guy has to come in and he has a game like that where he makes crucial saves in a game that you're not playing well. Scott Wedgewood is my double nostril inhale.
And he plays like it, too.
Yeah.
He plays without any... there's no spastic nature about him. He's just chill, Moj. Is he like that way personally, too? Just chill?
Yeah, he's a chill dude. Good dude.
Every time he's interviewed, he's a funny guy. He's got a personality to him.
Oh,
I like
totally.
him.
Yeah. He's a guy right now that seems just incredibly content with it, with his spot, with where he's at. You know what I mean? He seems like just like a very happy guy who can really play goalie.
You know what? It's like, a backup quarterback in the NFL. Go ahead.
Now the goal he gave up completely sucked.
Yes.
It was very unwedge-like.
It was also just very quick. It was.
It was. But again, these goalies. Here's the thing about these goalies that always astonishes me. They have to be, anytime the puck is in their zone, they absolutely have to be on point. They have to follow the puck even when it's on their own guy's stick because that puck bounces weird ways.
Yeah.
And even on faceoffs, man, you got to be ready. He was square to it. It just got him in the 7-hole.
Did he lose sight of it from the pass?
Vic, I didn't hear. I didn't ask. Yeah. I don't know what happened. He won the damn game. He gave up one goal. It's the first time an Avs goalie has won the first 2 games of the season giving up a goal or less since Varley did it, I think, 15 years ago.
Wow. Jeez. Holy moly. Well, a year ago, they're giving up 5 a game, so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, times have changed, bruh.
And again, it's a backup where if you did this with
I don't even, you keep calling him a backup as if, it's weird. I don't look at it that way.
Well,
I don't look
that's
at
what I was just
Blackwood and Wedge. I look at him as sort of option B, not a backup.
So I was just going to say that, like, when you made the reference to, hey, if you were an alien from outer space and you watched the Giants-Eagles game, you knew nothing about the teams, you wouldn't be able to tell who the Super Bowl champ was and who the team that struggles is. I think if you're an alien from outer space and you watch Wedgewood play last night, you would think that's a starting goalie in the NHL, right?
Of course.
That's how he looks.
Now, he's got to withstand the test of time, right? There's a reason. Moj, what's the reason Blackwood is considered option A?
What's the reason?
Yeah.
Well, he just might be a younger, better goalie. What do you mean? Because they're paying him more?
No, I'm just curious. What differentiates the two?
I think that they think Mackenzie Blackwood is a 1A and Wedgewood is an awesome 1A-ish. Again, Wedge has been around. When Scott Wedgewood came to the Colorado Avalanche, and by the way, they sought him out. Okay, let's not pretend that he's
they got him first, right? They got him first,
right? He wasn't a baby left on the doorstep. They saw an opportunity to go get him, and they took it because they needed help at the goaltending position. And then the Blackwood thing materialized a little bit later, but he was a New Jersey guy. He was then in Arizona, and he was with Dallas. And then he was with Nashville. Then he's with the Avs. I mean, so he's I want to say he's a journeyman goalie, but that's kind of what he's been. He's never really been a number one in his entire career, but he's always been an incredibly solid backup that you can rely upon, okay? So I guess that's why you look at him as the 2, but he's probably the best, quote, backup goalie in the league. And that's not a pejorative. That's not a stain on him. He's damn good.
Another veteran guy on this roster that I liked what I saw last night in the first couple games. Burns can he can still do some stuff. He can get in the mix on offense. He can. He had one. His stick blew up, right, where he was about to just bomb one, and then there's a few of those last night actually.
But Taves' stick blew up. You had Burns' stick explode, and Manson, where he had to get back without a stick on the back check and do the Malachi crunch, and of course Wedgewood also came up with the save, but. Yeah, it was a couple unfortunate situations. That's kind of how the night was going.
But Burnsy, I think that he can still. I mean, he's what, Moshe? Is he 40? Right?
Yeah, he's 40 years old.
He can still move though.
We showed the graphic last night, Vic. Brent Burns is the oldest player in the National Hockey League, and it's funny because when we sat down with him on media day, I did my little one-on-one with him. I think before we got started, he was informed by Lee Blair that, you're the oldest guy in the league. He's like, I'm what? Well, yeah, you're now you're the guy. You're the. He's like, no. Yeah, because there's always been guys older than him, right? And now he's that guy, and he's still effective. It's terrific. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Plus, we got to look. I don't want to say anything. Tomorrow is going to be his 1,500th game in the National Hockey League. Tomorrow night. 1,500.
Jeez.
1,500 games.
Bro.
Yeah.
When your boy showed up in his suit and his beard and his backpack, and I saw his suit was amazing, right? He wore the suit. Who knows how much that suit costs? It has to be $1,000 easy just for the suit. But then you layer that with that mountain backpack as if he's about to go do a 14er. And then on top of that, missing every tooth in the library there. It's just that juxtaposition of a man.
He's the anti-Vic. You've got too many teeth and he doesn't have enough teeth.
It's something that is so rare and confounding. A man with a beard, no teeth, a backpack to go explore Kilimanjaro, and a $1,000 suit.
He is a unique specimen. He is one of God's special children. I'll tell you, I love the guy. In fact, I've always kind of loved the guy. Even when he was on Mini, ugh. Even when he's on San Jose, ugh. Even when he goes to Carolina, double ugh. Always kind of really liked the guy.
Right.
I've always liked his personality. Everywhere he's gone, everybody's spoken incredibly highly of him as a teammate, as a player, as a lot of stuff. So it's cool that he's here.
By the way, the play of the night, I think it ended up on SportsCenter Top 10 actually this morning. Nelly, if you got it, can we listen to it?
He's a guy that Utah definitely wanted. As Olsen got sprung, sends it across, center pass, score! Tic-tac-toe, and Ross Colton buries it for the first home goal of the season. The Avs have the 1-0 lead, and that line passed the puck to perfection. Wow!
What a play.
Unbelievable play.
Not to mention great. Sammy G, huge credit for being able to get it up to Olofsson.
See, why are people on Gerard's case?
They always are.
Why are they on Gerard's case?
It's literally, Vic, you should be offended by this. It's all, I swear to God, they're being heightists and biggest.
Don't be a heightist, biggest.
It's literally, people don't like Sammy G because he's smaller.
But
it's the only reason, because he plays well.
Do you know why he's an effective defenseman? That play right there.
Yes.
How good was that pass to Spring Olofsson?
Money.
Boom.
He can handle the puck. He's good at escaping pressure. Like, he does so many good things. The amount of people that get on his case drives me nuts.
Yeah, he's a smaller dude. Yeah, not the most physical guy, although he will put his body in harm's way. Great with his stick, okay? But his ability to either skate, hit the puck out of his own zone, or one pass it out of his own zone is terrific. So that's why he is who he is. Good talk.
No, I'm with you.
What was that?
Wow.
Is that what I said?
I like it.
Was that Moser or was that Riker?
I thought it was Moser at the end of your call here.
Have the 1-0 lead, and that line passed the puck to perfection. Wow.
Oh, I love that, actually, Moj. Nice little, exclamation point.
A little wow on there. Yeah, what a dork. I don't know. In real time, I don't really know what I'm doing. I just kind of do it, right? It just kind of comes out, and then you pause and say, what did I just do?
By the way, I got...
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
I did that on purpose for you.
I got multiple texts yesterday, by the way, of people saying EJ is awesome at doing color with Connor last night.
He's a natural at it. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, because Nelly, you said you were listening the whole time too, weren't you?
Yeah, and I like the fact that he'd use genuine hockey slang when he's describing the play. He'd go, "Oh yeah, he sauces it over to the neutral zone, bangs it top cheddar or whatever." Like I love hearing hockey guys speak fluent hockey. It was great.
So Avs get their second win of the season. Wasn't pretty. What'd you call it, Vic? That it was a C game kind of thing, but still come away with the win for them?
You win in any type of C game environment. I mean, that was not the Avs' best, and yet they found a way. When last year, if you gave them that kind of energy last year in a game, they'd lose, 7-2?
Early in the year?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe.
I mean, there's a lot of opportunities that Wedgewood bailed you out on that maybe last year they don't go that kind of way. You can head to number 38 in Rhino at 3 o'clock today for a special Bud Light Football Friday broadcast with Nate and Andy. They'll be there until 6 o'clock. You have a chance to win tickets to the Broncos Giants and the Bud Light VIP tailgate, courtesy of Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. See you at number 38 starting at 3.
Hey, can I say something about the AFC West? Man, if you mind your P's and
Q's.
Yes. Not only the P's, right? Not only because
not
you
just
got
the P's.
I mean, because you got the P's.
Those are obvious.
Criminy. Stevie Wonder could see the P's. But if you also mind your Q's. What? Where the hell did that come from, by the way?
I'll look it up.
All right. Vic, if you mind your P's and Q's, I think you've got a great opportunity to create some separation right now. I mean, right now, if you're the Denver Broncos. The Broncos, with that win in Philly, it's amazing how the tide turns in the span of 3 weeks. They've put themselves in a very enviable position and gotten some help.
And there's something that doesn't pass the smell test in the AFC West this weekend.
I agree. I know we'll get to that because it affects the Denver Broncos, but what is it?
We'll get to it in a second. Now,
that?
the P's and Q's,
yeah,
according to AI, the exact origin of mind your P's and Q's is unknown, but the most widely accepted theory suggests it relates to the confusion between lowercase letters P and Q in schoolrooms or printing offices.
Oh, so like the P and then like the Q with the thing with the little...
Make sure it's accurate.
Flip backwards with the thing and the little thing and the tail and all that.
There's a tavern theory that says it means pints in quarts.
See, now I prefer that one.
That bartenders would keep a tally of customers' drinks on a bar tab using P for pints and Q for quarts.
Now, see, that...
And they were told to mind their P's and Q's to ensure they were not shortchanged on their drinks.
That is way more acceptable. That is way more plausible. Hey, I mean, you know how many things in this world have come up by people in taverns, been thought of by people in taverns? I'm damn convinced that Oppenheimer came up with a nuke while getting loaded in a pub. I'm convinced of it.
That's a great question.
Mike Shanahan's offense, Vic. Well,
Okay.
After he did a massive run, he probably sat down for some brewskis at a pub and said, "All right, let's talk about this West Coast."
I want you all to think about this. You three think about this. But if you're driving around, if you're listening to this show, I want you to think about this. And this is a serious question that requires thought. And I want answers after the break because it requires some thought.
Okay.
Where are you? Because it's always, where do you do your best thinking? Your creative juices. Where are they administered? What's the place? Because I know mine. I know exactly where to go, how to do it. It's where I get my best ideas. Where is it? You mentioned a tavern, a pub. That's the last place I'd go for an idea. That's you, though. Where would you go? I'm interested to hear your responses to that question.
The Lollipop Guild?
I'm already seeing answers that are in line with mine.
Okay. Hey, listen, the Broncos, if they mind those peas and those pints and quarts.
Those pints and quarts.
Man, they can do some stuff. And by the way, have you seen the photos of them practicing at Tottenham Hotspur on the beautiful grass? But then you see the rolling English countryside in the background? It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy what the heck is going on across the pond.
The best ideas are born from exercise. Running, cycling, on top of the mountain, jogging, your brain's working.
Hey, Vic, have 3 whiskeys and hit a vape pen and tell me what goes through your head.
Those are not ideas. That's
creative
not an
ideas.
idea.
They're creative. It's creativity.
No, there's nothing creative about that. And you'll forget it by the time you come to.
Yeah, all those NASA
The best
scientists back in the
ideas
day, left
are
foot,
when
right
the
foot.
mind is
Shut him off.
fatiguing and
Shut him
working.
off. Shut him off.
No, you're right. What musician has ever come up with a lick on a guitar when he's loaded out of his mind?
Yeah, Jimmy Page, the marathon runner, coming up with Kashmir and Stairway to Heaven.
The best ideas are when you're pushing your body in that manner or when you're on the can.
Albert Einstein was a pure specimen of physical fitness.
I'm not saying you have to be.
I'm
I'm not saying you have to be. I'm telling you where I get my
Shut him
ideas.
off, Nelly. Shut him off,
Let me
please.
tell you something, bro.
Shut
Let
him
me
off.
tell you something.
Shut him off.
When I'm on that bike or when I'm running or I'm doing, I can solve all the world's problems.
Hey, who was the president during World War II? Just as a question. He had to come up with some pretty great strategies to win a world war. How much exercise is FDR doing there, Vic?
No, shut him off.
Dude,
Shut me off.
Dude.
With polio.
I'm not telling you it applies to everybody. I'm asking your personal opinion. Where do you get your best ideas?
Nelly, please, you got to kill him right now. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot equals MC squared. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot.
Our show.
Beethoven, left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot.
All right. So we return. Something in the AFC West that doesn't pass the smell test this weekend. And it's the return of Más o Menos. Next. The Friday continue. Sorry, let's start this again.
That was terrible. Just terrible.
The Friday tradition continues. On a Bud Light Football Friday, it's another game of Broncos, más o menos.
Hey, you know what I'm going to do right now, Vic? Vic, I think this should be a Vic Lombardi segment. Because of all the good stuff, I can just lay it out right now. This is how good I feel. All the good stuff, Moss. All the bad stuff, menos. And I'm in.
Broncos rushing yards. 149 and a half, más o menos.
I'd say Moss.
So the Broncos have a chance to do something that hasn't been done since Otis Armstrong was toting the rock.
Wow.
And that is start their first 6 games of the season plus 100 in the rushing department. I say yes.
Yeah, you know, Brett, I think...
Mas.
I think they figured something out in that regard. And JK is doing a great job. The Jets give up $140, and you've got one of the best rushing attacks right now in the National Football League. They're going to give up more. Yeah, so moss me. Just moss me all day, man.
Jets rushing yards. 144 and a half.
Menos.
Más o menos.
Menos.
Victor?
Menos.
The Broncos give up 88 per game on the ground. Come on, man.
Bo Nix passing yards. 224 and a half. Más o menos.
Well, let's see. The Jets give up about 240 a game. I'm going to say Moss.
I'm going to say Moss as well. If Bo wants to carry on what he found in the fourth quarter last week, let's go.
Total interceptions in the game. 0.5, más o menos. Keep in mind, Bo Nix, the Jets defense has no takeaways this year, and Justin Fields has not thrown an interception yet.
So that means, theoretically, you're swaying to the Bo Nix. You know what? I'm going to say Moss. I think that somebody's going to throw a pick because, again, the Jets' pass defense isn't half bad. It's not great, but it ain't half bad. So I'll say moss me up. Just moss me all over.
Vic?
Moss.
Nick Bonito sacks. 1.5. Más o menos.
Moss.
Another multi-sack game?
There's no way he can do that again.
Dude, he's already got 7 through 5.
Could you imagine? You know, some of these sacks, like in that Eagles game, I believe 2 or 3 of the sacks were when Jalen Hurts ran out of bounds and he lost yards, and so whoever's the closest chaser gets the sack. You could see that happen. He likes to run.
Let me try to see here. The Jets have given up 16 sacks so far this season. 16. Broncos have given up... Oh, I got it. They've only given up a handful. Yeah, man, Bonito's going to get off again. Heck yeah. Dude, he's gonna show... What's a pejorative for English people? I should know.
You mean like
those limey bastards?
Limey, yeah.
Limey That sounds kind of rude.
You want a polite pejorative?
Yeah. Well, if you say, hey, he's going to show those Frenchies, in Paris, what's up? He's going to show those, right. He's going to show them what a pass rush is all about.
Evan Ingram receptions. 3.5. Más o menos.
I think they found some with I'm going to say Moss. I am. I think Evan, again, found something in that fourth quarter, and a lot of that is going to be contingent on whether Bo looks his way. You know, like that pass, the touchdown pass, right?
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't the first option there. By no means was he the first option. He was an escape hatch.
Man, I'm going to... Let's see, he's got 12 catches on the year through 5 weeks. Moss me up, man. They may have found... Yeah, if he's healthy and he's moving better than he has at any point in this season, moss me up.
Margin of victory. 7.5.
Moss.
Más o menos.
Masa. Dude. It just doesn't. The Eye gets a lot of love. Buckingham Palace gets a lot of love. The Tower of London gets a lot of love.
But this game's going to be played in Tottenham. How far is that from where these NFL teams go because of the timeliness? I'm not saying it's the right thing to do, but they get police escorts with their buses, right? All the time. Not in London, not in the United Kingdom. The only police escort for anybody is the royal family.
Wow.
No one else is allowed to have a police escort.
Funny you should mention that. References to the royal family. 0.5.
Man,
Más o menos.
I haven't been watching. Last week was also a London game, right? Was it Wembley last week?
Yep.
I haven't been. I didn't watch with the sound on, obviously, because I was getting all buffed out. But I wonder how many they did before. We got to go with past history. How many times have they mentioned? I'm going to say, you know what I'm going to say? Manos. Nah, they're not even going to talk about it, man.
I don't think you can play a game overseas and ignore it. It's part of the process. It's culture. It's why they're there. I'll say Moss.
How many did you say?
Half.
Let's focus on football and not King Charles. No.
There you go. Another edition of
That's
Más o
it?
menos. Yeah. Well, you guys said it was too long last time, so I cut it down shorter. Plus, I wanted to ask you about something else.
Nix is especial.
A lot of
What is a
reference.
wanker?
Take a lap.
No, I'm serious. On all these shows, because I love watching British television. They've got. Have you guys seen Slow Horses, by the way, on Apple?
No.
Oh my God! It's so
Every
good.
day you ask me if I've seen something else. How do you have the time to do all of this?
It's so good. What is a wanker? They use that term all the time. What is it?
It basically.
It's a vulgar and offensive insult. It's an idiot.
But isn't it also the British equivalent of the little dinghy?
Yeah, it's like it's off of that. Yeah, but
but it's also, Vic. It has to reference something that you do to yourself, like.
I don't. We're not getting into that. We're not doing this kind of stuff.
I have a question though. A lot of references to the nose today and the nostrils, but just to throw in one more. I was looking at some lines this weekend, especially in the AFC West, and look, the Broncos game, yeah, whatever. Raiders, I almost don't even look because I'm not concerned with the Raiders right now. The Chargers are playing against the Dolphins in Miami at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Hey, dude, they've lost 2 in a row. They are walking wounded. There's a chance they lose that game.
Yeah, I think they win, but there is a chance they lose that game. Miami, by the way, if you guys remember last week, they were dominating early and then just fell apart at the end. So then I went to the Chiefs. That's going to be right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Sunday night. They play against Detroit. I think if you asked virtually anybody, I'd say most people, who's going to win that game, I think most would tell you Detroit's going to win. The Chiefs are favored by 2.5.
It's in KC, right?
It's in Arrowhead,
Correct.
yes.
That's why.
It's that.
Yeah.
It's that the Chiefs' backs are kind of against the wall right now. If they lose that game, they're going to be 2-4, and look at their schedule coming up. Doesn't get easier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Vic, can I explain something to you what the Lions have done?
Well, you're going to lay it down later, correct?
Oh, I'm laying it.
That's one of my lay it downs for you, by the way. You've given me one a week. I gave you Air Force people last week. I said, Air Force, take that money right now, and it came out to be true. I'll give you another one this week.
The little dingy lock of the week?
Yep.
Okay. They lost to the Packers on opening weekend, and they were junk. We know that. But they put 52 on the Bears. They put 38 on the Ravens, which I guess everybody's doing. They completely beat the snot out of the Browns. And then last week against the Bengals on the road, they dismantled them. I mean, the Lions are a team that's won 4 in a row, and I think they're a damn fine football team. This just does not smell right at all.
I'll tell you what I think is factoring into this.
Maybe just Kansas City has to be incredibly desperate because they blew that game against the Jags.
I think it's the game in Arrowhead, and if they lost that, they would start 1-2 at home, which would be very odd for them. That's one thing. It's the desperation. That's 2. Here's another one, though, Moj. I think a factor in this is Detroit's out their top 3 corners against Patrick Mahomes, which even though the Chiefs' offense hasn't been anything stellar, you get a whole bunch of backups playing against Mahomes. Maybe that is a big reason, too. I still think Detroit's going to win, but There's always that fleeting feeling you have with KC that they're never dead, and they're eventually going to find something, and it might not look pretty, but they'll find ways to win and rattle off a few in a row. But that clock's ticking for them right now. If they don't find it soon, then when are they going to find it?
Yeah, the Chargers.
They still got the Commanders. They got at Buffalo. They got at Denver. They got the Colts. They got the Cowboys. They got a whole bunch of tough games coming up.
The Chargers, Quentin Johnson, he's questionable. He's got a hamstring. He was limited in practice yesterday, the wide receiver for the Chargers.
To his credit, by the way, I've given him a lot of grief over the last few years because he's got hands made of frying pans.
He's playing a lot better.
He's playing really well this year.
Yeah. Here's who's questionable for the Chargers. You ready? Johnston. Darius Davis, one of the backup wideouts, did not even practice this week. Joe Alt says, I guess his ankle's doing really well, but he's still questionable. They've got 2 guards who are questionable. They've got a linebacker. Omarion Hampton is out. Their top 2 running backs are gone.
Mack.
Khalil Mack has been out, and I don't even know when his possible return is. They are absolutely beat up, and I don't know, man. Hassan Haskins is going to carry the football, and he's nobody's All-American. I think the Chargers could easily lose this game in Miami. They've lost 2 in a row. They're reeling. And if you couple that with Vic's, well, now he's getting all excited, Vic's little dingy lock of the week, then the Broncos are all of a sudden going to swing that pendulum all the way to their favor inside the AFC West, and they've got a very favorable schedule coming up. I think they have a real opportunity here to really put themselves in a driver's seat. I really do.
Broadcasting for the Backus and Schenker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Still a lot to get to on the football subject. To get back to the Avs in a little bit as well. Stick around.
Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Opening night for the Avs. Dan Kaplis Law is going to be watching because Dan Kaplis Law wins in record-setting ways. A serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases right now on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help, do not hesitate. Dial it up. 303-770-5551. 303-770-5551, or hit them up online, dankapleslaw.com.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. We'll get back to the football. We'll get back to the Avs in just a few minutes. But boys, as I had my multi-screens going on, football, Avs, baseball, hell of a game between the Phillies and the Dodgers.
I can't believe the Phillies let the Dodgers off the hook like that. Okay, sorry to chime in, but it was so it's so flippin' ridiculous.
It's even not so much like letting them off the hook. It was a really good game. It goes into extras. It's 1-1. But Philly needs to win to stay in it. Bases juiced, 2 outs, comebacker to the pitcher, and Kerkering just kind of pukes on himself. Fumbles the ball as it comes to him, then picks it up and chucks it against the backstop. It's a brutal end to what was a really good game. And I know that some people, when it comes to baseball, they think it's boring to start with, and when a game's 1-1, it's boring. But in playoff baseball, it makes it even more intense because there isn't a whole bunch of runs scored. In every pitch, like, you just make one mistake and it can kill you. And, like, for that, in that moment, you were going to get out of the inning in a high-pressure situation. And it comes down to those spring training fundamentals, PFPs. Just make the play. And Moj, I was a little more colorful in my language with you earlier when I was talking about that because you know how I feel about pitchers.
Hate them.
Can't stand them. Can't do anything else. You just throw the ball.
Can't stand you. Can't stand you.
You can't hit. You can't field. You can't do anything. You ever notice this? Pop fly in the infield that's right over the pitcher's mound. They always get called off. Wonder why. It's got to make you sick that a game ends that way.
That's bigotry. That's pitcher bigotry is what that is.
What, that I have to do everything on the baseball field and they have to do one thing? They're the kickers of baseball. Throw a strike. That's your job. Throw a strike.
Vic, help me out here, man.
What's that?
Your boy's bashing every arm into the AL and NL.
In 2 hours of a baseball practice, I'm fielding grounders for 45 minutes. I'm in the cage for an hour, and I'm doing all this other stuff. What does a pitcher do? Throws 30 pitches, runs a couple of pulls, and then sits down the rest of practice.
So what was going through the mind of that Phillies pitcher? I mean,
pure panic.
Or I think he went home because he dropped the ball initially because he couldn't find the ball initially.
Nelly, pull the play up behind me. Go find it and pull it up. Because I'm going to tell you right now, the last place that guy wanted the baseball was coming back to him in that moment. The last place. And it's just brutal that your season ends that way. And look, I don't like the Phillies and I hate the Dodgers. And so to me, the Phillies were like lesser of two evils sort of thing. So I was hoping that they'd pull it out. Because look, man, they get that win. Who knows what happens after that? Like, you take that thing back to Philly and it's game 5. Who knows? But look at this. Hang on 1 second, Nelly, before you hit play. So again, situation. Base is juiced. 2 outs. Bottom of the 11th. You got to force out anywhere. A comebacker to the pitcher, you could literally, like what you should do is just take it and throw it to first. But here's what happens. Go ahead. Comebacker towards Kerkering, kind of fumbles it around for a second, panics, and pick the ball up and go to first. Why are you going home on that? The guy's...
Because his body was turned because he didn't pick up the ball initially, and he felt like he couldn't make it. Look at this.
Pause it when he picks it up, Nelly.
See, he picked it up in front of him because it wiggled in front of him, and he was closer to home plate at that point, and he lost track of the runner to first.
But it's panic. That's all it is. Because if he was calm, he would have known that guy. I know this is really like
Moser, I mean,
inside
Brett,
baseball, but
Brett, it wasn't even panic. Let's say he fields it cleanly. All right, fields it cleanly. What do you think he does then? He goes to first. He just didn't field it cleanly. That's where it stems from.
But what I'm saying is, in your head, and again, this is all panic. It's season on the line, so there's other stuff going on. If you pick the ball up, again, this is inside baseball stuff. Guy on third's already got 6-7 steps down the baseline.
He's already coming home big time. Yeah.
And he doesn't have to really gear up. He's already got his momentum. The second I hear the crack of the bat, I'm going.
Yeah, he's already got a lead off third.
The batter's got to finish a swing, then gear himself up. Like, it's an extra, second that you have to get the ball to first base. And it's like, in no scenario should you be going home no matter what. No scenario. Even if you fumble it around, you pick it up, you throw it to first. Pitchers. Drives me nuts.
What else you got?
Win more games, Cub Scout.
What's up?
So what else you got?
To talk about?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Or what?
Yeah, the Dodgers win. I'm sorry if I'm not happy about that. I apologize.
Nobody should be happy.
I was hoping that, Philly was playing hard.
Hey, the only hope we got now, Brew Crew's got to finish us out in Game 5.
Got to.
They got shut out by the Cubs last night.
It's hard for me to live with a happy Kreckman. Nate Kreckman is so much happier when he sounds and looks miserable.
Yeah.
He's so much better.
Krecker. Yeah, they got 3 hit last night, so got to get that change in Game 5. I think the Brewers are good enough where they will, but this is all just, guys, it's lining up for, the teams that you really don't like are moving on. The Yankees obviously got eliminated, so that's nice. But just anything but the Dodgers now, please.
Anything.
Whoever's going to stay left in this postseason, take care of the Dodgers. And I think I've made my choice who I want to win the entire thing. It's whoever wins this Detroit-Seattle series. I don't even care which one wins. Well, either one of them, I want one of those two teams. That's what I want.
Absolutely.
Anyway, college football. Where is your excitement meter for a game tonight, CSU, and the game tomorrow with Colorado? Yeah. Yep. That's exactly
what
how I
do you
feel.
want me to say?
Yeah. 0. But is there, look, here's my question for the game tonight. Is there anything at stake? I mean, is there potential changes that happen if this goes poorly again tonight?
I think it's going to go poorly.
You can't get embarrassed.
Fresno State comes in as, a 7-point favorite? Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They only really, they beat Oregon State, but Oregon State is junk. All right? They're out in the football wilderness right now.
Yeah.
I'm just looking, I guess if I'm a Rams fan, I'm just looking for any sort of positivity whatsoever. Anything.
I'm actually...
anything to get me at least somewhat to a level of tepid.
I'm shocked it's only 6.5.
Yeah, me too. I think it should be 10.
Washington State came in here, who was
destroyed
arguably the worst team in all of Power... I'll say Power 5, but you know what I'm talking about.
By the way, Washington State is a 32.5-point dog this week.
2?
Georgia.
No, they aren't playing Georgia.
Who are they playing?
They're playing...
Sorry, not Georgia, but it's Ole Miss. Sorry, Ole Miss. Ole Miss.
Yeah. 32.
32.5.
31.5.
I mean, that was going to be a lay it down for me, but I'm like, golly, man.
It's a lot.
But they could lose by 60.
They could, or you could leave yourself open for the old backdoor late fourth quarter touchdown.
Bang on. Vic, I'm not sure if you know this or not. I'm not sure if you heard this. It was sort of publicized. I got backdoored. I got backdoored by an Aggie. I mean, it was total destruction. I couldn't believe it. I'll never pick Vandy again ever for the rest of my life. I'm so mad. Hey, go ahead.
The one college game.
Backdoored.
The one college game that we have tomorrow, 10 o'clock, it's going to be Ohio State and Illinois. I'll tell you what, there's 2 games this weekend because we've had this discussion before.
I'll say this. I'm very curious what the Buffaloes... Man, can the team rally around their coach a little bit, please?
I think that
he should probably
awesome
be in I mean, if it was any one of us, I'm not even kidding you, Vic, we'd probably still be in a friggin' hospital, right? This guy's there. Can they just rally around their coach against a team?
I don't think they have. I don't think
that
they have
got
enough
pummeled.
talent.
You don't think so? They got pummeled. Iowa State. It was 38-30 at Cincy, but the Bearcats.
No, but they were up
slapped them around. Yeah,
points,
the Bearcats slapped them around last week. I like Rocco Becht as much as the next guy. I think he's a quality quarterback, but
hey, what do you think?
Can they just do something right? And let me put it this way, Brett. You're right. The Buffaloes have done a lot of right things this year.
But they have canceled out.
The things they've done wrong have been so horrifically damn wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, watching Caden Salter run 50 yards the wrong way and drop his butt on the ground killed me.
Moser, what do you think is
Sorry.
preventing Prime and the coaching staff from just going to the young buck and saying, "Here, what's the takeaway there?" And to me, it sounds to me like he just ain't ready.
He just cannot be ready, dude.
Okay.
He just can't be ready.
I hate to put this in terms like this because it's almost like too much of a 1-to-1. It kind of feels like Cleveland. It kind of feels like Shedeur. It's like the season's lost. You got somebody who we were told is very talented, so why isn't he getting on the field? Like, that's what's happening with Shedeur in Cleveland, right? Well, is that the same thing that's going on with Juju? Is the answer the most simple thing, which is maybe he's just not ready yet? Is that it? Because what else would be the excuse? I mean, are you trying to – do you really think that Caden Salter's the best option that you have and you're trying to keep whatever hope of a bowl game appearance alive still? Because you lose this weekend, it's over, man. You're going to finish the year 4-1 with the schedule they have left. So maybe this is your last ditch effort to try and get there?
I don't know. I mean, to me, this would be a good win. Despite what Iowa State did last weekend, I think they're a pretty good team. I think Rocco Beck's a pretty good quarterback. They come in here, 5-1 in the season. This would be a good win for the Buffs. But can they just rally around their coach? Can they just not make these gigantic, silly errors at times? I don't know why they don't go to the kid. I have no clue. I mean, if you got a guy with supposedly that much talent, why not just let him sling the pig around and get some experience because you're going to need him in the future?
Yeah.
I don't know, Vic. I truly don't know why Julian Lewis is not in the game.
One other thing just real quick on the college front is that there's a couple of games this weekend that I think have an impact as far as the narrative goes in college football, which, make no mistake, the narratives in college football are important because there's committees who select teams. We had the discussion a couple of weeks ago, is the Big Ten equal to the SEC? And by rankings, the SEC has way more of an argument that they're still the kings. If the Big Ten wants to remain in that discussion, Ohio State, Illinois is huge. Illinois has to be competitive with Ohio State. If that's what they want to do. So Illinois is one of the better teams in the Big Ten, supposedly. If they can keep it together with Ohio State, I think that would do a lot for them. So would this one. Indiana and the unbeaten Kurt Cignetti. I win. Google me.
They haven't played
Pretty
anybody.
simple. I win.
Well, they destroyed Illinois.
They did.
Destroyed them.
Look at the next week against Iowa. They barely got through that game.
Well, I think that's just Iowa. I love Mendoza. I love their quarterback. I think he's really good. They're the number 7 team in the country. They're going on the road to Eugene. They're playing against Oregon. That's a big one. If you want to be taken seriously, they cannot get their doors blown off by Oregon, and guess what? They might. This spread is 7.5. We're going to save that one for later.
Yeah, I could see Oregon going. I totally agree. I know where you're going on that too, and I see it.
I mean, Oregon's they're a wagon every year, man. And one
especially
thing
at home.
One thing I know about Dan Lanning, if he gets the opportunity to kick your teeth in, God, is he going to take advantage? Yeah.
Grind. What will he do, Moshe?
Grind. Just grind and grind and grind and grind. Hey, the last time the Fighting Illini beat Ohio State was 2007.
07. Who was the quarterback in Illinois? Is that the Fickle year? Was that the thing after after Tressel but before Urban Meyer?
Might have been. I don't remember, man. That's 18 years ago.
I think it was when Ohio State was kind of trash.
Yeah.
But anyway, a couple of big games of the Big Ten this weekend, too. 303-504-0925. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app, and it's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injured lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Are you encouraged that the Avs won with their C game last night, or are you discouraged that they played a C game? We'll get to it next.
Vic Lombardi here for Dan Caplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Dan Caplis Law wins, winning for years. They win in record-setting ways. Dan Caplis Law is a serious firm for serious cases in accepting righteous injury cases right now on a percentage fee basis. So if you need Dan's help, the best in town, call 303-770-5551. 303-770-5551 or hit him up online. It's very easy. DanCaplisLaw.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly, and we head out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Let's go to London and talk to oh my gosh.
Jeez, I mean, come on, man. That's torturous.
A man drinking a pint in the streets of London is Jesse Trujillo. Hello, Jesse.
Home run.
Hello, guys. How are you doing?
How are you enjoying London?
Look how
I am having a good time. What?
Look how refreshed, how happy, how glorious he looked. I mean, look at the guy. London,
good to see your guys' faces.
Yeah, right. London suits you, man. Where are you exactly right now, please?
I am at a pub called Admiralty. It's actually where the Broncos are having their rally tomorrow. Their fan rally.
That's cool.
I actually stumbled upon it, but let me see if I can flip the camera around here. Yeah, so it's you can see the Broncos sign inside there.
Yeah. What time is it
But
there
it's
right now?
It's 4:04.
Oh, okay. So it's the afternoon, a working day. People are coming home from work right now, headed straight to the pubs. Is that what's going on?
It is, yeah. So this is Trafalgar Square.
Yeah, Trafalgar Square. Yeah, you're down the way from Buckingham Palace, right? Yeah.
Do me a favor,
exactly.
Jesse. Do me a favor.
Yeah.
I don't care about talking to you. Is there a citizen there of Great Britain that you can just hand the phone to? I want to speak to somebody.
But he's connected to his earbuds.
Yeah, I can take him out real quick.
Yeah, take him out and put it on the phone. I want to talk to somebody else. I don't care about Jesse. I want to talk to a
spins.
I care about Jesse.
I care about Jesse too.
Hey, Jesse, how much do I care about you? Did you get that trip to Arsenal? Did you go see that place?
I got to figure out how to take the AirPods out. Just a second.
See, Vic, I told you it's going to be an issue.
Vic, I told you it's going to be an issue. Take that L on the way out.
See,
take that L on the way out.
See, and now we're echoing. See, Vic, look what you've done now. We had something set up, and then you had to be Vic.
I'm sorry.
And change everything on the fly.
And by the way, for those out there, obviously we're on radio. Somebody goes, hey, take a look at this guy. Well, sorry, Jesse had joined us on the Zoom in order to. My bad.
Jesse gets to go on all the trips, man.
He is a world traveler.
Jesse works for every professional sports franchise in the world.
I mean, he's been all over Europe.
I want to see if he
been
got
everywhere.
a chance. Jesse, are you back with us, buddy?
No.
He's trying to figure out audio.
Nope, he's just staring now. He's just staring
into the. I heard a similar segment on PhD yesterday. They're trying to get somebody in Great Britain, and it wasn't working out for whatever reason. I don't think it meets our.
I don't like that. I don't like.
I think there's a tariff on Zoom calls.
Yeah, I don't like how you said Great Britain. By the way, it's England. Choose one. Pick one.
Yeah, my bad. The United Kingdom.
Yeah, you don't get
the
have
United
five
Kingdom.
Different names.
All right, Jesse, you back now, buddy? I'm sorry about that.
No worries. I don't know how to take the
don't worry
AirPods
about it.
out.
That's my bad. I should not have done that. I do want to ask, did you get a chance to go visit the Arsenal facility and all that business?
I did, thanks to you. I went on Tuesday.
And how was it?
Tuesday.
It was awesome. I got about 3-hour tour. It was actually pretty cool. They took me to the manager's office. Got to see some behind the scenes stuff. Got to walk the pitch. Also, they took me to the owners club section, like the club area where all the high rollers go and everything. So it's really cool. Now I showed up and they actually had like a training pitch jersey with my initials on it, all made and everything when I got there.
Oh, that's
wow!
Let me ask you this question, and this is a question I think we all need to. Do you believe, after what you've noticed, do you believe English football means more to the English than football means to an American football?
I do, and I'll judge that just by going to I went to the England versus Wales game last night. It was a friendly, and you would have thought it was like a World Cup game. I mean, there was chanting, walking down, taking the tube down to the stadium. People are doing chants walking down. I guess I just don't see that at American sports as I did for that, for a friendly, and that is.
Yeah, but do they sit in a parking lot next to a Winnebago,
and crush tables in half?
Crush tables in half, and
that's true. I mean,
cook some animals and whatnot.
There's really no areas for them to tailgate, honestly.
Yeah. Jesse, so you're there with the Broncos, obviously. I don't know, how much are you following around what the team is doing right now?
The last 2 days I was a little bit more than today. Today they actually practiced not at the Tottenham practice facility, which is tremendous. They practice at Hanbury, where it's the hotel where the Broncos are. So more up by, it's out in the outskirts. It's 45 minutes north of the hotel that I'm at.
How much is it like a normal practice schedule for them, or are they giving them time to go out and see some sights and stuff?
No, it's a normal practice for them. I know some of them said on Tuesday, which was their day out, they went shopping down here in London. So other than that, I think it's normal business for the team.
Yeah. Again, Jesse is joining us live from London. And what beer is that? What beer are you drinking?
Stella Artois.
A Stella?
A Stella in England?
Is that an American?
I mean, I grabbed the lightest beer I could, guys.
Hey, Jesse, I'm with you, baby. I'm with you, baby. Go as light as possible.
Is it room temperature?
No, it's actually quite cold. It's actually really nice. Refreshing.
Good. Yes, very good. I never thought Jesse would join us with a beer in his hand if the cup wasn't won the night before.
Yeah, well, he had too many beers that night.
What's the weather forecast for Tottenham on Sunday? Any rain or anything like that?
Let me take a look right now.
I think it's supposed to be really nice.
High is 63, cloudy, so not too bad.
Perfect football weather. Ideal football weather.
So, but you've been enjoying your time there in jolly old England? I mean, you've been all over the globe. You've seen a lot of major metropolitan European cities. How's it compare?
Oh, London's still probably one of my favorite cities to come to. I mean, you can't even see everything in a couple of days. So this afternoon, I'm going to go around, do the touristy thing and take some pictures. And I'm going to head over to Big Ben right now and, see what else I can see around here.
It's Jesse. Roaming the streets of London.
You know what? I love me some London, too, and I'm glad that you took the time out of your busy tourist schedule to drink a coldie in front of us and enjoy yourself. But we appreciate it, buddy.
Hey, anytime. I miss you guys. Moserino, what's that for?
I don't know. That's what Nelly puts up there. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
Jesse, get me something.
Sir.
Buy me something and bring it back. I don't care. Whatever you think suits my personality.
I'm drinking what suits your personality right now.
Exactly right. Jesse, you're the best. See you, buddy.
See you, buddy.
All right. See you guys.
Jesse Trujillo is out with the Broncos roaming the
How are the
streets of London.
Broncos? So the Broncos, they're up in Hanbury. I'm drinking booze. Whatevs.
He's working or something. Mose, just for a few minutes here, we'll get to lay it down at 9:20. Are you encouraged that the Avs won a game that they didn't play well, or are you discouraged that they didn't play well?
I'm encouraged because I know that you're going to go up and down throughout the course of a season, and this will not be the last time that a goalie wins them a game this year. I can promise you that. So I guess I'm encouraged. I'm also encouraged because I thought that Utah played a pretty good structured game, and their guys, they did a really good job on the forecheck. They did a really good job on the PK. Again, they were an 89-point team last year, so they weren't junk by any means. They've added a couple of guys, and they have guys that I really like. I think this is a borderline playoff team this year. So I knew it wasn't going to be easy. I tried to tell you guys that yesterday. And I think they inflicted their will on the Avs a little bit. It's just the Avs have more high-end, top-end talent, and that got them the win.
How many teams play that style, like that, 3 years ago, that Seattle playoff series where it's like you just can't get momentum?
Yeah, some teams
that's what it felt like.
Do that. Yeah,
that's what it felt like watching that game. That exact and that troubles me that a team can go to that style, and here we are, and the Avs are still like plodding through it.
Well, I think the coach would tell you, Vic, that sometimes you just get stubborn.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just like, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna stick handle this puck into the zone, and I'm gonna set up. And no, you're not. They're gonna stack you up, and they're going to force you to dump and chase. And if that's the case, and again, it's up to you to win those battles and get them out of it in order to play the kind of game you want to play.
Yeah.
And so until you beat it, they're not going to stop it. That's essentially what it is. Until you beat it, until you beat them at what they want you to do, they're not going to stop doing what they're doing.
Yeah, and then you get an advantage. The 4 power plays last night, they capitalized on one of them with the McKinon goal. Still looks like they're trying to figure that one out because the first couple were pretty ugly.
Yeah, pretty ugly. But you're talking about just no shots. Don't look for the pretty. Just put that puck to the front of the net and get ugly. It's what you got to do. And we'll see if they change up any units in the future here and see what they want to do. But that McKinon goal, when he's coming downhill like that, and Johnny Lyles and Riker laid it out so perfectly, and he gets that puck, top of the circle, and goes to the dot, that's an off-wing Vic, across the body shot, top shelf, bing. I mean, that's just so high-end. It's just so good.
You know, one thing I was thinking about, Moj, with that, you know, we all kind of recognize power play, not where you wanted to end the season with it. The first couple of games, it hasn't been terrible, but I don't think it's been something that you're proud of so far. Wasn't Val a couple of years ago like one of the leaders in power play points and stuff like that? Why do you think they go with Brock instead of him on that first unit?
I think that there's obviously you have so many options now. Will they change things up? They very well could. We'll see. We'll see exactly what they do. I think they like. I mean, Coach laid it out yesterday morning. They like Nelson's length and smoothness on the power play and on the PK.
Yeah.
And so, again, you're trying that out, thinking, okay, this is going to work. I mean, what are they at right now? 20%? I want to say it's 20%, Brett. I believe they're 2 for 10.
Yeah.
So I believe it's 20%. Help me out. I guess I'd have to take a look at it. But is the power play percentage right now for the if you're at 20% to begin the season and thinking it's only going to get better, that's fine with me.
And 2 years ago, Val was your leader in power play goals in the regular season.
Okay, and you're at 20%. Again, the top unit is taken up most of the time. The second unit got on.
They're switching a little bit earlier.
Well, I think the best they got on last night, if I'm trying to remember, 32 seconds, 40 seconds, 18 seconds. They haven't had a whole lot of time to really do anything.
Right. But the Avs do get a win. They start the year 2-0. Play again tomorrow, which you can hear right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And remember, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, Ohio State, Illinois, going to be on the airwaves. 303-504-0925. It's America's new favorite game show. What you going to do when we come back, Moj?
I don't know. I guess I'm probably going to try to lay it down.
I think
like,
you should.
Like I should. Of do you have a little dingy lock of the week?
I got one laid down.
Okay.
One.
How about the Brett coin?
Oh, I got a Brett coin lock of the week coming for you.
It.
All right, cool. Let's do it.
Get to all that in just a second. Stick around.
I love football. Yeah, you know I do.
It's Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. And speaking of, you can head to number 38 in Rhino at 3 p.m. today for a special Bud Light Football Friday broadcast with Nate and Andy. They'll be live until 6, and you have a chance to win tickets to the Broncos Giants and the Bud Light VIP tailgate, courtesy of Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. See you at number 38, starting at 3. Just quickly before we start laying stuff down, saw this from Schefter few minutes ago that Kerry and Greg Penner, they expanded their helmet program internationally. They've gifted some of these Riddell Axiom helmets and equipment to the under 17. Is it Leicester? Is that how they call it? Or what they call it?
Leicester.
Sorry. Leicester Panthers in England today. So they've taken that international.
And did you notice, by the way, they're laying down a Broncos logo in one of the end zones. And I'm wondering, this is a Jets home game. How does that work? How does that allowed if the Jets are hosting the Broncos technically in this game? Anyone?
I don't know.
Anyone?
I don't know. Do they do that for all of these?
Maybe they do,
I don't
and
pay
I just
attention
missed
close
it.
enough.
Maybe,
yeah,
maybe they do. Maybe because they play in London or overseas, both logos are. I haven't paid attention, but I found that odd.
By the way, there's one last part to this Schefter tweet. Broncos head coach Sean Payton played for the Leicester Panthers in 1988.
Right.
And hosted the team and several former teammates at today's practice.
Right.
Yeah. And you didn't know about that?
No.
Oh, that story's been going on all week. Yeah, he was a semi-pro quarterback.
Right.
Did you ever read the book Playing for Pizza?
No, I haven't, Vic, but I want. Somebody told me to get that book.
I've got it. I'll give it to you. It's a good little read. It's a short book.
Well, you know what it's about?
Parma, Italy.
It's about football in Italy. Believe it or not.
It's basically the Bradley Van Pelt story.
That's cool.
You don't think that's cool? You don't even know what he's talking about.
I don't know. That's why
he
asked.
Doesn't read. So
not much of a reader.
Can you read my son?
He can't read lines, though. He can,
that
he
depends. Can you go blank yourself?
He can read point spreads, which is why this is everyone's favorite segment.
And with that, Nelly. So every Friday at 9:20, what Moj does, takes a handful of games. It's for you to go out to Blackhawk or Vegas or wherever you're going to go. Take that cash up to the counter and do what?
Lay it down.
Go ahead, Moj. Go ahead.
All right, let's start in college football. I got 4 for you this week. 2
4
pro, 2
college? Oh, okay.
No. Just all over
2
the
apiece.
place.
Gotcha.
Man, the last time the Missouri Tigers beat the Alabama Crimson Tide was 1970. I was just a little tiny whippersnapper. 1970. Brett, that's 50 years. Ty Simpson playing great football.
That is 50 years. That's crazy.
I mean, look at this. I know Missouri is unbeaten at 5-0, and they're playing great ball this year, but are they ready for the big time?
Yeah, what's their biggest win? Kansas?
I reckon. Vic, that's the question. Are they ready for the big boys? You tell me.
Well, you're the one telling us. You're going to lay it down.
Well, here's the thing is I don't think – my guess is they're not ready for the big boys. They're 1-0 in SEC play. They beat South Carolina. They beat them by 9. Okay, good. And they beat up UMass last week, and they're a 5-0 team. They beat Kansas, yeah. But Bama's coming off wins against Georgia and Vandy in a very good, I guess, revenge game, if you want to call it that, and I think a very good Vandy team. Ty Simpson, quarterback for the Crimson Tide, he's thrown for 1,500 yards already, 13 touches, 1 pick. Bama is on the road in Columbia against the Tigers, but they're only a 2.5-point favorite. Do you know what you're going to do? Vic, you're going to take your pesos.
Uh-huh.
Let me see your peso.
Oh, what did I do with it? That's right here.
Take your peso. Take your wad of cash, Nelly. Take that grandma money. You take it to the window. And you lay it down!
Woo!
All right, so my other
Not to mention Mizzou's head coach, he's a weird-looking guy, that Drinkowitz.
Yeah.
Mad scientist look to him.
Well, yeah, I mean, you don't have to make fun of a guy's appearance.
Well, you're right. We never do that on this show, do we?
So we do this 24/7.
So out of character for me to do that.
When I
What
have
the hell kind of comment is that?
When I have two football teams that seem like the same team, I've got to go with a home dog, do I not? Because I think they can win outright. Vic, I'm going to bet against a team, hypothetically, bet against a team that has a quarterback who wears a number that just doesn't feel right. And who is that?
47 from BYU?
That's exactly correct. That's exactly right. I mean, Bear Bachmeier, where's number 47? And I just can't do it. So the BYU Cougars this weekend are on the road against the Arizona Wildcats. Arizona, by the way, is 4-1. You may not realize that they're 4-1, and they beat the snot out of Oklahoma State last weekend. Their only losses to Iowa State, and they did not play well, and that was at home. But
everybody's beating Oklahoma State.
Yeah, you're right. But they rebounded quite nicely. But when you look at the overall numbers, they are virtually the identical teams. Identical. And I'm just going to say, hey, look, Arizona's got a lot going for them. I mean, third down defense is fantastic. They're 10th in the country. BYU is 18th. So they're right there with each other. And you're playing in Tucson. Arizona's getting 2.5 at home in a Big 12 matchup against a number 47 quarterback. Take your cash out of your pockets. Go to the cushions in your couch. Walk up to the window and do what, Brett? Lay it down! All right, let's get to the NFL.
Before you do that, can I give my Brett Coin Lock of the Week in college?
Absolutely, please do.
God, I got to smell my soap, and I'm so excited.
Smell it.
Big matchup.
Sniff that soap, Vic. Sniff it.
Big Ten. It's number 3 Oregon versus number 7 Indiana. This game is in Eugene.
There's no way you're...
It's a 7.5-point spread.
Oh, my Lord.
You might think to yourself, man, that kicker's bothering me. A little half-point kicker. Here's what I know about Oregon. Oregon's a really good football team. Whatever you think of Dan Lanning, he's a really good football coach. And Dan Lanning wastes no opportunity to absolutely shove it up your keister for 4 straight quarters if you can.
Doesn't matter who it is.
You know what? I think he's probably, and I don't mean to be foul here, but I think he's probably an amateur proctologist.
Well, and here's the other thing about...
Because you're right about that. He has no problem running it up on you at all.
Dan Lanning always has a quarterback, too. And this new one, Dane Moore, is a stud. Probably the best in the Big Ten. Forget Drew Aller. Forget all these other guys.
His tight end's a stud.
Tight end, their running back is averaging 10 yards a carry. Dier is his first name. Forget his last name. It's Dier Hill. I know Indiana. I love Mendoza, their quarterback. I think he's really good as well. But Indiana has had struggles against ranked teams that are, quote, traditional powers. The 2 games that they lost last year, they got kicked pretty good. 38-15 to Ohio State, and then in the playoff, it was 27-17 to Notre Dame, but it was never really a competition. I think Oregon wins this game by a lot because Dan Lanning's going to force them to. So I'm going to take the 7.5 points.
All right.
That spread that Oregon's favored by.
Yes, you are.
I'm going to grab cash.
You are.
I'm going to walk up to the counter.
And you are going to...
lay down!
Woo, baby.
I got one for you.
All right, little dingy, let's do it up, baby.
We go to the National Football League.
That's the Brett Coin Lock of the Week, by the way.
Brett Coin Lock of the Week, copy.
What do I call mine again?
Well, I'd call it the little dingy lock of the week, but you can call it whatever you want.
I think you should call it a Vic pick.
A Vic pick. That sounds good.
You're sending us your Vic pick.
I'm going to send you a Vic pick. Send you a big old Vic pick. What are you laughing about?
It's unsolicited. I didn't ask for one.
We send you all a Vic pick today. For all to enjoy.
Just slide into our DMs and give us that Vic pick.
You all make the most of this Vic pick, okay?
Please.
Cincinnati, 2-3, is going to visit Green Bay. Cincinnati did something earlier this week. And that something could either crash and burn, or it could give them life. Now, do I think that the Cincinnati Bengals, with Joe Flacco at quarterback, do I think they're going to go to Green Bay and win that game? No. But absurdly, the Packers are favored by 14 points in this game. 2 tutties. That's a lot. That's a lot, man. I'm going to tell you right now, Joe Flacco.
That's almost insulting is what it is.
Joe Flacco is going to come out, and he's going to deliver the ball to the people that need it most. They're going to score. They're going to give up a lot, too, but they're going to score. Ain't no way the Browns are going to, or the Bengals, I should say, are going to lose by 14. They are going to cover that spread. And I mean that with everything. So when you go to your little bookie this weekend, you show them this. You show them Dick's pick.
Oh, God, Vic.
You show them Vic's pick, and you lay it down.
It's me, Mario.
I'm not kidding, dude. You're going to give me an aneurysm. You are going to give me an aneurysm. All right, let's get back to it. You've had a tough week, brother, I do love you very, very much.
Well, you're the one who got me in that.
I'm sorry. There's a... Hey, Brent, let me ask you this. Shoulda, woulda, coulda the Broncos be 5-0?
Could be.
You know, there's another team that shoulda, woulda, coulda be 5-0 in the National Football League. You know who that is? Our coworkers.
Yeah, you could say that about a lot of teams, though. Come on.
I could say it about you.
Say that about the Colts.
The
say it about the Rams.
Dude,
say it about the Broncos. What are we doing here?
The Rams blew it against the Eagles. Maybe that should have been an indicator, man. The Rams blew it against the Eagles, and they just flat out blew it against the Niners. And they are so mad right now. So mad. Who's the worst scoring defense in the NFL?
The worst
Ravens.
Scoring defense? They give up the most points, you mean?
It's the Ravens, and the Rams are at Baltimore this weekend. I know it sounds crazy that the Rams are a 7.5-point favorite on the road, but even if Lamar could come back, and he's not practicing, but even if he could, the Ravens simply give up too many points, and they will not be able to keep up with the Los Angeles Football Rams. The Rams have a remarkably good pass rush, even though they don't blitz a lot. And if Cooper Rush is back there, dude, Cooper Rush, he may need a Bambalance. I'm not even kidding you, man.
Well, Black Betty?
Oh, Black Betty,
Bambalance.
So I'm taking the Rams to go just stick it. The Ravens' season's already gone south. Injuries everywhere. Their defense is horrific. The Rams are going to get the D coordinator fired this week. Take the Rams, lay the 7.5, and then lay it down! Last one. What are you laughing at?
Every time you say it, it makes me...
Okay, last one. This was a tough one for me, but I really like this pick the more I think about it. The Buffalo Bills, coming off a horrific loss. Are they elite? Are the Bills elite?
Yeah.
They're one of the very elite teams in the league. Would you agree?
Yep.
Okay. Bad loss at home against the Pats. This weekend they're on the road at the Falcons. What's interesting about Atlanta is they lead the NFL in total defense, but they're right in the middle of the pack in points allowed. So, I mean, they'll shut you down for a while, but they're going to give up some stuff. And when you've got Josh Allen and company angry and disappointed in themselves, nothing like being disappointed in yourself. And they're elite. They're laying 4.5 on the road in Atlanta. I think they win by at least a touchdown, maybe more. I know the Falcons are a 2-2 football team coming off.
They're a porpoise.
They're a porpoise. They are up and down. The Bills are going to get a get-right game here. You take your 4.5. You lay it on the counter, and you take your wad of cash that Grammy gave you for your birthday.
Yeah.
You go to the window and you say, "Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. I have this wad of cash. Bills minus 4.5. You know what I'd like to do?" "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. What would you like to do?" "I like to lay it down." I'll remind everybody that last week, Lay It Down was 4-0. We had a 4-0 week last week.
We were actually 6-0.
Actually, we were, because the Brett Coin Lock of the Week won and the Vic Pick won.
Pretty elite.
You do what you got to do, but I like 3 favorites and a home dog in the Arizona Wildcats.
Again, lay it down every single Friday. Ooh, even with the fade out of the music. Perfect. Game tonight. We have high school football, as always. It's going to be Dakota Ridge and Heritage. It's going to be a 92.5 at 7 o'clock. Got the Avs again tomorrow. But to the Broncos, just a couple quick final thoughts. There's one thing I think to keep in mind. I know everybody thinks this is just going to be a walkover game that you're going to go in there and you're going to stomp the Jets. I would remind you of one detail with New York. Yes, they're bad. But
I like that. Yes, they stink. They're 0-5. They're completely winless, but
you should win, and you should win comfortably. But I will remind people that I think that London games are weird and screwy, and there's odd things that happen.
The Jets give up the second most points per game behind Baltimore.
You've had one struggle this year, consistent offense, though. So you're putting that up against what the Jets' defense is, and I understand they still should come out on top. But the Jets do one thing at least all right. They run the ball pretty well. And a lot of that has to do with Justin Fields taking off and running. And that's a tough thing to defend for even elite defenses across the league. Your linebackers need to be on your pints and courts whenever he takes off and runs.
I mean, they're definitely going to spy him, right?
The one thing
you don't have to worry about a whole lot else other than him taking off and chewing up your D.
You can spy quarterbacks like that, but they just got to make one guy miss, and then he's in the open field.
Yeah, but you know what? The Broncos did a great job against Jalen Hurts.
Justin Fields is better than Jalen Hurts at running the football.
As a runner, yeah.
And I'll keep this in mind, too. Jalen Hurts actually played pretty good this year. He has. No picks yet. He's been able to move the ball at times. All I'm saying is the one thing I don't know about the Broncos yet, or don't have a good grasp on, I don't know how the rush defense is. The numbers say they're good, but they faced Jonathan Taylor, and it wasn't good. And they faced Saquon Barkley, and they didn't really give him an opportunity to do anything. So it's still a question mark to me. Where if we're talking about getting off the field on defense and keeping the ball on offense, it's just one thing to keep in mind. That's it. Do I think the Broncos win? Yes. Do I think they cover the 7 points? Yes.
I do too.
By the way, I love a 7 a.m. game. It's 7 a.m., right?
7:30.
7:30?
Yeah.
I love it. Just
Dude,
like the British Open, early morning British Open.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to get up. I'm going to make some bacon and eggs for my lovely bride. Turn the game on. She couldn't care less. I'll be sleeping. Make a little bakey eggy, right? Just do it, maybe a little English muffin on the side, right? Because we're in Tottenham, right? One of them little deals.
Yeah.
And give me some football. Get my big old fill.
I love the morning games.
I'm going to make a protein shake. Put a little creatine in there. Sit down with my newspaper, physical newspaper that I'm going to get outside. Watch the game as I thumb through my paper. That is the most ideal morning I can ever have.
Okay, Boomer.
Hey, as we roll on here, I know we have drunk. Nally, do we even have any drunk takes this week?
Did you hear Vic yesterday?
No, you guys pronounced every name correctly for a week straight. I have nothing.
Good.
Did you hear what Vic just said 15 minutes ago?
Yeah, I did. There's a topic that we've avoided today that needs to be addressed. And I think you know what it is.
Yeah. We'll get to that in Drunk Takes next.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've avoided this topic today. But it must be acknowledged before we're done with the program.
I don't like how this went,
Friday.
by the way. I don't like how this went.
Well, listen, the Avs had the Red Wings. Peter Griffin had the giant chicken.
It's not what this is.
Brett Kane had a centenarian nun. And now she's no more. But her memory will live on. Your hate for a beloved nun.
Don't do that.
Your hate for a beloved nun will live on.
Don't do that. She's a godly woman. She was a wonderful woman.
Sister Jean Dolores Schmidt, the beloved longtime chaplain of Loyola Chicago men's basketball team, has passed away at the age of 106.
It's a good life.
Hey, Vic,
I don't like how everybody sent this to me in particular, by the way. Because I've said this over and over again. It was never about Sister Jean. It was about the television people. It's the same thing with Taylor Swift during Chiefs games. You don't hate Taylor Swift. You hate the television people for...
Shut him off. We know that you bet against her any chance you got.
I did do that. I did that once.
Vic, what was the nun at Holy Family that really got on you at all times, the really mean one?
Miss Velociraptor.
Well, no, she was a teacher.
I've had several. Sister Patricia Marie was tough on me, but she was great. Sister Rita was no cup of tea.
Sister Rita. Okay. Anyway, are they still around or are they 106?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Oh, maybe you should look that up. Anyway, Sister Jean, lovely woman, the hand of God, passed away at the age of 106. You said nothing about it all show long. Why would you bet against a nun? And why were you so angry at her all the time?
I wasn't angry at her. Again, Moj, you show Taylor Swift over and over during Chiefs games. It's not Taylor Swift's fault that she's there. It's the television's prop, the people running the trucks. It's their fault for continuing to do a cutaway. It was always my beef. TV, not the lady.
You remember last year when some of the players neglected to give her a fist bump on the way into the locker room? Recall that?
No.
It's a big story.
I didn't see it.
That may have killed her.
Okay.
Hope not. I mean, 106 is a heck of a long ride.
Well, if there's one thing I've learned about Brett Kane, working with him for how many years now, Brett?
6.5.
Pushing 7, yeah.
There's two things I've learned about you. And this is fact, given the amount of times you've referenced these two things. You don't like Italians.
I've never said that. It's your own thing.
Whatever you
don't
like
have
Italian
to, you don't have to say it. You prove it all the time.
You've proven it by what you say.
I don't like Sirianni.
Moser, shut him off.
Nelly, I asked you to shut him off.
Just take your punishment.
But there's not if it's lies.
There's two things. You don't like Italian people, which is fine, and you don't like nuns.
That's also not true.
It's just two things about your character that really leave me wondering what you're all about, why you're here.
You know what I'd recommend, dude? Never, ever go to Italy because you're going to get a healthy dose of both.
Don't go to the Vatican City, brother.
By a mile, don't
get your ass kicked.
What?
Dude, those nuns, when they gang up, they can be tough.
I would never.
Okay. Well, whatever you say, man.
And I really want to go to Italy.
I don't think you do, bro.
I
think they're going to smell.
I love Italian people. I love Italian culture.
They're going to smell you a mile away.
I don't like Sirianni. That's what all this stems from. I don't like the people in the television trucks that keep doing cutaways.
Anyway, we should all be so lucky as to give so much of our life to something other than ourselves and be able to live to 106 years old.
Agree.
God bless
her.
Sister Jean Dolores Schmidt.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. We'll get to drunk takes in just a couple of minutes.
I just feel so good about this game. I just think the Broncos have turned a corner. Chad told us yesterday, man, that win can go a long, long way. Not only this week against the Jets, and you're not looking ahead because you realize, desperate teams are desperate teams, but you're a good football team. And you look at, it can propel you all the way through. You win this game, man. The Chargers could lose at Miami for sure. The Lions could easily go to Arrowhead and win. You could just put yourself in the driver's seat in the AFC West. It's time to take the bull by the horns.
Yeah, that if the Lions do win, it would be huge.
Huge.
Because it would put Kansas City so far behind the 8 ball. It'd be tough for them to come back from. And for the first time, I think you'd actually think, are the Chiefs really going to struggle to make the postseason? In years, in like a decade, it's the first time you'd think that.
The worst case scenario would be you lose, and those two win. And that would just be the worst.
All right, so head out to number 38 in Rhino today at 3 o'clock for a special Bud Light Football Friday broadcast with Nate and Andy. They'll be live until 6, and you have a chance to win tickets to Broncos, Giants, and a Bud Light VIP tailgate, all courtesy of Bud Lights. We'll see you at number 38 starting at 3. Nelly, you said this was a fruitful drunk takes this week. Let's see how much. Go ahead.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
Drunk takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly?
The Cardinals are up 21-6 in the fourth quarter, ladies and gentlemen.
At home.
It's the fourth quarter at home. The game's over. Okay? This guy Mercado.
DiMercado.
Which means
DiMercado.
Which means the market. He was running to the market. Correct?
Yes.
He was running to the Mercado.
That is amazing.
Oh my
you said
God.
it wrong. I corrected you, and then you said it wrong another way.
What do you mean?
That's
I said
funny.
DiMercado. You said
This guy Mercado.
DiMercado.
DiMercado.
You said it wrong twice. What's next?
People are calling me an old fart because guys winning the wild card are spraying each other with champagne in the nether regions. I don't get it, man. You know what I mean? I'm skipping morning skate. I'm bringing over a bottle of champagne. I'm going to spray you down.
In the nether regions?
Yeah. Anywhere you want. See how you like it.
I probably would.
Did the Dodgers get all crazy with the champagne last night? I'm sure they probably did.
They
so
celebrated.
Dumb. So dumb.
What's next?
I'm just wondering, when Moses was up there, did he have some dude show up? I'm just curious. When he's doing the command. At no point did we see some rando guy just show up and say, hey, I have a question about number 3. How about you just shut up and absorb my commandments?
I've already absorbed them.
That was in the middle of my 10 Commandments of a Denver sports fan. Moser just wouldn't pipe down.
I've already absorbed them. Absorbed them?
I really think it would be the funniest historical tidbit that got lost was he's decreeing these commandments and somebody goes, yeah, when you say the word vain, is that V-A-I-N or what's next?
So Mason delivers the hit and it was
His name's Manson.
I'm sorry. Manson delivers the hit.
He's got Grimley and Mason playing great hockey for the Avalanche, man.
Do you really pick fights with dudes and start blowing a guy, start throwing blows at a guy? This stuff's being taken out of context now.
It's a pretty rough few minutes for you right there. Like, really rough. What's next?
Look at that. It's just like one big muscle right here. Like,
What is that noise?
You know what I'm saying? But there's no
Wait, I nailed
it. There's no transition here. It's just big shoulders to.
I know who he sounds like. Men in Black. Grab water. Sugar water.
But that's how I would interpret to you what Cam Scatabumo is.
What's next, Nelly?
Why would you talk crap about a guy?
A
guy who can tell you scoreboard.
My crack. It doesn't. Unless you crack.
My crack is good. I like that one. All right.
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Last one, Nelly. Go ahead.
And that line starts to grind in your zone. And they're just grinding you. And they're grinding you. And they just grind. Grind all day. All day and all night. They're grinding in your zone. And it doesn't feel good in your zone when they're grinding like that.
Yeah. You know what? That's how I know hockey's back. Because we got one of those from the Moj. Got it.
Well, it's better than being a nun hater.
Why are you doing that? Why are you lying to everybody?
You might as well just own it, dude.
No, it's not true.
I've never known anyone on the planet to bet against a nun. Not a single human.
I did do that.
Yeah, and that's the first sign.
What?
You don't bet against nuns.
I won.
Yeah, and then to rub it in afterwards.
Yeah. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane is where you can find the podcast. Have a wonderful weekend. Go Broncos, go Avs, go everybody.
They got it, baby. Bright and early from jolly old London. They got it.
Talk to you guys on Monday. Love you. Bye.
Oh.
Legit.
Oh.
Oh. What is that noise?
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, 44 like a bad little kid.
All right, check this out. Dart, he's down. Now he's up. Now he's going to jog off the field. Helmet off. They have to take him into the tent.
Crowd goes wild.
He's taken up residency in the blue tent. We saw him in the preseason go in there. We saw him in the Charger game. He went in there. Now he's in there. They're checking him out. Now check out Daboll. Brian Daboll. He wants a first-hand look.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him one bit.
If you've ever been on an NFL sideline, there's a lot of emotions. I know I was asked about gloves the other day. There's a lot of emotions. And I certainly am an emotional guy. I apologized directly to our team physician. I just wanted his ass out there if he was okay, but I wanted to process, like, we were getting ready to go for it on potential 4th down. I would have burned a timeout if he could have came out there. So I was asking, how long is it going to take?
What was behind that?
I don't recall the meeting.
Oh, okay. The meeting never happened.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Those guys said it did happen.
Oh, you need to talk to them.
You weren't in the meeting?
I don't recall.
Or you don't want to just talk?
I don't recall.
Nah, AJ's crazy. Brian Daboll is now getting investigated by the NFL for basically overriding the team doctor and like, yo, I need my QB, get him out of this tent.
You know what that's the definition of?
What's that?
The Russell Wilson experience. Did you see that one pass that he threw on it was like a deep post route and he threw it like a slant.
Oh.
And Daboll said, where's the blonde kid?
And he goes running into the tent.
Where's the guy with the with his eyeliner going the wrong way?
This is everything the NFL doesn't want their coaches to do. They don't want their, like.
Did you see Scat in there too? He got kicked out of the tent.
Oh, did they?
He
really?
Cam Scatabumo goes into the tent.
Cam is crazy, man.
Dude, he is a bad little kid.
That dude is way out on the lunatic fringe.
I'll tell you what, man.
I love it. Dude, 3 touchdowns from him last night.
At the local liquor store, man, there is truly the own little section for Jackson Dart and Cam Scatabumo. And it is clearly called Exciting Whites.
Yeah.
Because those two dudes, man, are out. They are so unhinged, man. Did you see Scatabumo and Fitzmagic after the game?
Yeah. Scatabumo
losing
just
their mind.
ripped the whole shirt off, just like, just hulked that
So,
thing.
and then, of course, all these video surfacing of Scatabumo just running. He just headbutts walls all the time.
He's so wild, man.
Dude, he's like a little gremlin.
Yeah, yeah.
A buffed up little gremlin.
Yeah, it's
doesn't
crazy.
have great body fat percentage. I mean, he's probably a 10.6% guy.
You think so?
He's definitely
he's carrying some around.
He's a beer drinking son of a gun, man. There's no doubt. He's a Football Friday presented by Bud Light kind of guy.
Yeah, way to go. Hit the sponsor right out the gate, coach.
You know, it's not my first rodeo, man. Hey, Jackson Dart.
Yeah. What do you think about Jackson Dart?
I think
he looked real bad last week, and then he bounced back this week.
This is all the Jackson Dart experience that I was wanting to fall in love with him last year at Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Like I was like, oh, this is the guy. He's going to be the one. He's going to be the one. And then I watched about 2 or 3 games of his that went the wrong way.
Yeah.
He's going to have some ups and downs. The Broncos have a chance to got to take care of business first.
Yeah, but they're going to be the Giants are going to be super confident
rolling
flying
high.
Man, they got some swag to them.
You want to talk about the swaggiest 2-4 squad in the history of football?
Yeah, it's probably
they're still 2-4.
Giants. You're right. They've only won twice. and they hammered the Eagles, though, right? They rolled the Eagles. Yesterday was so bad. If you're from Philadelphia, if you're a Philadelphia fan of sports, man, you got rolled yesterday. You got rolled on everything anyway. Your hockey team lost. Your baseball team was eliminated. Your football team got smacked by a 1-win team until they got that victory last night. Yeah, it was all kinds of bad.
Remember what we were saying about Nick Sirianni and the tenure of him as the head coach of the Eagles?
Mm-hmm.
It feels like there is a very thin line that separates Super Bowl champion and fired head coach.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden right now he took that. And you know what? Hey, everybody's going to say, oh, this shows you that the Broncos win against the Eagles wasn't that big a deal. You know what you did, man? I think you broke the Eagles.
You set them on the wrong path because they're in a weird place. What the hell is A.J. Brown doing? What is he doing, man? What is he doing? You want us to he was just messing with the media, right? That's why he was smiling the way he was smiling. Because what was going you think Jalen Hurts and Saquon are lying to us? No, we're going to believe those guys over you. So what is AJ doing, man, unless he's just trying to get out of there? Unless he's like, I'm just going to sabotage. Because at this point, I don't want him on my team, man. If you act like that After the team leader set you down and had a discussion with you, you're going to deny it even happened? Nah, man, I can't. Nah, man, I am a player. I'm a player-positive person. I believe football players win football games. But AJ's got to go, man. AJ's got to go.
Is there a chance that AJ Brown thinks all the stuff that they did was just stupid?
Maybe.
He just
look at the smile on his face when he's messing with these reporters. He knows exactly what he's doing, right? Right? Why wouldn't you? I mean, just I don't know. I don't know why he didn't just no comment or move on. But I guess, you know what? I keep complaining about these players not answering questions truthfully. And then I get angry when AJ goes a little sideways. But still, man, I just don't understand it. Like, as a coach, what do you do in that situation? Because it feels like your team's falling apart. You just won the Super Bowl, whatever it was, 5 months ago, and now it feels like this house of cards is coming tumbling down. If you're Sirianni, what do you do? What do you do? What do you say to AJ?
Problem is that Sirianni appears to be the hothead himself that sometimes sparks up these deals when it's not going well. You know what? Hey, as a coach, you always feel like you almost need the elixir of victory.
Make things right.
To make things right when they're bubbling over. And I'm just going to tell you, every culture I've ever been a part of, there's always something that's under the surface that's waiting to bubble over and losing in back-to-back weeks. I know. What it does is it brings a lot of those things to the surface.
But but I think a lot of times that's good. You know what I mean?
It can be very good.
You can have those discussions, like honest discussions, like get it all out.
Real conversations. Let's let the film be the resumes, and then let's get to some of the cultural things that are going on.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I don't know if there's a place right now in football where you need to win more as the cure-all for what ails you than Nick Sirianni's Eagles.
It's so crazy.
Because it feels like the way that Nick Sirianni has built this, for whatever reason, it just feels like it's always been a house of cards.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. They're probably going to rip off 7 straight. Who knows? But that was a bad loss. And they look like a team that, man, Jalen Hurts, he looks broken.
It's weird, right? It's weird. He was, 283 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. I mean, 24-33. Once again, Saquon
doesn't look good.
Saquon got twice as many carries against the Giants than he did against the Broncos, but he didn't go much further. He had 12 carries for 58 yards. Cam Scatabumo, 98 yards? 98 yards and 3 touchdowns on 19 carries. What I see, listen, I like Cam Scatabumo coming out of college, but just because he's crazy, man. You know, he's crazy, and I love crazy. I love crazy. I love it. So I was going to watch him play football, but there's no way I thought he'd be doing stuff like this for the New York Giants. Not this, I didn't know what I expected from him, but it certainly wasn't this, and I certainly didn't expect Jackson Dart to be winning games for that team this early either, man. It's weird to me.
The Broncos have a chance to do the most exciting thing next week and just pop this bubble with an unbelievably good defense.
Bury them.
Yep.
Oh, well,
and they can.
It's going to be tough because you got a rookie quarterback and a rookie running back, and you've got the best defensive in the NFL, and they're at home when you roll in here. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. That's going to be a tough one for the New York Giants. Matter of fact, we
got business first, though, right?
I'm getting so
we got to take care of business.
I get it, but I don't think they're not going to lose. I feel like if the Broncos played this Jets team 10 times, the Jets would win once, maybe?
Out of 10?
Out of 10, man. This is the NFL where it's a 50-50 proposition almost every week.
That would be just a game where just wild turnovers happen, and Justin Fields gets in his bag like he does about every 10th start, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's kind of how Justin Fields has been.
Yeah. Where every once in a while he'll just beat any given, he'll just show up and beat you, and you're like, what the hell just happened?
Some days he shows up and it's kind of spinning the rock around a little bit. You're like, okay. I didn't know about that. I thought you were a running back that throws it every once in a while.
Did you see Quinnen Williams came out, was it just yesterday, and he was like, you know why we're 0-5? Us, the defense. The defense is the reason we're 0-5. And he's like, it stops. We got to stop this. We're the reason we're losing these games, not the offense. And I was like, woo, man. When the best player on your team takes that cut, when he's like, it's our fault. It's this side of the ball's fault. Our defense is cheeks is basically what Williams said.
Oh, yeah, and I love it, too. Nothing better than Steve Wilkes right now from NewYorkJets.com in his interview talking about how to fix this problem of defensive ineptitude. Mm-hmm. I love when defensive coordinators are interviewed and they just speak in the worst of coaching cliches. You ready for it? Steve Wilkes.
All right.
Worst defense in the NFL. We got to find a way, and we're still chopping wood. Come on, man. Get out of there with that bull, man.
You're 0-5, Coach. You're giving up 31 a game,
You ain't chopping any wood. And I don't even know what wood and chopping wood has to do with playing better defensive football.
Yeah, true.
I get it. I understand what it is. You know, if you're a wood chopper, you just got to keep swinging the axe. I get it, but it's a cliche and it's dumb and nobody likes it.
Right.
That works at the middle school level.
I love the cliche only because of that one coach who actually brought an axe and a piece of wood into the locker room, and then he slammed that axe into his foot, right?
That was, didn't Greg Schiano do that?
Was that Schiano? It was somebody who missed he was like, we're here to chop wood, and he had an axe and and he was like, and he just put it right into his leg. I can't remember who that coach was, but now every time I hear that cliche, that's all I can think of is that dude standing in front of his team and then dropping an axe on his foot like a chucklehead. But I can't remember who the name. Maybe the text line. The Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Text in, say hi to Coach Sanford, and tell me who that coach was who put that axe in his foot. I remember Mike Singletary when he came out of the bathroom with toilet paper that he had just used, and he was like, this is how you guys are playing, like this.
Oh, now, and then he dropped his pants, too, when he walked. He did. He dropped trowel on the field.
You coaches are crazy, Coach. You will do anything to motivate your team. Anything, and some of y'all are crazy. And that dude was super crazy. I think he was a college coach, right?
Okay, so yesterday, talking about crazy.
Yeah.
So on Thursdays, at the end of our Fast Thursday practice, like 40 minutes, fast as you can do it. We kind of walk through Wednesday. Thursday's a fast-paced practice. Trying to get the it's the Chip Kelly sports science, get the nervous system fired up, right?
Okay.
For about 24 hours outside of game day. I finish it with a really highly intense special teams call out. So backups have to come out, and I yell every starter's name, and then the backup has to scream their name and jump out there and be ready. So that there's no substitution issues, right, on game day, even though we have had substitution issues on game day. But I keep chopping wood. I digress.
Yeah.
So yesterday, coming off a little 2-game losing streak, I was like, I'm going to bring juice like you've never seen before. And I told the boys, I was like, when I'm screaming your guys' names, my goal is that I either get an aneurysm or black out and pass out.
How'd that go for you?
Well, I did it.
Did you black out?
No. All I did was lose my voice and realize I had a show that I had to record with CBS Sports Colorado with Romy Bean. And I get there and I'm like,
we're like, hi, Romy.
Hey, guys.
How you doing, Romy?
I sound like Birdo right now, and I just ripped 10 packs of friggin' lung darts.
Hey, man, it works for me. Keep it up, brother. Keep it up.
Not a smoker, everybody. Everybody knows that. Birdo is not a smoker.
Well,
this is just his amazingly gifted vocal cords.
Right. I've never
drank
or smoked in my life. Not once, not ever. Head to number 38 in Rhino at 3 p.m. today for a special Bud Light Football Friday broadcast with Nate and Andy. They'll be live until 6 p.m., and you have a chance to win tickets to Broncos, Giants, and the Bud Light VIP tailgate, courtesy of Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. See you at number 38, starting at 3. We will hear from Luca Evans, the Broncos beat writer, after a quick timeout right here on the Morning Sprint.
he is so talented. He's dangerous. Obviously with his legs, he's a better runner than Jalen, in my opinion. He has a great arm. He's obviously, bouncing around the teams, but, not his fault. I mean, he's competed everywhere he's gone, but he's capable of making big plays, and that's scary for a coach. It only takes one play on defense to give up a big play, and they've got guys who can do those things. The back's playing well, the receivers a top 10 pick, and the quarterback's a special talent. So, we've got to play our best ball to win. It's the NFL. It's no trap games or, easy games on the schedule, Playing our best is our goal each week, and we have to do that.
That was Vance Joseph talking about this week's game against the Jets there in London. Welcome to a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Mike Sanford, Mark Bertolli, KJ Grandison, all coming to you live from the back of Shaker Studios. And we are going to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And we welcome in the Broncos beat writer for the Denver Post, Luca Evans. And Luca, the first question, first, thanks for joining us. How you doing today, man?
I'm great. I appreciate you guys having me.
All right, my first question for you has nothing to do with Broncos and Jets. It's simply this. What kind of nightmare was it covering USC? You know what I'm talking about? It had to be
oh, my goodness.
You know what I'm talking about? No, man. That had to be the worst job on planet Earth. Was it not?
It sounds like a good 80s, 90s sitcom, Lincoln and Luca, but it frankly didn't. It wasn't.
It's a horror show.
It wasn't the variety of a rom-com, that's for sure. It was not a romantic comedy.
You guys are grilling me, right off the bat.
That's all we know how to do, man.
No, it was. Listen, it was an interesting environment, but shoot, that job and those couple of years helped me get here, and I don't regret a single thing, and they're looking decent this year, so. Man, that was a time.
Well, if you consider losing to Illinois after Illinois lost by 59 or something to Indiana as decent for the Trojans, then you're being very gracious, and we appreciate you because my mom and dad are both SC alums. And
oh, really?
Needless to say, neither are very happy with the state of their Trojan football squad. But neither here nor there. Luca, how has the trip been so far from your vantage point covering this team, being out at some of the practices and some of the workouts? Would you describe the feel of this football team as business as usual?
Yeah, well, so actually I'm still in Denver. A couple of my guys with the Post, Parker Gabriel and Troy Rank are out there in London, and they were at The Broncos have been practicing at an area, I believe, at a town in London called Ware, and that just invites all sorts of irony because where is Ware? We don't really know. It's in the countryside, out in London. They're about an hour, I think, hour and a half from the stadium itself. But thus far, Sean Payton said last week there's not going to be a lot of sightseeing, certainly after the win over the Eagles. And, I think that the messaging of this team has been, this is not a trap game. Like, the Jets are 0-5. They're the last winless team in the NFL. But you look at their schedule and, shoot, there's three games that they've lost, one-score games, couple games that they easily could have won. And, that's a coach, of course, that Sean Payton respects in Aaron Glenn. So the overall messaging is that, this is not a trap game. We'll see how that actually plays out on Sunday.
I am a terrible sports fan. Like, I'm a prisoner of the moment. I always overreact. I'm always looking too far ahead. So I'd like to ask you, as a journalistic, neutral observer, how good are the Denver Broncos?
I think they're pretty dang good. I've been covering football for a few years now, certainly my first year on an NFL beat, but I think you're starting to feel that win in Philadelphia. I think you can look at the what the Giants just did to them, last night, and kind of write that off, but to get that win and to close in the way they did in Philly, at the Link, and kind of write off, Bo Nix and Sean Payton were 2-8 in I believe one-score games in the Payton era, just heading into this one, and to kind of push aside that narrative that's haunted them so far this year of them not being able to close games in just that moment is huge. And I think that this defense, this pass rush is serious. I think Bo Nix really took a step forward, it seemed like, in the fourth quarter of that game. And the run game is one of the best in the league so far. So you feel all these pieces kind of coalescing, at a really ideal time for Denver right now. And yeah, I mean, there's a wide open shot in this division, guys. I mean, Chargers are banged up, Chiefs are just looking vulnerable, and all of a sudden, this might be the window.
Covering this particular team, your first year here on the beat, for a lot of our listeners right now, I want to make sure that they know my level of respect for you and your line of questions for Sean Payton. There's some bangers, and we talk about it on our show quite a bit. And they're good questions. They're fair questions, but they're not the easiest in softball variety of questions that you're just lobbing up there for Sean Payton or Bo Nix to hit out of the park. With that being said, what would you say it's like if you were to describe covering a Sean Payton-led football team, and also what's it like covering a Bo Nix-led offense in football team?
Well, I really appreciate that, Mike. And, Sean, I think it's such an interesting because there are times when, he's so kind of insightful and will give you, the play-by-play. But there are other times when, man, one thing that we always talk about on the beat is the guy rarely strings a few sentences together. And so, it's just he's ping-ponging back and forth constantly between different thoughts. And it is, it's just it's a really funny thing to cover. But from a journalistic standpoint, I think you have to be careful, where certain kind of coach speak comes into play and what's the truth. And I think there's been a little bit of that so far this year of, they obviously started out 2-2, and, how do you dissect it? How do you frame it between two ends of the spectrum where on one end, yeah, they've lost a couple of close games in really, poor fashion and probably, a really not ideal outcome. And then on the other end of the spectrum, man, they could be 5-0 right now. And so you have to figure out where the truth lies somewhere within that. And I think we saw it tilt a little bit to that more positive end of the spectrum after the win on Philadelphia. So you have to remain neutral in there, as through kind of, the statements about being close and this or that. And then I think one thing I really appreciate so far about covering Bo Nix is, there are times when he's a little bit more closed up, as everyone is, but there are times when he really, gives you a pretty unfiltered look into his psyche. Like he said multiple times that, man, he has maybe not a fear of failure, but he doesn't want to let guys down in this locker room, and he cares about that, and that's what motivates him. And I really appreciate that level of mental insight from a quarterback, and I think it makes it easier to cover him and figure out what motivates him and what drives him. So have really appreciated that, and he's obviously had such kind of an up and down start to this year. But man, that fourth quarter, I think I go back and review the tape every week, and we just saw kind of a different quarterback or the idealized version of Bo Nix in that fourth quarter. So yeah, really interesting stuff.
I asked you about the Broncos. How about the Jets? Are the New York Jets the worst team in the NFL right now?
It's possible. I mean, they're a mess. They struggle to stop the run. They struggle to throw the ball. They struggle to get pressure, even though they blitz a lot. There's a lot of categories that don't look great on paper, but they're also, there are some flashes of upside to this football team. And I think in a way, they profile, I know this is going to sound a little crazy to say, but they profile a little bit similar offensively to the Eagles. If you look at like Justin Fields and Jalen Hurts numbers through the first 4 weeks this year, like eerily, uncannily similar. And so I think, Vance Joseph talked so much about the game plan. Jalen Hurts ran for just, I think, 3 yards twice for 3 yards, in that game. That was such a big part of that game, turning him into a thrower and hitting your rush lanes as a defensive line so that he doesn't escape the pocket. I think that's going to come into play so much in this game because the Jets have a really good run game. I think they're third in the league in rushing yards per game overall. So, there's some good pieces. Obviously, Quinnen Williams on the defensive line. We've got Sauce Gardner in the secondary. It's just things are out of whack with the passing game and the majority of the defense at times. So they're not great. They're not in a great place. This obviously should be an easily winnable game for the Broncos. But we'll see. Anything can happen in this league.
I got one final question for you, and that's just about what happened last night. The Giants housed the Eagles. Broncos are going to play the Jets. Then the Giants are coming to town. So Sean Payton seems like he does everything so deliberately. It feels like they have a game plan for the London trip to come back and face New York. But how difficult is that to go overseas, then come right back and take on a team that just had probably their biggest win of the season?
Well, I think you look back, man, this is just a grueling stretch of the schedule because you go back even to last, the week before this past week, that's a Monday night game, so they're playing on a short week, and then they're going right to Philadelphia to play the Super Bowl champs, and then they're coming right into they fly directly to London from Philadelphia. There's no time to go home, so they're on the road, out there in Ware, and then they're coming right around, and there's no bye week. There's no bye to rest, to recuperate. Like, they're right into this matchup with the Giants, who are frankly rolling right now. I keep seeing video of Jackson Dart and Cam Scatabumo headbutting.
Yeah,
that's
dancing,
a fun,
headbutting, hanging.
Fun team. That's pretty awesome. But so I don't think the messaging is pretty simple. You're not looking ahead to any team, to any opponents. I'll leave you guys with this. I did a story a couple of weeks ago on Sean Payton passing or tying at the time, but now passing Bill Parcells, his old mentor, for career wins. And one thing that Sean took from Bill as a motivational factor, at times early in New Orleans, players would come into the facility and there would be like mouse traps dangling from the ceiling, or mouse traps like on on the counter by the training room, or this or that. And it was kind of a metaphor of, he would always call it, don't bite the cheese, don't take the cheese. Everyone's thinking we're this, everyone's, we're going to beat this team or this or that. Don't take the cheese. Like, that's the messaging. So I have to imagine that, Aaron Glenn played for both Sean and Bill. I'd have to imagine this is a bit of a don't take the cheese week for the Broncos.
Yeah. Well, thanks for giving us some time. That's Luca Evans of the Denver Post. I appreciate the time today, and have yourself a good Friday and a good weekend. We'll talk to you later.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the time.
No problem. That is Luca Evans breaking down a little Broncos Jets for us. We will actually, I got stuff to say before we take a break, Coach. I got some stuff to read. Hold on one second. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio continues tonight as Connor Cape and Justin Adams call the action between Dakota Ridge and Heritage on 92.5 with a 7 p.m. kickoff. High school football is powered by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHSAA. What'd you think about what Luca had to say?
Yeah, the motivational tactics of hanging a bunch of mousetraps.
See, we were just talking about you crazy coaches.
That's essentially the same as having an actual axe. Who apparently, did you hear it was Jack Del Rio?
It was Del Rio who did it?
Yeah, Del Rio at the Jaguars.
Oh, that's crazy talk.
Apparently had some type of chopping wood. Ended up chopping some part of a person, a member of somebody's person.
That's not ideal.
Not ideal.
Right, so, don't bring deadly weapons into the locker room, Coach.
Gotta tell you this, man. I work for the biggest, we'll call him creative, to be very nice.
Okay.
Motivator in PJ Fleck. Okay. And every week it was something else.
It was something like that, like some mouse traps on the ceiling.
He would actually go around on bed check the night before games and give out a trinket around the theme of the week of the game.
Really?
It had nothing to do with like the opponent. It was just
like he's like, here's a Pokemon card.
Here's
exactly
here's
right. Pikachu, and for you this means 2 touchdowns.
And I'm not lying when I say this. There was a theme each year, and every game was within that overarching theme.
Okay.
So it was One year the theme was movies, films.
Okay.
And he would teach or show clips from that movie and somehow, some way extrapolate how it ties into the game or just into a life lesson.
Yeah.
And then he would hand out, say it was like Rocky was the movie. He would hand out like a beaten up old beanie that Rocky would have worn. And there'd be times like we'd be going into the stadium the next day, and we had no idea as coaches what the little trinket he gave was.
Right.
And we'd see our guys like wearing them, or be like, what
is
this?
this?
Why are we wearing green? Minnesota's not green. What are you doing?
Did it work? Does it work? How often does that stuff work?
I mean, we didn't win a national championship,
So it
I don't
didn't
know.
work, right?
Yeah, I got fired after 9 wins.
It
I don't know.
definitely didn't work.
I must not have been completely bought into the theme.
Guess not.
One year it was bands, and it was like predominantly like 80s,
Yeah,
hair bands.
It's like Motley Crue,
Yeah.
and Def Leppard,
And then it would be tied in with like a gopher, or different parts of the culture. It was wild. So what's funny is that chopping wood comes from the origin story of chopping wood is actually Greg Schiano.
Oh, really? Okay.
And PJ Fleck, his mentor in the profession was Greg Schiano.
No.
So here we are.
Wow.
Steve Wilkes, defensive coordinator for the very lowly New York Jets defensive front. Just talking about, hey, we just got to keep chopping wood.
Man, that's crazy.
I love me a good coaching cliche.
I do too. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly the morning sprint. We'll roll on after this. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint on this Friday. It's time to get riggedy wrecked, son. It's October 10th. Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson, Mark Bertinoli, all coming to you live from the Baxter and Shanker studios here in Lone Tree, just one single tree. Let's check out the injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Coach, it's nothing much has changed other than the fact that Jonah Ellis, obviously we knew about Ben Powers. Jonah Ellis hurt his rib and shoulder against the Eagles.
A little banged up.
So
Jonah Ellis, a little special teams and defense, kind of a jack of all trades player right now. And guess what happens when you play those roles on special teams?
You get banged up.
Get banged up.
So he is out. The only it looks like for the Jets, the only interesting one is it looks like Jermaine Johnson's going to play because he was full at practice today. I think that this is the edge rusher who could cause a little bit of havoc. But is this his first game of the season? He's missed the whole season until this game. I'm not sure, but I think so. So Jermaine Johnson is probably going to go in this game and out Michael Carter and Alan Lazard. So that's what your injury report looks like for the two teams. Let's hear from Sean Payton and what he has to say about the New York Jets.
Yeah, there's a number of things. Obviously, they're running the ball extremely well, really well. We've seen Fields and his explosiveness. He's involved in the run game. I think the runner's having one of his better seasons. The young receiver is explosive. The run game is going to be really important. And then offensively, that first half last week, eliminating some of the self-inflicted, the things that slow you down or keep you from, getting momentum. They do a really good job in the special teams phase. And the other thing is this, and I've known Aaron Glenn a long time. As a player, he was with us in Dallas, and then I hired him. Luckily, I was able to hire him as a coach. You see a team that's playing their tails off. So a different type team relative to their structure compared to last week, but nonetheless, the focus is really on us and being ready to go.
I love it when we get a relative too. Oh, love it, man.
I love when Sean channels his inner Russell Wilson
and start naming everybody he can possibly think of.
When he talks about the people that Sean is solely responsible, the trajectory of their careers. And Aaron Glenn, I'll tell you this, Aaron, I'm so proud of you.
Because I made you.
Because I made you. I'm a proud papa.
Sean can't help himself, man.
Oh,
it's just the way his brain works, man. It's just the way his brain works.
And all this was in honor of Russell Wilson's masterful performance last night.
0 for 1. Yeah, Russ, go get him, man.
High knees and all. I love how he had his helmet on the sideline when Jackson Dart.
You could see the trajectory of this going, though, right? How New York fan was going to hate Russ and love Jackson. You could see it. You don't have to be you couldn't read the future. Everybody could have seen this was going to happen. All right, here's a question for you, Coach, because I saw this stat, and I don't know what the hell it means. Jet fan is angry at the Jets offense because, they're 0-5. But here's what Jet fan says. Jet fan says that almost all these points that they're putting up against these teams in these 5 losses are coming late in games and mean nothing. And I didn't realize this is a crazy stat. 75% of every touchdown Justin Fields has thrown for or run for has come in the fourth quarter of all these games.
This season or his career?
This season.
That makes sense.
And I was at first I was like, man, I don't know what that means. Like, does that mean you're a good fourth quarter team, or does it just mean you're eating when the game is out of reach already?
Well, what do defenses do when the game's out of line? They play top down.
Right, that prevent defense nonsense.
Yeah, bend but don't break. I mean, that was Bo Nix's experience last year in his first couple starts as an NFL player. I mean, remember, he looked pretty good in the fourth quarter of the Seahawks game.
Right,
it was
when
terrible
they bend don't break.
And it's different. Would you agree it's different than the feel of the Eagles-Broncos game, which was 17-3. You're a 2-touchdown trailer at that point in time. Very different.
Yeah.
When you're up like 21, 27, 17 even, and you have an offense that just feels so anemic.
Yeah.
And you just say, okay, we're gonna play we're gonna play those shell coverages, keep the ball in front of us, and we'll die a slow death. and allow you to score over 8 minutes.
Are you a fan of the prevent table? Because everybody runs it. Don't everybody runs it.
I hate it, and I hate it a little bit more.
But you understand why there's coaches who get conservative in that, because it's hard to just be like, hey, we're 100% every play all the time. Let's go 4 quarters. This is what you want. But when you're sitting there with a 2-score lead, it's hard to be that aggressive, isn't it?
But think about Vance Joseph and this defense that he runs. When they deviate from said identity, which is tight man coverage, 4, 5, 6-man rushes, blitz packages, junk up the front, extra box defenders to stop the run game. When they deviate from that, how has it looked?
Well, not good.
Terrible. Miami
good.
Dolphins,
Not
70
good.
burger.
Yeah, what's up?
A lot of that.
Yeah.
It also looked terrible last year against the Baltimore Ravens. Perfect passer rating for Lamar Jackson. And I think that Vance Joseph right now, and I think even his defensive unit, identifies the fact that they want to keep eating no matter what. Because, like, you have a chance for some historically significant numbers if you just continue to pin your ears back and obliterate opposing quarterbacks.
You're right. You're right.
I mean, we're watching in real time a Nick Bonito season that could be one for the ages.
Yeah. One of those ones where you're like, I cannot believe he had 24 sacks on the season. Did you see? I didn't know this until I think it was Legwald or somebody wrote the article that Benito's high school team played in London on Wednesday, and he got to go watch his high school. He was on the sidelines of his high school team as they played a game in London. That is crazy. That is just some weird fate, whatever, voodoo working together. Your old high school team is playing overseas right when you are. So but I bring it up because just the praise everybody had for Bonito from that team, from around, but man, everybody is now recognizing. Remember what it was? Who were we talking to like 2-3 weeks ago? And you asked him like, "Hey, nationally,
Bengals."
Okay, it was right. It was the Bengals guy, and you asked him like,
football nerds really know Nick Bonito,
but does everybody know Nick Bonito?
Do general football fans, general NFL fans in Cincinnati, Ohio, or in New York? Do they know who Nick Bonito is? And I don't think they do.
Yeah, but they will. They are
They're
going to.
they're
They're learning. You're going to learn
time.
today. You're going to learn today.
And it's almost as if Nick Bonito's on this tour. His play is a PR tour.
Right. Can you imagine if he hadn't signed the contract and he was doing what he's doing right now?
Oh, my gosh.
I'd be so freaked out because I think somebody's going off.
He would have had the first $3.7 billion contract for a pass rusher.
I'd pay him. I mean, yeah, it's absolutely crazy. He is, but maybe
$100 million.
Maybe the stability of having the contract and the team believing in him has led to this rocket ship that he is this season, where it's just going crazy.
They just for fairness, right? Truth in media,
sure.
Accountability,
sure.
KJ, how long have you been sprinting with me and all of our fine sprinters here on the morning sprint?
Yeah, how long have you been doing that, man?
Well, I've been sprinting with you for over a year.
That's crazy. How long have I been on the Nick Bonito glazing train?
For over a year.
Yeah, that's right. Started in 2023, to be honest.
You saw greatness right away?
Game recognized game. I know as a coach, I know the type of body types and twitch and athleticism that I hate to try to have an answer for.
Yeah, and Bonito's...
He's always looked and appeared and moved like one of those guys. And now it's just...
Bonito. I can't do it right. Bonito. No.
You are a lot of things, Berto.
Yeah.
You are a Civil War era general when you had your longer hair.
Hey, man, it's going to...
You are a silver fox.
Thanks, brother.
You are a cunning linguist.
Okay.
You are. You use big words. And,
okay.
And use them in very... Yeah, I think so. So I've heard.
Once again,
one thing that
you're a coach, not a teacher, brother.
One thing that you are not.
What's that?
You are not a Spanish sports broadcaster.
No,
Spanish speaking.
That's true. Hey, where's my man? It was JK. Where's my JK, man? Where's Bo Nix's Especial? Where's that one, brother? What's that? I missed that one. I missed those.
that cut.
It's my favorite.
Bo Nix is a special. There you go.
There
you go. I love it.
You know what? Even my favorite part about that is it's almost as if J.K. Dobbins is at an all-inclusive pool and he's been slightly overserved. Therefore, he's
like one of those swim-up bars in Cabo or something.
Yeah, and he's just trying to spit it out. Let's hear it one more time. This is a guy that's at the pool, slightly overserved, and talking about his best friend, man.
What's he got to say? Especial. Bo Nix is especial. Like he sold that to me. Like I feel like he really thinks Bo Nix is especial. So I'm here for it. I'm down. Bo Nix is especial. All right, it's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. We'll roll on with the morning sprint after a break right now.
I think that balance is important. Yeah, I think that you want – look, these guys run the ball well, and it allows you to get to the side of your call sheet, the third downs that are more favorable. We've played in some games this year, the Chargers, where, we were in a lot of third and longs, so that balance is really important.
Sean Payton once again breaking down what's going to happen this weekend, hopefully, against the New York Jets. Welcome back to a Bud Light Football Friday and the morning sprint. Mike Sanford, KG Granis, Mark Bernelli filling in for Alex Ryan-Emmy as we talk a little NFL football for this weekend. Coach, is this just going to be a knockdown, drag out? Like the Jets want to run the football and the Broncos want to run the football, and each one of these teams wants the other quarterback to throw the football. Who's going to win that battle?
Well, I think that right now Bo Nix acquits himself a little bit better than Justin Fields. The scary part about Justin Fields is that he does have the outlier performance every once in a while where you just don't understand it. You say, oh, that's the guy that was remarkable at Ohio State University. That's the guy that threw for over 300 yards when the Denver Broncos visited the Chicago Bears in 2023. Or is he the guy that threw 119 yards in the Pittsburgh Steelers and offensive coordinator Arthur Smith a year ago when the Broncos hosted Justin Fields as a starting quarterback, his third team?
Yeah. It's not like Justin Fields hasn't beaten the Broncos before. So my level, I like watching Justin Fields play football. If that's, you know what I mean?
He's a great athlete.
Yeah, I like watching him play football, but I don't know if I'd want him to be the quarterback on my team. Like, I wouldn't trade him for Bo Nix right now.
Well, he's going on his third team right now in 3 years that are pretty much done with him as their quarterback.
But can he become like a Daniel Jones?
No.
Like 6 years into his career, he's suddenly, just because of how he plays the game?
Everybody wants to forget about the Daniel Jones playoff season at the New York Giants.
You're right, because it got him paid. And I do always forget about that. It got him paid, and I completely, I just blow it off.
Because of what the New York media does to players that maybe go from hero to GOAT in a hurry, and not the good GOAT, the lowercase GOAT.
Right.
Not the capitalized with a period after each letter.
Not the greatest of all time.
Those types of markets like New York, they make things worse than they really are.
Mm-hmm.
In the case of Justin Fields, this is 3 markets and 3 franchises that are going to be moving on from him. Because is there any world that exists right now that Justin Fields will be a starting quarterback for the New York Jets next season?
No, because they're going to get the number 1 pick in the draft, and they're going to steal one of these.
Tell you who it's not going to be.
Well, it ain't going to be Arch, right?
I told you that before the season started.
Man, I think that's part of the problem with Arch and the media. Like, I want Arch to succeed. It's such a great story. You like the fan, you like Peyton, you like Eli, and you're like, man, it must be in the genes or something. And then it's just a bad season. The New York Times threw Arch directly under the bus. And I mean, I get it.
Or did they just cite that he started the year out as the odds-on favorite to win the Heisman?
Yes. And then they were
Texas was what, number 1 in the country?
Yes, and now they're not. They're out of the top 25.
They're not a top 25 football
This weekend is the Red River rivalry, right? This is it. Like, they play Oklahoma this week. Am I right or am I wrong?
Oklahoma came out of nowhere.
Yeah, well, Oklahoma
John Mateer apparently back too.
Oh, really? So, I mean, we'll get to some college football coming up here, but yeah, finding a quarterback in this league is crazy, and Justin Fields must know that his time there is short, because even if the Jets win a few games late and they end up with like the 3rd or 4th pick, they're still going to grab one of those top quarterbacks in the league, because that's what you got to do. And I'm sure Aaron Glenn's going to be pushing for it, right? Because he's already telling the Jets, not my hump, not my players. Not my players. But don't you, like...
Oh, it's almost interesting. Aaron Glenn, who'd you say, at least according to Sean Payton, who is Aaron Glenn's mentor?
Oh, Sean Payton.
What did Sean Payton actually say in his first year?
Not our hump.
Not my hump.
Yeah. So Aaron Glenn
wasn't our hump.
Did it kind of work?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it did work. I mean, that was the first time they beat Casey, and I don't know how many tries. It was double-digit tries. I don't know. It was something stupid. It was a 16, 7. I mean, it was ridiculous. But I get it. But like, to be the definition of a great coach, at least in my view, is that I'll take mine and beat yours, and then I'll take yours and beat mine. Give me whatever players you want, man. I will scheme you a way to win this whole thing. And so I don't really like coach like Aaron Glenn, who's like, nah, none of these guys fit my system. Get them out of here. We only want players that's going to fit exactly into what I want to run. Like, it's certainly a way to do things, but you got to be a little flexible, man. You got to be able to adjust to the roster that you have. You can't, I don't understand. This seems like fantasy land, the Jets completely turning over their roster. I mean, you know how hard it is to find players like a Quinnen Williams, man? That's not easy, especially with that front office. And you're just going to start you're trading those guys?
Not easy whatsoever, and I don't think it's the right play. Now, the quarterback position you're going to address, you have to.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like the Cleveland Browns. Do the New York Jets just feel like they've been in quarterback hell for ever?
Well, yeah, since Namath. Name me a great Jets
Vinny
quarterback.
Testaverde was fine. Vinny and the Jets.
Yeah.
I mean, but I'd call him fine. I wouldn't call him elite. There were good moments.
Yeah,
Brett Favre was weird because he was taking pictures of parts of his body that probably you shouldn't, and then send them to people you shouldn't.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, outside of, do you even count Brett Favre since he was there for I don't know how many seasons? Do we count Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers?
I mean, but that's the thing is that's been the Jets. It's like the Browns.
Is Chad Pennington the greatest quarterback since Joe Namath for the New York Jets?
I would say Vinny Testaverde was better, but Chad Pennington did good things for a fairly extended period of time.
Yeah, their all-time passing leaders, Joe Namath, man. That's how long it's been. Joe Namath played in the 60s. You haven't had a quarterback since the 60s. I know he played for 11 seasons in New York, but you haven't had a quarterback since. In this league, in a pass-happy NFL, you can't find a quarterback to give you. No, man, that's crazy to me. That is absolutely crazy. But yeah, they're Chad Pennington, Vinny Testaverde, Mark Sanchez is in the top 6. He's above Boomer Esiason when it comes to just passing yards. Yeah, that's Sam Darnold, Ryan Fitzpatrick.
I got a little update.
QBs.
I got a little update from a personal connection to Mark Sanchez.
Oh, yeah.
Still in the ICU.
Is he? Well, I mean, he got stabbed directly in the chest. That can't be good for you.
Yeah, still in there.
Maybe he just doesn't want to come out and face the media, man. Because he's going to have to explain this.
I think it was bad. It was a bad deal. All of it.
It looked bad. I mean, you've seen the video. We watched the video of him stumbling down the street after he got stabbed.
Yeah, not good, man.
That looked rough, brother. Rough, but Jets.
Vinny and the Jets.
Nah, man. They're just I don't know. There's no way to change the vibes there. My man Springer doesn't believe in culture. Not really. He's like, that's not a thing. Just great players do great things. There's no such thing as culture. But when you look at a team like the New York Jets and the way they've been bad and how they go about making decisions, that's an institutional problem.
Yep, and Springer would probably argue it's a combination of institutional problem and also bad collection of players, namely at the quarterback position. Here we are again. It seemed like it was going to be Aaron Rodgers, right?
Yeah.
That was a disaster.
Yeah, that didn't work out at all. And then was it swaggy for Aaron Glenn to make Aaron Rodgers fly the entire country just so he could get in the meeting and be like, hey, we're moving on. We're moving on from you. See ya. Or was it?
As of right now, it looks like Aaron Glenn's the loser in that one.
Yeah.
Because Aaron Rodgers is playing decent ball for a team that.
And the Steelers are 4-1. What are the Steelers? What are the Pittsburgh Steelers?
They're a bit of an enigma, right? Like
are 3-1.
Okay.
So they already had a bye. Wow. I don't know if I'd want to buy in the first 4 weeks of an NFL
It's
season.
not bad for a 52-year-old quarterback, though.
Yeah, but now he's got to go whatever it is. Now he's got to go 14 straight weeks or something, right? 13 straight weeks for him. But yeah, I mean, the Steelers currently lead that division. Shout out to the AFC North. I don't know what's going on there. Talk about a division that's got quarterback issues. Outside of, I mean, really? Cincinnati, Joe Flacco playing this weekend. Baltimore still without Lamar. And what the hell is going on in Cleveland? Yeah, you know what? That's a crazy division, man. But this is the world we live in now. There's just a lack. There's 5 great quarterbacks. There's 10 more really good quarterbacks. And then there's everybody else. You know what I mean? Like dudes who can play but can't get you win. Like you have to have something around them to win. It's just there's not that many people on planet Earth that can do what Josh Allen and, well, I'm going to say Patrick Mahomes, even though I'm not a Mahomes fan this season. But, you know, those kind of guys, they just fall out of the tree. How close is Bo Nix to getting there?
Well,
How do you need, how close? Like,
it's funny you ask there, Mark.
Okay.
You ready for this stat right here?
Yeah.
This is going to blow some people's minds. There are 3 players since the start of the 2024 season that have both 35 or more pass touchdowns and 5 or more rush touchdowns. Name those 3 players.
Well, we're talking Bo Nix.
Yeah, you kind of ruined the flow of it, but I was Lamar Jackson.
Jalen?
Nope, doesn't have the passing touchdowns.
Oh, that's right. I don't know. Who am I missing?
You've already said him. He's an MVP, reigning MVP.
Oh, Josh
Allen.
Really?
And the third one, now you can actually.
Now I can say Bo Nix?
Bo Nix.
Okay, woo!
35-5 clubs since the beginning of the 2024 season.
Interesting. But once again, it feels like what? You can make stats say whatever you want them to say sometimes.
Those are good stats, though.
But once again, it feels like when you look at Bo Nix from a larger perspective, some of those numbers just don't. They're not what the stat nerds are looking for. They're not, and so he gets criticized for some of that. But give me is there a timetable if you're a head coach? Well, I mean you are a head coach, but if a timetable in the NFL with the pressure that goes on in that business, where the length of a head coach in the NFL is like 2.5, 3 seasons. That's it, man. You get no time to be successful in that league. So do you have to put a clock on Bo Nix? I know it's a different scenario with Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos, but any other team in the NFL, do you have to put a clock on that? Be like, all right, Bo, I feel like you're playing better. You look like you're on the rise, but there's a certain level you got to get to, and you got to get there in the next year and a half, or we got to find another quarterback.
Well, I think the two things, like that stat in and of itself it's eye-opening. To be a 35-plus touchdown quarterback, and this is just a mere 22 games into his career as a starting quarterback, and you got 35-plus touchdowns with 5-plus rushing touchdowns, and you're in a company that's rare. It's the modern quarterback, runner and a thrower. Yeah, you're in there with Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. Cool, and I get what you're saying, that you can make a stat say whatever you want, but Joe Flacco's not in that category because he's not consistently behind center. Justin Fields isn't behind that because he doesn't consistently throw the football like Bo Nix has proven to, and at least however Sean Payton comprises and builds it, it's yielded that much production.
Yeah.
And then you did the thing that I knew you had to do. And everybody could say, oh, who cares? The Eagles stink. They're a dysfunction. They were a 4-0 football team that had won 20 of their last 21 contests and 10 straight at home. Go in there and Bo Nix behind a remarkable fourth quarter comeback where he played great ball. He proved that he can go in and win those types of games. He just got to continue to do what he's doing right now. And do I think he's going to end up being a Hall of Fame quarterback? I don't know.
Yeah,
my heart of hearts doesn't tell me that. But can he go win you a Super Bowl with this, the build of this defense and how it's going? Sean Payton is his play caller. I think he's capable of it. Is he going to? That remains to be seen. But I feel all the feels right now about Bo Nix after the Philadelphia Eagles game. It changed a lot.
Yeah. Well, it broke the Eagles, man. It certainly looked
They're
like
done.
it broke them.
A.J. Brown's now the spokesperson.
That's crazy. Head to number 38 at Rhino at 3 p.m. today for a special Bud Light Football Friday broadcast with Nate and Andy. They'll be live until 6 p.m. You have a chance to win tickets to Broncos Giants and the Bud Light VIP tailgate courtesy of Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. See you at number 38 starting at 3. KJ's NFL news and notes. That's copyrighted. Don't take it. KJ's the one who owns it. And now he's going to give us the hottest topics from around the National Football League. All right, KJ, go ahead, do your thing.
You know what? Let's lead off with the opposing team that the Broncos will be facing this Sunday, and that's the New York Jets. Jermaine Johnson, he's gotten healthy. Quentin Williams, he's gotten healthy towards the end of the week. Justin Fields apparently is no longer dealing with that knee issue as he has been full every day this week at practice. So the optimism level is growing for the Jets. Here is their top playmaker on offense, Breece Hall, talking about why their offense can compete despite how great the Broncos defense is.
Really good players on that side of the ball. You know, you got Zach Allen. You got their two ends. I played Nick Bonito in college for 3 years, so I know how good he is. And then you got Pat Surtain, who's one of the best in the league too. Good safeties they got. So they definitely present a lot of problems, but you know, I think our offense can present problems for our defense as well. So we just got to come out and put our best foot forward.
Breece Hall, you know what he had to do yesterday?
He sounded like he was really optimistic about this game, didn't he? A lot of energy, a lot of joy.
Well,
a lot of joy about the contest coming up.
You remember what we were talking about yesterday? You know what the questions he got? All the questions he got was about being traded. He got a bunch of questions about, and he had to come out and say, "Listen, I've been dealing with this for a while. I'm a New York Jet. I want to be a New York Jet. Stop asking me about being traded." So he was a little spicy about that.
Should be, man.
But I mean, I get it.
What do you say? I mean, you're never going to say,
"Yeah, get me the hell out of here."
Yeah, I mean, it's your employer.
Yeah.
I mean, now, Bruno, I know you want to go to the Spanish-speaking sports station here, but you don't disparage Altitude Sports Radio.
No,
on
they
the air.
need to give me a shot. They need to give me a shot,
100%
baby.
do.
I can. Nah, man. No, Bo Nix is a special. I can do that, right?
Yeah, you do pretty good.
That's about it.
You've ordered a swim-up bar before in Mexico.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Those things are great. I'll drink all the margaritas. You don't have to talk me out of that, brother. All right. So, yes, Breece Hall. Breece Hall is their best offensive weapon, and it sounds like he might get traded, which is insane to me because they might trade their best defensive player as well. But what do you think? I mean, can Breece Hall get loose against a Broncos defense that is stout? But Breece he's running free on a lot of teams.
Good. He's a great player. So is Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
So was Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, he got
as a runner of the football.
Mm-hmm.
Now, apparently the New York Giants are really good up front too defensively. I don't know.
That's true. Listen, I've seen so many Cam Scatabumo highlights this morning. It's ridiculous. You know how many times I've seen that dude rip his shirt off? It must be 12 to 13 at least since when we got here. That man is insane.
Real quick, KJ, I hate to steal your thunder here, but got some breaking news out of the National Football League.
Ooh, what you got?
According to Adam Schefter, Kevin Stefanski has named Shedeur Sanders quarterback 2.
What? No.
For the Cleveland Browns.
Kick rocks, Bailey Zappi.
It's perfect timing. It's all coming together.
No, that's shocking. Maybe he was just like done with. He was like, fine. He's QB number 2. Fine.
He's going to get a chance.
Stefanski's in a lot of trouble, man. He's going to lose that job. It sounds like the GM wants zero interaction with Kevin Stefanski. You know what? He doesn't ask about the players. He just makes his own decision, and Stefanski has to deal with it. That can't be ideal. Like, they traded Joe Flacco, and Stefanski didn't hear about it until after they'd already traded him. They just went to him and like, hey, man, we're trading Joe. It's like, what? Shouldn't that be something you run by the head coach? Like, right? I mean, each organization is different, but I would like at least a heads up. Like, hey, we got a call from Cleveland or from Cincy. They want Joe. We're going to trade it to him. But instead, they just came to him like, hey, we just traded Joe.
Hey, quick question for you guys. Do you think at this point Kevin Stefanski wants to get fired?
Great question.
I don't know. He's acting like he doesn't, but maybe that's just being a professional and keeping it.
Yeah, because if you really act like it, contractually, you can end up leaving some money.
You're right.
On the table. What do they call it?
Contract detrimental or something like that, or what? I know the something morality clause in your contract or something. They'll hit you with anything, man, so they don't have to pay you if you start wilding out. Yeah,
What's
you're
it
right.
called? What's it called when you're not fulfilling your end of the bargain?
Yeah, I'm sure there's some technical term. I'm sure text line, shut monster text line. I'm sure there's
You
some
remember
lawyers out there.
earlier I said you use a lot of big words?
Yeah.
I called you a cunning linguist?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not.
And now I'm failing miserably on this one. So I need, somebody gives, there's got to be like, what in Stefanski's contract would keep him from being, you know what? The owners are making bad decisions.
Breach.
The GMs,
Breach of contract.
Breach of contract. There you go. There you go. Breach of contract.
I mean, I was looking for this big word, and it's a one-syllable word.
It's like 5 letters.
Speaking of the word breach.
Yeah.
That's a great word to describe what you visually have watched of the New York Jets defense. Breach. Big play. Breach.
31.5 points per game they're giving up.
Our offensive staff was we had a bunch of sick individuals at CU when we were going through that awful season.
Yeah.
Defensively, we couldn't stop us.
Anybody.
I mean, it was so bad. And we had a wide receiver coach. I love him to death. One of my favorite human beings. Every time there was a big play given on our defense in the first 5 weeks of the season, he would just yell, "Breach!"
Listen, man. I told you coaches are crazy, and then you just collect crazy coaches on your staff.
Oh man, we're all nuts.
It's just
We're sickos.
wild. Just wild.
No wonder my wife doesn't like me, man. She's like, you are a sick individual.
She knew
man.
what she was getting into.
Ah, did she?
No, I think so.
She's the daughter of a pastor that lived in the same house for basically 40 years.
Yeah, you're right. She had no idea what she was getting
And
into.
I've moved her.
Those balls.
All right, KJ, what's next?
Bo Nix is especial.
So we've spent a few minutes here on the Jets and just kind of trying to give proper perspective there. But let's
Breach!
Breach!
Not Brees. Not Brees.
I better not be screaming that on Sunday morning if Brees is running free.
No,
against
we're talking about Breach, the massive plays that are given up by the Jets defense.
Okay. Then
when Troy Franklin is stark nude running behind the defense, you can be like, Breach!
All right, yeah, word. What you got, KJ? Where were we? I've already forgotten.
No, it's all good. We're heading to
Why don't you hit us with a breach first, though, bro?
Breach. There you go. See? Come on now. I got you, baby. Let's head to the Broncos side because while one of Coach Sanford's favorite players is going to be out this weekend, another one of his emerging favorite players could potentially be getting his call-up this weekend as well.
With the fact that Jonah spent most of the offseason recovering from that shoulder injury he had in the playoff game, does that change the concern level at all when he's got
Nothing about injuries. Yeah, we're good.
Coach, what have you seen from Q Robinson in practice, especially if he has to step up and play this week with?
Yeah, listen, if he's the next guy up, he's doing well. He's long. He's disciplined. Yeah.
He's long. He's strong.
He's about to get his friction on.
Yes, here you go, Coach. You got it, baby. You got it. We're rolling now, man. We're rolling now.
Hey, I want to see myself some Q.
Yeah, you like Q?
I love Q. And I love him, too, against a team that wants to run the stone because he can play that big nickel or traditional Sam linebacker, and he can cover, too, a little bit. It's a guy that made the transition. I love these types of players.
Is this...
Real quick.
Yeah, hit me.
You remember Gary Patterson was the head coach at TCU.
Okay.
He used to recruit really big, long high school running backs that were just a little too stiff to stay at tailback. And then there was like a transition that would happen. They would go from running back to like corner to safety to outside linebacker. And at times they end up as defensive ends. And that's what I've seen with like Q Robinson. I don't know if you know this. He was a nationally relevant safety prospect to Alabama.
Huh.
And ends up now being this huge edge player that can play Sam. So he's got coverage chops.
Is that how these universities become known for what they're known for, like Ohio State and their wide receivers and USC and their running backs? Is that how they do it? It's just they just build them up.
They got an archetype. Yeah, they got an archetype, or they have a streamlined process that they trust, and they keep going back to the well over and over. And even if you hit on, say you have 5 of them a year and 2 out of 5 hit, it's good enough.
Right. All of a sudden, your wide receiver you, or your running back you, or your QB you, or something like that. All right, KJ, what's next?
Bo Nix is especial.
He is especial.
Breach! I'm just going to hit you right in the middle.
You know who was not especial last night was this guy right here. He is the number 1 receiver for the Eagles.
What was behind that?
I don't recall the meeting.
Oh, okay. The meeting never happened.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Those guys said it did happen.
Oh, you need to talk to them.
Well, he didn't want to take accountability for the meeting. Here's Saquon Barkley, and this is probably the most frustrated we've heard Saquon sound all season about, has their offense gotten too predictable in Philly?
With the fact that Jonah spent most of the offseason recovering from that shoulder injury he had in the playoff game, does that change the concern level at all when he's got...
Nothing about injuries. Yeah, we're good.
Sure. Whoop, wrong.
I was going to say, that sounds a lot like the coach.
Yeah, my bad. Here is the real Saquon Barkley.
I can't say that. I come from the school of thought that, majority of times or not, you're going to have an opportunity to play. You just got to be in the right spot. Someone misses, they make a play. Like, that's just football. Last year, do you think we're predictable? I mean, everyone knew we were running the ball, and we still got it off. So I think we also got to get back into that attitude to that mindset, not really giving a what people trying to do.
Woo! I like that. I like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
Get after your boy Patullo.
Yeah.
Hey, Kevin, guess what? You're trying to be too cute. Let's get back to saying, hey, we're running the ball, and we're going to play against teams that know we're running the ball. And at the end of the day, we've got Jalen Hurts, the runner, and more importantly, we've got Saquon Barkley, the runner. And guess what that's going to lead to for your defense?
Breach! I'm with you, Coach. That I do like that. Those are the best teams in the history of the NFL. The best teams, like the '98 Broncos or whatever, where they were like, "Listen,
guess what we're running? We're going to run outside zone."
Yeah, and we're going to do it. And we're going to do it. And guess what? You can't stop us. Those are the best teams.
Kyle Shanahan does it right now with the 49ers. They do it. We're running outside zone and nakeds and bootlegs.
Yeah. I love
over and over and over
I
and
love
over and over. Remember Marshawn Lynch, man?
Mm-hmm.
Beast mode. Going to run through a mother trucker's face.
I love I love that quote from Saquon. I love that quote from Saquon. You get it. But now what do? Like AJ just went AJ again. Do you have to have another players only meeting? Do you have to sit down with AJ again? Did Jalen and Saquon have to sit with him again and go, what the hell? After I don't know, man. Listen, let me say this. I wish I was complaining about a 4-2 football team. You know what I mean? I wish I was doing that. But it does feel like at any moment that whole thing could just blow up. You know what I mean? Like AJ freaks out or Devontae freaks out or Sirianni goes Sirianni, and the next thing you know, that whole team is blown up.
What do you think AJ was doing after the game with his words? He was avoiding what type of contract?
I don't know. He was avoiding his own?
A blank of contract.
A breach! Sorry, a breach!
That's what he was doing.
All right, you got another one for us, KJ?
Bo Nix is special.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance.
Yes,
we're Colorado's most, come on now, Coach, because they're the most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com.
Hey, for years, listening to Altitude Sports Radio, one of our fine partners here, Mountain High Appliance, I've known the jingle. Mountain High Appliances.
Yeah, you're a jingle dude, man. Those get in your brain.
Right, I'm a big
jingle guy. You're singing Rally House all the time.
I had never seen a Mountain High Appliance store, and now I live right next to one.
Do you really?
And every time I drive by, every single time
you gotta break out the jingle.
Go, Mountain High Appliances, your favorite appliance.
Once again, you got a good voice, man. Somebody should hire you to do a jingle.
I'm gonna be a jingle guy.
Yeah,
I'm gonna jingle. You can do it. Hey, I'm gonna jingle your jangle.
If you lose tonight, Coach, you might have to do the.
Bro.
Oh yeah.
Don't do it. Don't do it, man. Don't do it.
I'm getting in trouble.
Stop.
What's next, KJ? What's next?
Last night, you could have heard that Eagles-Giants game right here on the station because we are the home of Thursday, Sunday, and Monday night football, which means you can hear Chiefs-Lions on this very station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, on Sunday. Chris Jones was pressed by the media yesterday about the whole play in regards to Trevor Lawrence and him not chasing him on that game-winning touchdown play. Here is Chris Jones trying to explain himself.
That's a teaching point for me, a little adversity. I can't think the play is over, you know what I mean? And it's a learning lesson, you know. Thought it was over, thought we had him down, so I kind of stopped, was about to celebrate, and then realized that he wasn't down. And, you know, a teaching lesson for me is don't stop.
Yeah, at least once again, he kind of avoided right after the game talking about it, but at least he was like, yeah, man, I'll take that criticism.
Don't stop. Get it.
You got it. Yeah. Till after the whistle, right?
That was bad.
Yeah. Where he's just
I don't care what it is. At the end of the day, man, you got to show the effort, the requisite effort.
For a player as good as him, man.
He's getting old, though, man.
I get. Yeah, maybe he's
there is some self-protection.
You're making those business decisions, you think?
Even just the optics of trying to pursue, Trevor Lawrence in that moment and looking slow. Looking like you've lost a step. That's the old veteran move, right?
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys a quick question. Whose window is closing faster just based off of timeline, quarterback, all of the things that are factored in? Whose timeline is closing faster, the Lions or the Chiefs?
Oh, the Chiefs, right? But just because they've been doing it longer, right? And you're a longer timeline.
Man, I think Goff is one or two bad hits away from.
Oh, really?
He's old, man.
You know what? I have a crazy stat for Goff. He started 69 games, nice, for LA, and I think this week he will be starting his 71st game for Detroit. So it's just he had just passed the number. So I mean, when I started thinking about it, I was like, man, that's a lot. That dude has played a lot of games in the NFL. That's a lot of starts for two different teams. So I did think, I wonder how much longer he's going to be able to do it at the level he's doing it right now, which isn't the best in the NFL, but it's plenty enough to win as many games as you want to. But that's a lot of wear and tear. I didn't realize he had started 69 games in LA before he got that trade, man. That's a good chunk of starts for that team. But now he's officially played more games as a Lion than his.
All the witch wants for us to do is continue to doubt him and say that the witching window is going to be closing. Don't put those types of things out there in the universe.
Don't, because they'll come back and get you.
Berto. Don't do it, KJ.
Bad voodoo. KJ don't care.
Throw it all at Goff. Throw it all at Goff.
Okay. Listen, I mean, right now that. The KC is favored in that game against the Lions this weekend. They are favored in that game, which is, a 4-1 Lions team in Kansas City taking on a 2-3 Chiefs team, and it's Kansas City favored in that thing, which is absolutely bonkers to me. But
Lions superfan Brent Kane this morning said that their top 3 DBs are out, so that's playing a huge part.
You're right.
That's playing a
huge
part
right.
into why
Detroit's
Kansas City's getting a nod.
At halftime of tonight's Dakota Ridge and Heritage Game on 92.5. Tune in as we honor the Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. We'll roll on with the morning sprint next.
You feel that in the air, Colorado? I sure as heck do. It is the best time of the year for sports. We're in the thick of it with college football action. NFL's heating up. Your Broncos are playing great ball. Got some Avs. Nuggets are about ready to tip their season off. And Major League Baseball playoffs. And Circa Sports of Colorado, it's the app that has got you covered. So whether you're looking for playoff futures for college pro football, or even just playoff odds for Major League Baseball or props on your favorite players and more, Circa Sports has got you covered. Download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com. Just a couple of my favorite tips. Tonight, Fresno State, 5-1 Bulldogs are visiting the CSU Rams. And right now, CSU Rams, seems like their season hanging in the balance. Just a 6.5-point dog. Fresno State's looking to absolutely obliterate the Rams at Canvas Stadium. So that's an odd that I would take a look at right there, because the over-under set at 47.5 points, and CSU has struggled mightily to be able to put up any points. So check out circasports.com today or download the app wherever you get your apps. Circa Sports Colorado.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Welcome back to the final segment on this Friday of the morning sprint. Well, we're playing a little Blink 182. Playing first date because last night we had a first date between Connor McGahee and Eric Johnson, who called the game.
How was it?
It was great, man. Let me just say.
Weird?
No. Let me just say, EJ is a really funny guy, and he's going to be really, really good at that job. You know what I mean? Like he is really good. The Avs got a win. They beat the Mammoth 2-1. Scott Wedgewood basically stole a point or two for them.
97% save percentage.
He was great.
33 saves on 34 shots, I think is what I saw.
He was great. He was great. Yeah, he made 34 saves.
34 saves on 35.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
And the Avs got the win, and Eric Johnson was amazing. Matter of fact, he is, I often say, for the Denver Nuggets, the funniest people who ever played for the Denver Nuggets is Nikola Jokic, Allen Iverson, and Nick Van Exel. Those three dudes are hilarious. And Eric Johnson is super funny. And he's going to be great doing media. Last night during the broadcast, like some of his best stuff came in the commercial breaks. And I was like, brother, say that stuff on the air, man. That's great. Yeah,
Let it fly, bud.
But have you guys heard the promo we run here for Eric Johnson, the promo that Marky did for EJ, where it's like, thanks for the career and all his numbers and all that stuff? That promo played last night a couple times during the game. So Eric Johnson was listening to the Eric Johnson promo, and it was fairly,
Go ahead.
It was radio gold. All I'm saying, it was radio gold. No, I can't talk. I can't. It was radio gold,
but not.
It was
not on air.
No, it was during the commercial break. But yeah,
Can you give us like a little glimpse behind the microphone?
The first time he heard the promo, he was really like, he's a humble guy, and and the big voice guy is just reading off all the things he's done in his career, all the goals and the minutes and stuff. And EJ, he was like,
Johnson,
really?
That's the Condor.
I played. How many? What was it? How many minutes? What was it? But the second time he heard it, yeah, Connor was giving him grief over it, and he is great. He is great. If you listen to the game last night, EJ is money, and so I hope he keeps. I hope he goes into it as a career, because it feels like he can do almost anything. He might do some stuff in the front office with teams and stuff like that, but. Yeah, he's a great Brock. Yeah, he's going to.
Is Eric Johnson the Tom Brady of the Colorado Avalanche? It's going to be a broadcast for the Avs and front office executive for the Dallas
Tom
Stars.
Brady, like EJ's already a better broadcaster than Tom Brady. I'll tell you that right now. Like EJ,
it's weird, man. Tom is very. I don't personally love him as a broadcaster. My favorite guy by far is Greg Olson. It's not even close.
Oh, okay, yeah, he's really good.
Ball,
yeah, he's really good.
Good dude, humble, works at his craft.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at my wit's end with Tony Romo. Can't do it anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He just gets on your last nerve?
No, it's just tequila-infused broadcaster, my favorite.
Okay.
So just...
Well, I was
like
yelling at the TV when he was like, that's intentional grounding. Bo Nix, that's intentional. And I was like, shut up, Romo. Just call what you see, brother.
Believe it or not, I think it's kind of good to be in the right frame of mind when you're broadcasting.
Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, who knows? I mean, once again, Romo doesn't need that job, man. Go hang out on the beach. I just don't get some of these dudes who's like...
He should be hanging out at swim-up bars at all-inclusive, saying stuff like this.
Preach!
Oh, yeah. He should be saying that Bo Nix is a special.
Is a special. That's what I'm talking about. You don't think that dude... Didn't he get in a bunch of trouble for going to Mexico with his girlfriend while the Cowboys had a bye week in the playoffs one time?
Yeah, because he was swimming up and talking about how special Bo Nix was.
I promise that is a story. All right, Coach, we got to make some predictions here. Actually, I want to talk a little college football first. And, well, I mean, if you want to give a prediction on CU and Iowa State, number 22 Iowa State rolling into Folsom Field tomorrow afternoon to take on the 2-4 Buffs.
Rocco Becht, good player.
Yeah.
This is going to be this is the best team the Buffs have played this year.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, this is a measuring stick game. See where you're at, Dion and crew.
Yeah, and I'd say the measuring stick isn't necessarily win or lose per se. It's state of the culture.
Okay. See how they show up.
Still fighting the fight.
Okay.
Are we going to see any Juju Lewis? I don't know. Are we going to see Ryan Staub back out there? Probably not. But
yeah. But can you?
Something's got to give. I don't know. It doesn't. Right now, it doesn't appear you can.
Yeah.
And I don't think Coach Prime himself has come out publicly and calmed down the narratives that exist about how Caden Salters played in end-of-game scenarios when you had a chance to win, when you're in gotta-throw-it situations. It's been bad.
Yeah.
He has a really, really challenging time staying inside of the pocket and delivering the football accurately.
CSU's playing tonight. They're taking on Fresno State. And Fresno's a massive favorite in that game. Once again, you're in a scenario where you're like, I don't think this is going to go well. I know it's up there in Fort Collins, but
Fort Fun right now just hasn't been very fun, has it, this year?
Yeah. Fun? Football fun, sir? No fun.
No fun. So this season, Fresno State, they've got victories over Hawaii by 2, Nevada by 3, Southern University. Is that Southern's in Louisiana, right, KJ? Southern U?
Yep.
Is that in Baton Rouge?
It is in Baton Rouge.
And then Georgia Southern beat them by 28. So the schedule's been pretty soft. Their only loss this season was to Kansas, 31-7. But man, I don't know that you have the ability to score a lot of points right now up in Fort Collins.
Right.
Just seems like that's a team without any semblance of identity from an offensive standpoint.
Yeah, and that's tough. I don't even know how you go at this point of the season. Building an identity now, right in the middle of a season that you're not doing too well in. I don't know how you do that. Okay, let me give you a couple of big games, and you just give me your vibes going into this contest. Number 1, Ohio State takes on number 17, Illinois. That's up.
Ohio State's winning it, but the odds right now are like 14.5.
Yeah.
Ohio State doesn't beat anybody by a ton of points.
No, I guess they don't.
Ohio State's going to win.
Okay. Number 8, Alabama at number 14, Missouri.
That's my upset special.
Oh,
I got Mizzou and my guy Eli Drinkwitz.
Oh,
he was my tight end coach at Boise State when I was the offensive coordinator. And now I talk into a microphone and coach high school football.
Right,
he's an SEC head coach.
He's got the number 14.
He's doing a good job, man. He's doing a good job. It's a good football team. Alabama, you know what? Kalen DeBoer's done a nice job. Ryan Grubb, having him back as the defense or as his offense coordinator after a failed year ultimately at the Seahawks for Ryan Grubb. I got to tip my cap to Kalen DeBoer and Ryan Grubb and what they've done there. It was Ty Simpson. I think he did a good job of responding after early season. It was a debacle how they lost that opening game. But I think the other shoe drops, and I think it's going to be Alabama losing this game at Missouri.
Wow. All right. I'm here for it. Number 7, Indiana, and number 3, Oregon in Eugene.
I'm hoping because of sometimes Signetti from Indiana, that head coach, he's done an unbelievable job.
Yeah.
But boy, does he love him some him.
Yeah.
And those type of guys that love them some them so much, I love when they get some good old-fashioned humble pie. So I'm rooting for some humble pie, and I think that Oregon's a better team. It's going to be a signature statement game, measuring stick game for Dante Moore, the quarterback at Oregon, who I think is tremendously talented. But I want to see him against a team that's at least bring a little something to the table.
Yeah, Oregon's quarterback could very well be the starting quarterback for the New York Jets next season. Very well could do it, because if they get the number 1 pick, they might grab him. All right. We're going to pick the Broncos game in just a second, but first, let's pop some tops. Breach! Colorado football is back. Cheer on your Buffaloes with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. So it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside, official partner of the Colorado Buffaloes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Who you popping a top to, Coach?
I am going to pop a top to the game that I just predicted as an upset special, and that is going to be at 10 a.m.
Ooh.
Live from Columbia, Missouri.
When Missouri takes down Alabama.
Which is the game that Mark Moser just texted me when he heard my take there.
Is that why Moser's
Sanford, you are so expletived in the head. Alabama's going to win and cover. Moj, you're going to have to eat this. And I bet 100%. You right here, live on these airwaves, Missouri's going to win. And you know what you're going to have to do? You're going to have to say something about it on an Avs broadcast. Sanford's the man. Sanford's right.
I'm here for it. I am absolutely here for it. You know what? I'm going to go there with the Red River rivalry. Oklahoma and Texas. I think Oklahoma's going to stomp them, but you never know. And I do love
It'll be a better game than people think.
Yeah. It's always fun. So, yeah, I'm going to be locked in tomorrow. How about the Denver? What's your prediction for the Denver Broncos?
37-10. Denver Broncos, baby. Jarrett Stidham, new dad. He's going to throw 2 touchdown passes in the fourth quarter.
That's so crazy. I can't believe he was like, "Is the baby good? All right, I'm out. Let me go to London."
That's my paternity leave. Throwing 2 teeters with some breakfast tea.
All right, I'm saying I'm going to keep saying until I get 55 points. I want 55 points. If there's one team that's going to give up 55 points to the Denver Broncos, it might be the New York Jets. So I'll go 55-10. Let's get real cocky.
Double nickels.
Let's go double nickels.
And they get real weird.
All right. That is the morning sprint on this Friday for KJ Granderson and Mike Sanford and Alex Ryan. I'm Mark Bernal saying thanks a lot.
Go ahead and hit that here, huh? Go ahead and hit that on a Friday.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Yeah. PhD is next.
All right. Good.
Broncos will beat the Jets, in my opinion, 34-13. I don't hear anybody on the station saying anything else but a Broncos victory will happen. But we got so much good stuff today. It's crazy. But just as we just get going, any other hesitation? Scotty, good to see you, man. I'm sorry you weren't feeling so hot yesterday.
Still feeling bad. We sent the picture of the nun that died, and I said, she feels better than I do right now.
Well, she was 106 years
106.
old.
Good on her.
Yeah.
And she just retired.
She just retired. There's some beautiful poetry with all of that, and I think she's an amazing person and has an amazing life, kind of an inspiration. But, yeah. She just retired. 106. So you're feeling worse than a 106-year-old nun who sadly
Than a 106-year-old dead person.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got that.
Yeah, because, she's probably in heaven in a new body and all
I'm
healthy
sure she
and running
is.
around. She's all
Exactly.
and
where are you?
I was somewhere between COVID and head cold.
Okay.
Floating somewhere in there.
Somewhere in there.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here. Are you feeling good enough to
Well,
suffer us fools for the next couple hours?
Yeah.
Okay.
I almost turned around on the road, but you know what I did? I ordered a sandwich. I said, I don't want to waste $20.
You do not want to waste. Sandwiches cost $20.
It ain't cheap. Not where he goes.
Oh my goodness.
So
Got a
anyway,
little
that's
flex
I
right there.
did. Let me just say this before we get all set on what the Broncos and how easy this game of the Jets going to be.
Yeah.
You watched that game last night.
Hell yeah! What hat am I wearing today?
The Jets now become a trap game.
Oh man!
Because the Giants are going to have 10 days off, right?
Well, they've been talking about this as a trap game all week.
No, Scott's talking about the Giants. You meant the Giants, right?
Oh, the Giants?
No. Well, I don't know what
Giants aren't a trap game.
I always consider the game that you don't care about or you think it's going to be easy as the trap.
That would be the Jets.
So I think it's now a trap game. People are thinking about it because you just had a big win against Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Giants said, "Hey, hold your horses. That win wasn't as good as you all thought it was." And B, we're going to be waiting here for 10 days while you're eating crumpets.
The schedule makers really did the Broncos no favors on this one. Going across the pond to London and the Giants get a long week. Like, that's not right. That's not how it should be.
That seems a little funky.
I don't care what the team was. I mean, obviously, I'm not like overly scared of the Giants, but you respect the hell out of the Giants.
Hell yeah.
It's a team that you could lose for. You just don't do that with the schedule.
The Giants have beaten the Eagles and the Chargers. They are the most exciting team right now in the NFL.
Jackson Dart did make me laugh my ass off last night. When he high-fived that referee,
that was great.
I couldn't help but laugh my ass off at that.
That was awesome.
I was like, you know what? And just like that, I love you. I mean, he's you know what he's going to be? He's going to be the next Baker Mayfield, but he's going to do it with more swag, like even more swag than Baker does.
What they are is a team now being run by two young fellas.
Yeah.
That have young fellow enthusiasm and excitement.
Energy is crazy.
And the energy, I got to believe, in New York is going nuts for those. I mean, my
folk heroes.
I
writing songs.
Got on Instagram today and also my algorithms. I watched one video of Scatabumo that I sent you guys.
Yeah.
I ended up getting 50 others. It's amazing the number of people that have been, sending out these crazy videos.
I hope we do.
Then I started getting Peyton Hillis videos, and I'm thinking,
okay,
I
see that.
Who is Cam Scatabumo? I'm like, okay, it's like if
Allstott and Hillis had a baby.
Well, I was thinking Hillis.
That'd be a hell of a night.
Chris Cooper, yeah, and because he can catch the ball too now. And what's the big blocking tight end the Chargers had forever? I mean, fullback the Chargers
Antonio
had
No, Lorenzo Neal.
Lorenzo. I think he's a combination. I think Neal.
Can I just sit time out for a second?
And Cooper all had a baby.
Can you talk to me about Chris Cooper's hands?
You mean Amari Cooper?
No, Chris Cooper.
Chris Cooper.
Are you talking about our guy?
No, not Chris Cooper. Chris Cooley.
Oh, Chris Cooley.
Chris Cooley.
Oh. Okay, I wasn't trying to call you out for name embarrassment there. I was just legitimately like, what the hell is he talking about?
No, Chris Cooley, who I love.
Oh, Chris Cooley's my boy. He's my boy.
Yeah, you played
He is
with
my
him.
boy. Talk about the most interesting man on earth.
Does
That dude
Scatabumo not seem like that guy?
That dude is straight out of Dos Equis commercial.
They were describing Scatabumo
I feel you now.
as a meathead.
They had a little menage a trois.
Yeah.
You like meatheads. Meatheads are fun in football. Who doesn't like a good meathead?
Fullbacks and a lot of rough tight ends aren't kind of meatheads.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Cam Scatabumo is going to average about 3.48 yards per carry over the course of his career, but he's going to be willing to give himself CTE every single time he does it, and he's going to be a load of fun to watch.
And he's going to blow at least one, if not two people up every game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what would you rather have? A guy like that or RJ Harvey who may break 2 or 3 runs a year?
Well, I'd rather have, I'm glad you brought that because that was going to be my topic today. I'm like, they screwed up in this draft.
They did. Unfortunately.
Was I not clamoring for Scatabumo, the whole stupid mock draft stuff we were doing?
Brother, I've been telling you guys about Scatabumo since last fall because nobody was watching ASU games because they're so late at night except your boy over here. And you, not you guys, but I was treated like, oh, what a joke because of how short he was. And I'm like, wait and see. And he had that epic game against Texas. I'm like, and people still dismissed him because of his size. And I think it's a terrible mistake that the Broncos made. There's no doubt you'd rather have Cam Scatabumo than RJ Harvey. And I could
argue it. And I love Cam Scatabumo as much as anybody else. So I'm not trying to knock Cam at all here because he is just flat out a blast to watch play football. Like that's how football's supposed to be played. But I could make the argument. It's not too tough. I mean, listen, Cam is going to be limited. You know what he's going to be the rest of his career. And that's really a second running back. That's what you want him as. You want him as a specialty type of runner that will be in there in specialty type of situations. RJ Harvey still does have the ability to be an every down back, right? And Cam will never be that. He won't be. He'll have spurts where he'll be featured. But in the long run of his career, he's going to be a specialty back that is going to be used quite a bit. But RJ Harvey, although not there right now, does have the ability to be an every down guy.
I don't know, man. I think RJ. All right, simple question. Would you rather have Cam Scatabumo and J.K. Dobbins or RJ Harvey? And
okay,
J.K.
well,
Dobbins?
I mean, if I got J.K. Dobbins, yeah, I'd love to have Cam Scatabumo. But are we going to have J.K. Dobbins forever?
Not forever. But how long do you need somebody for, by the way? Like, what's the magic year?
I think to plan a 4-year contract.
You don't think Cam Scatabumo is going to be an effective runner for 4 years?
We were talking about J.K.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm just talking about the criticism I hear about Cam Scatabumo is, and you're saying kind of about RJ Harvey, like,
but
well,
you know what, to
longer
answer your
term
question,
he's going to be good, but it's like, who cares about the longer term when it comes to running backs?
I actually don't know that Cam Scatabumo is going to have much longer shelf life than 4 or 5 years total.
I don't think so either, but I don't care because I think that's the way running backs are. I want a running back. I don't need to develop running backs. We can just draft new running backs every 3-4 years. There'll be new guys that come along. I'm not worried about that. What I want out of my running backs is immediate impact if I'm drafting them. Immediate impact. And that's what he's given them. And listen, I got no beefs with RJ Harvey whatsoever. But in my opinion, that's a miss by the Broncos.
19 carries, 98 yards, 3 touchdowns.
It would have been over 100, but he got penalty yards, and I guess that counts against you for your what? Yeah, they haven't had a 3-touchdown running back since like the 50s or something, or a long time.
No, between Cam and what's his name that's in Philly, right? I mean,
I don't think he had 3 touchdowns for the Giants. Saquon.
Wow.
Between Cam and Jackson Dart and the young energy they got going on, all of a sudden the Giants are one of the more fun teams in the NFL to watch.
Yeah, and that is going to be, that's going to be one hell of a game with the Broncos and the Giants on your reunion weekend for Super Bowl 50.
And you know what? Brian Daboll, who we all question for playing Russ, maybe it was good, but I will say this.
He had a funny moment yesterday.
He didn't hold on it too long, did he?
Oh, dude.
He didn't hold on to that starting too long for him.
But what DMac's about to bring up, that was so old school. I loved it because it brought me back to memories of my playing days. I mean, I can't tell you. I've been in that situation. I've been the player next to a doctor as my coach is straight up cussing him out for not getting me back out on the field quick enough. When Daboll went after that doctor, that was epic. It was just it was flashbacks of the good old days.
So Dart goes for concussion check into the blue tent.
Yeah, they're going to be people checking on him every game.
Daboll is going nuts, and he explained it later like, hey, I got to know whether to call this timeout or not. It's just tell me if he's going to be okay or if he's not going to be okay. Scatabumo goes into the tent to check on him, and Daboll is melting down when he puts Russ in, and Russ did not have a couple of good plays there. It did not go Russ's way for the couple plays he was in there. So I was like, a meltdown on the doctor. And listen, I don't know if it's directly about Russ. Maybe it's more about how much you wanted Jackson Dart. But it is being interpreted that this is how much you don't want Russ in the game, the degree that you're melting down on the doctor to get Jackson Dart back in there.
I would say this. Most teams would probably feel the same way. When your starter's in the tent, your backup's coming in. Even
yeah, I guess, but your backup is a guy that you got in free agency for $10 million and is a borderline Hall of Famer. That's where he's gone in Daboll's eye. That's where Daboll is right now in terms of how he views things.
I was on the sideline one time, and my index finger was in an L shape, and they're yanking on this thing, and they can't get the damn thing back. They just can't pop it back in.
Oh my God!
And my coach walks over and says, "What's wrong with him?" Well, his finger's in an L. Well, pop it in. We're trying.
Let's go. I gotta know if I gotta call a timeout or not. There's a timeout on the line. Is his head messed up or not? Because I got a timeout here. Meathead football. That is the New York Giants right now, baby. It is meathead football, and it's exciting. And Scatabumo with Ryan Fitzpatrick ripping his shirt off.
I'm still not that convinced that Jackson Dart's any good, but he's fun to watch.
He's fun.
Yeah, I don't know if he's any good either.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's a 10-year guy or
You know what he is
franchise, but he's the right guy right now.
He's a leader.
Yeah,
and it's to see vets circle around a rookie is pretty cool. And they're riding that wave right now. Big Blue is riding it, and we get to see it in person next Sunday. And we're going to have some lengthy investigations. It's not going to be like this Jets game. That game against the Giants, who's just a 2-4 team, but boy, oh boy, is that a different story.
Well, and now you got another young athlete that brings the mom to the table.
Brings a mom to the table.
I saw that.
Oh, you haven't seen Jackson Dart's mom?
I have. He's a good-looking guy. Let me just say that. Phenomenal-looking dude.
Yeah. Probably real stretchy, too.
All right, it's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, you doing okay? You all right?
No, I don't feel good.
The official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. We do have some Broncos news from across the pond. Details on that next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I got news for you. All you got to do is call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR, and you're going to get your hair fixed. You're going to get it back. It's as simple as that. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. And guys, Advanced Hair Restoration believes in what they do so much, they're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Our salute to English music rolls on. Because I'm a creep. The hell's wrong with me? On altitude. Well, I'll talk up any song. I love it.
I feel this should be like Dan's theme song.
Creep.
Angel. His nickname when he first got there was
As you
Creepy
two
Guy
are
in the
sitting here
Corner.
talking about Jackson Dart's mom.
Hell
He's
no.
grown up.
Yeah, you want to talk about Bill Belichick again, Scott?
Huh?
Scott doesn't have his headphones on yet, Dan.
Well, I heard him. Something about Bill Belichick's girlfriend's on there. She's legal too.
You're a creep. Come on, Scott.
Good song though.
Great song.
I'm a wiener.
The hell am I gonna do now?
Yeah, can you not hear this song and think of Cartman though singing it on?
It's time to
South
check
Park?
the injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm of the Denver Broncos. Out. Jonah Ellis is out.
Out.
So tending to go that way. And that's got to be a surprise for them, too, because if they felt bad about him in the first place, they wouldn't have even taken him to England. So out. Questionable is Malcolm Roach, but that actually feels like he's going to go. Like they're ready to rock and roll with Malcolm Roach, which is a good thing. The Jets are strong with the run, and that's, his job to be a big, huge dude that just, you take up space. That's his job. Meanwhile, for the Jets, Michael Carter, the second, is out. Alan Lazard has a personal issue. He's had that all week. He's out. Questionable, Brandon Stevens and Jamarcus Weston with a groin. Other than that, everybody else is good. So that's how it sets up there for the injury stuff. Any, Malcolm Roach, Jonah Ellis, any issue there, one way or the other?
Well, Jonah Ellis has been great. We got lots of pass rushers, so fortunately you've got other capable bodies.
You know who's up then is Q Robinson. Time to go, my man.
Cool.
So, yeah.
He had a great preseason.
He did some good things in the preseason.
All right. We'll give you a little, all right. The line did go down. It went from, I'll give you a couple of, okay. Because I still think they're going to kill the Jets. But the line did go from 7.5 to 6.5. And this Eagles win, rather, there's a little shine off this Eagles win because of what the Giants just did to them.
I think.
Oh, but I was getting hated on all week for not calling a statement win.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, not that I want to take another victory lap on I Told You So Mountain, but
you will.
I will right now. I said if the Broncos can be +2 and give away takeaway, they'd blow out the Eagles. The Giants were +2 yesterday.
Well, how is that? I told you so, but because it's a whole different game.
Because the Eagles are weak, they're soft, and they were hanging in there because they weren't making any mistakes.
Now they're making mistakes.
Yeah. Well, they did last night. They had an interception and a fumble, and that's very unusual. By the way, the tush push 4 times in a row. All right, I kind of get people that hate the tush push.
I know.
I mean, I'm not against it, and I don't think it should be banned, but
that was pretty ugly.
Just go get you a Scatabumo and do him 4 times in a row.
Well, it's just,
you know what? I mean, can I ask you a serious
question?
Stupid. Like, if they're willing to do that 4 times in a row, and I've been about as staunch of a tush push supporter as there is, and even I was like, yeah, that ain't pretty. That ain't fun to watch. Like, come on, what are we doing? If they're gonna do that 4 times in a row, why wouldn't you just do it every play when you're past the 40-yard line?
Got me.
Average 2.5, 3 yards a pop.
There you go.
Pick up a first down.
Take your chances.
Keep going.
Right.
Come up with 3 or 4 little trick plays off of it. Run those every now and then. It'd be like,
You could run it 3 times in a row and you have an option. Use it like play action. I don't know.
Yeah.
You're right. It's, I guess until somebody does it. I've never seen, they ran it from like the 4-yard line.
Have they ever done that before? Have they ever done 4 straight plays?
It was a weird situation because they could get a first down inside like the 2. So they did it to get the first down, but now we're inside the 2. So while we're here, let's do it a couple more times. So
maybe we need to ban how many times they could do it in a row.
It looked ridiculous, and it's hard. It's just like, okay.
That is what it is. You got your butt kicked, and you still got to do what you want to do. So what?
I don't know. I got you.
It's like it's like 31 dive off the wing T formation.
I'm not for banning it either, but it was definitely a moment if you're an anti-Tush pusher. There you go. All right, here you go with the Jets, Sean Payton.
Yeah, there's a number of things. Obviously, they're running the ball extremely well, really well. We've seen Fields and his explosiveness. He's involved in the run game. I think the runner's having one of his better seasons. The young receiver is explosive. The run game is going to be really important. And then offensively, that first half last week, eliminating some of the self-inflicted, the things that slow you down or keep you from, getting momentum. They do a really good job in the special teams phase.
All right. Are you guys buying any of this stuff? Buying any of it?
Again, and I think we said this, Philadelphia, it's not really going to be about the Jets. It's going to be about you. You end up beating Philadelphia because maybe DMac was right, they're a soft team, and you only played one quarter. You got to play more than one quarter. You come out, and if you're right, if your offense isn't going 6 of the first 7 possessions punting, then you're going to be okay. This is all about you. This game's about you. What are you and who are you?
Yeah, it's a keep it simple, stupid game. That's what it needs to be. I think as a play caller, a lot of times when you look at games like this and you're like, all right, we should have some success. Well, you're tempted to put things on film that you just want other teams to study, things that you're not really planning on running, whether it's a trick play, whether it's just formations, whether it's tendency breakers, but the dumbest thing you could do is have some wide receiver double screen. He throws the ball down the field and he tosses an interception. Just keep it simple, stupid, at least until you get out to a lead. And then if you want to dink around a little bit and put some stuff on film, you can do that. And defensively, I mean, I hate to tempt fate the way that the Steelers did against Tim Tebow, but I mean, they suck at throwing the ball. They're great at running the ball. Take it away, make them beat you at something else. They might not suck at throwing the ball, but
you guys you want to throw out a score? What do you think?
24-13.
Ooh, okay. You got a little more. You got a little relatively close.
It's London. It's weird. It's sleepy. You're tired. Your body just got changed.
Yeah. Did you catch what they did today, by the way? So there's no police escorts out there, and their 30-minute drive became an hour drive to Tottenham's training facility because it's just London traffic. So maybe they made arrangements. They must have had to make some arrangements. They just went outside of where they're staying in their castle because they got just a big lawn out there. And today they were just out there. They just walked outside.
They had a painted field though, still, right?
They did paint the field.
So are you sure that wasn't planned?
It had to.
How the hell would they have a painted field?
Yeah, no, they had to plan it to a degree, I guess. Maybe they did plan it for Friday, but I was told, reading the reports that the commute had become kind of sucky too. They probably had the option to do either, frankly, and they chose today just to walk outside. I mean, they had goalposts up there too, so there had to be some sort of preparation, no doubt. I bet they had the option. I bet they were prepared to do it, one way or the other. But driving an hour in traffic was like, we'll just go outside.
When the Nuggets played there, traffic, the bus rides were a lot longer.
No police escort.
They said they were supposed to be.
It's like, oh man, where's our police escort? What do you got for a score, Scott? Come on.
23-10.
23-10. All right.
And it may be 23-9. Again, this defense is not going to let them. If you can hold Philadelphia to 17 points, I think this offense isn't as good as Phillies. I don't see them moving the ball a lot on you. I think Malcolm Roach coming back will be a big time for him to come back because their one strength is his one strength. I think that helps you. Leggy said that on Wednesday. So I don't think they're going to be able to move the ball. And the question can be, what's your offense going to be? Are they going to show up?
The Jets offense or the Broncos offense? The Broncos are just going to pound away at them. They're going to just force the issue. I think they're going to, test the will of the Jets. So it could be like you guys are saying. I got it higher scoring because I just, I think the Jets are just going to quit. But okay, sure. I mean, if they're just going to.
What'd you say again?
34-13.
Oh, that is pretty high scoring.
Yeah, I mean, very similar. I see it kind of like last night's game. I think they're going to get a couple turnovers, and that's going to be way too much for the Jets, as it was too much for the Eagles, and you're just going to go from there. And I think that similar to the game last night, I think the Broncos are just going to keep pounding the ball. Seriously, I think they're going to pound away. I think you could have a big game from R.J. Harvey. It's not Cam Scatabumo. Part of Scatabumo, too, you realize it's his energy. It's just everything. It's the whole package. It's not, a lot of running backs perhaps could do what he's doing. He's tough.
It's taking your shirt off on prime post-game
it's all
show.
Of that.
And,
it's like,
chest bumping.
Like, we're a cool team. It's cool to like this team. Like, check this out. It's meathead football.
Yeah.
Meathead football is fun.
Kind of, wasn't the Giants, when they were winning Super Bowls, wasn't it kind of meathead football?
So,
at least with Parcells.
Maybe. I mean, it was old school for sure. So, teams that play in London and have been favored by 4 more points, they are 16-9, which is that's actually a little bit on the high side. So, history tells you that the favorite usually does handle their business when they're over in London.
Yeah, I think, listen, man, we'll be watching the game, getting up after church, record it and see later, and the whole thing. And I just think this is going to be one of them games that we're just like, oh, yeah, they won that one too. I do believe that's the way it's going to be. I think next week against the Giants, where so many of the odds are stacked against the Broncos. I mean, you want to talk about like a rough home game to have. Look at next week against the Giants. And perhaps, are there other like things planned next week to honor Super Bowl 50, even like during the week? Like, are you guys invited out to practice at all or anything like that?
I mean, we've got a full weekend of activities, but
just on the weekend?
Yeah.
Okay. So
we're doing some stuff that unrelated to the team. Like we're going to the Boys and Girls Club on Tuesday because that was DT's favorite thing to do.
Oh, very cool.
So there's some stuff throughout the week, but I don't think any of it involves the team.
I'm just wondering if there's a spirit of, that some intangible stuff that matters or doesn't matter. I know the game starts and it is what it is, but the Giants are going to be hyped. You just got to put these Jets down like the sad dog they are. And just pound them into submission.
Yeah, let half team take an early flight home.
We got some David Adelman stuff I want to throw your way. We'll get into the abs and the whole thing. But there is something interesting about David Adelman. Did you see he put up a Latin quote in the practice facility?
I saw the picture.
How's your Latin, Tyler? Scott, where are you guys on Latin?
Read it to me.
Can I spell it for you? And you can
just read it to me.
Well, I don't know how to. I'm not good on the Latin. It's AGE, one word.
Okay.
Okay. QUOD.
Quod.
AGIS.
Aegis. What does it mean?
Aja quod Aegis. Here is David Adelman. This is huge, by the way, that he put up in the facility.
Yeah, it's big.
So let's get our Latin on, and why David Adelman put up this gargantuan Latin statement in the Nuggets practice facility.
That is just something I've always lived by, something I've always loved. It basically just means do what you are doing. That means if you're, right now, if you're working in PD, then work on PD and be fully concentrated on what you're trying to do. If you're at home with your family, be with your family. And I think in today's world, we're all thinking about 3 different things at once, and that leads to a lot of subpar activity in life. So it's just something I told them about that I believe in, just to stay in the moment. It's a long season, and that quote means a lot. It's real simple, but nothing is these days, and simplicity usually wins out.
It's ultimately an anti-multitasking thing. So if you're doing something else besides being engaged in this conversation right now.
All right, I'll put my phone down.
You are not going along with Aji Quad Aegis. Be present. Whatever you're doing in that moment, be present.
Couldn't we just said be where your feet are?
It's the same thing, yes.
That may be the Greek translation.
That
be where your feet are.
Wouldn't the guys have understood it a little bit better if it said be where your feet are?
Yeah, but you know what that does by putting it up in Latin?
What's that do, Scott?
It makes them look it up and say what it means.
Yeah.
But what if they don't look it up?
Then you got the wrong guys.
Wow.
That was that was a Josh McDaniel specialty.
Wow.
He would put up 1,000 different quotes in the building, and in the middle of a team meeting, he'd be like, "Hey, Polumbus, stand up. What's the phrase say above the second cafeteria door as you're walking through the second opening wall? Whatever, the sliding glass of the door." I'm like, oh God. Iron sharpens iron. No, that's in the training room. Do a lap.
Aja quad ajas. You like it? You like Adelman? In the world of motivational things.
Do you want me to be honest?
Absolutely, of course.
I find it horribly uninspiring.
Why?
First off, it's not in English. I think that's silly. I really do. Like, just put it in English so I can look at it every day and I know exactly what it means.
Remember, he's in the generation that doesn't care about education.
Scott, I got accepted to football Stanford. Don't you ever forget it, okay?
Get into football Stanford.
Yeah, I got accepted to football Stanford. Did you ever get into football Stanford? No, you did not.
Naval Academy.
Yeah, okay. And it's just blah. It's just blah.
All right, so you're anti the Latin quote in the
and it's really big.
It's really big. You cannot miss it. Scott?
Be in the moment. I think he could have done it more simply, but I think you do that. There's a refinement. David Adelman's his first year coaching here full time. He's got to put his own stamp in, and he's a be in the moment guy. Be in this moment here.
Dan, are you Aja?
Oh, he's sitting there on Facebook.
Huh? I don't know. She said something about me not paying attention. I wasn't really listening.
So if any of us in the future,
movie, Scott.
That's an easy one.
My guy over there knows it.
Yeah, but you guys are both kids.
No, you should know this one.
Well, say the quote again.
I don't know. She said something about me not paying attention. I wasn't really listening.
I heard a quote like that. She said I wasn't paying attention. I go, that's a strange way to start a conversation.
Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah. Dumb show.
So from now on, if any of us is not paying attention and one of us wants to point it out.
See, I still can't even remember what the heck the phrase was.
Aja?
But I know it says be where you're feeling.
I want to get the proper pronunciation because I have a feeling you're butchering the hell out of it.
I probably am.
You know what's going to be fun?
I started saying I don't know how to speak Latin.
In 5 months, let's go ask Jamal Murray.
Aja quadratus?
No, to pronounce what's on the wall.
You can do that with Jamal. That sounds like fun.
Yeah. You want to do Aaron Gordon? You can do AG.
I'll definitely ask AG. I got no problems asking AG that.
I wonder if there's anybody here that studied Latin.
Huh?
Who would that be here?
If he was here.
Dwayne.
If
Dwayne, maybe Dwayne. Our HR
if
guy.
DJ was still here, it would not surprise me if DJ would have.
Well, he was taking Japanese classes, so DJ for sure.
I could see Aaron Gordon maybe know what that was.
I could definitely see an AG into that, no doubt. Plus, it starts with AG, Ajay, or whatever it is. So Ajay Quad Ajas, y'all. Just be where your head is. That's the Nuggets mantra. At least that's what Adelman wants. We have some huge breaking news for your Denver Broncos. Big time news. Interesting time to break it, too. Details coming up next. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, the answer can be simple. And perhaps the pills or herbals aren't the right thing. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treated tens of thousands of men. And if you're in this unfortunate situation, it doesn't have to be permanent. You can get over it and get with it with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have success rates well over 90%. So check it out. They've been the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. That initial visit's only 99 buckaroonies. You get a consult with a licensed medical provider, a T, and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the next day. So come on now, get with it. Great location there in Castle Rock, but they also have spots in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You should head over to number 38 in Rhino today. I was there last night. What a great place there in Rhino. Number 38 is special. It's a Bud Light Football Friday, and Nate and Andy are there at number 38. They'll be live until 6 o'clock. You have a chance to win tickets to the Broncos and the Giants. Woo! And the Bud Light VIP tailgate, courtesy of Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. So we'll see you at number 38 starting at 3 o'clock. I don't know if this is the most appropriate song for the following news, but I guess kids do need an education, sort of. Boys, we need to congratulate Bo Nix and Izzy Smoke. Izzy Smoke on her Insta has posted a picture of her and Bo walking through a field, I think in England. He is holding a sonogram, and the headline is Nix Party of 3. And then Jeremiah 1:5, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you before you were born. I set you apart. This is how they're choosing to announce her pregnancy. And the young couple that have a beautiful home up there in Castle Pines is going to have a kid.
Cool.
Congratulations.
Glad you got that big sports news for us on your stocking
that was the breaking Broncos news?
That is the breaking Broncos news.
Was okay. All right. I mean,
Stalkergram over here.
King of the radio tease, even if we're lying to the people, but, congratulations to Bo.
Is that not big news?
A young couple's having a kid? Yeah, huge.
Wow. All right. Man, killjoys
well,
over
you
here.
set it up. I'm like, God,
Damn.
who tore their ACL? Who are we getting back?
Oh, my God.
Is Dre Greenlaw ready to rock and roll?
Holy cow. I thought I was bringing some good news and some sunshine and some positive energy.
Well, that would have been a great way to tease it. That would have been perfect.
Oh, you just assume something negative is going to be happening?
No, I thought maybe Dre Greenlock is breaking the rules. He's able to come back early.
Lord almighty. We can go into the negative quite easily.
I'm just more into this, you stalking Izzy.
Me stalking Izzy?
Yeah. That's illegal in most places.
She put it on Instagram.
Yeah, but did it pop up in a notification for you?
It did not. Somebody sent it to me. Actually, one of our texters had it first.
Really?
They did. They look at the text line.
That's awful cool.
Yeah. God, you guys, holy cow.
No, I mean, hey.
Man, oh, man.
I just feel bad for our listeners that were sitting in the Home Depot parking lot and didn't go in because they needed the Broncos breaking news.
We can get to what happened in a baseball game yesterday.
Well, the Phillies blew one down.
Oh, my God, dude. All right, Dan, what do we got here? Do you got the
Yeah, we'll start with the play itself.
All right, here we go.
Gotta find it, throws to the plate. Oh my goodness, he throws it away, and the Dodgers have won. The Dodgers win.
Extra innings, season on the line. A comebacker is a 24-year-old Aurorian Kirkering, and he has 2 plays to get out of the inning. And you know what? You just never know. You get out of that inning, you could win the game. You win that game, you just never know. It ain't over. This is
it goes 2-2 on the series.
Goes 2-2 on the series, and hey, here we go. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude,
was it 2 outs or was no outs?
2 outs.
Oh, he's got to throw to first.
Scott, it's painful to watch.
Yeah, no, I've seen it.
Yeah, that was one of the more boneheaded baseball plays I've ever seen.
That's a little league play. Tell me you haven't seen that 1,000 times.
1,010 times.
Yeah,
because you lose your composure and you just don't pick the ball up
when the ball doesn't get to you
easy
clean.
Play.
When the ball doesn't get to clean, also it's like a 24-second clock, right? All of a sudden, it's, in your head, it's going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it's not.
It's
right?
not. You got tons of time. It might be close at first, but you're a pitcher. You practice this PFPs, pitcher freeling practice. You do this endlessly. You have your whole life. You step. You make a good throw to first, you walk home, and we'll see what happens.
Now, because I don't know and didn't pay attention, are they doing the stupid start a guy on second base in
no
extra innings in the playoffs?
Nope. That's out.
Why?
Nope.
Why? Because it's not real baseball.
Because they changed the rules in football, basketball, hockey, and baseball in extra play time in all 4 sports once you get to the playoffs.
Like what?
Well, maybe not basketball, actually. Basketball's still just 5 minutes, even in overtime. Yeah, I guess it is. Hockey's different. Hockey's different. Football is different. There's no ties in football in the playoffs.
So they just have a running clock, though.
No, now it's very similar to the current format, other than they would just continue to play until somebody wins.
Another 10 minutes, or whatever.
Yeah.
I guess basketball is the only sport that stays exactly the same in the playoffs and in the regular season.
Because it's real basketball, real baseball. You don't give somebody a ghost runner on second.
What are you upset about here?
Why even put a man there? Just say ghost runner.
Well, you're upset about a rule that's quick in games and gets to a satisfying in 162
We've
regular
never really
season
talked
games?
about it with you and me here. I don't care about the quickness of the game.
Okay.
No. They should put a guy on second even in the playoffs. It's fun.
Tyler doesn't even care.
Forget baseball.
Where's
forget
your
tradition?
Where's your heart for
Do fun things?
With he from 37 feet away, he put it 9 feet over the catcher's head. It was so far away from the catcher. The runner for the Dodgers actually missed the plate. He ran past it. He came back and tagged it.
Well, it's really funny. I don't know if you saw the
Did
interview.
he actually come back? Because all I
Yes.
saw was the clips of him not touching it. And everybody's like, oh, he didn't touch the plate.
He came back, and he had forever to do it. There was the ball was, who knows where the ball was.
I don't know if you heard the interview, but they interviewed Bill Buckner, and he even called it stupid play.
You're just such a jerk.
It's kind of Bill.
You're a jerk.
God, what an easy play. I think
That's what Bill Buckner said.
That's what Bill Buckner said.
Bill Buckner said, what an easy play.
Yeah, what an easy play.
All right. Here, do you have a little of a roaring?
How'd you like to go out like that as a sports fan?
Here is
it couldn't happen to a better group of fans, though, right? You're not mourning today for the Philly fans, are you?
We will get to that. Yes. But do you feel bad for here's a little bit of Orion.
I feel bad.
Just kind of once the pressure got to me, I just thought it was a faster throw to JT, a little quicker throw than trying to cross body at the Bryce. So just poor throw.
Yeah. Did you hear them telling you to go to first at all, or were you just in the moment that it wasn't even?
Just in the moment.
Yeah.
Can you see JT pointing in that moment, or is it just kind of looking up?
Just kind of looking up, just be ready to go.
All right, that's it. He goes on for about a minute and a half. I give him credit for talking to the media, and he's got tears in his eyes, guys.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah. I feel for him. I do feel for him. But what is
you ever felt like you lost a game,
Oh,
Scott?
yeah.
Yeah.
I know I did.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that, but let me just say about this. You said it first. He talked to him.
He did.
How many guys, and we've seen it in this town, have a tough game, don't feel like it, all of a sudden don't show up and don't want to talk to media.
Man, oh, man.
We saw it in the Ryder Cup with Scotty Scheffler and DeChambeau after the
we
one
did
day.
see that, didn't we? We didn't talk about
Saturday,
that. Yeah.
They didn't want to talk about it.
That is true. I give him a lot of credit.
I give him a lot of credit for talking.
And my heart breaks for him.
He'll get over it, and he'll be better. Well, it sticks with you, but he'll be better.
That's going to stick with you.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, get out and at least fessing up. No, it's just Bono's in the moment.
Okay. You guys both have felt responsible for blowing a game.
Oh, I know I have.
But have you ever blown a game that cost your team a season and cost your team a chance at a championship?
Well, missing last-second shots don't count, does it? Because I at least took the shot.
I think a free throw would.
I would say the context. Like, are you inside the paint? Are you wide open? Are you?
I missed my last shot of my college career was a baseline 16-footer with the clock going 3, 2, 1, us down 1. And I thought it was in, hit the rim, bounced straight up, and didn't go in. So my last shot in college was a missed, could have been a game winner.
Yeah.
Did it cost you guys anything?
Yeah, it was in the season. It was in the NCAA tournament.
Oh, okay. That's a big one.
It bucked us out of the NCAA tournament.
Well, there you go. So you had a moment.
Could have been a hero.
You know,
instead I was.
I've kind of had similar experiences to both, right? That's what you feel like. Yep. I mean, one time I was with the Broncos playing out in Washington against the Redskins. I was playing for the Broncos. I believe Chris Sims was our quarterback at the time, if I remember correctly. For whatever reason, Chris entered the game in this one. And we were driving to win the game, 2-minute drill. We'd driven the majority of the field, got down to like the 25-yard line. So we weren't quite in scoring range, but like the drive was going well. You know, gave up strip sack to Andre Carter, who was like 48 years old at the time. And final play, that's it. Like Tyler Polumbus gave up strip sack to end the game, you know? And I remember I had tears in my eyes after that game, you know, and it was just a regular season game. It was not the end of the season or anything. You know, I had another one that didn't like end our season, but I just had a really horrible game in the final game of a season that was already lost. And just when you got to taste that the entire offseason, and it was my junior year of college. And I was going up against a guy who ended up being my teammate for 4 years out in Washington, Adam Carricker. We played Nebraska on Thanksgiving, and good Lord, this guy just abused me. I mean, he gave me the business. And I had to taste that. I had to feel that, live with that the entire offseason. And then I had to be teammates with the frickin' dude. He's the nicest dude on planet Earth, but I had to be teammates with the dude for 4 years, knowing that you whooped my butt in the final game.
I got something for us all to feel better, though. The Philadelphia fans. The New York Giants put up on their Jumbotron the final score of the game for the Philadelphia Eagles fans in attendance. World-class troll. The Flyers lost. The Eagles lost to the Giants, and your Phillies season ended on a Little League error. For all those reasons, Philadelphia fans, and thank God for the internet and reaction videos, we present a montage of Philadelphia fans.
Watch them too?
I don't know. We're not going to watch them. We don't have the digital editing thing.
Right there.
No, Dan, put them all. It's audio.
Oh.
Here is a reaction from some of the Philadelphia fans.
Oh my God! Get there! Get no!
Why did you do that? Throw it to first, you idiot! Oh my God!
That was so dumb. That's gotta be the dumbest play of all time. Jets.
Throw him! Oh my God! You had him at first! All right, that's enough. I got you. You got your clip. You got your clip.
We salute you, Philadelphia fans. I couldn't think of a better way for Philadelphia to wrap up their night than to be the biggest losers on one night in recorded sports history with 3 of their 4 teams all choking at the same night. It's PhD here on 92.5. I love Dan. Are you okay? Because listen, these are all great English bands you're playing, but we're in a sort of a like a foggy, like we're pulling the covers over ourselves and cuddling here with rain dripping down.
Isn't that what England is?
Well, kind of, but like.
Did you see Dan's wearing his flannels? He's already got the flannels out, man.
Dan, are you okay? Do you need a hug or something? Or are you feeling. We're playing very emo-sensitive English music here today.
I played Motley Crue yesterday. He's getting on me about it.
Well, if you were playing bands from L.A., I would have a problem. It's Motley Crue.
Or who was the band I played yesterday?
Who? No. I just want to make sure you're okay.
No, I'm not okay, DMac.
You're not okay?
No, I'm not
What's
okay.
What's wrong? We can give you a couple seconds here.
Give him a playlist. Help the man out. He's doing his best.
That's just, like some fired up sort of. It's Friday. It's a Bud Light Football Friday.
Hey, play a little Stevie Winwood.
Is he British?
I think Stevie Winwood.
Lord, okay.
David
You're
Bowie?
doing great.
Have you got any David Bowie in?
You're doing David Bowie, Let's Dance, like something
have
like
you
that.
Played any David Bowie?
I will, Scott, just for you.
Suffragette City, or I don't know, some other banger, David Bowie.
Bang. All right. Well, this would be more of Dan's speed today was ground control to Major Tom.
I feel like we're about to hear the Smiths and the Cure coming up here with Dan here anytime.
I played the Cure yesterday.
Well, Friday
Case
I'm
closed.
in love. Friday I'm in love. Okay. Thank you, Dan.
This is a good song.
Oh, they're all good songs. I'm not saying they're not good songs by great bands. They are. They all check that box. They don't have me running through a Cam Scatabumo wall is what I'm talking about.
Again, they could have had him instead of R.J. Harvey.
Did the Broncos blow it by not drafting Cam Scatabumo?
I'm saying yes. Because I ain't about 5 years from now. I ain't about 3 years from now.
Let's go.
Cam Scatabumo would have helped you this year.
He would have been fun. There's no doubt about it. He would have been an instant fan favorite. He probably would have had the same amount of success that he's having there right here. I mean, R.J. Harvey's getting 10 to 12 snaps a game. If Cam Scatabumo gets 10 to 12 snaps a game, he's probably going to make it an impactful 10 to 12 snaps,
Harvey, okay. Hey, Harvey couldn't catch the ball 19 times because you get tired trying to run around the end 19 times. 12 carries a game. Harvey ain't going to make the impact of Scatabumo consistently.
I agree with that. I would agree in short spurts, Cam will probably always make a greater impact. However, I would make the argument that R.J. Harvey still has the potential, if he's ever a 20 touch per game type of guy, he would be a far better option as a 20 touch per game kind of guy.
I just ain't seen Harvey.
Why did Cam Scatabumo fall so far in the draft?
Because he's 5'8".
Maybe.
I mean, he might be your size.
He might be
small,
5'8".
He's slow. He's not agile. He's not.
Really?
Yeah.
You know what he is? He's a Sherman tank in the age of Abrams.
DMac, that's not a shot at him. That's a reality.
Agile? He's not agile?
He's not particularly agile, no. But he knows how to run through a dude.
Well, he steps over him pretty good after he hits him. That takes some agility.
He can catch a pass. He can throw a football. He's thrown for. Wait till you see that from Cam Scatabumo eventually with the Giants. He's done all this. It's all happened. Here's what it is. Sometimes undersized guys, I believe, are written off in college because it's just like, well, that's college.
Yep.
And that's, I think, what's happening to Cam Scatabumo right now. But he did do this against major competition at the highest levels during the college football playoff against Texas.
It's flipped in basketball, but that used to be what they say. Oh, well, he was nice. He was a nice European player. He was nice. That's flipped. When you get the top 100 list come out that you read the other day, and the top 5 are all from another country.
Right.
So that script is flipped. It'll take a whole bunch of Scatabuos or 2 or 3 Scatabuos going, maybe we got to figure some way to measure the heart.
Well, he was the best player on a team that won the Big 12 and killed it in the college football and should have beat Texas. I don't know, man. I've loved the guy for a long time. We probably talked about Cam Scatabumo on this show more than any show in America, aside from whatever's going down there in Phoenix and Arizona. And did you know he started at Sacramento State, Mark Moser's home school?
He's got a pretty epic highlight of he's recovering an onside kick, and he carries about 6 different dudes on his back all the way in for a touchdown.
All right, I'm not going to say it's the biggest miss in the world, but I got a little, Cam Scatabumo.
You want to know why he goes in the 4th round? He's a running back that runs a 4.65 40. Like he's small, he's short, he's slow.
Terrell Davis got a gold jacket and was a 6th rounder, and he ran a 4.6.
Okay, I love this conversation. What's more important as a running back? Taking a 3-yard gain and making it 5, or the possibility you can run for 60 yards through the hole?
Let me give you guys a test before Tyler does this. Before you do this and give him that right there, I want you are now a scout of player personnel scout, both of you. What's the first question you ask of a player like a Scatabumo or a Harvey or whoever it might be? What's the first thing you ask? Maybe you're the GM. The scout's bringing you these guys. What's the first question you ask those guys?
I don't know. It feels like you've got a good one, though.
I have the ultimate one, whether it's basketball or football, baseball.
I mean, at the end of the day, what I want to know, and I don't know how I ask this in a singular question, it would have to be something that you got to vet out throughout the interview. But all I really want to know is how much do you love ball? Because I'm going to trust my eyeballs. I got to trust my evaluation. There's nothing that you can say to me that's going to change my evaluation of you as a player.
Well, with that said, then Scatabumo should have been a 1st rounder.
He loves ball.
He does love ball. If you're saying the intangible is the most important question, well, he checks that box.
No, here's my question. I went on a big rant.
Hold on. Sorry, Scott. Just real quick. I'm not saying it's the most important thing. It's the most important thing of the interview for me because it's the things that I don't know, right? Everything else I have already evaluated and weigh them however you want, put them on a chart and weigh them however you want. But if I'm doing an interview, that's what I'm trying to find out about the interview.
Well, if I'm the coach and they're bringing me guys, here's some of the people we like, right?
Mm-hmm.
First question I always ask, and I don't care what sport it is, can he play?
Yeah.
And they'll say, well, he runs a 4.44. Can he play?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he had a 38-inch vertical. Well, can he play? His wingspan is 7'2". Well, can he play? That's got to be the first question you ask. And I'm going to tell you what, most guys, Tyler, to go back to yours, because I think that was a great answer you gave. I think most guys, you sit there and watch, you go, ooh, that dude can play. Then you know what they usually do? Love ball.
Yeah.
Love ball. That can they play and love ball may be kissing cousins. You know what I'm saying? They may be hooked at the hip or something. But dude, it's kind of 4.65. Can he play? Well, he's only 5'9", but can he play?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody else, instead, we get so caught up in everybody keeping a job with analytics. They'd have never invented analytics. Let me ask you this. If they'd have never invented analytics to the depth that they've got it now in every sport, would the sports be any worse?
I don't know that analytics have made them worse, if that's your point.
No, I think it's made it too easy to sit there and fall back on instead of ask the question, can he play?
Yeah. I mean, sure. But that I'm deciding if the dude can play, though. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not asking the dude, can he play ball? Like that, I agree. Those are probably the two most important things. But I'm going to decide that when I watch the film.
Well, hopefully so. I was going to say this, and I had a long conversation with one of my older kids when they were playing soccer.
Okay.
And I'm talking to this soccer
I don't know
coach.
why you did the air quotes there.
Soccer.
I'm talking to this soccer coach. They were going to move my team from my daughter from top team to bottom team. And I said, okay, well, just tell me why. Because she was a really good player. And I said, well, what's she do? Now you guys are both coaches. Here's what this coach said to me. Well, she's probably our best passer on our team. She's one of the most competitive kids we got on the team, and she's a great leader. I said, okay. Now she's like 10.
Mm-hmm.
I said, pretty good traits. I mean, well, she can't kick it from one end of the field to the other. So I said, well,
okay.
I go, how many kids you got on the team you can? And he go, well, Suzanne can.
Yeah, how important
one.
is that? Yeah.
It was one.
Right.
So you tell me you're the best leader.
Yeah.
Best passer.
Yeah.
Most unselfish and best teammate you got.
Yeah.
And that's not good enough? And he goes, well, you're going to sit there and tell me you played basketball, you could watch kids play soccer and know if they're any good? And I go, yeah, I could. I said, you think I could do it with basketball? I go, if you know anything about coaching and athletes, I tell you, can you guys not go watch a high school game? And you've done 2 or 3 high school games. You coached baseball forever, and so you saw a million other kids on other teams.
You can tell pretty quick.
Could you not watch a game and go, ooh, that shortstop over there, that guy can play.
For kids that I coached, I could tell when they warmed up throwing a ball. At the end of the day, you could tell.
We were playing a soccer match. My daughter was the other day, and I'm watching warm-ups the other team, and I went, ooh. They had a girl, I think she had a crazy number, like 74 or something. I mean, it was a big number, 16. I said, ooh. I said, that kid right there, 74, she got a leg. Ooh, she pretty good. Well, next thing you know, they got her on right wing, and everything. The whole play was kick it out forward, let her run through people, and outspeed people. And the whole play was garnered right here. Well, guess what? All I saw her do was warm up.
All right, if we say these are valuable traits, who's got them better, R.J. Harvey or Cam Scatabumo? If it matters. Now, R.J. Harvey might. I'm not trying to put him down.
I just think we're really quick to dismiss R.J. Harvey. I don't want to dismiss Cam Scatabumo either. Like, I love Cam. That dude is a freaking blast to watch play football. I love everything about that dude. But we're really quick to make a decision here on R.J. Harvey that I just don't feel like is a necessary thing to do.
All right. Well, it was a big decision the Broncos had to make. It was a big decision.
More easy to find a Scatabumo or a Harvey.
A Harvey.
That's what it seems to me, too.
To find? Yeah, you find really fast guys who with, negligible personalities all the time. It's the personality and the intangibles of Scatabumo that are rare.
You know what Scatabumo is? See if you agree with this. He's almost Tim Tebow, except he can play.
Yeah,
he can play.
That's a fair way to put it.
He seems like a raw, always this practice is the most important practice I've ever been in.
I think he's more of a meathead than Tebow, though.
That's true.
He is a meat in a very adorable,
loving way,
great way, but it is a meathead.
He's a guy your daughter brings over to Thanksgiving dinner, and you pull out the turkey, and he goes, "Yeah, whoa, look at that turkey."
You know who he kind of reminds me personality-wise is like George Kittle, another kind of meathead in a kind of an adorable way.
Speaking of meatheads, you guys like that video I sent you the other day?
Dumb people are fun, man.
They are.
They're the best. Okay. We have Parker Gabriel from London about the Broncos. And I have a couple choices. We have a couple of games here with prizes that could be kind of fun. Or it could be terrible. One way or the other. Also, we have Sean Payton as the star for No Dumb Questions. We actually have a No Dumb Question prepared starring Sean Payton today.
And Izzy Nix is pregnant.
I don't care about stuff like that. High school football, though, I care about. And we roll on. Connor Cape and Justin Adams call the action between Dakota Ridge and Heritage. Tonight at 7 o'clock, high school football powered by Sport Clips. Proud partners and supporters of CHSAA. All right, we're going to have Parker Gabriel live from London of the Denver Post give us a report on the Broncos and how they're doing. Got a couple of choices for you guys. And we have some stuff to give away. 303-504-0925. We have a couple of $50 gift certificates to the Alamo Draft House. Got a choice for you. We can play a game called What the Hell Did He Say? Where we take some British people and we play some, sound bites and you have to interpret what they say. Or we could play Fired Jets offensive coordinator or Prime Minister of Great Britain. So it's, we could go either way with this, or we could do a little bit of both. But we could play like you guys could play when we have a contestant and, that sort of thing. So
I don't know. Who created this game?
Me and Dan. Why? You don't like the game? We don't have to do either of them.
No. I'm down for a little fired offensive coordinators versus prime minister.
Okay. You want to start with that?
Yes.
We can start just with you two. We can start with that right here. All right, you ready?
Can you put Sir in front of all the names? Just for fun.
That is a great suggestion. Sir George Grenville.
Oh, that's definitely an offensive coordinator, right?
Sir George Grenville?
Sir George Grenville.
Gren. Oh, that might change my opinion.
Sir George Grenville.
I thought you said Glenn, but Gren is different.
Gren.
Prime Minister.
Yeah, I'm going with Prime Minister as well.
He is a prime minister from 1763 to 1765.
Wow. Oh, so this isn't current. Okay.
Oh, no. We're going, you ready for
it's like Greenwich. Yeah.
You ready for the next one? Let me see if this guy, hey, it's Altitude. Who's this? Let's see, we should have Dan screen.
I don't think you brought him on.
Dan, grab him. You ready for the next one? Tanner. Oh, Sir.
Thank you. That's important.
Sir Tanner Engstrand.
Wow. See, that sounds so English, but I feel like you're setting me up on it. Can you say the last name again?
Sir Tanner Engstrand.
Engstrand.
Yeah, Engstrand.
Engstrand. I mean, doesn't that feel like a setup job, though? I mean, that's got to be English. That's got to be a prime minister. But because it's so obvious, I want to go with offensive coordinator.
Yeah, but Tanner, how many prime ministers you ever going to hear of the name Tanner?
Yeah, clearly.
I mean, really. I mean, seriously. That's probably some dumb coordinator.
Yeah, I gave you mine.
He is the current coordinator for the Jets.
That's the current. Shut up.
He is the current offensive coordinator. He is the current.
Was he a Lion? Where'd he come from? Do we know anything about him? Was he born in England?
I don't know. But he's the least successful offensive coordinator in New York Jets history so far. He's 0-5.
Okay.
So far. He wins one. They win this weekend. He's tied with 14 other dudes.
Sir Daboll Logains. Loggains.
Dowell?
Dowell, okay. Dowell.
Oh, is that what you said? Sorry.
Yeah, Logains.
Yeah, that's got to be a prime minister.
I don't know about Logains. Sound more German to me. I'm going to go coach.
He was the Jets coordinator 2019-2020 seasons, 2 years. And then he got fired.
I mean, these are recent guys, and I've never even heard these guys' names.
Sorry.
I mean, this should be within our wheelhouse.
Well, it isn't one of
If you give me a Sir Tiddlywinks, I'm definitely going prime minister.
Okay. Sir David Lloyd George.
Yeah, wow, that is so that's majestic. That's like a king, right? I mean, what if that's actually a king and not a prime minister?
I'll go prime minister.
That is a prime minister. Prime minister from 1916 to
Very
1922.
majestic name.
Oh, we can play with some
So he
listeners
was in
here.
World War I. He was the prime minister of England during World War I.
There you go. He was a busy guy. I did not give you Sir Winston Churchill. I thought that was too easy, or Sir Margaret Thatcher.
Offensive coordinator.
That'd be Dame Margaret Thatcher.
Rosendo, is this you?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. I guess we can just make it one guess, right? We got a $50, that's not that complicated. Sir John Morton, fired defensive coordinator of the Jets or Prime Minister of England? Sir John Morton.
Scott, you want to help me on this one?
I would
phone a friend.
Yeah, I would say coach.
Yeah, I'll go coach too.
He was the offensive coordinator for the 2017 season and then fired. Congratulations.
Congratulations, big dog.
Recindo, you, my friend, win a $50 gift card to the Alamo Draft House.
Which is a little better than absolutely nothing.
Yeah, a lot better.
All right. We have Eric here. Hi, Eric. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Sir Gordon Brown. Sir Gordon Brown. Fired offensive coordinator for the Jets or prime minister?
That sounds like a prime minister to me.
Do you want to ask Tyler? Do you want to be Team Tyler here?
I don't know. Gordon Brown feels that feels very American. He didn't say like Nigel or something, you know?
I understand that, but Gordon is still, I think, a popular name that could, at some point in history, would have been a prime minister.
Gordon Ramsay.
Okay. All right, go with your gut, buddy. Go with your gut.
Let's go prime minister.
2007 to 2010, the Prime Minister of England.
Wow.
Sir Gordon Brown.
Yeah.
Hey,
way to know
how
your
many
English
of these
history.
do you got to give away?
Just 2. That's it. I mean, we could do it. You win absolutely
Keep going.
nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
I got 2. We'd ask David. David,
do you want to win absolutely nothing?
It's better than nothing.
Okay. All right.
Hit the music.
Oh, sorry. I got it. All right. I got to look for names here. Okay, here we go. Sir Clement Attlee.
Oh, God.
Sir Clement Attlee.
No chance that's a coach, right?
Yeah, can I ask a friend and Tyler?
Sure,
I'm going no chance that's an offensive coordinator. No chance.
All right, let's do it.
I'm saying coach.
You're saying coach. Sir Clement Attlee was coaching
Unbelievable.
the British troops from 1945 to 1951.
Thank you.
So he got the end of World War II.
Hey, David, you win absolutely nothing. Thank you.
Congratulations.
So Adelaide, that's right, I should know that. Adelaide followed Churchill, right?
Yep. Yeah. We're just playing for absolutely nothing at this point. It's fun, though. You guys are into
Well,
it.
we can take Andy's.
How about Daboll Logains? I mean, that to me was
Daboll
like...
what?
Daboll Logains?
Oh, yeah.
The coach?
Yeah, but Logains doesn't sound English.
Yeah, but his name is Daboll? Like, how many, I'm just going for it here.
Well, yours is Darren.
I got another great one for
Sir
you.
Darren.
James Callahan.
Well, the way you're setting it up, you want us, again, you're trying to pull the old mind trick on me where you think I know what I know, but I know what you know, and that's definitely an English prime minister.
Scott, you want to take a shot at James Callahan?
You want me to think that that's a coach.
I'll go coach.
English prime minister, 76 through 79.
Yeah.
I've never heard.
By the way, how about how many fired offensive coordinators there actually are for the Jets?
How about how many prime ministers they've had?
We're going back
we can play that game with Broncos.
Hey, you know what? We're going back to 50.
No, the first year is 1721. I mean, Robert Walpole.
We can't go back to like 50?
Dude, putting Sir before everything is fantastic, by the way. Sir, I'll give you some easy ones.
Could you also give us like a first Duke of Lancaster?
Lester. Again, we have Sean Payton for No Dumb Questions.
I have a no dumb question, too.
Well, it's coming up here in a second. I'd say Jeremy Bates would be too easy, right?
Oh, I played for Batesy twice.
Right. Mike LaFleur, Nathaniel Hackett. I mean, these are too easy. Chan Gailey, Martin Morningweg, Tony Soprano.
Yeah, but hold on.
Tony Soprano? Is that what you just said?
Before you say Chan Gailey, put Sir in front of it.
Say what? Sorry, say again.
Put Sir in front of Chan Gailey.
Sir Chandler. Sir Chandler Gailey.
Wow.
If it's Sir Chandler Gailey.
Then it becomes a little, right?
Hey, that was fun.
How about this? How about a couple more names? We prime minister them up. What's Hackett's first name? Reginald?
Nathaniel. He already goes by Nathaniel. I mean, he kind of,
Nathaniel?
Well, you'd have to use like his middle name would help. Sir Nathaniel George Hackett.
George Hackett III.
That would help. Yeah. Total loser. All right. Well, there you go. That's that game. That worked actually better than I thought it was going to actually. We still have, by the way, the mumbling, stumbling quotes to play later on. You play some British people.
Maybe later on we can give our own coaches English names.
That would be funny.
Sean the strategist.
Oh, like things you're known for.
Yeah.
Sean the Terrible.
We go to Parker Gabriel, Sledgehammer, live in London from the Denver Post. Parker, how are you, my friend?
What's going on, guys? I'm doing great. How you doing?
We are doing great. Why don't you talk to us about was it an adjustment? Did Sean change what he was going to do in terms of practices, or are they always going to practice on the front lawn of the castle today?
No, they were not always going to practice on the front lawn of the castle today. It was an adjustment. It wasn't even weather-based. Last year in West Virginia, it was raining so hard they had to move the Friday practice indoors to the tennis courts, the Greenbrier. This was just, maybe a couple things. Yeah, logistics. It was logistics.
Wait, did there just so happen to be an American football field with painted lines and goalposts outside the hotel?
Code for bad traffic between the team hotel and Tottenham's training facility Wednesday and Thursday, probably. But yeah, no. Well, the thing about that hotel, that's where. So Minnesota stayed there last week before playing at Tottenham.
Okay.
And the thing that the Broncos were wary of, it's one practice field. It's like one full-size football field. And I think in the planning process, it's England, it rains. And I think they had a level of concern about if it rained all week and the Vikings were practicing, it would be muddy, the field would be torn up, and could you get a good, safe week of work in on that? Which is why they chose Tottenham in the first place, being the second team there, 2 weeks in a row. So It didn't rain last week. It didn't rain this week. Traffic was bad. Guys, they were busting a half hour to Tottenham, basically with ankles taped, cleats on, whatever. And so they just decided the weather's good, the field's in great shape. Let's practice up here on Friday.
I assume they would do all their meetings and stuff at the hotel and then just bus to do practice itself.
Yeah, 100%. So they're doing guys are doing the individual stretch work and stuff at the hotel and then getting on a bus for a half an hour and going down to Tottenham, which listen, the Tottenham facility is unbelievable. And the fields were immaculate and all of that. That's all great. They had a good, workspace for us. But there just wasn't anywhere when you got off the bus. They weren't using Tottenham's, the locker rooms and the showers and all that. They were using the fields. So they were rolling up on buses, rolling out the balls and saying, okay, a few minutes to get loose and then walk through. So they just decided it would save them some time and be a little more efficient today to practice up where they did.
When you look at it, and I would just say I was watching something online the other day where a guy, he's a huge Premier League soccer player right now. He's all the thing. He was in.
You're pointing at me?
He was in SoFi at a game for the things, and he goes, I thought Tottenham was the greatest facility I've ever seen in my life, and he goes, SoFi might be better. Talking about stadium. So are they playing? Is that the stadium they play in?
No. So where the Broncos practice is Tottenham's training complex,
right?
North by maybe either on the train or in the car, maybe 20 minutes north of Tottenham, the Hotspur Stadium. That's where the game is on Sunday. That was built in 2019, and it's kind of crazy. Tottenham Football Club plays on natural grass, but they actually retracts the grass, fold it up, and store it under the turf or adjacent to the turf for NFL games. So the stadium was designed with the NFL specifically in mind. It's got football locker rooms and all of that.
Wow.
But it also, the Brits are listen, you're not playing American football on our grass. You guys can play on turf.
That is
we are definitely not royal enough.
We heard another report to that, Parker, is that the grass for soccer just is actually not safe for football play. It's just not the same sort of turf. So yes, you can't play on our grass, but our grass isn't really great for American football play anyways, because it's a little bit too loose and little slides more for soccer sort of things.
Yeah, well, there was a lot. I mean, honestly, at practice, the fields are immaculate, but they're also cut. I don't know what. I'm not I mow my lawn, but I'm not an expert. It's mowed to I don't know, a quarter of an inch or something. I mean, it's
like a golf course.
There were definitely, it looks like a fairway. I mean, there were definitely, I would say, maybe you're just paying more attention or whatever. But to me, the 2 days they were there was more slipping seemingly than you would see at home, and I would imagine that's because it's cut, so fine. It's like a putting green. Almost.
It's clear that Sean really values this experience. Do the players value this experience the same as Sean does?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think Sean probably liked the Greenbrier more than the players like the Greenbrier. But listen, I mean, if you win on both ends of it, that obviously helps. And I do think there's something to – it's one of those things where, you – especially for the guys that have kids and families and all of that, like it's not easy leaving for 9 or 10 days. It's not. And at the same time, it's pro sports. It's not college. You're maybe in the hotel for a couple of weeks during training camp, but there's not a lot of time where you're just together for extended periods of time. And Sean, I think, really believes in the value of that time spent together and what it does for a team. It clearly seemingly had some good last year, did some good last year. I think players like that part of it. It's not that it's not that there's no trade-offs. There are, but I do think players like that part of it. Now, English countryside, a long way from any of the, stuff to do in London, all of that. I don't know. Maybe guys would prefer the downtown Marriott, but it's a good week. And obviously if you come home with 2 wins, then it's a really good week.
When they first took off, Sean was, this is a business trip, and I told him just packed a couple bags, and we're going to stay so far out of the city, no one's going to turn yet. First day you're there, there's Sertan basically. Yeah, I went down to London the last couple of times. Are guys getting out and experiencing a little bit of the culture in that neck of the woods?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in a lot of ways, it works the same way as a regular week on the NFL calendar. So, Sean can say no sightseeing, but the guys have Tuesday off. They can do whatever they want. There's and I think a lot of them went into the city. I mean, I'm telling you though, like from where WARE, where their hotel is, to get into London is not easy. I mean, it's a long way. So you need, you got to get into the town of Ware and then take a train, or I mean, obviously those guys probably car service or whatever, but like it's a haul. So I think some of the guys probably played golf. I know some of them came into the city, and then there's certainly like today after practice, Marvin Mims was doing an event in the city. Pat Sertan was doing an event in the city. Tomorrow, I'm sure there'll be a little bit of time. So yeah, I mean, it's not like they're not sequestered away in the hotel room for the whole week by any
Parker, can you tell we're not even taking the Jets seriously by the line of questions we're throwing at you right here? I mean, are you getting that vibe?
Yeah, there hasn't been a lot of Quinn and Williams talk so far.
Well, is he going? I mean, he was banged up. I guess he's playing.
Yeah, I guess he's playing. But yeah, no, there has not been. And funny enough, I mean, obviously like the Jets have run the ball really well, and there's the whole, it's Darren Muji, obviously a former George Payton lieutenant and a Sean Payton lieutenant with Aaron Glenn, but there's not a lot of buzz around the game itself.
All right, Sledgehammer, we'll keep it real for the Denver Post, and we appreciate you being on with us. Have you had a unique English experience yourself personally?
A unique English experience.
Yeah.
I had an Uber driver last night for 40 minutes who wanted to talk exclusively about American politics. So that might be uniquely English.
Oh, that must have been a blast.
Tell us where you landed.
Or don't.
Oh, by the way,
Henry was. Yeah.
Do you have any comment about Bo Nix and Izzy Smoke expecting their first child? That news just came out.
Yeah. I don't think I do. That's congratulations to them. That's terrific.
All right, that's great.
I have an 8-month-old, and they'll have a great time being parents.
Okay, thank you, Parker. We'll talk to you later.
Are you getting the vibe that not everybody is as fired up about this as you are? For someone who hates kids, why are you so happy for them?
Because it's Izzy.
I celebrate.
It's Izzy Smoke.
I celebrate great news.
He celebrates Izzy.
When Smoke Show puts it out there that I'm pregnant, I'm like, I celebrate you, Smoke Show. I just think it's a good thing. What can I tell you?
You're talking about a man's wife like that.
And by the way, who doesn't walk through the field holding hands with their wife with a sonogram picture in their other hand? Totally natural, not phony at all.
Now, I wonder, the question, did she bring it with her to London and surprise him with the news?
Look at the photo.
Wasn't in London.
Where was it?
Castle Pines. On the golf course.
I don't know what they're doing, but it's the most. Okay, it's great being
Red
20.
Rocks.
Yeah. It's a field, Tyler. It's a field with trees.
But did the caption say in an English field, or did it?
It did not say in an English field. But where are you going to find a field like this? And you're walking around with your sonogram photo.
You ride your bike. You're going to tell me they're in a bunch of fields?
There's a bunch of buffalo up there. There's no like big open flowing fields with trees up there in Castle.
Yes, there are. Lots of them.
Okay, fine. It was in Castle Pines. I don't know. I'm exhausted. Why do you guys care so much? We have no dumb questions next. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T causes all sorts of issues. Low sex drive, bad sleep patterns. It's just the worst. Like, what am I doing with my life? What happened to me? Well, get it back. Get your life back. Get your vibes back. Get everything back with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys start losing that testosterone, 2 to 3% in their mid to early 30s. You don't have to suffer like this. Take the low T quiz on their website. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 10 questions, yes, no, couple minutes. Schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review those results, discuss your options, and you'll make the decision together with their medical team. Cost the appointment only $99. Medical consult, T, and a PSA test. Come on now, let's go, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Great location in Castle Rock, but we also got locations in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and the Springs. Call 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, this one stars Sean Payton, who was asked by a British muggle this no dumb question.
Coach, why do we call it football in America?
It's a great question. I know that's always been it really should be something different because what you play is football. I mean, if all we did was kick field goals and kick off, I'd have a stronger argument. But, yeah.
Okay. It's a classic question.
Sean hates America, I guess. Turning his back on us.
Sean's like, you got a good point. If the whole game was field goals and punting, I guess that would make more sense.
What should we call it?
American football.
What?
No, but why?
That's what they call it.
Yeah.
They call it football.
Why would
they
we
call it American football.
Yeah, that's what it is, American football.
Why would we call it football at all? That's the question.
Because the people that when they first came up with the game of football in the late 1800s, they didn't have any. They were used to playing soccer. They came up with the new things where you can actually touch the ball with your hands now and carry it, and they had no creativity.
Why isn't it called handball?
Why do you call a cup a cup? Why is this a cup?
I don't know the root etymology of the word cup.
Thank you.
But it would go down that line. You can make it whatever
Why not
you
a
want.
boot? Why isn't that called a boot?
Why wasn't football simply called handball?
Because
it would make way more sense.
You already had a game called handball.
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, handball.
In the 1800s?
Oh, yeah.
When the name football came to America? Yeah. When the CU Buffs with Ralphie 1 were rolling out?
Sir Jacob Plummer was one of the very first worldly handball champions.
I think it's a classic question that's been asked throughout the ages, and I really don't. I mean, I think you're looking it up, or,
You know
Ajay
what I
Quadagis.
I was actually shooting a quick text.
Ajay Quadagis, Tyler. Ajay Quadagis.
You know why they call it golf, don't you?
I don't.
Because the F word was already taken.
I wish I had a rim shot. I mean, I got this. I mean, it's not a rim shot, but it's the best I can do. Ajay Quadagis. All right, I got it.
Well, hold on. I have a question really quick. Isn't like the full
dumb
name tackle football? Like what if you called it tackle football?
It's the foot that's the issue here, not what else you're going to put around it.
Yeah,
why don't you call it
it's a fair
rugby?
Point. That's a good idea.
I don't know, bro. I don't have answers to these stupid questions.
I mean, rugby, they're not playing on rugs.
The difference between rugby and football is that you could move the ball forward rather than rugby where it always has to go backwards.
I wonder what the chance is that the guy that invented the game of rugby's last name was
John Rugby?
Yeah.
Sir John Rugby?
Sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I have another etymology question, DMac.
All right.
What is the etymology of soccer?
I have no clue. I don't know how it's certainly not used by the rest of the world. It's an American word. I have no idea how they came up with it in America, but it's not used anywhere but America. Nobody else calls it soccer except for Americans.
Well, don't they spare...
I heard it has something to do with the metric system.
Don't they spare their football, spell it F-U-T-B-O-L?
They can. They can They can spell words also. They put, instead of E-R, they put R-E. Do you know for years...
Who spoke English first?
Do you know
English or us?
It was the Pat Boland Training Center or something. And
R-E.
R-E.
That's how they do in Canada.
That's the way it was for years until they renamed it blah, 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 blah.
Okay, no dumb question.
Okay.
Announced last day or so that LeBron James will miss the next 3 or 4 weeks with a sciatica.
I did not hear that, really.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
missed the start of the season.
One spell sciatica.
S-C-I-A-T.
What's your question?
I-C-A.
Wait, that was your question?
IAC, right? T-I-A-C?
Oh, my Lord.
Whatever I said was right.
Sciatica. Yeah, anyway, so he's missing 3 or 4 weeks. I just watched 45 minutes on LeBron James being out and hurt, sciatica. Showed him playing golf. I'm like, sciatica?
Hey, anybody that's ever had back issues understands how tough golf can be.
On your back especially.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
What's your question? Is he faking?
No, I mean, He's got a bad back. 3 to 4 weeks. Get there and go, or don't play.
Well, he chose not to play.
What the hell is your question?
Well, then why are you making such a big
What's
deal?
the question?
Here's the question. Why is it such a big deal LeBron's got a sciatic? There's 190 million Americans.
Is your question just trying to make fun of LeBron James?
Why is it such a big deal?
Why is LeBron James so soft?
Okay,
that would be
a dumb question.
That would be a question, yeah. Because he can do whatever he wants. He's probably milking it. He probably doesn't want to.
I heard it's because he's mad about Luka.
And let me ask this: you've had a bad back. You've had surgery. You've had bulging discs.
Only 3 of them on my back.
But you've had bulging discs and stuff like that, right?
Sure.
You've gone through sciatica. I went through it a month ago. It's no fun.
No.
All right, let me
play for about 4 weeks.
Your dumb question with another dumb question. In an 82-game regular season and a 2-month potential playoff season, how important is 3 weeks of practice before you start that process?
He missed the first 3-4 weeks of the season.
He is.
The season.
He's not going to play till Christmas.
Well, the season starts in a week.
So when's he?
2
like
weeks.
when we're with jingle bells?
Maybe he just doesn't want. Okay, there's no dumb question. Maybe all this is so he doesn't have to go to training camp.
That seems more like reasonable.
Well, just say, hey, he's 40, and we don't think he needs to go through 2 days.
Do you think he's soft?
Camp.
Do you think LeBron is soft?
I think he is the perfect star for this age group.
Oh, this is a get off my lawn moment, huh?
No, I just think he's a perfect.
This age group, he's 40.
Well, but he's this era's, superstar.
He's Tyler's age.
Exactly. Soft.
Big question of the day is next.
Okay, I can dig it.
Come on.
Little Spice Girls.
I wanna. Broncos and England.
Got to get with my past.
I've seen some old films of David Beckham. You forget how good he was.
Bend it.
With Victoria, Posh Spice.
Did the F1 manager broke up with his Spice Girl? Did you see that?
I did not.
Yeah, that was a while back.
I was going deep with Izzy Smoke. What are you
what's
talking about?
The former Red Bull manager that got fired? You know,
do you not know?
You know what I'm talking about.
I know
you
who
watch
you're
the
talking.
series.
I do, but I don't know his name. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Keep this going, Dan, for a little bit. I don't. If they're splitting up, who is he with? Ginger Spice?
Bill.
No, not Ginger.
Sporty Spice?
Yeah, maybe it was Ginger.
I thought it was Ginger.
Maybe it was Ginger.
The redhead one.
Now that I think about it.
I thought it was.
Yeah,
I don't know her real
it
name.
might have been Ginger.
I thought it was,
Yeah.
All right. We'll get to the Avs here in a little bit for their opening night. Interesting day tomorrow for them. Again, give us a few minutes on that. What is your prediction and what is your hot take for this game? Prediction, hot take.
Least watched live game of the season for the Broncos.
Wow.
Is that your prediction or hot take?
Hot take.
Okay.
Live. Not views, but live.
That reflects my hot take a little bit too. On this one, maybe.
Oh, we had one last year, remember?
Prediction?
I think a bland game. The Denver walks away up 4-2 in the standings, and it'll be a monster game the following Sunday.
They cover the spread? 6.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, score. Throw a score out there.
I did, 23-10.
23-10. So a pretty nondescript, kind of a snoozer that nobody's really paying attention to.
Yeah.
Tyler.
My hot take is that Sean Payton has 2 years in a row of success after the Greenbrier and his London trip. He loves them so much, and he can't get into the Greenbrier for training camp anymore, so next year's training camp's actually going to be at the Broadmoor.
That's a good hot take, man.
Yeah.
He's
going to set up training camp at the Broadmoor.
You're going to have training camp there after that brand new facility will be open for next year?
Yep, Sean will find a way.
I don't know if it's quite going to be ready for next year. It's going to be it might not quite be ready for next year. So it's not crazy. It's not crazy, especially if he can't get. He's dying to do this again.
Yeah,
Greenbrier.
He can't come up with an excuse to go to the Greenbrier next season. Maybe it's not training camp. He can't come up with an excuse to go to the Greenbrier. We got no international game, and he's like, you know what? We got back-to-back home games. Let's go stay at the Broadmoor.
You know that is a pretty good hot take right there.
Here's a hot take. I'll bet you one time this week he's gone to one of their comptrollers or Pinder or somebody said, this logistic here, we should have just stayed at the Greenbrier for a couple days.
And then gone to England?
Practice there, and then headed over to England on Thursday.
You could have. You absolutely could have. It's been wild how teams have handled this. Not every team goes out there for the whole week. A lot of teams have just flown out after Thursday and just said, screw it. We'll be there on Friday, and we'll see you then.
Now, my prediction for the game is that Justin Fields throws 2 interceptions, loses the game, and DMac says that it was because he didn't have any good teammates.
Well, he's got a terrible defense. That's been his issue. But he could throw a couple picks, too. It could happen. I mean, I got him winning 34-13. So I got him blowing him out. And the 13 points is likely just garbage. Either they get like a touchdown on the first drive, because sometimes that happens because teams spend all their time worried about the first drive, and sometimes it works. Or it's just a bunch of garbage points at the end like they did against the Cowboys. So I got an easy win. My hot take, though, is somewhat similar to yours, that this was a giant waste of time this whole week. Like, it's just not that interesting, nor does it matter. But Sean loves it. He wants to go away every year for 10 days, period, the end. He said it over there. Ooh. He just values it. He thinks it's a critical part of team building, and that's that. So I don't know if that's a big stretch right there with what you're saying. Like, if they can't get England in a 10-day stretch on the East Coast, doesn't make sense. That would not surprise me at all if Sean just says, let's go somewhere for like 10 days, even during training camp. He's dying to do that. He just thinks, all right, do you like that he thinks it's that critical? Do you guys agree with them?
I loved it in basketball, and I think it was team building all the years we did. When I was in Atlanta, we would always have training camp at the place wherever the first game of the year is going to be, the first preseason game. So we had training camps in Jacksonville, Gainesville, Charlotte, I think, Chattanooga, different places where we had our very first preseason game. We'd have training camp there for 10 days. I thought it was cool.
I do think it's fun. The older I got, I used to love going away for training camp and just staying at the hotel. It's just you and the boys and nothing but ball. That was fun. I think it's overrated in terms of like the impact it can have on a team, but I think it's a cool experience.
I love how I am blown away yet again by how many of our media brethren and their bosses think that this is worth them to go over there. It's nuts how many people that are in our circle that are over there right now. And I really think it's,
We couldn't find a sponsor, huh?
Listen, man, don't get me wrong. I've never been to England. I would take it as I would love to go. Okay, I would love to go. I'd love to go to San Diego for training camp. But all in all, just like the Greenbrier from a media perspective, I don't think the fans even give a crap. Seriously. It's not that big of a deal to go to England anymore. I think it's a weird start. I think there's people that are like you, Scott. They're like, I usually do something else on Sunday mornings. Seeing my Broncos play at 7:30, that's just like a weird jam, man. Like, this ain't better. Like, there's a little bit of warming up on Sunday to get to that Broncos game.
Yeah.
We're kicking that off, and, I don't know. I think the whole thing is some sort of really gargantuan waste of time. But whatever.
Well, I talked to my buddies yesterday that are in London, and I said, any of you guys going to the game? One guy said, no, I'm not. You should see what the prices are going for.
I can't even imagine. It's a smaller type of stadium.
Yeah, they say they're getting people over there, though. People are going to the games and watching. He said the ticket prices are crazy right now.
$1's $1. What's a quid to $1?
I think it's like $1.40.
Seriously. All right, so what do you think the tickets are going? I mean, we can look it up like on SeatGeek or something, but
probably 300 pounds.
Or euros? I said quid. Pounds. Are pounds more?
No, I think it's just a different way to say it.
By the way, I looked up Broncos Cowboys tickets. I came across that. Tickets for the Broncos games, guys. I saw it like on the secondary market. Like, you need like $300 just to get in the door for like a ticket. Who can afford to do, my wife and I took a deep gulp. Season ski tickets. We didn't even go skiing once last year. $1,000 a pop, and the prices went up. And we're like, are we even going to do this? But it's like, if you don't do this, you don't go at all. Like, it's this or like nothing. My point is, I don't know how people afford guys to do anything these days when it comes to sports, seriously, unless you plan in advance and you make some sort of incredible life commitment to it. What do you think it's costing people to fly to England to go watch the Broncos? Now, I understand it's a bigger vacation when you do that, but...
Well, you make it a whole vacation.
Yeah, I suppose. But what do you think that vacation costs you? Let's go for 5 days to England to watch the Broncos. What do you think
you're
I'm
not
spending?
playing golf or anything? Probably.
I don't know what you're doing. What else are you? You're doing something
You'd
else.
probably do it for $5,000.
Oh, I bet you do less than that.
For two people?
Yeah.
Okay.
You probably get, if you did right with the flights, probably about $1,300, $1,350. Depends now where you want to stay. I don't know. I'm sure they got some Motel 6s over there.
All right, thumbs up or thumbs down, Broncos in England at the end of the day. What do you guys think?
Oh, I've always been an anti-international game guy. Always. I understand why they do it from the league's perspective. They're trying to make money. From a player's perspective, from a coach's perspective, freaking hate them.
Big pain in the ass.
Huge pain in the ass.
If I want to go on vacation to England,
I was so fortunate that I never had to do that in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
It's one of the first things you look at as a player is, do we have an international game?
It's not fun.
No.
It's just a drag.
I went to Spain, Australia, and Mexico City with the Nuggets.
I bet that's a lot more fun.
I mean, with the Broncos.
Oh, you did?
The Broncos, yeah.
I bet you had a good time.
Yeah, we had fun.
Yeah.
Now, it was weird doing
But you're on the team's tab, though. You're not paying for things the same way.
Well, the station, yeah, something. It was an Australia game. Our show started at 3 o'clock, and over there it was like 7 a.m. the next day.
That's crazy.
Or something like that. Or 7 a.m. the previous or whatever.
Some radio stations have pregame shows starting at 4:30 in the morning.
Have fun.
Like they're promoting it. Like, hey, 4:30.
You pay a lot of attention to that station.
Yeah, I don't have a choice. I've told you this story a million times, right? The wife is addicted to certain things I cannot change. But I do like being married. I do say that to myself. Oh, you're not going to believe where I'm going this afternoon for happy hour. You're going to love this one. She's part of a composting group that's having a happy hour at some beer garden in Highlands Ranch.
What?
Mm-hmm.
And you get to bring the spouses?
I guess so.
Well, we always thought DMac was full of
you know what?
Compost.
I stepped into that. As last night.
Be careful where you wipe your shoes.
Are you concerned that the Avalanche would play lackluster in their home opener? They still won.
Trap game.
the home opener is a trap game?
Well, who do they got Saturday?
They do have the Stars tomorrow. Miko and the Stars.
Yeah.
The whole
Watch
revenge
the energy
thing
starting that
and
game.
A big game
last night.
And it was a big game on the road. Kings was a big game.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you're no big deal.
Not yet.
I think it's kind of a good sign because you can even play Bedsy was like, they had more jump than us. He had to chew them out after the second period. Really, it was like that last night. I mean, the crowd still loved it. It was packed and the whole thing. Stupid name for Utah, by the way. Hockey Club was a cooler name than Mammoth. It's dumb. And it's not just dumb because we already have the Mammoth.
You have your shirt, your sweater could have HHC on it.
I think you could have done all sorts of cool things with that.
UHC.
I loved it when Washington was the football team.
I did too.
There was something cool about it.
Well, it's pretentious. It's like we're better than you.
I agree.
It's like the Ohio State.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Mammoth was, I will say this, Eric Johnson with Connor McGahee.
Good.
I cannot believe somebody could go from being a player to being that good of a broadcaster like that.
Cool.
Blown away by it. You must have stumbled a little bit. No, you were probably pretty good too. So you're not concerned. Not concerned with it. No big deal.
No, here's my only concern. If you want to nitpick and say concerned, I thought they had a habit of playing down to their competition last year too.
Okay.
And so to me, this is another start, especially a home opener. You think you'd have juice in the building. But I really do think they're looking at Utah, which, I mean, they should be one of the worst 2 or 3 teams in the league this year. And you got Dallas Saturday.
Dallas tomorrow.
And you were in L.A. against the Kings the other day, who came. And
big game.
I didn't see the final, but they were leading Vegas the next day or their next game.
Yeah, the Kings are one of the favorites, along with the Avalanche, to be contenders this year.
Yeah, so I think
Utah
you got a big
not.
game. I thought they played like a big game. I could see where they were down. I didn't get to watch any of it last night. I could see where they'd be down a little bit, but that means Saturday you're going to see juice.
All right, well, what a game, and you can hear it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Saturday night, 7 o'clock, puck drop, 6:30 pregame. We do have What the Hell Is He Saying starring Ozzy Osbourne. You want to stick around for that. We'll go over the name by the numbers in terms of what you can expect with the Broncos and the Jets. And
have we heard any Black Sabbath, by the way?
We have. We have had Black Sabbath this week. Yes, we have. Dan has not forgotten Black Sabbath whatsoever.
I'll play some more just for you, Scott.
PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there in need of a new vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best inventory, the best prices, and the best customer service. It's Phil Long Ford. Once you buy your first vehicle from Phil Long Ford, you're going to be customer for life. I think relationships matter. That's why I recommend Phil Long Ford. I've been going there since my rookie year. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. It's just a fantastic overall experience, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Because when you go to Phil Long Ford, there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle, you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, vehicle. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at the best price. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to treat you with respect, and you're going to be grateful that you chose to go shop at Phil Long Ford. Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that first vehicle or your second or third or fifth vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
Wow. All right. Well, Maverick brings you Let's Football Go, and we're giving away a $50 gift card. is all you have to do. Text FREE, FREE, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 for that $50 gift card from Maverick, where Dan's car breaks down conveniently at. $50, 303-504-0925.
So, Dan, you never gave us a conclusion, really. Car wouldn't start. You're 2 hours late to work. Got it here. Got somebody to jump you. Got it here. And then you were going to get it towed somewhere. What'd you end up doing?
Our PD, Kevin, did me a solid, jumped it for me, and then I drove it straight to Big O Tires, and they replaced the battery for me. So thank you, Big O.
Just a battery.
Just the battery.
And all the lights went back off and everything.
Yeah, you were right, Scott. You were right. You nailed it.
Hey, thanks, Dad. got it done. That is some solid dad advice.
So shout out to Big O. They helped me out. So
very fundamental, basic car repair issues.
Well, I just gone through the exact same thing, and all the lights had gone on. Oh my gosh, you're gonna have all this trouble. Replace the battery and zip, zip, zip.
And those European cars are not cheap to fix, though. That's for sure.
Mine's a French car, and it's Doge.
All right. Sure, it's not. Are you sure it's not Latin?
Yeah, it's
Latin.
Sure,
it's not Latin.
It's Ram Doge.
It's Latin for messed up.
Aquas Aminius.
From the year 1500.
Let's go to story number 1, Dan. What do you got?
All right, fellas. The Broncos run game. So in their game against the Eagles, R.J. Harvey had only 4 carries, but J.K. Dobbins had 20. So here is Sean Payton from earlier today in London talking about getting the run game established early against the Jets.
I think that balance is important. Yeah, I think that you want – look, these guys run the ball well, and it allows you to get to the side of your call sheet, the third downs that are more favorable. We've played in some games this year, the Chargers, where – we were in a lot of third and longs, so that balance is really important.
Okay, so Sean's talking about balance there, but like I said, R.J. Harvey only had 4 carries, J.K. had 20. Would you guys like to see a little bit more balance? Now, if you go back to the Bengals game, it was 16 for J.K. and 14 for R.J. Would you like to see Sean go back to a little more of a balanced run game against the Jets?
Well, I don't care, but I think you're going to get it because I think you're going to be able to beat the crap out of the Jets' defensive line, and you're just going to have more opportunities to run and give up more yards. What are the Jets on defense per rush? Yards per play, 5.71. They allow 140.4 rushing yards. I mean, I don't care necessarily, but I think you're going to get it because I think you're going to be able to run the ball against them pretty easily.
No, I really don't want to see it balanced out. And the main reason I don't want to see it balanced out is because that means that J.K. Dobbins would continue to be a top 5 running back in the NFL. Like, we got a dude. We got a guy right now. We got a guy that's really good. And in last game, he got 20 carries. What did RJ get? Like 10 or 12 in the last game? Something like that?
I think it was less than that.
Was it less than that?
No, I could look it up, but I think it was less.
Well, in a perfect world, if we could live every game with with J.K. Dobbins between 18 and 22 carries and R.J. Harvey around the double-digit mark, about 10, that would be a beautiful game because it means we've got a balanced rush attack going on. And I don't see any reason to take carries away from J.K. Dobbins at this point in time.
4 carries.
That's it.
4 carries for R.J. Harvey against the Eagles.
So that's probably not enough. But, I mean, I don't need it to be even close to 50-50. I don't need it to be 60-40.
Yeah, that goal line run looked like he cut it back up inside. Instead, decided to do his fallout, which is always try to get around the edge, ends up losing a yard. And I know that, and we've heard that. All 3 of us have heard that from people there. That's one thing they keep talking about is you guys start looking at that crease. And it's funny how the running game has picked up the last handful of games, and it's been Dobbins. You'll stop, find that hole, crease, take it, hesitate, boom, and then blow through it. Harvey with his speed should be doing the same thing, and he won't.
He may have the opportunity, and if you watch the game against the Cowboys, Javonte Williams, who's having quite the resurgence in Dallas, they just got beat up a little bit, and then it opened wide. So I think R.J. Harvey actually could have, I think he's got some opportunities in this one. How much they run it, I don't know why they would stop running it, frankly. Bo doesn't have to be spectacular in this game. He really doesn't, especially now that he's expecting. Make sure you wear your black and gold Buffs gear on CU game day, and all you need to do for a free fountain drink of any size is walk into any Maverick convenience store location. That's it. No catch. Wear CU gear. Walk into a Maverick convenience store, get your free drink. Go Buffs.
Go.
Upset tomorrow. Beat those Cyclones. It's Iowa State. How good could they be? I'm just saying. I'm getting excited. My first game of the year.
Oh, that's right. You're going.
1:30 start.
Oh, you got that paid event.
And I'm at Rally House from 10 to noon. Gotta make my money.
Sal hooking you up.
Next.
All right, couple things here from last night's Thursday night football game. Let's start with Russell Wilson. He had to come in for a play because Jackson Dart had to go into the blue medical tent. Listen to the broadcast here, and specifically the crowd. Russ comes in, throws one pass about 10 yards behind a receiver who wasn't even looking, and this is how the crowd and Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit reacted.
Down. Play clock at 1. Claps his hands, gets it away, throws, and that's incomplete. So it's fourth down. So the crowd vents its frustration. Well, they can't wait for Dart to get back in the game.
Yeah, he wants to know what's going on and how quickly he can get his quarterback back.
Well, I don't think he's getting good news here. I might be wrong. Maybe he was saying, why didn't he come back early? Well, you can't. He had to be out at least one play.
So if you missed it on the broadcast, they were showing Daboll screaming at the team doctor. I don't know if that was a team doctor, by the way, or
it was.
An independent NFL doctor. So Daboll screaming at the doctor. Russell Wilson gets booed off the field, guys, after one play in last night's game. Is it time for Russ to just walk away? What do you guys think?
I think it's just rough there. If he still wants to play, fine. If somebody wants him as a backup, theoretically, he'd be a fine backup. But it is crazy how people turn against Russ in a short period of time.
He's had a rough couple of years, man.
Yeah, it's been tough.
I mean, seriously, from a human perspective, you're almost getting to the point where you feel bad for the guy. The chewing out of the doctor, though, that was epic.
Have you ever seen that before?
Yeah, hell yeah, I've seen it before.
Coaches screaming at the team doctor.
Absolutely.
By the way, it probably was the team doctor because I thought they have independent people in the tent that aren't associated with the team.
Everything is so sensitive. No, I thought he said after the fact that it was the team doctor. He apologized to him.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I'm sorry.
There's independent people inside of the tent. It's not just somebody that works for the team.
Yeah, the concussion spotters are supposed to be independent,
right.
Correct. I just thought it was hilarious, man. I mean, it brought me back to memories of my playing career when I'm that guy on the sideline and I've got a coach chewing out the doctors. I mean, that used to be commonplace. Nowadays, everything's so soft that you can't do these things. But I thought it was hilarious.
But he was yelling at the doctor. In your case, he was going, he has a concussion. He has a concussion.
Will you please give me a reason to not play him?
All right, next story, Dan.
Convince me.
Was that Daboll mad at Russ, or did he really just want Jackson Dart back into the game, or a little bit of both?
It's a combo meal. They've moved on. It's funny.
The kid starts 2-0.
I don't know why Jameis Winston isn't their backup, frankly, at this point. But
$10 million.
Really? Does that matter now? I mean, that $10 million is already in a trash can, brother.
Yeah, it don't matter at this point.
Who cares?
Why is Jameis not the backup?
Because honestly, they probably think that if they had to, you're going to have a better chance to win with Russ than with Jameis.
There's no way you have a better chance as a backup with Russ than Jameis Winston.
Yeah, you do.
No.
Well, he was the starter, so in theory, they are saying that, yes, he is a better option.
Yeah.
I think Russ needs a system developed for Russ. I think Jameis can go into more varied systems and be fine.
Jameis will have 4 less sacks than Russ will in a game, but he'll have 3 more interceptions.
Maybe, but don't you want as a backup like Ryan Fitzpatrick somebody who will take some chances and give you at least a chance?
If nothing else,
he's not going to cost you the game, but he's going to give you a chance.
Was I not saying that about Zach Wilson last year? Well, I keep Zach Wilson on the playground.
Oh,
and you guys, no, Stidham's more steady. We need a more steady.
Is that what we were saying?
You said just like this.
That's how we said
need
it.
more steady.
That's what we said.
Stidham and steady Stidham.
Okay.
Stidham.
I don't know who's actually a better football player at this point in their careers between Russ and Jameis, but I would just want the energy that Jameis brings as backup. Well, I mean, it's not, the quotes, but that's a part of it. Like, that's the experience. It's the enthusiasm. It's the confidence. It's the fun that the guys are going to have when he enters the huddle.
All right, one more, Dan.
Lastly, fellas, we heard about the Eagles meeting after they lost to the Broncos last Sunday between A.J. Brown, Saquon, and Jalen Hurts. So after last night's game, here's A.J. Brown in the locker room being asked about that meeting.
What was behind that?
I don't recall the meeting.
Oh, okay. The meeting never happened.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Those guys said it did happen.
Oh, you need to talk to them.
You weren't in the meeting?
I don't recall.
Or you don't want to just talk?
I don't recall.
All right, he doesn't recall the meeting. So here's my question for you guys.
He put out another statement today, by the way, after that.
Saying what?
He said that it wasn't a meeting. He said he was walking to his car and the guys caught up with them. They were in the parking lot and they just started talking in the parking lot. So he didn't consider that a meeting. That's what A.J. Brown said today. Okay. Right. Well, take it for what it's worth.
Yeah. Here's my question. I saw a lot of people on Twitter asking this question last night. Did the Broncos break the Eagles?
No.
I think they did. I think they were
already broken.
I think, it was cracking. And
they were the straw.
Yeah. There was already, listen, there was reasons why people were, the point spread was low, which it was, and people were picking the Broncos. It was already happening. And the Broncos were, actually, maybe the Broncos splintered them, but the Giants put their boot through the hole. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever, the Giants, we'll see what happens with the Eagles from now on.
The Giants were Ted Danza with the hammer on the piggy bank.
Yeah, the Broncos were the iceberg. The ship, I should stop with the comparison.
The Giants were like the gravel on the asphalt.
Dan, you forgot the biggest story in the NFL right now.
Oh, yes, that was going to be my last story. Shador,
yes, is
the backup
How about
to
that?
Dylan Gabriel in Cleveland.
After all that.
Officially.
How about that?
Serious question. Do you think that was Kevin Stefanski just like,
Yes.
I tap out?
Yes.
I can't do this anymore.
1,000%, because the upside of Zappy was just, there was no upside to having Zappy for Stefanski. Zero upside compared to the downside of what he did with Shador. There's no, this is absolutely a result of public and media pressure.
Yeah.
1,000%.
I whether we want to call it Stefanski tapping out or Stefanski saying, no, I want Zappy. He doesn't deserve it. And somebody going, dog, you're hanging on by a thread.
Right.
And the media, if you name him the third,
they're going to burn you at the stake.
You have one or two people still fighting for you, it goes away. You are done.
What was amazing to me is that he didn't realize this just right in the beginning. Like, how do you not get this? But it's, I don't know, man.
It's looking better.
Dude, you're one twisted ankle away.
Shador had a comment yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, that, curious your thoughts on it. He said something like, well, it is always easier when you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. You're in that building.
Oh, man.
How do you take that comment?
Oh, man.
The guy that your backup thinks he's better than you?
No. That's not what he's saying.
He's saying we're going to be so bad. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Dylan Gabriel's going to suck.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
That's what I just said.
Right.
My backup quarterback thinks he's better than me.
He's saying.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think it's a little bit more than that. He's like, yeah, this is going to be an outright failure.
Correct. He's saying we're going to lose the next few games. It's going to happen with me eventually.
Hey, fans, just wait a couple more weeks. I'll be there.
That's what he's saying.
Is there any way, and I don't even know who they play, Pittsburgh, if they get beat
in Pittsburgh
34-3, is there any way Shador doesn't start the next game?
Oh, there's ways he doesn't start, but also there are ways he does.
I don't know if there is a way that he does. They're going to give Dylan Gabriel
34-3. He has 3 picks.
Sure.
They ain't going to go with
Shador. Okay.
Yes.
I suppose if it's just like an epically bad performance. Yes. But, I mean, I really think they're going to give him at least 4 or 5 games.
Here's what's bad. Well, say that Gabriel has a no touchdown, 3 interception, crappy performance, right? You're not going to start Shador the next week because I think they play Carolina. You're like, dude, now we're going to play him against these bozos, and he's going to come out here and look good, and we're really going to get killed.
Well, Carolina's who he played well against in preseason.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, he tore them up, and then he stunk against the Rams, I believe, right?
We didn't play as much.
That was my math on that. Maybe not good, but it was Carolina that he had the good game against.
Yeah.
I forget who the next week or 2 weeks after that, it was something.
What if Shedeur finally gets a start and he balls?
Well, that's what the world wants. Nike probably has another ad ready to roll if that happens. Don't forget, Nike produced an ad after a preseason game.
Will Dion care about the Browns then?
That is the funniest thing of all time. Can you imagine saying that about one of your kids' teams at any point?
I don't care about the Browns.
What do you think about your kid's team?
I know what he was trying to say, but for a guy who's as worldly and as seemingly intelligent on what's going on, he says some dumb things.
Yeah.
Because I think what he's trying to say, listen, I'm trying to win a game here.
I'm focused on CU.
I can't be worried about what Cleveland's doing or not doing. I got to worry about what's going on here.
It came out weird.
Because he did go, now I love me some Shedeur, you know, but
it came off very selfish.
It came off very kind of poopy.
Yeah. Hey, at halftime of tonight's Dakota Ridge and Heritage game on 92.5, we will honor the Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. All right, we do have What the Hell is Ozzy saying in tribute to the Broncos being in England. And we have to pick the game apart by the numbers. Nate and Andy are getting ready for their broadcast at number 38 in Rhino this afternoon. It's PhD on 92.5. We did have another game planned. This is kind of
love games.
Fun and different. We already gave away our prizes, so you win nothing. And I guess we could play amongst ourselves first, and then we'll get to the Broncos by the numbers here in a second. I'm sorry? The gist of this contest is what the hell did Ozzy say? But it could be what the hell did anybody say? So, Dan, at 303-504-0925, if somebody wants to play along with us, that's fine. That's not quite as dirty. Are you? But you win nothing though. So the concept of English, people, and they speak weird. It's basic. It's not high level. You ready to hear what Ozzy says and try to interpret what Ozzy's saying?
Yeah.
All right. And then we have something from a movie too, but let's start with you got music up or down with this, Dan? Maybe music down or okay, all right.
It's already hard enough to decipher what he's saying.
All right, go ahead.
It's not like if you give me STD, you know what I mean? You have to eat other things in order to get that, you know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
Sometimes I didn't want to speak it because I was going to get an ear from the phone for being a bad boy. You blew the show again.
Holy cow!
No, that's a foreign language.
Time out. Is that the same thing, or is that two different Aussies?
Well, it's the same interview. He's being interviewed by Piers Morgan, but I believe it's two different.
All right, so we have answer one.
The question:
and then
did Piers
two.
Morgan respond like he knew what he said?
Let's just do answer one first, and then we'll just do answer two.
Okay.
So I wasn't. Go ahead. Answer one.
It's not like if you give me STD, you know what I mean? You have to eat other things in order to get that, you know what I mean?
Okay.
It's not like if you give me, you know what I mean?
CDs,
then
CDs,
there's got to be other things.
You know what I mean? There has to be other things. You know what
I
mean?
had, it's not like it is. There has to be other things. All right, one more time.
Not like you can give me, and maybe he's talking about pills for his health at the time.
Oh, okay. One more time here, Dan.
It's not like if you give me STD, you know what I mean? You have to eat other things in order to get that, you know what I mean?
I heard it.
Okay, the last thing was, you know what I mean. That's just like nothing. You know what I mean? Okay, what?
It's not like they gave me STDs. You know what I mean?
Get out of here!
I think that's what
it's
he
not,
said.
It's not like they gave me STDs.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Play it again.
It's not like if you give me STD, you know what I mean? You have to eat other things in order to get that, you know what I mean?
That's what it is.
There has to be other things going on to get that.
Going on to get that.
That's what. Oh, Tyler gets a gold star there.
Good one.
How the hell did you hear that?
I heard STDs at the very last
Holy
second.
cow.
I don't
Play
know.
it, Dan. Play it one more time.
It's not like if you give me STD, you know what I mean? You have to eat other things in order to get that, you know what I mean?
You have to eat,
It's not like it's giving me STDs. There has to be other things going on to get that.
You have to eat other things to get that.
Didn't say eat.
You did too.
No, he
Bet?
didn't.
He
You
not
did
say
too.
Eat. All right, one more time.
You did too.
It's not like if you give me STD, you know what I mean? You have to eat other things in order to get that.
Oh my
you know what I
God,
mean?
you might be
There
right.
might be an eat in there.
You might be
because
right. You
I
have to eat other things to get
I
that.
actually saw this,
so
and they were talking about
Oh
certain
my
foods or
God.
something.
It's not like I have STDs. You have to eat other things to get that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Holy cow!
I think we deciphered it though.
Good job.
That was a good group effort.
All right, you ready for what
Well,
the
hold
hell?
on. Is Dan going to tell us what it says?
Well,
I'm trying to figure out what he said.
he doesn't
Oh.
know definitively.
Hey, have you heard
That's
Dan
it.
talk?
It's not like it's STDs. You have to eat other things to get that.
It's
You
not
know
like
what I
he's
mean?
gonna give me
It's not like he
STDs.
gave me STDs or anything. You got to eat. You know what I mean? You got to eat other things. You know.
Well, you're close. Your Arkansas is right there. I mean,
I-
it's
well,
boy,
hey,
holy cow. We can
Drinking days, there were many a night. I mean,
holy cow.
You know what? We can put. You know what you ought to do, Dan? Here's where you messed up. You should take these bites of Ozzy, and then get a bite of Boomhauer.
Hold on.
And put Boomhauer right beside it and see if you figure that out.
Hey, this makes a lot of sense. Someone on the text line says he's talking about the bat that he bit. That would actually make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense. All right, we got it.
Yeah.
He's asked about the bat. He's saying, you got to eat other things.
Yeah.
He's making a joke. He's making a sex joke. It's fantastic. All right. What's the second one, Dan?
Sometimes I didn't want to speak it because I was going to get an ear from the phone for being a bad boy. You blew the show again.
Wow.
What the frick?
No way.
What the heck was that? I mean, come on.
I think Sharon is
Was
in
the last
end.
word.
I think it
All right,
ends.
so we got the
ends-
last word.
I think it ends with Sharon. All right, one more time, Dan.
Sometimes I didn't want to speak because I was going to get an ear from the phone for being a bad boy.
Okay.
You blew the show again.
I was going to get an earful for being a bad boy from Sharon.
What the hell, Tyler? How are you doing this?
But he
The
also,
second part, he says, I was going to get an earful for being a bad boy, and then something
the
Sharon.
first part he's talking about when he was drinking.
Play it again.
Holy cow! Play it again.
Sometimes I didn't want to speak because I was going to get
drinking again.
an ear from the phone for being a bad boy. You blew the show again.
Holy cow! You guys are impressive. I couldn't understand. You want to one more time? One more time? One more time.
Sometimes I didn't want to speak because I was going to get an ear from the phone for being a bad boy.
I didn't want to spend it.
You
I was
blew
gonna
the show again.
All right, what do you
I
think?
didn't want to spend it because I was going to get an earful for being a bad boy. There's something in the middle there, and then it's Sharon.
What's he saying in the first three words?
I didn't want to spend it.
I thought he said I fell off and started drinking again. And then I don't know after that. One more time.
Holy cow! One more
Sometimes I didn't want to speak because I was going to get an ear from the phone for being a bad boy. You blew the show again.
I didn't want to spend it again. And I fell off and I was drinking, being a bad boy. And then, Sharon.
All right.
And I saw
All right.
part of this interview again. He was talking about something of value that he had. He didn't want to give up.
You want to play it one more time?
Well, we'll see what our texters got it because they may have seen the interview too.
Holy cow! All right, one last time, but it's go ahead.
Sometimes I didn't want to speak because I was going to get an ear from the phone for being a bad boy. You blew the show again.
Better than Sharon.
I don't know if he's saying Sharon. It might be something else. It might be.
You're better at Sharon.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
he did say I didn't want to get an earful for being a bad boy, so it would make sense that Sharon would be on
No,
that.
but it doesn't sound. It sounds.
You blew the show again.
Sheridan.
Better than Sheridan.
Yeah, there's a.
You blew the show again.
Better
The
than
booze is
shouting.
showing.
Showing?
I don't know.
Well, this is
I
brutal.
think you might be saying Shannon.
It's Sheridan. It's Sheridan. There's another something in there.
You
Yeah.
blew the show again.
You blew the. Someone on the text line, I'm stealing this, but they're absolutely right.
What?
You blew the show again.
You blew the show
you blew
again.
the show again.
One more time.
You blew the show again.
Yeah,
Absolutely right.
Blew the
Like he
show
was
again.
too drunk.
And so before they was
You
telling
blew
me
the show
drinking, I
again.
fell off something. I'm drinking again, being a bad boy.
You blew the show again.
I thought I was being a bad boy. You're blowing the show again.
Sometimes I didn't want to speak because I was going to get
Drinking
an
again.
ear from the phone for being a bad boy.
Fell off like
You
fell
blew
off.
the show again.
Maybe like fell off the wagon, like I fell off.
Yeah,
Off
yeah.
the bin, yeah.
Something about I fell off, like fell off the wagon. You're blowing the show again.
Yeah.
Because I was being a bad boy.
Yeah, I was being a bad boy. You're blowing the show again.
So it's something about him sober and then he's drinking again, and something like that. Holy cow. Fun game. All right. Well, that's it.
That's
the
what made
game.
his show so fun. Did you ever watch when they
Of course.
the Aussie show?
Are you how could you miss that when it first came on?
Dan, did you watch it?
Oh, yeah.
Did you really?
Oh, all the time. No, Scott, that was appointment television back
No,
in the
that
day.
was appointment television. And he'd go, remember his big trip was he'd go down to Chipotle and get everybody burritos? Right? He loved a Chipotle burrito.
All right. We got the boys coming up at number 30 in a second. Well, there you go. That's our game. That's what we did.
That was fun.
That was good. That was challenging.
Now, seriously, put a little boomhauer on.
Yeah, really, seriously.
And see who's easier to understand.
Thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health. Visit them at revitalized-health.com. The boys are going to be on with us soon from number 38. And our Maverick gift card winner, Rick Dobbin. Sir Rick Dobbin. Congratulations to Sir Rick Dobbin for winning that gift card there from Maverick. Okay, by the numbers... Let's go rushing yards for the team. What do you got the Broncos at? What do you think? Over under 150.
As a team.
As a team.
That's a pretty healthy number still, right? I guess I'll take the under.
Under? Scotty, what do you think?
Well, I got Slabach, but I would say over, just to be contrary.
I will say over as well, because I just think it's going to come too easy, and I think once they get into it, they're just going to keep going. And I think RJ Harvey's going to break a big one. I do. I think he's going to get a big one. Touchdown passes from Bo Nix.
Three.
Really? Okay.
One.
Can I change my mind?
Sure, of course.
We're going to go 2 throwing, 1 rushing.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to go 2 rushing, 1 throwing.
Why do you think he's going to be running with the ball?
Because you can't.
Oh, I didn't mean he was going to score at rushing. I just meant 1 rushing touchdown.
Oh, okay. So you got the Broncos scoring 3 total.
Correct.
1 rushing, 2 throwing.
Yeah.
Same thing?
Well, I've only got him at 24, so yeah.
I got him with 4 touchdowns, so I'll go 2 and 2 because I got him. I got 34 points in total, so I'll go 2 and 2. Giveaway, takeaway. This is really remarkable that the Jets have no takeaways. Maybe I'll just put it like that. Do the Jets get a takeaway in this game?
Oh.
Yes.
They have 0 for the season.
Yes. Somebody will fumble it. Somebody, yes.
I'm going to go yes, too, Tyler. How can you go 6 straight NFL games? And there have been fumbles. They just haven't recovered them. I'm going to go yes, too. I don't think it's going to make a difference in the game, but it's just a stunning stat. Like, that one's got to change.
Nate had some stat yesterday. It was like first team since like 1942 that has gone 5 straight games without a turnover.
It's ridiculous. It's got to, a muffed punt. I mean, something. And I'm not going to say it's going to turn the game, and I still think the Broncos will win in that department. But come on, it's got to happen at some point. Scott?
3-1, but they will have a turnover.
Huh? What does that mean?
They're going to win the
turnover margins 3-1.
Oh, 3-1. Okay.
I speak
okay.
Scott.
All right. So you speak Aussie and Scott.
Well, listen, you know why?
That's helpful.
Because even in his midst of his question, he's Aga Chaka Chuka thing, whatever.
We got the boys at number 38. Guys, what are your predictions for this? We all have the Broncos winning. I've got a smoke show here. So where were you guys at as we get things going here today?
Well, first off, we got a sweet unit, so you sound like you're on AM 950 from back in the day, my man. So I can barely hear you.
You sound great.
Well, that's good, but I can barely hear you. Prediction, I don't know, man. Look, they should handle business, but we're all real confident, so it makes me a little bit nervous. I think we do have to take into account what's going to happen with that left guard position. So I don't know.
This is what confidence sounds like, folks.
Well, confident that all these interviews we've lined up are going to pull off today. I can barely hear DMac. So anyway.
Justin Fields rushing yards, over or under 70 yards for Justin Fields?
Under.
Okay.
Yeah, I got the under on that. He's thrown the ball okay in his career against Denver. He's got 5 touchdown passes and 2 starts against the Broncos, so he's been okay throwing the football. As a running threat, he has not been that bad. The Broncos did such a good job last week against Jalen Hurts. I don't really get that worked up over what he's going to do with his legs. In addition to that, guys, like outside of Garrett Wilson, they got nothing in terms of their pass-catching game. Like nobody is a threat. They run the ball well. They're 140 yards a game on the ground. Like, they have a good run game, but also, they keep finding themselves trailing. So how effective and how helpful is your good run game then? So I can't find a path that the Jets are competitive in this game. I think the one thing to look out for is maybe a sluggish first half out of Denver, if for no other reason than simply the circumstances. But I think once we get to the second half of this game, the Broncos pass rush will take over. They'll do their thing, and I think Denver wins by a couple of touchdowns.
All right, last question, and then we'll let you guys roll with it, although I have a Latin quote for you. Did the Broncos, should they have drafted Cam Scatabumo rather than RJ Harvey?
Last night would tell you they should have.
Yeah, right? But also, RJ is not the number one back. He's getting worked in slowly, while Cam Scatabumo is the guy they have to play with the Giants because they've had injuries at the position.
Yeah, but I'm curious. look, I don't know. Look, college players that are fun aren't always NFL players that are fun, right? But Scatabumo looked like a pretty fun college player. And I would have thought he was going to make it, I wouldn't have been upset if they'd done it. Now, I'm not going to tell you it's some great – I mean, look, what do you go, 4th round, so it's not like the whole league was chomping at the bit to draft him, but I thought he was a real fun college player, and I thought it would have been real fun to see him here in camp. I'll just leave it at that.
It's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. We'll leave you on this. The Nuggets, David Adelman has put a Latin quote in the gym. The Latin quote is Age quod Asis, something like that. And maybe
Sure.
I'm saying it wrong. Do you know what that means? It's AGE, Age quad AGIS. Tyler, where are we at? You're the pronunciation king here today.
I'm sorry?
Okay. Age quad Agis. Do you know what that means? Take a guess what that means if you don't know.
Are you trying to sing Lady Marmalade to us?
I am not. I swear to God, it's a huge. He's put this up in the practice gym. It's gargantuan. You can't miss it.
Quad Asis? It's something about 4 butts.
Exactly. Thank you.
So you think David Adelman is motivating his team with a Latin quote that's about butts?
About 4 of them specifically. Quad 4 Asis.
Well, it's QUOD. Quod? Age quod Agis?
I can't guess because I'm a PhD P1. I already heard you say what it is. So.
Oh, okay. Andy, why don't you explain to the class then?
It is basically his John Fox motivational speech for the Nuggets is be where you're have your brain where your body is, but be in the moment, live here. Don't
That's
worry
right.
about all the outside stuff. Don't worry about the pressure. Don't worry about just be in the moment with your people.
It's the Eastern philosophy. When you wash the dishes, wash the dishes.
Well, I will leave you guys with that because you are at number 38. So you guys just stay at number 38.
We're going to do that.
We're going to try.
We're here at number 38, and we will be here for the next 3 hours.
That's all we know.
That's all
and
that
we're
we
going to
know.
keep our head right here.
Quad Agis.
Quite, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Voulez-vous what? I'm even afraid to try to make fun of it because who knows what I'll say. I did take French, but I don't remember it. The bibliothèque, something like that?
The biblioteca, the library. Donde está la
That's all we got.
biblioteca?
Yeah, that's about it.
And la clase de español. Sí. You could probably lose the Latin. I don't think we need that. That feels a little that's a little try-hardy to me. But hey, you know what? First-time head coach. They're not all going to be missiles to the gap, I assure you. Let's go to London.
Let's go to London.
I guess we're not just going to be here at number 38. Let's go to London. We welcome into the program our friend Jeff Legwold. Jeff, how you doing today, man? How is London treating you on a Friday evening?
Oh, it's embraced me.
Yeah, what is this Saturday morning? What time is it?
It's Friday night, 10 o'clock.
It
10
is?
o'clock. 10
It
o'clock,
is.
Friday night, baby.
Yes, Friday night, 10 o'clock. He's not in Asia.
I didn't know.
Jeff is joining us here on a Friday night there in London. Leggy, so you got a chance to catch up with the Penners. Greg Penner went and spoke to the media. What was illuminated upon you from the ownership group? It seems as though he likes the way that Sean Payton has challenged this team, set this team up, and he has got the same high expectations for his product.
You know, Nate, the thing I find most intriguing about the Penner ownership group, especially Greg, is that in a very mild-mannered, matter-of-fact way, he makes it very clear that, hey, I'm about expectations. I think their stance is they will give the coach of the Broncos, whoever it is, and it's Sean Payton right now, you will have every resource you need to compete at every level, in every part of the organization. They've proven that. They're building it next to the current facility. But I think it's not subtle is the wrong word, but it's very much a sort of a deep flowing current that you don't see much, but it's like, hey, you've got everything. Of course we expect you to compete. Of course we expect you to have high expectations. And I think eventually when the new facility is open and running and there's a new stadium and all of that, I think it will be very difficult for any Broncos coach to say, oh, I could have won if I had this, because you're going to have everything and you will face a different kind of pressure than a lot of coaches have. And I'm always struck by his very matter-of-fact way of sort of, yeah, we have high expectations, and he can talk about them if he wants.
You know, when Greg and Kerry took this over, they took it over at an odd spot. It was post-Russell Wilson trade. They inherited Nathaniel Hackett, who they never wanted, and as they proved later, really never wanted. George Payton at the time had probably a greater individual role when it came to final decision-making within the organization. I think it's far more committee now amongst the various different heads of state. But what have you watched in terms of, from the football operation, Jeff, not facility stadium stuff, but from the football operation, how has Greg Penner evolved the way that he has run the show as he's gained experience as the owner of the Broncos?
Yeah, I think that what he brings is, if you're George Payton or Sean Payton or anybody in the organization, if you're the head of marketing or ticketing, you're talking to a person who runs one of the biggest multinational corporations in the world. And you're not going to be able to sort of, fuzzy it up that, well, this is how we do it over in this department, or he's very much going to know if you're stringing him along or not. And I think he's brought that sort of process feeling to how they do things. Get information, get the best information, make decisions, stand by your decisions, support your decisions. And it sounds basic, but sometimes football is the seat of the pants operation, gut feelings, and all of that. And I think he's brought a far more sort of direct approach to let's have a plan for how we do things and all of that. And I think Kerry Penner really is sort of the conscience of the whole thing. She keeps reminding everyone in the building, and she didn't just say the quote that it's how she operates, that she wanted the Broncos to be sort of the best team to work for and to support and all of those things. She doesn't just say that, I think she brings that sort of to the group every day, that you got to remember there's customers and fans and all of the rest and people who work there involved in all of it. So I think, thus far it's been a good combination. Are they going to put trophies in the trophy case? I don't know the answer to that yet, but I do know they're certainly going to try and put everything in place to do that.
All right, hold on. We'll get Andy's headset working here momentarily on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're having a fun one at number 38.
Yeah.
How you doing, pal? You good?
We always get this one, even though we're told we'll never get it again. All right, Jeff. How do we feel about Malcolm Roach playing? He's done.
It's
Andy would like
now,
to speak
baby.
to the manager.
Yeah. No, Andy's gonna make a call on the break. Seriously, what are we thinking about Malcolm Roach?
He looked good today. It would surprise me if they don't formally put Ben Powers on IR tomorrow and elevate Malcolm Roach. But he was a full participant yesterday and today at practice. And when I watched him today, he looked ready to go to me. But again, it's only been a week that he's back. And I did ask Peyton after practice, has he progressed enough where if you wanted to elevate him, you could? And all he really said to that was he's looked really good this week. So I think they'll do it, but I think they'll do it tomorrow.
And it's a good indication. Jeff, this Jets thing, it's a mess right now. This is an 0-5 team. They haven't forced a turnover. Defensively, across the board, their metrics are down at the very bottom. What's so odd about it is the personnel under Saleh, when he was there, was quite good. In fact, they were only allowing 19 points per game as a defense his last 17. As your colleague Rich Cimini pointed out, over the next 17, which is Ulbrich and now Aaron Glenn, they're giving up 28 points per game. I mean, there's metrics all over the place that have shown how bad this defense has bottomed out. As you've talked to Rich, and if you've kind of gotten ready for this broadcast here this week and this game this week, like, Jeff, what happened to the Jets? How did it get this bad this quickly?
You know, when I look at it, I'm not sure. You know, you have a head coach who's been a defensive coordinator in Aaron Glenn, and Steve Wilkes is was an interim head coach and has been a head coach and interviewed for a lot of head coaching jobs, is their defensive coordinator. And, you know, I've studied both Aaron Glenn's defenses and Steve Wilkes' defenses, and I don't see the meshing of those thoughts. And I don't know if they've split it. You know, I've tried to ask around, but I don't know, you know, if one guy's doing third down and one guy has more impact in red zone. I don't know any of that, but it just looks, when I watch it and diagram it and chart it, that's what I see. I don't see the cohesiveness of the plan, because they do, you know, they've got players, but they haven't covered very well in the secondary. A lot of mistakes. You know, they don't pick up guys when they're playing zone and the receiver goes from one zone to the other. They don't have guys staying in man when they should stay in man in those situations. They just, you know, when it's a matchup, there's just a lot of that. And that's a hard way to live in the NFL, because, you know, college, you can get away with it. A lot of the quarterbacks aren't going to find the mistake. But in the NFL, all 32 of the quarterbacks are going to find at least a few of your mistakes in every game. And it doesn't take many of those to turn into allowing 30 points. And I think that's some of it. And they just haven't defended the run when they've gotten in trouble. And then that puts people in, you know, 3rd and 3, and it's pretty easy to call plays and 2nd and 4 and 3rd and 3, and there's been a lot of that.
Jeff, we've all kind of had a little fun with the signature win with the Philadelphia Eagles, last week. Then the Eagles go out last night and barely put up an effort against, and I'm going to tell you, I watched more Avalanche than I did the Giants-Eagles game, but every time I flip back over, it shouldn't seem like they were having a good time. Are we going to look at this Eagles team a little bit differently when we get to the end of the year? Is this one of those things where, because you had said it, you didn't know how they were doing this. All the metrics said they shouldn't be doing this long win streak, and I think you had told the guys on PhD about they were, 73rd out of 74 teams or something that had started 4-0, and one was the Cardinals, and then they didn't win a game the rest of the year, and the coach got fired. I mean, do the Eagles feel like they're heading towards something like that, or is it just a couple bad weeks for the Super Bowl champs?
Well, definitely disjointed on offense. And, you know, they were without, you know, one of their best defensive linemen last night. And, you can see that in the run game immediately. But offensively, they look very disjointed. And I think the offensive line is, as I said last week, is nowhere near what it was last year. And that's, again, you're not going to look great if that's the unit in your offense that's struggling. And I think it impacts the quarterback. And, you know, Hurts snapped a throw. He's got to start cutting that time down. I think he's in the mental space of, I have to be a hero on every snap, and I'm not sure that's effective either. But I think it's still a signature win for this tenure, you know, Sean Payton's tenure. It's just in lowercase now. It's a lowercase signature, but it's still not bad.
Jeff Legwold joining us from London. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the truly International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Jeff, what carries over from the Broncos game plan against Philadelphia to taking on Justin Fields and the Jets, their run game, Garrett Wilson? What's kind of applicable one week to the next going up against mobile quarterbacks?
Well, and you know, I'll get to Fields, but it is funny that this game, Broncos Jets, I don't think anyone would have guessed at this point, but it has the two running backs tied for the league lead in explosive runs of 10 yards or more. Breece Hall and J.K. Dobbins are tied for the league lead right now. And I'm not sure a couple weeks ago any of us would have thought that, but there you have it. And I think that impacts a lot of what you do with Fields too. You've got to contain those gaps for Breece Hall, and what will carry over is how they rushed Hurts is going to be how they have to rush Fields. That unselfish, everybody maintains lane discipline and doesn't let him get out, because the way they're playing right now, that when they have made plays, it's when he gets loose and stuff breaks down. But if they rush him like they did Hurts last week, I think they'll have an effective day against the Jets offense.
Yeah, they should be able to do that. Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN.com. Get his coverage right now, including a pretty good one on the way that the Denver Broncos kind of worked as a farm system for various different front offices around the NFL. Leggy, good stuff, man. We'll talk to you Monday. Travel safely.
See you, fellas.
All right, Jeff Legwold joining us there from jolly old England as the Broncos get ready for the Jets coming up here on Sunday morning, 7:30 a.m. local time. Get up and get some football in your life, folks. Everybody good? We're having fun on a Friday?
Sure. So you think? Hey, as long as you, me, and Dixon talk to each other, we're okay.
Yes, that's all that
Now,
matters.
we don't know how Mark Johnson at 420 is going to go. Because, again, he sounds like he'll be on 56 KLZ. Do you not remember this? Is that too old? What was your old school?
Oh, no, Z560 KLZ. It's the first station I ever worked at.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Where you get to the wrong part?
Oh, it's
You're on the wrong side of the mountain, though?
Oh, no, that's one of the best signals in town.
All right, then pick your crappy AM signal. I don't care what you want. That's what it sounds like right now. That's it.
All right. Andy can't stop complaining about the equipment.
I'll be done. You brought it up.
I don't understand anything that you said. I'm Nate Kreckman. We'll be with you today until 6 o'clock. We're rolling. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, live at number 38 on a Bud Light Football Friday, folks. That's right. It's a Bud Light Football Friday broadcast. We're here until 6. You got a chance to win tickets to Broncos Giants and the Bud Light VIP tailgate, courtesy of Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Broncos. See you at number 38 until 6. Scott Friday, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are out here at number 38 on a Bud Light Football Friday. We are getting you set for the football weekend that will be. We'll talk to our friend Mark Johnson, voice of the Buffs, as MJ is going to join us to preview a little Colorado and Iowa State tomorrow, 1:30 in the afternoon. Andy Lindahl's favorite window to play college football.
I do love a 1:30.
It is the best window to play college football in, is it not? You get to wake up, you get to hit the tailgate, you go to an afternoon game. You don't have to stay out until 8:30 at night just waiting for the damn kickoff. It's nice. It's the way it should be.
What have you heard anything about the crowd they're expecting tomorrow?
I'm assuming it'll be robust. Have you heard anything to lead you to believe otherwise?
Just a little something. But
good seats still available, perhaps?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Well, if you want to go to Vivid Seats, they claim to have a couple. Anyway, I just was kind of curious. I don't know. I mean, how loyal? Like, will the Buff fans, do you think, show up just for Prime?
It's a great question.
Because let's be honest about it. I mean, Shedeur and Travis were worth the drive alone.
Sure. And
frankly, a lot of the team is really good, but they got to figure this quarterback thing out.
So here's a little bit of good news on that, and there's no doubt about that. It is October 10th, so it should be a beautiful day. It is one of the most picturesque and vibrant environments in all of college football. Like, all those things that CU has always had going for it, they still do. You tack onto it, it is still Dion. This program is still, right now, it's notable nationally. And like you said, like, outside of the quarterback thing, they're pretty good. Like, they got talent all over the place. I think they'll do well tomorrow. It's a big-time conference game. It's against a top 25 opponent. I think they'll do quite well. Now, if we get to November and Colorado is, sitting there at, 2-8.
Well, the day after Halloween?
Sure. The things could get a little bit interesting. Like, maybe the Arizona game and the Arizona State game aren't going to have the best crowds. But I think for now, we're at a good point. What I'm kind of curious about is, what does attendance look like tomorrow night at Canvas Stadium for Fresno State coming in for CSU?
Nobody will be there, right? And I'm not trying to be a jerk.
No,
That's just kind of what happens, right?
This is how it goes.
And frankly, if I'm a CSU fan, I don't blame you. I hate saying that. God, I like Jay so much. I hate saying that, but
it's just
true. Talk facts.
Yeah.
Everyone's disappointed. Nobody wants it to be going the way they are. And I'm surprised the president's held on this long, frankly, or the new AD, I guess, from some of the stuff that I've heard.
Yeah, if you don't win, and by the way, they haven't been competitive. Like, they have not been competitive in the last two games. Like, San Diego State blew them out of the water. They scored 45 points. The week prior to that, Sean Lewis and the Aztecs scored 6 points against Northern Illinois. Now, they won, but they scored only 6 points, and then they go hang 45 on you.
Well, you Illinois people are a problem, but, I mean, did you ever consider Northern Illinois?
I thought about teaching spelling there, but I was like, nah, I'm going to go to the flagship.
What? It's okay.
Take that, DeKalb.
Yeah, I got you. All right,
that was a real provincial joke.
Yeah, that
right
was.
there
I didn't know the city they were in.
For everybody. Yeah, lovely.
How's it pronounced?
DeKalb, Illinois. I only ever went there once, and it was to go to a Less Than Jake show.
Your first?
No, it was when I was in college. It was probably, I don't know. I probably saw him like a dozen times in high school, and yeah, But I remember, like, with a few buddies, like, road tripping up to DeKalb, going to a Less Than Jake show, going to a perfectly cromulent kegger afterwards, and then driving back to Champaign very hungover the next day.
Did you by the way, when I called you a perfectly cromulent-sized human being next to Tyler, does that still play?
It
does.
Like,
I'm not even sure I can use that here.
It does.
But we're going to use a Nate Kreckman phrase against him.
It's quite accurate. It's probably dead on. Buff's got to go get this one tomorrow, man. Like you need right now. They just need a win in the worst way, and they need to be able to finish a game. They have had good starts. I say that as Caden Salter threw how many picks in the first half last week against TCU, but still, like they've had good starts to these games. Like, get the ground game going, finish this thing. Don't give up the big plays. Don't have dumb penalties on the defensive side of the ball and get a victory. Like, it's a good Iowa State team. It's not a great Iowa State team. Go out and be competitive.
Yeah, I watched the Iowa State-Cincinnati game last Saturday afternoon, in part because that's who CSU or CU's next up. By the way, people are saying the CSU game's tonight. Who knew?
It is correct. That is correct, actually.
Well,
yes.
Are you all? Everybody that's texting, are you planning on going?
Yeah, I was going to say.
I'm kind of curious.
Are you on your way?
Yeah, let us know.
Here, spoiler alert, they're not.
They're not, yeah. You know, but you're not heading up there.
Exactly.
Iowa State, though, could be a problem, man. They had a pretty dynamic offense. Cincinnati's a really good team.
Yeah.
Cincinnati might be the best team in the Big 12. I don't know. Who else is – I'm trying to even remember who's in this darn conference because Texas and Oklahoma are gone. Oklahoma State stinks because their coach with the sweet mullet's gone. BYU might –
He's gone because they stunk.
Sure.
Yes.
Well, no, you're right. I didn't phrase it right. My bottom line is I know that they stink because the coach finally got fired.
Texas Tech right now is the top 10 team at number 9.
Yeah, but Iowa State was 15 last week, weren't they, before they lost Cincinnati?
Iowa State has fallen down to number 22. BYU right now is ranked 18th. And, that's Arizona State at 21. That's the extent of the Big 12 representation in the top 25. Yeah. Right now, obviously, Miami's having a great year, ranked at number 2. Like I mentioned, Texas Tech at number 9. The entire rest of the top 10 is all Big 10 and SEC right now.
Should we get into the Bill Belichick thing right here
since
we've stumbled into college football?
Yeah, let's do it.
So it says, unfortunately, they are going to the CSU game. That's the spirit.
Hey, you know what? Good on you.
Yeah.
Let's go cheer on the old alma mater.
No!
All right, Andy. Huge report in The Athletic today. Bruce Feldman, Brendan Mark, Stuart Mandel. So they got the heavy hitters on this one, doing the deep dive as to what is going on with this North Carolina program. And it's first off, don't forget, he's a $10 million a year head coach right now. He's a $10 million a year head coach. A $10 million a year head coach would have put out a statement this week that said he's fully committed to UNC football.
I still want my $10 million.
Right. Please give me my $10 million. All right. This piece it's a massive indictment, and it roasts both Bill Belichick and Michael Lombardi pretty badly. Lombardi, who is former front office dude with the Patriots. Most recently, he was hosting a show on VSiN, and now he's the general manager of the North Carolina football team. He's the highest paid GM in college football.
Does he have are the GMs going to have the same buyout things that the coaches got going on?
I'm sure
he's another expense.
Right. I'm sure he has one at a far lesser scale than what Belichick's got. I just want to read this right here, okay? In February, Michael Lombardi kind of famously said, "We consider ourselves the 33rd NFL team." And a source inside the program told The Athletic, I want to read this quote, "Bill Belichick mentally prepares the team better than I've ever imagined a coach could do. The truth is, this is not the 33rd team. This is a team full of kids." Close quote. That's very telling right there. Andy, Bill Belichick is one of the great game planners in the history of the sport of football. There's a reason the guy's got 6 Super Bowl rings. But Bill Belichick is also now trying to emulate that with, as the source says, kids.
Yeah.
18 to 22-year-olds, 18 to 23-year-olds is what he's trying to do it with right now. And, they cannot absorb every game plan specific thing you're going to throw at them on a week-to-week basis. The best college defenses are the ones that master the principles and are able to do so oftentimes with upperclassmen and then use that to their advantage week in and week out. And, oh, by the way, you also have a huge athletic advantage. That's how you play good defense in college football. You cannot throw a new game plan at these kids every single week. And I don't know if Bill, if he fully took all that into account when he took over. And you throw on top of that the work that they've done in the portal was terrible. They weren't winning bidding wars. I believe, and it's pointed out in this piece, that Lombardi and Belichick thought that, and the hubris to believe that these kids would come flocking to come play for Bill Belichick because of his name and the pedigree, and because Belichick would presumably run a pro-style program and set these guys up to go to the next level, to be NFL players. But, Andy, it flat out comes down to, like, in modern college football, are you paying? Are you paying? And if you're not going to win the bidding war, and according to this story, like, there was arrogance and nickel and diming going on the part of Michael Lombardi, then what chance do you have? You don't.
All right. So I just looked this up because I was curious, because I can't even remember. The last time the Patriots won a Super Bowl, it was the 2019.
Yep.
So it was the 2019 Super Bowl, meaning it was the 2018 season.
Yes.
Why does that matter? We're talking 7-8 years ago.
Yeah.
So some of the kids that you're trying to get all jazzed up about coming to play for the guy known as
they
we're
were
talking
12.
about 18 or 19-year-old?
Yeah,
they were 11 or 12.
Right.
They don't know who this guy is. They probably didn't care.
Right.
So that's part of it. I mean, again, I always try to remind people of this. I remember John Elway as a phenomenal quarterback. DMac remembers him as a terrible GM. My buddy Stink was a great offensive lineman. Most people know him as a guy that calls games and sells green chili. Like, it's amazing how quickly 4 or 5 years can be an eternity when you're out of a sport. And for you to think that and how many times do we talk to some of these athletes? You and I have done it a few times. Who was your favorite team going? Oh, I didn't really have one because we were playing sports all the time.
Right.
So for them to think that just to say Bill Belichick, and I'm sure he wore some rings, I guess. Do you think he even went into the living room of anybody to try to get him? It sounds like he hasn't.
I have no doubt, like, the name carries weight.
With the parents, for sure.
Absolutely. And I want to read this directly from the story. Several sources said Belichick and Lombardi had little understanding of the salary structure in college football. Unlike the NFL, salary numbers aren't public. 3 people said they overspent on some positions while hunting for bargains at others. A university source saying, quote, initially they thought people would flock to play for Bill and take less money. They realized fast that wasn't the case.
And Mark Johnson, you and I had kind of discussed it. Mark Johnson had sent me a fascinating article about how quarterbacks in particular, there were a number of schools, not just North Carolina, they were shocked by what it costs to get a good quarterback.
Yeah.
Guys were thinking coaches and teams and outfits were thinking they were going to get a quarterback for maybe $1 million, $1.5 million, and then all of a sudden, because everybody wanted one out of a portal, the next thing you know, it's $2.5 $3 million for a kid.
Right.
And again, not everybody's Ohio State or Alabama that has, or Michigan or Oregon that have these bottomless pits of money, it seems, to pay however many players that they need. To your point, if you double up what you're going to do on a quarterback, well, that could cost you the O-lineman to protect him. That could cost you the receiver that's going to go get him. It is amazing to watch this thing happen. I ask you, will this be the end of trying the pro coach? Like, are you going to have to start really leaning into the college coach that gets the landscape from here on out?
One of the biggest, and again, I think this is one of Belichick's failures, was first off, when he got to work in the portal, he brought in a lot of guys from Power 5, from other Power 4 programs to play for him. A lot of these guys didn't play.
Right.
Right. And there's it's not that they're not good football players or weren't good football players, but like you get a raw player in that regard, and they've just kind of been off the field for a while. That's why, honestly, and I've talked to a lot of coaches that, they like bringing up the guys from the lower levels that are the stars there because they played all the time. Like, they played a ton of, high leverage football. And there's meaning in that. When you become a bench warmer for 2-3 years at Ohio State or Texas or wherever you were, you lose a little bit of your juice as a football player.
Yes.
Yeah. And especially when you're asked to then go and change systems and all of that. I mean, there was another quote in here that says, we don't have one pro player on the whole roster.
Well, the record suggests it.
Right.
You know what's crazy? I think back to the only good drive that I've seen him have, and I got to tell you, I got so bored with that opening game because TCU was
the opening drive
so bad. Yeah. Like that, I was like, I
guess
he's going to bring it here, and then that was it.
Literally
one drive.
Once they were done with the script, they were in a tough spot. And one thing I will say is while I think Dion is an exponentially better college football coach than Bill Belichick is, he's also going to run into some of these same problems. And ultimately, it's just going to be, and you look through the top 25 right now, outside of the Big Ten and the SEC, it's just hard to compete. It really is hard to compete financially. And, I really think, Dion can throw a lot of money at Julian Lewis and then not play him. But then what is left for the rest of the roster?
Yeah, well.
And what is the quality of what you're putting on the field? And again, ultimately, like, whether the name is Deion Sanders, whether the name is Bill Belichick, kids are going to chase the paycheck, and the families are going to they're going to chase the money. And that's all it comes down to in college football. Like the I can get you to the pros, well, any kid is going to look at it and say, they can get me to the pros too, and they're going to give me more money right now.
If you give me money, I may not need to go to the pros
right.
if I don't want to, because
There's
not all
that
these
too.
guys are passionate about the game the way that they used to be. I would also just add to this, you and I were talking about it in the car on the way over here, and we did not ride together. We just talk on our way to work every day.
We chat via phone.
Yeah, we chat via phone. But you and I had talked about it where I asked you, Nate Kreckman, who very proud, you and Jeff Legwald, very proud to have attended the University of Illinois.
Oh, sure.
If you were top quarterback, Nate Kreckman, with that sweet stash you're wearing right now, would you just go to Illinois for the sake of being able to say you went to the school you grew up rooting for, or would $1 million change the stash's desire to go somewhere else?
Well, here's the funny part, Andy. I didn't even grow up rooting for Illinois. I didn't even like Illinois until I went there.
Well, there you go.
I grew up on, and I've told you this before, my first favorite ever football team was Gary Barnett's Northwestern Wildcats. And then I didn't get into Northwestern, so screw them forever. And I became an Illinois fan once I went to school there. But that's just it. Like, if I was a blue chip 5-star prospect quarterback, I'm not going to college in Champaign, Illinois. Are you kidding me?
Well, what if they paid you $2 million and everyone's offering $1 million? Hello, Champaign.
Well, suddenly, yes. Yeah. Suddenly, all hanging out in the dungeon at Cam's sounds a hell of a lot better than going elsewhere. But that's just it. You do have to pay.
It's the new reality. Whether people like it or not, it's now pro sports.
The lure of go to dad's alma mater. Like that crap. It's dead. It's dead in college football. We were talking about, we did the Valor game 2 weeks ago together, Andy. We were talking about Reese Russell, the right tackle. Reese Russell right now has 40-ish Division I offers. His dad is Matt Russell, former Buffs All-American, former Broncos GM. Everybody knows who Matt Russell is here, right? Right now, according to Sanford, he told us the two schools that are like in the lead to get Reese Russell's service are Washington and Nebraska.
Yeah, a couple Big Ten schools with some pretty deep pockets.
Like, are the Buffs chasing hard enough? Maybe they just thought, oh, well, Matt Russell's kid will want to come and play here. Well, they're right now, at least of what we understand of his recruitment process, they're behind. So, again, like that, the pull of whatever we viewed through the ancient fuzzy lens of what college football used to look like, it's just not there anymore. And again, nor should it be, Andy, because it's a ridiculous business. Chase the money. The coaches are probably going to get fired, or the coach is going to win and get a better job. What the hell should loyalty exist for in college football?
How many college football fans just threw up, pulled over to the side of the road, and puked outside their car here in this conversation? It is pro sports. Thank you.
It is.
That's right, Brian Cushing.
Yeah.
Who I believe
college football! I would think that
I think he probably got a paycheck.
Him and his giant teeth. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. We're out here today at number 38, so come and see us. We got high school football tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. Connor Cape, Justin Adams call the action between Dakota Ridge and Heritage on 92.5, 7 o'clock kickoff. High school football powered by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHSAA.
Very fortunate. There was just a little hang up in the corner. That allowed Krause to run to the bench and get his stick just in time.
Nate Tush for Cale McCarr in the corner. Nathan McKinnon's got some room. He scores! The Mac attack is back, Jack! Nathan McKinnon now has 3 points in 2 games for the Colorado Avalanche. He scores on the power play, and Colorado takes a 2-1 lead on home ice.
First goal of the season for Nathan McKinnon. You heard it right here on a Bud Light Football Friday out here at number 38. We're rolling. We're with you until 6. We got Broncos Jets drinking game coming up at 5:20. Early morning beverages, Andy.
Should we throw 5 in for Nate Kreckman in Game 5 drama tonight?
Oh,
is it tonight? Right?
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night.
Who's tonight? Detroit, Seattle.
Yes, that series wraps up tonight. Cubs Brewers goes back to Milwaukee. That's I was locked in on that last night. Cubs took a 3-0 lead in the first on an Ian Happ 3-run bomb. That was a lot of fun. And then they did the thing where they didn't score. And I was grumbling, but got 3 more runs. Kyle Tucker hit a bomb. Carson Kelly had one that was taken away, but Cubbies end up getting that victory 6-0 last night. They go to a Game 5. Still alive, Andy. Still alive to make me insane on Saturday night.
Could we do general rules for Avs drinking game? Because judging by I wanted to hear Eric Johnson, but I was already in the house by the time I got back home and, was just going ahead and turning on the TV. Got a little Moser in my life.
Yeah.
And our boy John Michael Lyles. Mm-hmm. And between the benches, of course, was Rycroft. And they were all quite grumbly about the power play, not really scoring until I think Nathan put that Nate was a power play goal, right?
It was.
And they finally got one. So do we need to do a drinking game for no power play goals?
Probably, yeah. Take a sip, which I think most Avalanche fans do anyway. When they don't score on the power play, you're going to want to drink. The Avalanche won 1 for 4 on the power play last night. The McKinnon goal was good. Left circle, signature. That's his spot right there. Man, Wedgewood won you the game last night.
Oh, my gosh.
That Dylan Gunther dude, who I know scored, but still, Dylan Gunther should have scored 5 goals last night, and Wedgewood just kept turning that guy away. And then let's talk about the Colton goal in the first period. Tic-tac-toe. I mean, Moj was all over it on the call. Great pass up the boards by Gerard, and boom. What I loved about that goal was Colton just smacking his stick on the ice. Just give it to me. Give it to me.
The beaver tail, they
said. Right.
Which I like the term.
Give it to me.
Oh, my God. The Avs have now had 2 goals, 2 games in a row, where the shooter just has the goalie at his mercy.
Yep. It was nice to see the Avalanche. Big one Saturday night. Mikko and the Stars coming to town. 7 o'clock puck drop. You'll hear it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But the Avalanche have outscored their opponents 6-2 through 2 games of the season. Yeah, good start to the year.
Full-on booze for Mikko?
I think it probably it gets
Are all
there.
the good feelings gone? The first time you see your ex out with somebody else, it's weird.
Yeah.
You're not sure how to feel.
Yeah. I think everybody they'll serenade Mikko Rantanen in that guy. But really, you got to serenade all the Dallas Stars. You hate all those guys, right?
Yeah, but can you ever get the true hockey hate going for Mikko? Trying to think what turned me back into full hockey hate.
It's
I will
a
say,
great question.
So
Duchesne.
See, I didn't get there, Spring. I just felt like everything turned out okay for us. He's the one that shouldn't have talked his way out of here. Although clearly Spring has it. The only guy, the former Denver athlete that really got to me is Bill Romanowski. Remember when he hurt Shannon Sharp?
Yeah.
Just couldn't wait to be a Raider, and I've always been a Raider. So that's how I felt about it. I'm trying to think if an Av ever Spring? Do you remember who did Claude Lemieux play for after he left?
Was it the Kings?
Yeah, Claude might have had a chance. I don't know. You would.
Did you hate Ryan O'Reilly when he left? He was trying to extract more money out of the Avalanche the entire time that he was here, and then finally he was off and gone. And if I'm not mistaken, he got the Avs in a playoff series, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
Nas, don't hate Nas.
Okay.
I understand why he left.
You couldn't hate Nas. Yeah. Yeah, no, Nazem Kadri.
Well, Gary came in with Ryan O'Reilly, so you got Ryan O'Reilly.
That's one I would have assumed would have been on the list.
A lot of people hate Duchesne and will not let it go.
Yeah.
By the way, Claude was the Yotes.
The Yotes.
Who are now the Mams.
Yeah, the Mams.
That's right.
Formerly the Yotes, now the Mams. First look at the Mams last night. What did you think of them, Andy?
You remember they're the Coyotes because it was one of those games where you're like, why aren't we whooping this team of a name I don't know, at least for hockey? And then you're like, oh, yeah, it's the Coyotes, and they've had a million games like this.
Yeah.
I think Moser even mentioned it halfway through the second period. He's like, what is with these guys? Even when the Yotes sucked, remember when the Avs rolled to the Cup, I think the Yotes were still – didn't the Yotes get him at the All-Star break or
Tricky
something
team,
like that?
man. Tricky team. Yeah.
I do wish our guy Hot Tuna – who was it?
Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, is he Hot Tuna? What was it?
No, he was Big Tuna.
Big Tuna.
Hot Tuna, weren't they like a bluegrass band? I think they were.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I wish Liam would have played.
Yeah, we liked Liam O'Brien. We had him on the show.
Yeah, he was fun.
Yeah, the Tuna was a good guy.
The Tune?
Good victory last night, and again, while the Avalanche sort of stay afloat in the Mackenzie Blackwood injury, Scott Wedgewood is doing just fine, and I thought he was great last night. Again, I think he won you a game last night.
All right, our guy, one of our guys in the media, texts in and asks, Nate, why not call him the Moths?
Great question. I went Mams as a comparison to the Avs. Like, take the first syllable and pluralize it with a team that does not end with an S.
Listen, I liked your thinking, and it led to a lot of fun wordplay.
Yes.
But if we're talking about just annoying, non-mattering beings, Moths would be the way.
Remember the Miller Moths? Remember those things a few years ago?
I had one in my damn house 2 days ago. Where you grab – did your dad –
Why are they dusty?
I don't know, but did your dad ever do this? My dad would grab him, like just get him out of the air.
Like he was Mr.
But
Miyagi?
then he would shake him like he was going to roll the dice before he threw. I was like, are you giving me CTE? What are we doing? So I started doing that one time. Like I did it like he did. And I don't know why I started like shaking the die as if I was rolling craps. And then I threw him out as if he was, again, a pair of dice. And I don't know what happened to that. But I don't know why you shake him.
I don't know either, other than I'm sure it disorients them.
My dad is just making sure he wasn't coming back in?
I
My
guess
dad's
so.
just a violent moth hater?
It could be.
I always
grab a kitchen towel and then just like I turn into Pete Sampras in the kitchen and I'm just like, yeah.
Have you ever just Miyagi'd that thing, just grab the wings? But then you're right. Then you have a disgusting amount of dust on your fingertips.
They're too gross. I don't like them.
I get a kitchen towel and kill flies that way. Just what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah.
Like you're going to do the old wet towel, the tip of the towel in the shower, except they get the fly and the fly dies.
How many false urban myths, by the way, exist about towel snapping? I think we've all heard that tale, right?
I haven't.
Oh.
You'll tell me in the break.
I'll tell you in the break.
I get a feeling you can't tell me on the air even if you wanted to.
I'm sure many of you listening to the show right now, you know the urban myth of towel snapping. Yeah.
That was a crisp towel snap that Sprig just played.
I never saw it happen, but a guy my uncle knew it happened to him. And it's like, all right. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, number 38, Bud Light Football Friday, Broncos Jets. Mark Johnson coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. But on the other side of this break, Andy, what's to be worried about with the New York Jets? We'll tell you next. All right, everybody. Bud Light Football Friday, Kreckman and Lindahl. By the way, we got some great giveaways here for Bud Light Football Friday. Congratulations to our winners from the Bud Light VIP tailgate. Broncos Giants tickets, those are going to Anna Tomka. Way to go, Anna. And the Bud Light Broncos jersey, Will Sebern won himself that. So good job, Will. None of you will win now, but Anna and Will did win. Well done by them. Bud Light Football Friday out here at number 38 today.
The football here today is sweet.
It is good.
It is now. Not only is it a Terrell Davis, it's really a Terrell Davis football because his picture's on it of him doing the salute. I'm going to tweet out a couple pictures of it.
A mile-high salute photo.
That's right.
Excellent. Okay, so come out here, register to win a Hall of Fame commemorative Terrell Davis football right here at number 38. There is football on tonight to be played at the FBS level. South Florida, North Texas at 5:30. That's our first game tonight. We got a Big Ten matchup with Rutgers and Washington, and, of course, Fresno State and CSU this evening up there at Canvas Stadium. So best of luck to the Rammies as they take on E.J. Warner, son of Kurt, and the Fresno State Bulldogs. Fresno State, by the way, pretty good. They're 5-1 so far this season. Andy, we saw last night the Eagles get blasted by Jackson Dart, Cam Scatabumo, and Brent Burns and the Giants. I looked this up just for the sake of kind of knowing the record. Bronco opponents are 1-4 the following week.
Really?
So after teams play Denver, they are collectively 1-4 the next week. Titans lost to the Rams. Colts, well, they got to play Tennessee and they destroyed them. Chargers lost at the Giants, remember. That's actually two teams the Broncos played that then lost to the Giants. Cincinnati lost against Detroit, and the Eagles lost to the Giants. I mean, the telling ones there to me are the Chargers loss and the Eagles loss.
Yeah.
Eagles on short week, okay, and without Jalen Carter, they had nobody to help stop the run yesterday, but it's a pretty poor showing from the Philadelphia Eagles on an all-time bad night in Philadelphia sports. The only thing that was left to happen in Philly sports last night was for Embiid to duck Jokic. That was the only other thing that could have happened to those poor schmoes last night.
Yeah, I wonder if that speaks to the physicality then. You know, because they used to say that about the Tennessee Titans. The Tennessee Titans under Mike Vrabel and even Jeff Fisher were such a physical team.
Yeah.
They would wear you out and cause you to be tired for your next opponent. And the Broncos ran the football against the Eagles in particular a lot. They started getting that run game going against the Chargers.
Right.
Now, again, you know, the Chargers also, I'm sure, were saying, hey, thanks for the 11 o'clock, you know, what is that, a 10 o'clock local time start for them, although they're used to dealing with that. Here's what I'm worried about. Now, the Jets, when I saw them at the beginning of the year, they appeared to be a physical team. I don't love that the Giants get 10 days now to prepare for the Broncos when the Broncos have to come back from England and then play the Giants.
They got to play the Giants. Now, Denver's at home. They've got that going for them, but you're right about that. Like, as schedules go, the Giants have a massive advantage over the Broncos next week. A huge one. And it's not as though, like, we've never seen a Giants team, you know, come in here
a season
and beat Denver. We saw it several years ago, wasn't it? Evan Engram was who killed him, right?
2017 you're talking about, where they got off to the 3-1 start, lost to
all was going well.
God, was that Evan Engram? You might be right.
And then they got destroyed.
That was when your guy Ben McAdoo was having his weird bench Eli. No, I didn't mean to bench Eli. We didn't really bench Eli.
Right. Yep. Weird. God, that was a weird football season.
No, that was a bad football season.
Hey, things are good for the Broncos. Andy, this game tomorrow, I could see the first half being sloppy.
Like last week.
Yeah, I could see that being the case. I could see the Broncos, you know, tail end of a long trip. I could see that part of it affecting them. They're so much better than the Jets, though. Like, this is a New York team that defensively, they've been a friggin' mess all year long. They can't cover anybody. Their pass rush has been bad. Quinnen Williams called out his own defense this week. He said, we're the reason we're 0-5. Offensively, what we've seen out of the Jets so far is an offense that has been good on script in the first half and then bad the rest of the way. And then they're good again in the fourth quarter, mostly because they're down 3 scores and the opponent doesn't care anymore.
Yeah, you drop everybody back. It opens up garbage stat time for fantasy football lovers, and away you go. But this is a don't play with your food game in my mind.
It is.
You know, Jets don't have a – it doesn't – was it Mark? Did you play the audio? He played the audio yesterday, Garrett Wilson, talking about what keeps him motivated despite his $130 million contract. This is a team that if you go out and have a good first half, they ain't going to be too interested, I don't think.
No.
It already feels like they're in December mode.
Yeah. This is a mess of a team. Now, that can go 2 ways, right, Andy? Like we have seen teams, and I would use the Giants as an example in the last couple of weeks of a team that kind of banded together and answered the bell after a really, really poor start to the season. I think the New Orleans Saints have that going on a little bit right here. Can Aaron Glenn get that kind of effort out of his guys? Maybe he does. And the physicality of the Jets run game and Breece Hall gets going a little bit, and they maybe they can effectively get Fields out in space. Justin Fields, by the way, is right now by EPA per drop back when he's not pressured 11th in the NFL. Okay. Now the Broncos are the best pressuring defense in the entire league, and Fields is the worst quarterback in the league when pressured. So as long as the Broncos pass rush does its thing, which it should be able to do, then I think Denver's going to be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I would tend to agree. Again, I still kind of hold in reserve how will it look without Ben Powers at left guard.
Right.
And maybe it means absolutely nothing. I don't know. You've pointed it out numerous times. This is the first time in a long time that we're going to see the depth get tested of this offensive line because they've been so healthy for 2 years under Sean Payton. So this is the first time they're going to get that. The only thing I don't like about it, too, is I do think you've had a good run game going, so I hope Peart can at least come in and provide enough of the same that you can keep the run game going. I don't know what to expect in the pass game.
Last 2 games, by the way, and let's flip it back on the Jets for a minute. Last 2 games, Breece Hall, 5.8 and 8.1 yards per carry. That's pretty good. He's a good back.
Well, he is a good back. And, look, they ran on Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
They surprisingly, the first week, and I keep referring to Pittsburgh because it's the only full Jets game I really watched, they ran a lot better on Pittsburgh than I expected.
They did. The Buffalo and Tampa games, they were down large in those games, and so they got away from the run game, so they weren't really able to do it. But, this has been a successful running football team so far this year, which Jonathan Taylor and Omarion Hampton both had good games against the Broncos this year. If game situation, if this game stays close enough, if the Broncos come out and look a little shaky in the first half of this game and the Jets can get their ground game established again, I think this game, it has the potential to, I think, probably be close at the half. And then I think Denver's defense will just impose its will. J.K. Dobbins in the run game will hopefully wear down a Jets defense that has been just brutal this year. And the Broncos. Don't forget the trailer.
The trails.
That's the chemtrail on that jet is
brutal.
Yeah, stay away from that one.
Dixon enjoyed that one. Sprague has got Dixon laughing pretty good.
Hadn't heard the jet sounder yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got a lot of pride over there.
You can't fall down though. I know they did what they did against Philly, and that was really cool. And I think we all celebrated a moment we hadn't seen too often, where you come back and in a team's house and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Don't go screwing around with that.
No, and I agree. And one of the biggest reasons why, if the Broncos have a dumb early turnover in this game, and again, by the way, the Jets have no takeaways. But if Denver has a dumb early turnover, Jets get on the board. If you're playing from behind in a game like this, this is a bad spot. Number one, because the Jets can then lean into their run game, and number two is that you never want to get into a game script, which then forces you to run the ball less. Now, again, fortunately,
it's a number two.
Sean didn't do
that. That got you.
Yes.
That got you this time.
If Sean stays, even if they trail in this game with the run game, they'll be just fine.
Duh.
Broncos Jets drinking game coming up at 5:20. Although it already kind of feels like we're there on a Bud Light Football Friday.
Well, we got a great crowd out here, number 38. Come join us.
We do, yeah. Come hang out with us tonight. We got playoff baseball on. We have got college football on this evening. It's all going on here at number 38. The smoked wings here at number 38 are some of the best in the city. I highly recommend, plus an outstanding beer selection. We love number 38. Get out here and have a Bud Light tonight. Watch some football. Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll check in with our friend Mark Johnson and the Buffs ahead of tomorrow's tilt with Iowa State. We talk college football next. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. Get to roller.bid/altitude to be able to sign up to bid right now because we give away tickets every month to one lucky listener that registers at roller.bid/altitude. This month's giveaway, sick. We're talking about Nuggets Heat tickets on November 5th, and you win yourself an autographed Nikola Jokic photo. So you're going to the game and you're outfitting your home with some signed Jokic stuff, which is very, very cool. Also, do it so you can bid at Roller Auction. Roller.bid has got a great auction right now. Reconditioned power tools, office furniture, cleaning supplies, and more. The selection of Makita power tools that they have on here is outstanding. I happen to use both a Makita drill and screw gun, and I love those things. So go ahead, get to roller.bid right now. Check out this auction. Phenomenal deals on power tools. Outfit the shop, set up the garage, get yourself cranking. Roller.bid/altitude to sign up, and then go to Roller Auction's website, roller.bid, and start bidding on these power tools. That's right, hook yourself up. Bud Light Football Friday. We're out here at number 38 getting you ready for the football weekend that will be college football with CSU Fresno State tonight, and then tomorrow at 1:30, Folsom Field in Boulder. The Buffs will take on the 22nd ranked Cyclones of Iowa State in Big 12 play. Joining us right now, the voice of your Colorado Buffaloes, our old pal Mark Johnson. MJ, how you doing, man?
Oh, bring on those Cyclones, Nate. Bring them on.
That's right. So the Buffs, Mark, let's talk about the week that has been. They came off of a pretty disappointing performance down on the road at TCU, self-inflicted wounds.
Yep.
Deion's doing poorly on the sideline. He has to have a medical procedure this week. He's back out on the field. Just collectively, where is this group at right now as they get set for another shot at their first Big 12 win of the season?
Well, when I was with Deion on Thursday and we shot the show together, he made it very clear that his health issues have nothing to do, as far as his team is concerned, with the preparation of what they're getting ready for. So at least that's what he wants to say. Now, I did talk with a handful of guys the last few days here. They seem to echo that same sentiment. But listen, they've got issues between the lines. They don't need to be worrying about something outside the lines, especially since Deion came through that whole thing with flying colors at this point.
All right, what do they need to change? Because, again, Mark, we've watched 2 games in a row really against BYU, and then last week where they jump out to a really good start. I think they surprised a few people. They got out to the 14-0 lead, and then, it just kind of comes apart. What do they have to change after the half to be able to hold these leads?
Well, I'm going to give you something highly insightful. You ready for this? Stop throwing the ball to the other team. That's what I think they need to change.
That's a good one. Typically, turnovers are a large indicator of success, and Caden Salter's just been a little bit too generous with giving the ball away. That's what killed him in the TCU game. Again, Mark, we talked about it last week. Like right now, athletically, physicality, are the Buffs at a disadvantage? I don't think they are. I think they're just playing sloppier football.
Well, let's be honest about it. Has their defense been great this season? No, it's been okay at different times. It hasn't been great. So they certainly can improve. They can be better in some of their gap discipline and those kind of things where they've missed some plays. So make no mistake about that. They've got to clean that up. But right now, you've got a quarterback that's playing terribly inconsistent. He's a talented young man. He can be very dynamic at times. But when you go out and you have a quarterback throw 3 interceptions, your chances of winning are about 8% by that point in time. Think about that play right at the end of the half. Okay, they were up 14-0. A couple of interceptions. They score quickly, does TCU. It's 14-14. Colorado marches right down the field. It's first down and goal to go from the 2-yard line with 8 seconds left, and he throws it to the other team once again. I mean, the very worst you should have come out of that at 17-14. You probably should have been up 21-14. That changes the entire game because Colorado had the ball to start the third quarter. Those are the kind of things, you guys know this. You might not make plays that win games, but as a quarterback, you can't make plays that lose games. And right now, they've got to get consistency out of that position. So, the young man's played a lot of football. He's an upperclassman. He's making a healthy sum of money to be here. He's got to play better right now for Colorado.
Well, hopefully it'll start tomorrow night. I did watch that Iowa State-Cincinnati game with interest on the next Buffs opponents, obviously. Mark, first off, Cincinnati, what an impressive group, and they had
really
3
good.
great plays called back by stupid man-down field calls. But what do you expect from them tomorrow? And, unfortunately, I feel like for the Buffs, now you got an angry team coming into Boulder.
Yeah, well, Colorado's an angry team, too, so they're both kind of feeling the same way because Iowa State, jumped out early in that one. And so, this is a team that on the defensive side, they're running a 3-man front like a lot of teams are now in college football, so that's becoming something that Colorado's offensive line, which is playing very well, by the way, has got accustomed to blocking. I don't think they're pretty simplistic at times with their scheme. I don't think they're missing a couple of guys, by the way, in the secondary who are very, very good players. They're out with injuries. Buffs are hit hard by injuries as well. So defensively, I think Colorado should be able to move the ball against Iowa State. Now, Rocco Becht, the quarterback's an interesting guy, kind of a hard-nosed, guy. He doesn't run a lot, but when he does, he scores touchdowns. I think he's got 7 rushing touchdowns this season, threw for over 300 yards last week, got some big, athletic wide receivers, and so they're pretty potent on the offensive side, so the Buffs defense is going to be tested.
Listen, Johnson, what's the burr in your saddle? What's going on? I mean, I'm sensing an attitude in the voice. You're giving us these angry answers. You tell you the Buffs are. I feel like Mark Johnson's angry. What's going on?
Listen, you're sitting 2-4 right now. You've handed easily 3 games, maybe 4. Everybody in Buff Nation should be upset right now and a little salty going into this one. You got one more game before the bye week. Then you can maybe try and get healthy a little bit and try and make some noise in the back end. But everybody better be salty tomorrow at 1:30 at Folsom Field. What are you talking about, Lindahl?
By the way, what is a burr in your saddle?
That would be a burr that gets under your saddle. You know,
okay, what's a burr?
A cockle burr. Those little prickly things.
A prickly thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, the horse walks against it, and the prickly thing gets in his saddle, and then he's mad.
We've had an interesting show, but I got to tell you, on my bingo card of Nate Kreckman knowing what a burr was, I didn't have that on there.
You know, Lindahl, it's a good thing that Kreckman and I are here to educate you on occasion because you are a rather naive human being.
Between the North Dakota and the Illinois education.
The thing about the birds, though, is they're annoying as hell. They get, caught, you go walking by them, they get caught on your clothes, and then you got to rip them off. Oh, I hate
terrible.
it.
Yeah.
A burr or a moth? What's higher on the annoyance scale?
They're both terrible.
Yeah, whenever I go pheasant hunting, my dogs come home, and their ears are just full of them. It takes me about 3 weeks to get them all out of there. They're a real pain in the tail, yes.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Mark Johnson, everybody, voice of the Buffs. You talk about being salty. Yeah, most Buffs fans, they're salty about Salter, and it is the turnovers that are the issues right now. So, Mark, if tomorrow against Iowa State, if Caden has another uneven first half, where would they go next at quarterback?
Nate, that's a great question. That's a great question. I don't think they go back to Juju. I really don't, guys. I don't think that's in the cards. I don't think Juju's camp is comfortable with that at this point. Then you go to Ryan Saab. But, here's the interesting situation you've got at quarterback, okay? You've got a guy that was supposed to be a gap guy. He's played a lot of football. He's an upperclassman. And so he comes in. He's not quite playing as well as you'd hope, not being efficient, not being consistent in things. You've already pulled him once. What do you think is going to happen this day and age of college football if you pull him twice and hand the ball to, Saab? And then you're sitting there, and if Juju truly is not ready to go out there and his camp's not comfortable putting him out there, then all of a sudden you got no backup because what if Salter gets mad and decides to go someplace? I mean, this is really an interesting set of circumstances you've got at quarterback right now. And so I think they're going to continue to ride and work with Salter the rest of the season. I don't expect any great movement at the quarterback position. That's just, no one's told me anything. That's just my read as I sit and kind of read the tea leaves.
Mark, is it a preparation thing with Julian Lewis, or when you talk about his camp, is it they're hoping to be able to preserve his red shirt?
Well, no, I don't think that's it at all. I think it's, remember he got here, he was 17, just turned 18 just 2-3 weeks ago. I think like a lot of these young players that come in, they kind of hit a wall because you guys know this. You move up from high school, man, and it's a business, right? It is nonstop. It is full-time. And I think that the thought on his side is, boy, he's swimming a little bit right now in kind of the experience, the pressure, the intensity, the magnitude of everything around him in terms of it. And so maybe it's best we don't throw him to the wolves, so to speak. And that's kind of the sense I'm getting. Again, like I've told you, nobody's told me anything, but that's kind of the read I'm getting on things as I kind of hear the whispers and talk to people and what they don't say.
All right, Mark, I want to bring you in on a topic we had last hour when we talked about the piece that was in The Athletic today about Belichick and the struggles that he's having in North Carolina. And one of the things that they talked about as an issue that he and Lombardi had putting this roster together was essentially, and it's wild, but it's college football, is payroll allocation and what positions to spend on and where to try to save money and putting together a roster that, while it's the Power 4 level, just like at Colorado, we know what it is. There's a Power 2 and then there's a next 2 when it comes to what your budget is in college football. As you've talked to people around this Colorado program, and since Deion has been there now in year number 3, how has this group kind of evolved and figured out that question of payroll allocation? Because, like you said, they're paying their quarterbacks an awful lot of money at CU.
Well, so is everybody else.
Yeah.
But, here's the thing you got to remember is that everybody, whether you're in the SEC or the Big 12 or the ACC or Big 10 or whatever, your revenue sharing number is exactly the same. This isn't like we've all got different payrolls now in that regard. Now, when you start talking NIL, what goes on above that?
I was going to say,
that's
come on, Mark, handshakes. Come on.
I'm sorry. Oh yeah. Well,
I'm sorry. What now?
That's why Underwood at Michigan's making $9 or $10 million or whatever they're making. The kid AJ Davansky or whatever his name is going to BYU, the basketball player. The freshman's going to make $7 million this year. So you are seeing that, yeah. But listen, that really sounds really cheesy to me coming out of North Carolina, and Bill Belichick and Mike Florio all of a sudden can't figure out how to work a salary cap, if you will.
Right.
I mean, listen, what they've got going on with North Carolina is not a money issue. It's an ineptness issue. It's the fact you've got a coach, a legendary coach who was once great. It now is over the hill, and I'm not sure he understands what game he's at most of the time, unless his 24-year-old girlfriend tells him. There's a lot going on there, and it has very little to do with what's going on financially at North Carolina. I've watched a couple of their games. That's not a money issue. There's a lot going on the interior of that thing from an X's and O's standpoint and an orchestration standpoint that look really, really bad right now.
All right, since we're talking money, I've been just kind of perusing this article on ESPN. Big Ten, they're reporting today even closer to accepting this private equity fund, creating the Big Ten enterprises, investing $2 billion back into the schools. How long before this is something all these conferences are doing, Mark?
It's all happening right now, Andy. Everyone's talking with these same people. It's all happening. That they might be ahead of the curve, but it's happening with everybody out there. And at some point in time, these guys with the Big Ten and the SEC are going to understand you can't totally, be just nationalistic, if you will, and border yourself up and not let anybody else in. You've got to actually kind of share some of this a little bit if you want the sport to be healthy. And so everyone's talking with those people. We've heard rumors of that now for the last 2 or 3 years, and I know every conference is in conversations with a lot of the same people. And so
the conferences are, the programs are. They got to find more money for the sport.
All right, let me follow up then real quick. What does that money go to, Mark? Because, again, you said everybody's playing with the same cap. Is this just to build bigger, better stadiums? Is it just the cost of doing business? Like, what would the $2 billion overall go to?
Yes, everything.
Staff, recruiting budget,
Andy,
coaching.
Where this is ultimately going is they're going to have collective bargaining, whether the universities want it or not, and they don't. At some point in time, you're going to have to acquiesce, and they're going to have to become employees. And, it'll be very similar to a National Football League where, there's collective bargaining, there's revenue sharing, there's salary caps. It's going to ultimately end up there because it has to. Because if you continue down the road you're on right now, this whole thing falls apart, and you're going to just kill the sport for a number of different reasons. And so I think they all understand that. But right now, you've got two sides fighting. One side wanting more money and the other side not wanting to spend more money, and that's what the big fight is about right now. And so just like Pete Rozelle back in the day had to talk everybody in the National Football League at that point in time, hey, you got to share this thing so it stays healthy. Someone's having those same conversations, I think, with college athletics and trying to talk them into it, and hopefully it'll happen at some point down the road here in the near future.
Mark, I was listening to you guys last Saturday night, and it was coming out of halftime. It was third quarter, and I got to say, Coach Barnett was not in a particularly good mood, and so that's how I will ask for your prediction on this game. What kind of mood is Gary Barnett going to be in tomorrow around 4:00 in the afternoon?
I think he's going to be in a decent – I like this game, actually. And I know people think I'm nuts in that regard. I don't think this is a terrible matchup for the Buffaloes. I think Colorado's still improving. I think because they're getting very good offensive line play and that defensive line's coming along slowly as well, although the injuries have hit them pretty hard there. But they're playing better there. And so – I think this is going to be a pretty good ball game. I think it's going to be just like the other game. All these conference games we've seen, I mean, even Houston to a point, they kind of were lackluster in that ball game and got away from them. But all the games have been very competitive against very good teams. And so I don't expect this to be anything other than that. Now, Gary was kind of salty because as a coach, what's he upset about? 3 interceptions being thrown in the first half, right? And he was complaining about that at halftime to us like crazy, like a coach would. And so that's why he was salty. If the Buffs clean that up tomorrow, if Caden Salter's not throwing it to the guys wearing red, I think this is going to be a heck of a game tomorrow.
All right, Mark, my last question for you. Nate informed me of an urban legend that involves a towel snapping and possibly some testicular damage when done if the towel snapping goes poorly. Have you heard of any stories
yes.
of know anybody that suffered said injury? Because Nate does not think it's possible. He thinks that sort of thing does not happen.
I don't believe
no,
it.
No. I went in my college locker room one time. Guys would snap each other, and I saw a guy, and that whip came around from the backside between the legs and was dead center on the boys. And I saw a guy go down, and I thought he was going to lose, part of himself. I mean, it was yes. So I have seen that happen.
What do you think of that, Kreckman?
But it stayed intact.
Well, it stayed intact. They didn't go anywhere. But I mean, you got the whip effect, right?
Right.
So that thing came flying around there at the speed of sound, and snapped the boys there, and it just about killed the dude that it happened to.
I don't deny that it would hurt like hell. My problem is when people try to compare it to like a paper grocery bag having the bottom fall out of it. I don't believe that's ever happened.
No, I don't think so either. No, that I'm not buying. I just know that I saw a direct hit from a wet towel from behind through the legs, went up and hit the boys, and the damage was, let's just say that it was psychologically lasting. Let's put it that way.
Lots of swelling. Everybody quit with the towel stuff after that, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's. Hey, you know what I call that?
Maybe
free
for
vasectomy.
That post-practice, but I'm sure it came back shortly thereafter. You know the way guys are.
Mark Johnson, voice of the Buffs.
Even though the guy that got hit, we all felt bad for him. We still thought it was funny, right?
Well, yeah,
sure.
I'm sure you had a nickname.
Yeah.
We all sure you had a nickname.
Yeah, you had a pair of pants melons after that. Mark, good stuff, man.
Something about an elephant.
We appreciate it as always.
All right, guys, we'll talk to you soon.
All right, Mark Johnson, voice of the Buffs, with us right there. Colorado football is here. Cheer on your Buffaloes with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside, official partner of the Colorado Buffaloes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Bud Light Football Friday out here at number 38, Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, number 38 in Rhino. Great giveaways out here. You can win yourself a Terrell Davis autograph football and so much more. Plus, we got high school football tonight here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 at halftime of tonight's Dakota Ridge and Heritage game on 92.5. Tune in as we honor the Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes.
By the way, shout out, he goes by Avs Cup Champ on Twitch. He's here. He's hanging out with us. He made it to 38. People are all over the place. Dogs, kids. Haven't seen a cat.
There's got to be one here somewhere.
What's that? Dogs and cats living together?
It's insanity out here.
Great patio. If you're looking for a place to watch Nate Kreckman's Illini try to take on Ohio State tomorrow, he wishes it was Iowa State, that you could come on out here, sit at the patio, watch the huge TV like you're sitting out in your backyard. They got seating inside. You know what? I didn't even think about this. You talked about, Kevin Shockey's from Philly.
Yeah, he is.
And he probably is just ignoring everything today because he doesn't want to hear how bad his sports night was last night.
It was bad.
You, my friend, are teetering on the edge of something somewhat similar.
Oh,
It'll either be one hell of a Saturday or not.
So I have, not surprisingly, no expectations at all for my Illini.
But it still hurts you a little bit.
You'd be amazed, Andy. I've watched a lot of losing. I'm pretty numb to anything that the Illini are going to do. They're 14.5-point dogs at home. Maybe keep it closer than they did against Indiana. That's really all I ask.
You just hide the pain, though, Nate.
Out of Illinois football.
You tell me you don't care. But I know you're wandering around the house muttering things.
The group text with my buddies from college, it gets quite amusing. The Cup game is the one I'm worried about tomorrow night. Obviously, Game 5, Cubs and Brewers. I'd really like it if the Cubs would win so that they can, move on to the NLCS and get their teeth kicked in by the Dodgers. But still, I just don't want to lose a series to the Brewers.
All right, 303-504-0925. I was asking Nate this yesterday because I've not had the chance to really experience this in my lifetime. For me, there's nothing worse. Like, if there's one redeeming quality about the Avs season last year, you lost in the first round. Like, we're lucky. The Avs have gone to 2 cups, won them both, and I haven't had to taste what it's like to get to a cup, battle through that long a season, and not win the thing. So I asked you, what do you think is the worst? Like, is baseball the worst sport to just – because, again, the season is so long, and you're playing every day, Nate.
So you mean –
you could have 2 different weeks in 1 week, right? A really great series and a really bad series. There's just so many games. As much as the hockey thing is the worst, I can't imagine what it would be like to get to the NLCS or again, I know the Rockies did their thing in 07, but let's be honest, they played 2 months of good baseball.
Yeah.
Right? 2 months of good baseball and we were all sad.
It was all gravy.
But it's not like they grinded that thing. They sucked half that year.
Yeah, no, I can't imagine what it would be like to root for a team all year with a massive payroll that's 30 games over 500 that then
the Dodgers
goes to Game 4 of the National League Divisional Series and then I don't know, has a pitcher come into the game and issue a walk and then get a ground ball directly back to him with the bases loaded and then boot it and then know that he should throw it to first but then decide to throw it home but then throw it wide of the plate to give up the run, then have to just stare at the ground while the opponent celebrates around him. I can't imagine what that would be like. I bet that would suck.
I could see the Cubs doing it.
Kevin Shockey.
I don't know about the 30 games over 500, but I could see the Cubs magically.
That's what happened to the Phillies last night.
Right, I know. I figured out who you were talking about there eventually when you said 4 games in the NLDS.
Poor Orion Kirkering.
Well, maybe drop the O. Just be Ryan. Is it Orion or is it Orion like the Galaxy or whatever?
No, it's Orion like Orion Pictures.
Okay.
That poor dude. He knew immediately. The moment he just panicked. He just panicked. He picked the ball up and tried to fling it home, and he looked up and he saw Real Muto. Problem was JT is pointing to first. Throw the ball over there.
Not to me. Go.
Get out.
Get the out.
What are you doing? Oh, what a brutal way to lose that thing. Yeah, I'm sure the Cubs will do something equally stupid tomorrow, and I'll hate them for it. But
The
okay,
World Series is the worst to lose.
So let's frame the question correctly, because
now you don't like my framing.
I do.
You're going to frame it like a catcher.
I do. I'm going to.
I like how you slipped the knot in there.
I'm going to try and fix this
go ahead.
segment. So.
Oh, now it's the whole segment.
Losing in a championship setting
sucks no matter what.
Sucks no matter what. I frame the question this way. What is the most agonizing sport to watch in the playoffs? Because to me, it is hockey and baseball above the others. And the reason why I say that is because the moments that matter, the either goals and or runs, like they're so fleeting. And they happen immediately, you know? Like, as a hockey fan, like, if you're watching a playoff game and it goes to overtime, one stupid thing happens and it's just like, it's over.
Oh, we know.
It's over, you know? And it just happens that quickly. Like, again, same in baseball. It can just tie game and all of a sudden just, one in the seats and oof. Like, I generally feel like in football and basketball, not always, because we saw the Jacoby Jones catch where it was like, holy crap, did that just happen? Like, we've seen moments like that, but, like, there's a build-up to it, you know? It doesn't always just happen at once. That, to me, is why baseball and hockey playoff pain are unique for fans.
See, I don't disagree. And first off, it's funny because, like, if you talk about the drive, it's the Marquette Jackson catch. If you talk about the Flacco fling, it's Jacoby Jones. Both those just tied the game.
Right.
Further to your point.
Right.
It was now. I don't think anybody on those fan bases is feeling great about it, but that's not what cost you the game. A stupid field goal is what lost you the game.
Yeah.
For Baltimore anyway, and same with the Broncos. See,
and a bad mistake, Manning thrown across his body, and
right. But look, where you and I can relate is you asked me the other day, like I should be flying high. Avs are in a 2-0 start.
Going great.
Beautiful game against LA. A little less boring, exciting game last night, but a win's a win. But again, and this is why I just thought baseball is going to be twice as bad, because there's twice as many games. I am so worried about this Avs lineup, keeping everybody healthy for another 80 games.
Yeah.
80 games. Like, to your point about the NFL. The NFL, yeah, it stinks, but we're so used to catastrophic injuries in that thing, right?
And
not only 80 games, you got 16 in the playoffs on top of it.
I mean, what you're talking about is it's a little different, but I know what you're saying, and this is really like the phenomenon you're talking about is what both the Avalanche and the Nuggets are in right now. Like the Avalanche, I'm going to go out on a limb and say you will never have the best forward and the best defenseman in the NHL on your team again at the same time.
Probably not.
The Nuggets will never have another 3-time MVP.
There will never be another Nikola Jokic.
These are just unicorn situations that both of these franchises are in right now. And the Avalanche have a cup in this window. The Nuggets have a trophy in this window. Like, given that these franchises, I think both of them have the best they'll ever have right now, like, there is that pressure of you've got to win a championship now. Like, and it'd be nice to do it this year. But, like, McKinnon's 30, you know? Jokic is 30. Nobody's getting any younger. And windows like this, they don't stay open forever. And so you hate to see any year in these situations. And with the Avalanche, it has sucked. Because since they won the Cup, they lost Landeskog, which is massive. They've lost Nichushkin multiple times, which has been massive. So, like, you're taking away 2 of your 5 best players on your team?
You also have lost a lot of support scoring.
Yeah.
The Nuggets have lost pieces that made them so dominant.
Which is why, you look at the Nuggets situation and their ability to be able to swing the MPJ trade, bring in Cam Johnson, beef up the bench as they did. Like, what's so incredible about what Tenzer and Wallace got done with the Nuggets is, with all of our discussions about aprons and everything else, like, honestly, Andy, I didn't think there was a team in the NBA drunk enough to take on Michael Porter, to take on that contract with the injury risk and everything else. Brooklyn was they were the one team that was in a weird enough spot with where they were at in their rebuild, that they would be willing to make a move like that to add the future first and all of that. And shout out to the front office for getting it done. That's why like seasons like this are so critical right now for both the Nuggets and the Avalanche, because they're both weirdly enough sort of like on like the what feels like the downhill part of a championship window.
Well, we all feel it's just shutting
a
little bit more every year.
Yeah.
And look, Landeskog, we even mentioned Landeskog. I mean, I love Landeskog. John Butchergrass had some tweets. I sent you one where he gave it observations after that first game. And he just said some things that we talked to Eric Johnson last night before the game. If you missed it, go back and listen to it in the podcast. He talked about the absolute importance that we've always speculated, but he confirmed it. The importance of Landeskog in the room.
Yeah.
And like he said, kind of being the camp counselor for people. You don't know how much more you got of him.
Yeah.
Period.
You need that, and
he's a balance to the formula.
And he's one of the best two-way players in the NHL. Like, you got to have guys like that out on the ice. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're here at number 38 in Rhino Bud Light Football Friday. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL going into the football weekend. That's next. Bud Light Football Friday. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, number 38 in Rhino. Football weekend. It's off and running. Giants take care of the Eagles last night, 34-17. Keeps going tonight. CSU Fresno State, the local college football game. And then tomorrow, Buffs at 1:30 against Iowa State. Broncos and Jets Sunday, it's 7:30 a.m. local time. Here, I believe that's a 1:30 kickoff there in London. By the way, Andy, I got a quick college football update for you really quickly. ESPN published, and I love this stat, their college football stop rate, defensive stop rate. So it's just the percentage of a defense's drives that end in punts, turnovers, or turnover on downs. Literally stops. How often do you get stops? Our local teams here on the Front Range, the Buffs, 98th in the country. 56% stop rate. CSU, 116th. 50% stop rate. Don't worry, it can get worse. The Air Force Fighting Falcons, 136th out of 136 Division I programs, a 31.7% stop rate. Oh! Not good, Bob. Not good.
Who does Air Force have tomorrow?
Oh, they just played Navy last week. The Falcons are on the road at UNLV. Tomorrow at 1:30, they're a 6.5-point dog. UNLV, by the way, undefeated in their first year under Dan Mullen. So, best of luck.
Who's the quarterback? Whatever happened? Remember last year, the crazy quarterback story?
I do. So
not that kid, obviously.
No. He the kid that was the Campbell transfer, he graduated. He was like 25 or something like that. No, the Colin Drea kid that they got now, where did he come from? Where did Dan Mullen find that dude? It was the classic, like they got a brand new staff and they got basically a brand new team outside of their back. Yeah, their quarterback now, Colin Drea, came from Virginia. So he's now at UNLV. He's actually having a good year. So 5-0. The Rebels.
Hey, speaking of 5.
Yeah, let's do it. Time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Let's go, Spring.
All right, we start as we usually do nowadays on a Thursday or Friday, looking at the Broncos injury report. It is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. So Jonah Ellis is out. He did not practice all week. He will not play with a ribs/shoulder injury. Malcolm Roach is off of IR. His practice window has been activated. He's been practicing in London with the Broncos this week. He was a full participant the last 2 days. He's
going.
He's listed as questionable. I mean, it appears he's going. Sean Payton today was asked, is Malcolm Roach playing?
He's doing well. Yeah, he's doing well. We listed him as questionable. We'll see. But he's doing well.
I mean, full participant each of the last 2 days. I can't imagine there's a world where Malcolm Roach isn't playing on Sunday. Why?
Right. This is the usual ramp-up.
Yeah.
They'll activate him before the game. As Legwall told us very start of the show, probably put Ben Powers on IR.
Yeah, limited Wednesday.
Moves will be complete.
Full the last couple of days. Like Ben Powers is on IR and Jonah Ellis is out. Other than that, Broncos good to go.
Now, hold on. Did you not – I don't understand. You and I hear things so differently.
What's that?
Did you not hear the teapot going at the end of that cut? What was going on? Was Sean getting a spot of tea and the tea kettle was ready to go? You did not hear the whistling at the end of that cut?
I didn't hear it either.
I was listening
Play
to
it
Sean.
again. Just listen to the last 3 seconds.
And he
we'll
saw
see.
a squirrel.
But he's doing well.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
I do hear it now.
Andy knows his
Tea time.
It sounds like they're making tea.
Well, they're in England.
It is. It makes all the sense in the world.
Did he have crumpets?
Spot of tea.
What the hell are crumpets, by the way?
What is a crumpet? Great question.
It's a biscuit, dry biscuit
I'm
to go with your
assuming
tea.
small, round, unsweetened griddle bread with a spongy texture and a top full of holes.
Why is it always unsweetened? Why do the English never do anything that just is a little sweet? It's their deal.
They're very serious people, Andy.
Do they sweeten the tea so much you need something to dial it back?
That could be what it is. Yeah, a crumpet. I don't know.
Sounds crappy.
It looks like an English muffin. That's what it looks like.
All right.
Yeah. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, let's take a look at the Jets injury report. Nate, that's some of your finest work.
Thank you.
Right there.
Thank you.
For the New York Jets, as expected, wide receiver Alan Lazard is out due to personal reasons, as is cornerback Michael Carter II. He has not practiced all week with a concussion. Cornerback Brandon Stevens was added to the injury report today with a neck injury. He was limited in practice. He is questionable. Hey, let's hear from Aaron Glenn. Let's hear from Jets head coach Aaron Glenn. What are the vibes like for the Jets out in London?
Man, we had a really good week of practice. I thought everything that we did as far as being here as a group, being at the hotel together, getting a chance to vibe together, I thought was really, really good.
We had a great week of preparation.
So, this is when I have to give my lecture to football coaches everywhere, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Even Dion gave us one of those this year.
He did, and how'd it turn out?
It was after not such a good deal.
I have to remind football coaches everywhere, the quality of your week of work is pass-fail, okay? It's a binary, all right? If you win on Sunday, you had a good week.
Yeah.
If you
Even
lose,
if you did nothing.
Yeah. If you lose on Sunday, you had a bad week.
Who was the coach the Broncos beat the Jets under with no practice and Brett Ripien starting? Was that a Fangio deal? Remember that? You and I were on the air for that.
That might have been a VJ.
Was it VJ? No, I swear you and I were on the air together.
The Thursday nighter would have been a Fangio?
Right, because whoever got hurt, like all the other guys got hurt.
That was Darnold, the Darnold Jets?
Yes.
Yeah, and Darnold
and Ripien played.
By the way, Sam Darnold. Let's just mention Sam Darnold for a quick second right here. He's leading the league in like every passing category. He's playing out of his mind. He's got a road game at Jacksonville this week, a defense that, can't stop anybody.
Duval.
Sam Darnold he's a legitimate, as is Baker Mayfield, a legitimate MVP candidate as we sit here right now. He's accurate. He's got a coach that is setting him up for success. He's got a good run game going with him right now. Sam Darnold is a legitimately good NFL quarterback.
All right. I'll ask the question then. If either Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield were to win a Super Bowl, would that put them as better quarterbacks than Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, their draft class brethren?
Josh Allen?
I mean, it puts them as more accomplished quarterbacks, but if you're asking me who would you rather have, Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield or Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen, I will go with the latter two. I will go with the greater individual talents. Where do you come down?
Even though you have a stash akin to Baker Mayfield.
Where do you come down on this?
First off, someone's got to do it, and I'm not convinced either any of them. I would put my money on, and I did when I made my prediction beginning of the year, on Lamar or Allen getting a Super Bowl before I would the other two. I'm just putting the question out there.
Oh, well, then
the
it becomes
better careers have easily. Is Josh Allen had the better career than Lamar Jackson?
Then it becomes is Trent Dilfer better than Dan Marino?
But Baker's having himself. He's had a pretty good couple. If he can do
Brad
this,
Johnson better than Warren Moon?
How old is Baker? If Baker could get 10 years at this level, he's in the conversation at least, isn't he?
He's playing really well right now. Again, though, if you're asking me who is the better quarterback,
all right,
it's the best quarterbacks in the NFL, which are Allen and Lamar
Fair
and Mahomes.
enough. And I'm just throwing it out there for fun Friday talk show stuff. But who is the better quarterback, Jackson or Allen? Does one have to win a Super Bowl to decide it? What if they both end up going nothing because they play in the era of Mahomes?
It's very possible. Again, if you're asking me right now, which of them is a better football player, I'll tell you it's Josh Allen. I think that Allen does more individually to elevate his football team than Lamar has to in Baltimore. So that's my answer, and I think it's just simply a matter of taste. Who would you rather have, Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson?
God, they're both really good.
I'll tell you, there's no wrong answer.
I wish the Broncos would have drafted either.
There's no wrong answer right there, but I'll take Allen as my answer right there. Here's the other thing, though, really quickly, going back to the Ravens. I don't think they're dead yet.
Oh, no.
Look at that division.
You know what I could see? I could see this being the classic. We counted them out, and this is their greatest work.
And they're 1-4.
Harbaugh coached them out of a dark place. Remember, what was it, the Brian Billick Ravens?
Yeah.
Remember? Wasn't he having some struggles? Or maybe I'm confusing it with the Giants, their opponent. Jim Fossil and his push the chips in, and the Giants went to the Super Bowl and all that. But
So the Ravens, they got a home date against the Rams on Sunday. They got a bye. They could very well be 1-5. I think the Rams are really good. Coming out of the bye, Bears, Dolphins, Vikings, Browns, Jets, Bengals, Steelers, Bengals, Patriots, Packers, Steelers. Nobody's going to run away with that division. I don't buy Pittsburgh. I don't think they're good.
I agree with you, and especially Aaron's an older guy.
If you get Lamar back, you start to add pieces as the season goes along. 9-8 might win you that division. You get into the playoffs, and does anybody want to play Baltimore in the playoffs?
No, not if they get into the playoffs,
Yeah.
especially if that. Now, the question is Joe Flacco saving Cincy?
Probably not. I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably
Is Joe
not.
Flacco beating Green Bay this weekend?
That would be funny.
Oh, my God. It would not be funny.
That would be flat out hysterical. But I'll go out on a limb and say the Packers don't lose to Flacco twice this year.
What if he do?
If they do,
what if they do.
then they get relegated.
And Joe Flacco gets benched in 3 weeks again. And his only 2 career wins in 2025 are against the Packers.
And Jerry
Does
Jones
LaFleur
wins the
get
Micah
fired?
Parsons trade.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Well said.
Parsons couldn't sack Joe Flacco.
Oh, man, poor Joe. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, speaking of the AFC North, hey, the Steelers, they're 3-1. They lead the division. They could easily move to 4-1. They host the Browns. Who will be the Browns' backup quarterback? They are 1-4. They're going to start Dylan Gabriel. Will it be Bailey Zappi? Will it be Shedeur Sanders? Today, Kevin Stefanski, Browns head coach, said it will be Shedeur Sanders. He expanded upon that decision.
Yeah, like I told you guys on Wednesday, I'm always thinking about our players and what's best for our players. And I want to make sure when it comes to young football players, particularly at the quarterback position, that you are intentional about your decision making. And that's really all it is. So excited for all of our guys.
All right. He goes with Shedeur as the backup, which, I mean, it makes all the sense in the world. Bailey Zappi was on your practice squad. Like typically when you elevate a new starter and then trade the backup, well, then you just go with the depth chart. Although he didn't want to admit it a couple of days ago, which...
Because he didn't want interviews happening with Shedeur in the locker room, and they ended up happening anyway.
And they happen anyway because Shedeur has never met a camera that he didn't want to talk to. So this whole thing of like, okay, if the Browns are serious about Dylan Gabriel, and they are because they're starting him and they traded Flacco, what value does it have when Dylan Gabriel, on a weekly basis, has to answer questions about his own backup quarterback?
It doesn't, but it's been existing whether he's been the official number 2 or not.
Right.
So
that's what's so bizarre about it is when you have a backup quarterback that is so popular, that is so famous, that has such a vocal fan base that's already established, and then that guy's just stuck in the backup role. Like, Dylan Gabriel didn't ask for any of this. Dylan Gabriel's he's trying to figure it out as an NFL quarterback himself.
The more this goes on, aren't we wondering if Kevin Stefanski asked for Shedeur to be in the mix? Doesn't feel like it.
No, he clearly didn't.
Let me ask you this. Would it behoove the Browns at all to just play Shedeur prior to the trade deadline and figure out if it's worth keeping him in that city the rest of the year? Because this is not going away. Now, you and I told you yesterday, I think in this very segment, I bet you Shedeur gets 4 or 5 games, keep fans coming out for whatever home games they have at the end of the year, because I think they're going to be terrible.
Yeah.
But I also just wonder, because you and I have witnessed this with Tim Tebow. We've witnessed it with plenty of popular backup quarterbacks, but seriously, Shedeur is almost like on a Tim Tebow fame and hype level where fans just want to see it.
Well,
how much longer, if you really are about Dylan Gabriel, do you keep this in the back?
Here's what I wonder about, though, with Shedeur at the deadline. Teams only give up assets for players that will help them win right now.
Right, which is why you play him and maybe show the teams and show yourself.
Yeah, but, Andy, nobody thinks that Shedeur can help them win right now.
You're
Otherwise,
right.
he wouldn't have been drafted in the 5th round.
Fair enough.
And so it's like, what are you supposed to do with this? Do they just cut him? That's a weird look, too.
If he plays all right, could they at least pry a 7th out of somebody and be done? But see, again, I don't know if that's what the owner wants. I don't know who's calling the shots at this.
It's clear. It's got to be
because it feels like if it were Stefanski, Stefanski would just go with Zappi and Gabriel and call it good,
and would say, "I'm sick of answering questions about this. I don't care."
He's now a third string guy.
Right.
But see, here's the problem. We know this. People keep asking, why does Shedeur keep talking? If you're requested, you've got to talk. It's part of the NFLPA rules.
Yeah. That's how it goes. So
now you don't have to talk every day, but you have to talk at least once if the media asks for you. That is the rules of the NFL. Matter of fact, it's the PFW, the Pro Football Writers Association rules.
If the Browns, okay, let me put it this way. Here's yet another prediction on all this. We'll all just make wild predictions. Dylan Gabriel goes out and beats the Steelers on Sunday.
Sure.
He could.
Yeah.
He didn't look he didn't look great last week, but he didn't look that bad. He goes out and gets a victory at Pittsburgh. Their defense bows up and gives Aaron Rodgers a rough day, and they get that victory. Their next game is against Miami at home. Let's say there's a world where Cleveland wins their next 2 against what I consider to be middling to poor opponents. Then it's like, okay, we think we have something with Dylan Gabriel, and we're trying to build this thing. That's when I wonder, do you cut Shedeur?
Sure.
And
could
just
happen.
say, get him out of here. This is a distraction that we don't need.
Well, and we were said beginning of the year, remember the story was the reason why they kept everybody was they were worried that Shedeur might turn into something, and they were wrong, but you don't even want to make him the second quarterback, so do you even still believe that at this point?
Yeah, that they clearly, it doesn't seem as though they do. It doesn't. When Stefanski wouldn't say it a couple of days ago, that told me everything we needed to know. Because that should just be like auto pen that thing, right? That's just like, no, he's our backup quarterback. He's our next quarterback.
Because of the depth chart.
Right.
We're holding to a depth chart.
What a weird football team.
Dude, well, just gets.
What a weird football
Poor
team.
Cleveland fans. They probably thought a couple years ago everything was going to be okay.
Yeah, we're going to get Deshaun Watson. It's going to go great.
Worse.
By the way, they got Deshaun Watson after they already knew what a creep he was. So
the fans didn't ask for it.
Pretty much got what they deserved. Kreckman and Lindahl. It's time for Broncos Jets drinking game. We'll do that on the other side. Bud Light Football Friday. Number 38 in Rhino. Come hang out. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Friday afternoon means it's time for your Broncos Jets drinking game for Sunday at 7:30 a.m. Get up early and get it going. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Andy, what is your morning cocktail of choice?
I've never had one. I know, lamest ever. Well, you know what I used to do? How about this?
Andy, you can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning.
I know. Dude, I've always been I'm going to go take a nap if we do this too soon.
Sure.
1 beer. 2 beers, 3 beers, a shot of whiskey.
I have had a Bud Ice. I told you I had a Bud Ice and some Taco Bell quite often when I was at the Fan, and I did the overnights back in '98.
Okay.
So I would show up.
So that was like your after-work beer.
I would throw people. I would throw people off at Taco Bell because they were trying to do breakfast.
Yeah.
I would watch a lot of responsible citizens go to real jobs.
Okay.
After I ran a satellite and played an ID once an hour all night and called it a radio job.
Okay.
And then I went to Taco Bell, whooped up on a Nacho Bel Grande, some Mexi Melts, maybe a Chalupa, and I had a Bud Ice or two. And watched Sports Center and found out all the things that I just frankly had heard. Yeah, it was the Bud Ice days. We talked about this.
Yes.
Bud Ice, Ice House.
Bud Ice
Natty
in the
Ice.
morning. Oof.
Yeah, there was one time where I finally was like, what am I doing? Where even I had to question as I sat in my mom's basement, is this really the route? Is this really what we're trying to do?
It turned out it was. Here you are.
Once I quit that job and actually went to a daytime walker position at a radio station.
There you are.
My guy was like, you're leaving? Hey, all right. Well, good luck.
Bud Ice and Taco Bell.
I used to love me a Nacho Bel Grande. Dude, a Mexi Melt was elite.
At 9 in the morning.
You know what else was great? Was the Chorito when it was actually big?
Ah, yes.
You remember those.
I do, yes. That's now you're speaking
now
my
we're
language.
going.
All right, breakfast cocktails, Broncos Jets.
What's yours?
I would
mimosa?
I go
a Bloody Mary?
Bloody Mary all day.
I hate tomato juice.
I love a Bloody Mary.
Did you ever do bloody beers?
Not really. I didn't the Clamato thing and all that. I never got into all of that. No, Bloody Marys I do like, but I like a Bloody Mary like with a beer sidecar. That would be the way to go.
Is there a more unappetizing beverage than Clamato? I don't want to drink it.
It's pretty high on the list.
I don't care what it is.
You ever just had
the name alone?
You ever had tonic water?
Yeah,
it's disgusting.
There's nothing to it.
Why do people like gin and tonics? I'd like a pine tree with some poison poured into it.
Gin tastes like what I imagine if you lick a dirty sink tastes like.
Yeah, I don't.
And then you put some tonic in it.
I'll never get the appeal.
We're
gonna
get the
drink.
gin and tonic drinkers hating us now.
The G&Ts are going to be out for us.
Listen, I will go down with my Tanqueray, pal. You punk.
Does nothing for me, I got to say. All right, let's do this thing.
Come on, let's go drink till we can't feel feelings anymore.
Broncos Jets drinking game. We start with our penalties. Garrett Bowles. We're looking at you. He had a false start last week. As always.
He did.
You drink on the holding.
But do we feel bad about this?
Offense, number 72.
The guy's been so good as a player the last 2 years.
He's a good player.
Yeah. You are what your history is.
Yes.
I was Angry Andy once upon a time.
Like 2 hours ago?
Well, you want me to go back? I might sneeze enough to get there.
Trent Sherfield, we're still looking at you, my guy.
Holding, offense number 5.
Has he
10-yard
been that
penalty.
consistent?
He got back on the list last week.
Did he?
He did. Yep. Sherfield had a penalty last week. Mike McGlinchey, is the British crowd going to throw off Mike McGlinchey?
McGlinchey.
Well, start. Offense number 69. 5-yard penalty.
It's been a rough first quarter for the right tackle.
That ref sounds like I'm probably going to in about 5 hours.
And finally, old number 82, Spring.
Offside. Offense number 82. Lined up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
It looks like Troutman. That's who's being called for it.
Yes. On Troutman, by the way, it's any penalty because he commits all of them. He's good.
But then he catches all the balls.
He seemingly does. Yes.
That was an offensive offside.
Offensive offside.
That is true. A penalty, literally, none of the sports guys that have done this for 20-some years knew existed in the rule book.
Adam Troutman is good for one a week typically. If Matt Peart or whoever starts at left guard gives up a sack, go ahead and drink.
What if he gets a running back hit in the backfield?
Ooh,
Same.
That's not a good look. Yeah.
If we watch on the replay, the
good
DT
call.
just goes by him like he isn't there, and Dauber is down. Drink.
Down Dobbins Dauber. Drink. Dobbins Dauber down. Nick Bonito, Andy, has tied a franchise record with multiple sacks in 3 consecutive games. Did you realize that? If Bonito gets a sack, you drink. If Bonito records multiple sacks,
house it.
Finish your breakfast beverage.
Have a celebration.
Chug. Every time on the telecast, they show a fan in a jersey that is not the Broncos or the Jets. Drink.
Oh, now that seems dangerous. That should be the OJ.
This is a big one.
Have a sidecar for that.
On the international games.
Yeah.
You're always just going to, there's just going to be some weirdo in a Browns jersey, some dude somewhere in a Rams jersey is going to be there.
Steelers, Packers, Cowboys will all be represented.
They all make it out there. There's going to be Jags jerseys, obviously.
What if you see an Elway jersey?
Ooh, that's a fun one right there. Every time, let's see. Yeah, we already did that one. Nope, I'm drunk. In last year's win over the Jets, Bo Nix was held to 60 yards passing. If Bo Nix goes over 60 yards in this game, drink.
For every yard. Just kidding. Just not
Thank you. If you hear the phrase signature win in reference to last week's win at Philadelphia, you should drink.
Drank.
Although it's getting a little less signature,
It is.
isn't it?
Like you said, maybe lowercase signings.
When you get tore up by Jackson Dart, yeah.
By the way, how does Jackson Dart – you realize 2 games that he started, he's gone in for concussion protocol and somehow magically been cleared.
He's always okay.
But he keeps getting a little dinged. Some's afoot.
It's almost like there's nobody actually in that tent.
Right.
They
led him to a fake tent. He's coming, we swear.
Look, man, just hang out here.
He'll be by.
Play a quick game of Tetris on this Game Boy and then get back out there. It'll seem like you were in here long enough.
Well, do you remember
to get checked
preseason?
out.
He stuck his little head out and was like, I got to get back in there.
Where's my helmet? I have brain damage. The Jets, Andy, I don't know if you've heard this, have 0 takeaways so far this season. If the Jets force a turnover, finish your drink.
That'll be the sound from us if they get a turnover.
That's the sound from you after you have an English breakfast, okay?
Or that
Isn't that
Taco Bell.
Isn't that the one where with the beans is the English breakfast?
Is it?
Isn't that? I believe beans are a staple of the English breakfast.
What? Why?
Hold on, let me look this up. All right, traditional English breakfast, Andy. Sausage.
Yep.
Back bacon.
Okay.
Not regular bacon, back bacon. Eggs, tomatoes, mushrooms, toast, beans, and blood pudding.
Gross.
Yes. Blood pudding.
You got to eat it all?
Well, I mean, you should finish it. If you're going to put all that on your plate, you may as well finish it. But I think the beans
Why are
always
the eggs
go
and tomatoes hanging out together?
in the middle.
Just make a salsa.
You could do that as well. Yes.
Have a huevos rancheros.
They don't know what any of those words mean. They're British. So there you go. That's your full
Blood
English
pudding?
breakfast.
Gross.
Yeah, blood pudding.
Is it made of blood?
It is. It's a kind of sausage. It's got beef blood in it. You ever have a good blood sausage?
No.
Oh, you're missing out, man.
God, you've had every sausage known to man.
Like you wouldn't believe. Patrick Surtain, pass breakup. Go ahead and drink. If Bo Nix scrambles for a first down, you got to drink. If Cortland Sutton wins a 50-50 ball over Sauce Gardner, drink. If the broadcast mentions that Aaron Glenn was on Sean Payton's staff in New Orleans, then you have to drink.
I'm drunk.
If Aaron Glenn dances, then you must drink. Actually, dance while you do the drink. Aaron Glenn really likes
little jig,
sideline dancing. And finally, and this is one
he did like the that Mervyn Hanks one.
Yeah, he really bops. And this one could stretch into Monday. So keep a little sip of mimosa in the fridge. If Woody Johnson fires Aaron Glenn after this game, just go ahead and finish whatever you've got.
Who was it? Wasn't it the Dolphins coach who was the Green Bay ex-offensive coordinator got fired in London?
Joe Philbin?
Philbin, yeah, that's it. There you go.
Saleh got fired last year by the Jets. I think it was right. Did he have to get on the plane, or I think it was right after he got back?
Long plane ride, because we had fun with that.
Yeah. I think they fired him after the London game last year.
They got on the tarmac, and he goes, "You done."
Yeah. That's how it went for Robert Saleh.
Grab your bags, clean your office. We'll never see you again.
Yep. So Aaron Glenn, if he's 0-6, it's bad. That's a bad team. Andy, I got final score: Denver 31, Jets 6.
Wow.
I think they beat the crap out of these guys. And I say that, I think it's like a 10-6 game at halftime.
And you think it's ugly after?
And then I think it just gets ugly in the second half. Denver's just going to dominate this team. Their defense is too bad. They can't stop anybody. Broncos are going to get this win. They're going to get it. They're going to win big. I love Denver in the 7.5. This Jets team is bad, and the Broncos are good.
I'm off to London, England.
Parliament.
Little Austin Powers got dropped in
Big
there.
Ben.
Big Ben, Parliament. There you go, everybody. That's your Broncos Jets drinking game. As always, drink responsibly.
And drink whatever you want. This is not an alcoholic game.
You don't have to.
It's, water.
You don't have to.
Orange juice.
Yeah.
Kale.
A nice coffee. Whatever you like at 7:30 in the morning. Or if you want to get after it. I respect that as well. Morning cocktails and English breakfast. Don't forget the beans, though. You got to have the beans.
No. Kind of beans we talking? White beans, kidney bean, navy beans, navy beans.
I think you can just do like a standard like a can of some Heinz baked beans.
Some bushes.
Yeah, some bushes if you wanted
With
to go
his
that
dog?
way. Yes. Just a can of beans. Dump it in the middle of the plate and have your breakfast, everybody. That's how the Brits do it.
Or you could hobo that thing. Just pop the top open and eat just that. Remember when the hobos?
You got to leave the can kind of on there, but have it sharp enough that you can slice a part of your finger digging your spoon in there.
If it's all too much. Because you're eating a can of beans.
Hobo that thing.
Your knapsack as you go and hop a train. Do people still hop trains?
I think they
days?
do. I believe they do. Yes. Yeah. I think that's still a good way to get around if you need to.
Is a Murphy bed English?
Good question. I mean, Murphy is an Irish name.
Fair enough.
Maybe that's where it originated. I like a nice Murphy bed. Those things are cool. So, yeah, there you are, everybody. That's your Broncos-Jets drinking game ahead of this matchup, Bud Light Football Friday. We'll come back. We'll get you ready with your weekend preview. And it's a good sports weekend, man. A lot of good stuff coming up. So keep it here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Broncos Jets Sunday 7:30 a.m. Nice early window game. Taking a look at the early slate of games in the NFL, Indianapolis is a touchdown favorite at home against Arizona. God, the Cardinals have to be absolutely reeling. Plus, Daniel Jones is playing out of his mind. I have no idea what the Cardinals' defensive identity is right now. I love Indianapolis in that game. Chargers got a get-right opportunity on the road in Miami against the Dolphins. L.A. is a 3.5-point favorite, but they're still dealing with all those injuries along their offensive line. We live in a world where New England can be favored on the road. They are at New Orleans, although the Saints are coming off their first win of the season. You got Dallas at Carolina. Andy, I got to be honest with you. I kind of like the Panthers as a home dog in that game.
Really? Just to cover or to win?
Catching 3.5. I'm not going to bury them in their chances to win that game. But I love Carolina in that spot at home against Dallas. And Pittsburgh is a 6.5-point favorite at home against Cleveland. That'll be the Dylan Gabriel experience. Seattle favorite on the road at Jacksonville, and the Rams and the Ravens. By the way, L.A. is a 7.5-point favorite at Baltimore. That's how much of a mess the Rams are at the moment. Whew. Afternoon window.
The Ravens? Wait, you said the Ravens are a mess.
Yes.
Because the Rams are all right?
Yes. No, that's a very good team. I think the Rams are one of the best teams in the entire NFC. Afternoon window, Tennessee at Vegas. L.A. is a 3.5-point favorite.
Oh, woof.
Yeah.
Woof.
41.5 total on that game. I believe it's the lowest total on the board this
Bowers
week.
is out again.
He is. Green Bay is a 2-touchdown favorite at home against Joe Flacco and the Bengals.
What were they when they played Cincinnati? Or no, Cleveland.
I think it was like 10. I want to say no, because it was at Cleveland. My
their
guess
defense is pretty good.
They were probably a touchdown favorite. Is my guess in that game. Niners at Tampa. That's a fun one in the afternoon window. And then Sunday night we got a great one with Detroit at Kansas City. That one is going to be an awful lot of fun. And then Monday, doubleheader on Monday Night Football. We'll be talking about it on Monday, and we'll have those games for you here on Altitude Sports Radio. Buffalo at Atlanta, and Chicago and the Manders. The two buys this week are Minnesota and the Texans. Andy, outside of the Broncos, what do you think is going to be a big talking point coming out of this NFL Sunday?
Man, that's a great question. I wasn't ready for that one.
I'm here to get you thinking, man.
Cincinnati, do the playoff chances in this week? Here's the deal. If Green Bay doesn't beat Cincinnati, you are in some major trouble.
Oh, yeah.
Major trouble.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a big game for Green Bay.
It is. And Cincy, again, they're trying to get their two high-priced talents, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, trying to get them going, get Joe Flacco to be able to get them the ball. I think that's a sneaky game to have to watch right there. But Cincy they desperately need a victory, man.
How about
tough spot?
How about this? Again, it looks like Brock Purdy could be out, and you got Mac Jones dealing with the knee, although he probably would go. Are the 49ers going to be sunk from injuries before they even begin? Are they going to be sunk before they even get Brandon Ayuk back?
I mean, the good thing they got going for them is they're 4-1. They're off to an excellent start, and you take a look at their schedule, and it's AFC and NFC South teams are just lining their schedule right now. So they got that going for themselves. Andy, I don't see a world in which the Niners don't make the playoffs right now. And
okay.
I know the NFC is deeper, but you get off to a 4-1 start, and especially looking at that kind of schedule, that would have to be a pretty tough fold for you if you were to do that.
If you can't keep a quarterback healthy, I mean, who's the third guy?
Good question.
Is it Brandon Allen again? Is he back there?
Great question. Could be. I've gone that deep into their depth chart. Great question.
They're hoping they don't have to either.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe they're going to trade for Shador.
I honestly Seattle and Jacksonville is a sneaky good game at 11 a.m. on Sunday. I could see Darnold in Seattle going in and getting that game.
All right, let's just cut to the chase. Kansas City, Detroit. Does Detroit announce? Now, Detroit's beat them before. Remember, they beat them in the opener a year ago.
And nobody can stop the Lions from scoring points right now. I think Kansas City is showing a little bit of signs of life on offense, but I love Detroit in that spot. Go in and get that game.
What would that make Kansas City
2-4?
2-4.
They're 2-3 right now. That would make them 2-4. Plus the Broncos are going to beat the Jets, so Denver will be at 4-2. Chargers, let's see what they've got with a road game at Miami. I think this is a good get-right spot for the Chargers, but
Get better, or they're officially charging.
Yeah, well, it kind of looks like it's already happening. So there you go. That is your Week 6 preview in the NFL. Right now, it is time for the full weekend preview. Let's do it, Spring.
Everybody's watching sports on the weekend. Everybody wants to watch the games. Everybody's eating guacamole.
Yeah.
Chips and guac are good when watching sports. You want to go watch the game?
Oh, you sure do. And we got games galore, Andy. Tonight, CSU Fresno State at 7 o'clock. Colorado State, can they get a victory for Jay Norvell at Canvas Stadium tonight?
Fresno's undefeated.
5-1. 5-1. Yeah.
Ooh. Better not be ugly. I just would say that.
Yeah, I would certainly say so.